Chapter 295. Bearing the master's wish in the shadow beneath the eaves, Jianxin stood quietly, listening to the past events shared between Dileya and Tsukiyomi. Caught in the intricately woven web of a spider, did he still harbor the delusion of escape? Dileya gazed at the directives issued by the sun will below, calling for the women of Yoshiwara to unite in extinguishing the flames, and scoffed disdainfully, "Whatever you do is futile." What? Upon hearing Dileya's words, Jianxin turned his gaze to the sun wheel, only to find that the previously safeguarded figure was now encircled by a group of bare-chested ronin warriors, with no one nearby to offer timely assistance. Just as Jianxin contemplated abandoning Dileya to rescue the sun wheel, Kurazou appeared from seemingly nowhere, wielding a jump, while his thrown shuriken deftly avoided the sun wheel, establishing a defensive perimeter around her. "I am merely a passing ninja, having been preoccupied with jump, and know nothing," Kurazou stated, as he descended from the rooftop to stand in front of the sun wheel. "Miss, how much would you pay for my skills?" "I have never heard of a man arriving in Yoshiwara seeking money instead of women," the sun wheel exhaled, playfully producing a golden VIP card from her bosom and giving it a shake. "Humph," Kurazou remarked, putting away his jump, which appeared to him as the ultimate tome of cultivation. "I had thought only ugly women cared for others. Who knew beautiful women could be just as intriguing? Mr. Kurazou, you are being overly ambitious. The disparity in numbers is too great," Shinbaji declared from the rooftop as he extinguished the flames. "Oh, the bulk of the work has been claimed by those two. I shall reluctantly make do here," Kurazou responded with apparent resignation. "You must be prepared to have your eyes gouged out, for my techniques conclude in an instant. Morishiden, Hattori Kurazou, at your service." So, this fellow has arrived. With Kurazou's appearance, Jianxin's worries began to dissipate, yet he turned his thoughts toward how to confront Dileya. After all, his current position was quite precarious, due to the moonlight. Any emergence on his part would inevitably cast his shadow into the room, thus revealing his presence. Given the distance between Dileya and Tsukiyomi, he surmised he would be unable to save Tsukiyomi before Dileya could act, leaving him to wait for an opportunity. "Oh, have all the threads been severed? I had anticipated a splendid baiting game, but it seems I may have taken it a bit too far." As the final steel wire snapped, Dileya observed the struggling crowd below, a contemptuous smile deepening on his lips. To place one's hopes in an unknown savior is but a folly. These mediocre beings, in the end, are only good for sacrificing their lives to the hunter, utterly ineffectual. "Dileya, I beg you, please stop. Do not continue with this madness. It was my fault. I will leave this place, no longer relying on anyone or entangling myself with others. I will live alone, as you commanded." Bound in a web of steel threads, with hair cascading down, Tsukiyomi gazed at Gyuria as he approached, whispering, "I beg you, do not harm those around me any further." Gyuria chuckled darkly. "You still cling to your final hope, do you not? That man has yet to arrive, and I do not mean the one I vanquished, but the true liberator of Yoshiwara, the one you are familiar with." Grasping Tsukiyomi's chin with a sinister expression, he declared, "You still expect him to rescue you?" "Ha ha ha. Mugen," Tsukiyomi murmured, a bitter smile escaping her lips. "I cannot fathom the extent of your machinations laid in wait for him. Yet I implore you, spare him. Once a member of the Shinsengumi, now shackled by mere emotions, how feeble are the sentiments of humanity." With his other hand, he drew a kunai from his sleeve, pressing it against Tsukiyomi's scarred visage. "The ruthless Azura could be invincible, but look at you now. Ha ha ha. Tsukiyomi, the first lesson I imparted to you was to sever all ties of emotion." As he traced the kunai down her face, he demanded, "What I desire from you is not this weakness. Why do you possess such a fragile heart? Why can you not become as strong as I?" Leaning closer, their noses nearly touching, he continued, "Do you know why I endured so much to raise you? It was to eliminate you." With a swift motion, a wooden sword emerged from the shadows, piercing Gyuria's palm, the kunai falling to the ground alongside the blood and Gyuria's incredulous gaze. "Remove your filthy hands from her face." The silver-haired man from the shadows, though battered, spoke with a calmness akin to an unbroken volcano. "You have no right to act in such a manner. How curious. Today you seem rather uncharacteristic. Sugo, what brings you back to liberate me?" Hijikata twisted his crimson wrist, disbelief etched on his features as he regarded Sugo. "Or are you preparing a rather significant trap?" He quickly checked his surroundings, including the mayo hidden within his clothing. "Actually, I believe there is something more fitting for you. Releasing you serves that purpose. If it does not go well," Sugo shook the keys in his hand. Next time, I shall bind your hands and toss you among the Choshu rebels. I would relish witnessing your exploits, such as the unfortunate plight of the vice-captain of the Shinsengumi in a fierce struggle against the Choshu. Hey, there's someone dangerously close. Hijikata shouted, not just individuals, but even thoughts can pose a perilous threat. Sugo scoffed and turned away. What kind of formidable adversary did you face? Hijikata's voice echoed from behind. Rare for you to entertain such thoughts. Why is that? Sugo halted, an eerie tone lacing his inquiry. The dust upon you and the dampness on your back. There are no pawns in this small warehouse. So why did you roll on the ground without regard for your posture? Tabaka lit a cigarette nonchalantly, saying, with this unfamiliar katana in your hand, the answer is quite evident. I senti it. It was rare for Mr. Tabaka to present such a brilliant deduction, yet it proved to be of little consequence. While speaking, Sugo continued his steady march forward. So, I've already stated it. Tabaka exclaimed loudly, what kind of formidable adversary have we encountered? Gazing intently at Sugo, Tabaka understood his character well, no matter the enemy he faced. Sugo would never turn back to liberate himself once he had locked himself in. Indeed, after all this time, Tabaka was well aware of Sugo's style, and now, this individual was merely attempting to conceal the truth. It is perhaps better for you not to know, Sugo remarked, lifting the katana, still sheathed, to the sunlight. I have a foreboding that this time I shall formally fulfill my duty as his disciple. Disciple? Kenshin? Are you to inherit the Hiten Mitsururyu? Tabaka pondered in astonishment. I know not the fate of the Hiten Mitsururyu, but I can only imagine that Kenshin, with his irritating disposition, has undoubtedly accrued numerous debts. Sugo replied coolly, whether they be enemies or heavenly beings. What does that mean? Tabaka surmised he might have an inkling, yet he dared not affirm it himself. Well, Mr. Tabaka, if you do not hold a grudge against my daily antics, Sugo glanced briefly at Tabaka. Would you please take the Shinsengumi members and hasten to Yoshiwara? Assist him in quelling the turmoil there. Hey, Yoshiwara is off limits to the Shinsengumi, as you well know. Although we are aware of the chaos in Yoshiwara, we have received strict orders not to intervene. Are you truly suggesting a repeat of the Kidomaru incident? Tabaka frowned. Please, Sugo said without further elaboration, as he had already devised a plan in his mind. Now it was a matter of whether Mr. Tabaka could promptly aid Kenshin in restoring peace to Yoshiwara. Hey, Tabaka, dissatisfied, stepped forward to grasp Sugo by the shoulder, but Sugo swiftly unsheathed his sword, startling Tabaka into retreating several steps, poised and alert. Do not hinder me. Simply proceed as instructed, Sugo urged, as Tabaka gradually sheathed his sword, ignoring the rising murderous intent and wails in his mind. At that moment, grasping the hilt, he felt as though he had never experienced such a sensation before. Was this the burden of a man destined to bear the fate of the Badasai? The disciple inherits the master's swordsmanship, and thus must also shoulder the lamentable fate akin to a burdensome pie. This is the true resolve of one who aspires to be a disciple. Chapter 296, soloing the boss before Jinei could remain in astonishment any longer. Jintoki pierced through the arm of Gyuria with a single stroke, and Kenshin swiftly followed, delivering a direct and decisive blow to Gyuria's chest. What do you mean? Raising her just to kill her with your own hands? What do you mean that everything was merely to manipulate her? Was it all just to satisfy your depraved heart? Grasping the arm of Lake Toya, a slight tremor coursed through his being. It was evident that the usually carefree Jintoki, upon hearing the words of Dileya, could no longer maintain his composure. He spat a copious amount of blood. Dileya, casting a scornful glance at Jintoki, soon sensed the presence of Kenshin behind him, and a cold smile crept across his lips. What memories have surfaced for you now? Are you not aware? I shall grant you not a sliver of an escape. Kenshin retorted icily. You must ultimately pay the price for those impoverished souls. The killer inevitably succumbs to self-destruction, Dileya murmured. These are your words, your own sworn oath. Yet, with this thrust, everything concludes. You remain the untrustworthy scoundrel you have always been, the essence of a butcher. Open your eyes and behold clearly, he continued, a flicker of struggle crossing Kenshin's gaze. He swiftly swung his reverse blade sword, severing a tattered piece of Dileya's garment at his side. Though the blade did not pierce Dileya's chest, even the blade of Ashura dares not take a life. Huh, how amusing. Dileya appeared utterly unconcerned by the encirclement of Kenshin and Jintoki, laughing heartily with a wild grin. How laughable it is that you, once stained with the blood of countless lives, dare to laugh. An imbecile, what right have you to shriek here? Jintoki exclaimed, seizing Dileya by the neck and casting him aside. Kenshin then swung his sword to sever the threads binding Tsukiyomi. Observing the once resolute woman now wearing a look of helplessness, with her scars once again stained with blood, Jintoki's voice deepened. Dileya, you infuriate me. He suppressed his emotions, feeling the tension in the steel wires of Dileya's trap quiver under his imposing presence, as if this man before him were a fearsome embodiment of terror. On that day, I continued my existence as usual, scavenging for remnants of life amidst heaps of corpses. Though the world labeled me a ghoul, I do not consume human flesh. After all, the dead are warriors, and there is often some sustenance left, perhaps a pancake or two. I have long forgotten who my parents were. I have wandered this way of life for quite some time now, have I not? It is merely that I am still too weak, forced to scavenge through the remains, waiting painfully for the day I might grow stronger. I heard there was a ghoul here, hence my visit, yet it appears to be otherwise. Was that voice human or celestial? The small boy with natural white curls and silver hair took a cautious step back, regarding the figure before him with a serious expression. Such a charming demon, he mused, observing the man with long gray hair, his forehead and eyes concealed, clad in slightly grayish attire. Though he appeared gentle, what manner of person would not emerge in this battlefield to survive? Moreover, this individual bore a sword. With a heavy heart, he withdrew the knife from his grasp. Though it was marred with numerous nicks and appeared on the brink of breaking, it stood as the sole testament to his ability to resist. The child, resourcefully utilizing everything available from the corpses, was indeed remarkable. However, such a weapon had become unnecessary. The man before him nonchalantly uttered words of indifference, as if acknowledging the inevitable clash that awaited. The small, naturally curly-haired one pondered this, feeling that the sword meant solely for self-preservation was no longer required. As the man placed his hand upon the katana at his waist, Jintoki disdainfully scoffed, questioning the necessity of their confrontation. Here, take my sword, he declared, casting his weapon towards his own astonished gaze. If you wish to understand its true purpose, follow me. With that, the man unreservedly exposed his back, seemingly oblivious to the fact that a mere thrust of Jintoki's blade would bring his life to an end. Ah, but of course, I trust you may encounter others akin to yourself. The man suddenly adopted an almost innocent demeanor, troubled by the thought, what if Shihodo does not get along with this fellow? Jintoki observed this man, who fluctuated between exuberant exclamations and gentle smiles, yet consistently left his back unguarded. Could such a person truly be trusted? Dileya, do not tarnish the title of master, Jintoki stated blandly. No one shall perish here. I shall safeguard them all, be they women or from Yoshiwara. Kenshin languidly rested against Jintoki's back, while Tsukiyomi gazed dazedly at the profile of the man. Jintoki, has the indulgence of wine and pleasure drained your vitality over the years? Kenshin remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Do you require assistance? Get lost, Jintoki. While I may have a fondness for alcohol, you are unaware that I diligently engage in rigorous exercise daily, Jintoki retorted, directing his gaze towards Dileya. Regardless of your connection with this woman, it matters not. I am aware that I need to vent. Well then, do not let me down, Kenshin replied, carrying Tsukiyomi towards the door. He understood that for Jintoki, Master Matsuyama transcended all else. The solitary glimmer of hope amid his once tumultuous memories was the light brought forth by Master Matsuyama. Kenshin marveled at how this individual, after more than a decade, could maintain such composure in the presence of his mentor. At this moment, if Jintoki were to intervene, he would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. Indeed, Sakata Jintoki was filled with rage. Let us meet at the usual place, Kenshin declared, disappearing entirely through the doorway. Ah, we shall reconvene after victory. Jintoki clenched his fist, facing Dileya. Now that you have laid numerous traps, who among us is truly sinking deeper? Swiftly, Kenshin dashed down the street, carrying Tsukiyomi towards the direction of the sun's ascent. Hey, Kenshin, are you really just going to leave Jintoki there alone? A weak voice came from behind. That guy, while he seems unreliable at times, has proven to be a warrior of equal strength. Kenshin's gaze remained unwavering. Do not fret over him. Even a few more landmines would not pose a challenge. However, before Tsukiyomi could finish her impassioned words, Kenshin interrupted her. There are no buts in this matter, he said, his eyes fixed firmly ahead. If this is the purpose your master has bestowed upon you for survival, then you should be acutely aware of the significance I am about to impart to you. He continued, "What I cherish most is to sit in the Tozii Tavern at the witching hour, sharing hearty drinks with a band of carefree companions beneath the glow of the full moon." Tsukuyomi softly acknowledged with a hum and soon succumbed to slumber. "Bring them all to me. The Shinsengumi must not let any of these arsonists escape." Just as Kenshin turned the corner, Hijikata and the gorilla led the Shinsengumi into Yoshiwara, charging towards the swordsmen scattered about. This was a conspiracy long in the making, likely linked to the murders in the slums. "Seize every ronin wielding a blade here. Spare not a single one. Those who dare resist shall be met with unrelenting force," Hijikata declared, pointing his sword forward, and the Shinsengumi members surged ahead like a tidal wave, significantly alleviating the pressure on Yoshiwara. "How curious that the Shinsengumi have come here. Are you unafraid that Matsumoto will summon you for a stern reprimand?" Kenshin remarked with a smile as he carried Tsukuyomi to Hijikata. "Who knows what the future holds? In any case, Matsumoto's last bastion of indulgence is now lost." Hijikata exhaled a puff of smoke nonchalantly. "I fear that the chief will be met with thunderous wrath. Yet, what does it concern me? He seems quite exhilarated himself," he said, gesturing towards Kondo, who was excitedly apprehending suspects. "Isn't Yoshiwara typically a no-go zone? Surely the shadows lurking behind the shogunate are aware of your actions. The days ahead will likely not be easy," Kenshin commented as he approached Hinekuni, gently handing over the slumbering Tsukuyomi to the startled Hinekuni. "Since the Onmitsu ninja have already mobilized, it is indeed not the Shinsengumi's affair." Yet Hijikata, with a hint of gloom, exhaled another cloud of smoke. "That Togo fellow ran off with a sword I've never seen before, and he even dared to draw it against me. Is that surprising? His desire to slay you has not been a matter of days. Such occurrences are hardly worthy of alarm." Whether in this narrative or on television, Kenshin deftly seized a ronin's wrist, immobilizing him and disarming him of his sword. "Is it not customary to frequently change weapons?" "Well, let us hope your words ring true," Hijikata replied, though a flicker of concern lingered within him. He suppressed his unease and turned towards capturing the arsonists plaguing Yoshiwara. "Where is Kenshin and Jin?" Meanwhile, Kenshin was preoccupied with safeguarding Hinekuni, casting occasional glances at Tsukuyomi nestled in her embrace, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Hearing the hurried tone of Shin, Kenshin glanced towards the building, realizing that he was currently unleashing the fury within him like a demon. Kenshin had heard, to some extent, Master Matsuyama speak of Jintoki's past. Thus he understood that Jintoki's feelings for Matsuyama transcended those of the short-statured Shinpachi and the wig-clad Shinpachi, who would annihilate the world for their teacher. The wig-clad one subconsciously mimicked his form. Although their affections were overt, Jintoki's silent devotion to his teacher was perhaps more fervent. As the teacher had said, Jintoki was safeguarding Shinpachi and the wig-clad one, thereby entrusting them to me. In Chapter 297, I do not slay Borin, yet Borin. Kenshin, recalling his previous unconsciousness, felt as if Tsukuyomi had awakened. After a cordial conversation with Nichiren, he spotted Kenshin, who was extinguishing a great fire not far away. A bit perplexed, he turned to see Tsukuyomi's gem-like eyes, prompting him to approach and wipe the soot from his face. "What is the matter?" "Regardless, he is my master," Tsukuyomi remarked, gazing at the sight of the towering building. "Thus, I believe I should go and see him. No matter the wrongs he may have committed against me, he should not perish like this. After all, he is my master." "You still consider him your master?" Kenshin scoffed, squatting down with a hint of exasperation as he regarded Tsukuyomi. "You must understand that a master would never seek the life of his apprentice, unless he were like Orochimaru, who revels in manipulation. In a certain sense, Deidara and Orochimaru were indeed quite similar, hence you ought to be like Sasuke." "Sasuke?" Tsukuyomi murmured. "Yet, in comparison, the third Hokage seems preferable. Even Orochimaru would not permit the illustrious third Hokage to simply die of old age in the village and take his life with his own hands." With resolve, Tsukuyomi stood upright. "If it were truly the case, even Deidara, I would personally eliminate him to fulfill his purpose." Kenshin remained silent, observing as Tsukuyomi struggled to rise with the support of Nichiren. Her trembling legs took a step forward, her gaze unwavering. Suddenly, Tsukuyomi stumbled, about to fall. When strong arms caught her, Kenshin looked at her with a mix of exasperation and affection. "What a foolish woman. I must warn you, if you cannot do it, I shall not show mercy," he said, once more lifting Tsukuyomi onto his back. As he felt her curvaceous form pressing against him, a rare blush crept onto his face. He then turned to Nichiren. Nichiren, you may go, they are sufficient here. Nichiren smiled and waved, subsequently turning his wheelchair away from Kenshin. Understanding, Kenshin set forth. Retracing his steps. Bam! The slash of Lake Toya struck with precision upon the kunai, sending the adversary, Dileya, hurtling through the air. With his crimson eyes wide open, Gintoki surged forward, delivering a swift blow to Dileya's shoulder, followed by a knee to his chest that sent him crashing against the wall. Seizing the kunai from his waist, Gintoki drew it forth, the resulting wounds from the steel wire and the kunai erupting into a gory display of blood that stained his garments a deep red. Is this feeble attack merely a tickle? Gintoki's voice resonated with a chilling calm, as he deftly kicked the kunai towards Dileya. The once motionless Dileya, seemingly awakened, swiftly grasped the kunai in hand and, with a roll, unleashed a barrage of kunai, far exceeding a singular projectile. The clang of blades echoed as Lake Toya's swift dance of swordplay dispatched every kunai aimed at him without exception. Gintoki, as if sensing Dileya's intentions, swiftly turned his head, narrowly avoiding Dileya's thrust that grazed past his ear. With a sneer, Gintoki seized Dileya's jaw, forcefully driving him into the ground, sending shards of stone scattering in every direction. Yet, as Gintoki prepared to deliver a finishing blow, he discovered Dileya had vanished from the pit. Clutching his wounded neck, Dileya struggled to catch his breath as he glared at Gintoki. How despicable you are. I can see through each of your moves. Every strike arrives before it's even made. What kind of warrior are you? A prophet? A creature of instinct? Or merely guided by intuition? You're repulsive. Foul hands bring with them a tempest that nearly induces my retching. Gintoki regarded Dileya with disdain. Is that truly all you have? How utterly dull. Though the Batusai had departed, as long as the leverage remained in his grasp, they would think twice before taking reckless action. Ah, the tales of the Batusai, who, before the end of the Bakamatsu, had distanced himself from the Isshin Shurshur, wandering alone until he discovered his purpose in a humble dojo. Dileya spat blood. Those rural warriors are the current Shinsengumi. Are you done? You may perish now, Gintoki replied, unfazed, tightening his grip on Lake Toya, intent on cutting through the banter with this insufferable foe. Thus, Dileya resolved that his bonds could also meet their end. As he stared at Gintoki's advancing blade, he spoke each word deliberately, displaying no fear that Gintoki might truly take his life. The tip of Lake Toya rested a mere centimeter from Dileya's forehead, yet Gintoki, observing Dileya's self-assured demeanor, found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Kill me, Dileya urged, a malevolent grin curling his lips. This entire scenario was devised to ensnare the Batusai. Should you take my life, someone dear to him will be lost. Someone dear? A voice echoed from behind, and Dileya felt a blade pressed against his back. Who exactly are you referring to? Mr. Orochimaru? Curious to know? Dileya chuckled maliciously. Just wait. In 10 minutes, you will naturally discover who it truly is. As the 10 minutes passed, he added, perhaps 5 more minutes would suffice. A hint of confusion crossed Dileya's face, yet he remained undaunted. 5 minutes slipped by, and with a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, he remarked, there seems to be a minor delay on the road. Let us wait a bit longer. Yet, as time dragged on, his composure finally cracked. How is this possible? Where are those men I dispatched to Wuzhou? Dileya's smile faded, replaced by a frantic roar. Wuzhou's Jianxin murmured softly, his aura of menace coalescing around him. Is that so, Miku? He said, and with a swift motion, raised his reverse blade, sending Dileya hurtling through the air. What have you done to Miku? Jianxin approached with deliberate steps. Has Tsukiyomi returned at last? Dileya, ignoring Jianxin, became entranced by Tsukiyomi's presence, reflecting, to nurture you, to guide you to the brink of my own demise. It is all too reminiscent. Yet why have you transformed to resemble a woman? Dileya, I wish to avoid discussing your affairs with Tsukiyomi, Jianxin said, placing his foot firmly upon Dileya's hand, his eyes void of emotion. What have you done to Miku? Badaozai observed the complexity of Tsukiyomi's gaze, and Dileya realized that she had comprehended his intentions. Thus, he addressed Jianxin, Miss Miku. I sent someone to capture her to threaten you. They should have arrived long ago, yet still, there is no sign of them. Surely, you understand the gravity of the situation. I will disclose the specifics regarding Miss Tsukiyomi shortly. As Tsukiyomi attempted to step forward to intervene, Kozo, appearing from nowhere, obstructed her path. After glancing at Dileya and Jianxin, as well as the bystander Jin, he gravely cautioned Tsukiyomi, That man is akin to a powder keg. There is no need for you to charge in. Reluctantly, Tsukiyomi cast one last glance at Dileya, realizing he had committed irrevocable acts. Haha. Dileya struggled to rise. Confronting Jianxin with newfound fearlessness, for Tsukiyomi was absent, and he recognized himself as a wretched being. Do you know? The lives of over 400 souls in the slum are on your conscience. I understood long ago that confronting you head-on was futile. You were but a child then. Driven to desperation, I resorted to these methods. The deaths in Yoshiwara shall also be attributed to you. Dileya sneered at Jianxin. I am grateful you could fulfill my wish. Though your laughable aspirations amuse me, I shall observe from the depths of hell, waiting for you to plunge into the abyss and mock you fiercely. With a swift strike, a Toya Lake blade surged forth, cleaving open a gash in Dileya's skull and sending him crashing through the railing into the endless darkness below. And still you prattle on before death. You murdered, yet claim the moral high ground? Echoed in Jianxin's ears, the final maniacal laughter mingled with the splatter of blood. In the depths of the dark forest, Togo, armed with a katana, walked solemnly along the path. Lord Samurai, while I acknowledge your formidable strength, one must understand that as we approach the final confrontation with the Demon King, there will invariably be guardians to contend with. Though perhaps not overwhelmingly powerful, it is essential to recognize that the Demon King meticulously assesses a hero's strength, he mused. The forest seemed preordained for this encounter, as the echoes of a commanding presence reverberated through the air. How pitifully cowardly, Togo scoffed. This is no game of cat and mouse. Regardless of your identity, even if you are truly a relative of that girl from the Odd Jobs Agency, my resolve remains unyielding. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he caressed the hilt of his sword. Regardless of her animosity, I shall dismantle you piece by piece. You will come to understand the dire consequences of provoking one who ought to remain untouched. Chapter 298. The reconstruction after the disaster is an arduous endeavor. At last, as dawn broke, the inferno in Yoshiwara was completely extinguished, and the weary group sat upon the ground, surveying their surroundings. We owe a great debt to Mr. Hijikata for his timely arrival, which provided us with sufficient manpower to secure this area, remarked Shinbachi, glancing at the exhausted Hijikata and the members of the Shinsengumi sprawled nearby. Haha. After all, it was a request from a beautiful woman. It is indeed difficult to refuse. Kondo the gorilla chuckled heartily as he patted Yamazaki's shoulder. Spare us, Director Kondo. You must remember that this is a place where Matsudara often seeks leisure, yet we hastily charged into the fray. Regardless, you are in for a rough time. Hijikata retorted, clapping Kondo on the shoulder. Hey, isn't having 3 leaves enough for you? He eyed Kenshin, who was carrying Tsukiyomi, with evident disapproval. A man who flirts too much is bound to follow the path of sincerity. Apologies, but it appears you are overthinking it. It seems that Shoju is still subconsciously influencing you, Kenshin replied, casting a sidelong glance at Hijikata. Having captured so many wanted criminals, you should be in line for a significant bounty, right? By the way, what will you do about the murder case in the slums? The true perpetrator has already succumbed to the boundless darkness of Yoshiwara. Leave such matters to the professionals. You need not concern yourself, Hijikata replied, discarding his cigarette butt. To be honest, I am somewhat uneasy about that fellow. Since most matters in Yoshiwara have concluded, the remaining tasks are now yours. Go on, and remember to bring back a share of the bounty for the Odd Jobs Agency. Why should we give you money from the Odd Jobs Agency? Came the retort from Jintoki, who had been listening nearby. Well, naturally, were it not for our leadership at the Odd Jobs Agency, you would not have such a formidable team at present. Your Shinsengumi ratings will surely rise significantly by the year's end. Jintoki said with a mischievous grin as he approached Hijikata. So, it's merely a small token, I want to disclose it. Ugh, I can't be bothered with you. Come on, Kondo-san, Hijikata said, signaling their departure. As he spoke, Hijikata approached Kondo and gave him a light pat, yet Kondo remained utterly still. Veins pulsed on Hijikata's forehead as he, in frustration, delivered a swift kick. Still, Kondo showed no sign of reaction. Had he turned to stone from sheer terror? With a resigned gesture, Hijikata rubbed his forehead and called out, Yamazaki, carry Kondo, we must leave. Observing the Shinsengumi gradually depart, Nichiren finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, it was undeniable that Yoshiwara was engaged in some dubious dealings, and facing the judicial authority of the Shinsengumi must evoke a degree of trepidation. It appeared that the reconstruction of Yoshiwara would take quite some time. Nichiren interjected, pulling Kenshin back to reality. Well, since everyone is in the midst of rebuilding, it shouldn't take too long. With that, Kenshin turned to Jintoki, draping an arm over his shoulder. Before that, let's indulge in a drink. After a night of hard work, one deserves a proper respite. It's rare that our thoughts align so well. Let us go. Yoshiwara must still have some untouched taverns. Let us enjoy a hearty drink, and then retreat to bathe and rest. Why bathe and sleep? Hey, are you shy? When our teacher Matsunaga was away, I was the one who helped you in your wig wash. Even as we've grown, I remember those antics vividly. Who would want to see that nonsense? Nonsense. Jintoki, I have changed immensely. The little toy gun from childhood has now transformed into an atomic bomb. Are you afraid? And by saying that, you've just made that short fellow, Isaka, quite displeased. How absurd. When I suggested bathing her as a child, she would vehemently refuse and even brandish a knife. Initially, I thought she was merely shy, but who knew the reality hidden beneath her garments was something I had never contemplated over the years. The truth was quite startling. Enough. Let us finish our drinks, wash up, and sleep. I am utterly exhausted. Suddenly, from an unknown origin, a night rabbit, clutching an umbrella, gradually collapsed to the ground, disbelief flickering in its eyes, as if something unfathomable had transpired before its demise. It was truly remarkable how the flying heaven swordsmanship seemed ingrained in his very bones. Effortlessly wielded, Sugo gazed at the katana in his hand, his gaze shimmering with an enigmatic glint. Certainly, not everyone who grasps this blade becomes a formidable warrior. However, for the heirs of the flying heaven swordsmanship, this sword was exceptionally fitting. Sounds echoed throughout the forest, yet Sugo merely twitched his ears, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. With a tremor in his arm, he released a wave of sword energy, swiftly cleaving through several large trees. Amidst the thunderous sound, a boy clad in a Zhongshan suit came into view. You practitioners of the flying heaven swordsmanship are quite uncouth, charging in without a word. The umbrella he wielded deflected the horizontal slash, and Kamui slightly opened his eyes, gazing at the indifferent Sugo before him. Yet your strike pales in comparison to his. Is that so? Perhaps you were oblivious to the outcome from the very beginning? Sugo sneered maliciously. Before Kamui could comprehend the unfolding events, the large tree, previously severed by Sugo, finally plummeted from above, crashing down upon him with a resounding thud. With a powerful thrust of his arm, Zongwu was sent soaring through the air, while Shenwei calmly raised his umbrella to strike, effortlessly cleaving a falling tree in two. However, his line of sight was obstructed by an elder, and thus, in a place unseen by Shenwei, the flying sword technique, Twin Dragon's flash approached him rapidly. The blade feigned an attack, deflecting Shenwei's strike, before the hilt swiftly arced upwards, landing a blow upon Shenwei's face. Yet, Zongwu had underestimated Shenwei. In that fleeting moment, Shenwei grasped the hilt, lifting Zongwu and hurling him away, while simultaneously aiming the tip of his umbrella at him. With a series of crackling sounds, flames erupted from the tip of the umbrella, as a storm of bullets surged towards Zongwu, suspended in midair. Faced with a situation that would spell doom for an ordinary person, Zongwu remained unperturbed. Instead, he grounded the tip of his sword, leveraging it to leap upwards, skillfully evading the onslaught of bullets. As Zongwu landed, he executed the Earth Dragon Flash, sending a cascade of mud and debris that cloaked him in concealment, rendering him momentarily invisible to Shenwei. Has he truly hidden away? Shenwei mused, evidently unfazed. Then, it seems this woman I saved has no further need to survive. With a casual flick of his wrist, he scattered the branches that concealed the frail Miyuki, who appeared weakened. Gazing at Miyuki's fragile expression, Shenwei felt no remorse, raising his umbrella high. Perish, he declared. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from behind. Sister. Instantly, brilliance surged forth, nine-headed dragon flash. With a swift motion, 9 blood streaks erupted from Shenwei's body, yet none struck vital points. Reacting instinctively, Shenwei retreated adeptly. Is she all right? Zongwu exclaimed in a rare display of urgency as he lifted Miyuki in his arms, shedding his usual composure. Fear not. She merely succumbed to a tranquilizer. She should awaken soon, Shenwei replied with a slow smile, clapping his hands. A brother and sister reunited. I am nearly moved to tears. You scoundrel. You will pay dearly for abducting my sister. A slight turn revealed Zongwu's piercing, murderous gaze. For goodness sake, do grasp the situation. I rescued your sister from a band of rogue samurai. Shinwei retorted, dissatisfaction evident in his voice. With a shake of his arm, the earth beneath them erupted. I am not pleased. I am quite emotional. As the tip of the umbrella pressed against the sword, Zongwu, cradling Miyuki with one arm, struggled against Shinwei's overwhelming force, being propelled backward. Since I have saved your sister, should you not express your gratitude? During his retreat, Shinwei opened his azure eyes, smiling at Zongwu. Ah, but I am a police officer. Whether you are a rogue or a savior, assaulting an officer is a grave offense. Though somewhat strained, Zongwu braced himself against the ground, halting his backward movement. There is no need for such complications. All I require is for you to raise your umbrella tip, and our weapons will rise uncontrollably. Let us engage in combat. And thus, the clash commenced. Chapter 299. Ah, what transpired over there remains a mystery. What is this? Is this merely the extent of your power? Your capacity is still woefully insufficient. As the fragments of earth gradually fell from the tip of the umbrella, Shinwei observed the panting Zongwu, who was clutching Mitsuba, and could not help but chuckle. How amusing. Although I was already aware that the Yado are mostly brawny individuals with simplistic minds, I never anticipated their resilience to be of such magnitude. Zongwu, with a faint smile, released the branch beneath his feet, triggering a chain reaction, as a scabbard swiftly darted through the fallen leaves, hurtling towards Shinwei. With a swift motion, Shinwei sent the scabbard flying, evading Zongwu's horizontal slash with a bridge-like maneuver, and unleashed a flurry of kicks towards Zongwu. However, Zongwu was unperturbed. After parrying Shinwei's kicks with the hilt of his sword, he flipped backward and surged forward with even greater speed, executing the dragon tooth flash. I have already personally experienced this technique. Shinwei sneered, lowering his body and launching the umbrella with the swiftness of a bullet, creating a series of explosive sounds as it collided with the tip of Zongwu's sword. The disparity was evident. The impact caused the blade to tremble, and Zongwu's palm split as he involuntarily retreated. In that moment, Zongwu's eyes flickered, flying heaven sword style. Do you still not comprehend? I am well versed in all the techniques of the flying heaven sword style. Shinwei scoffed, swiftly charging towards Zongwu. Heavenly return flash, Zongwu stated calmly. What? Shinwei was taken aback, but there was no time to withdraw. With a half-rotated body facing Shinwei, Zongwu struck first with the scabbard against Shinwei's face, followed by a swift spin to draw the sword and slash at Shinwei's chest, leaving a long diagonal gash. The scabbard then arced upward, sending Shinwei hurtling away, while the other hand wielding the sword swiftly slashed at Shinwei's chest once more, carving another wound that formed an X with the previous one. An opportunity. Zongwu's mind was slightly dazed. He could only discern the individual before him, unable to perceive anything else. At times, if it were not for his recollection of his self-created techniques, he could only resort to the flying heaven sword style for assault. Nonetheless, the pressing matter was to defeat this individual before him. He had no knowledge of his sister's fate. What? Zongwu's eyes narrowed. Although he had inflicted a wound, how did Shinwei manage to seize his sword while airborne? Alas, I was careless. After all, we are not the same person. I mistakenly gauged you with the fixed techniques of the flying heaven sword style. Henceforth, I shall regard you with utmost seriousness. Shinwei's feet landed on the ground, stirring up dust as he gripped the sword tightly, disregarding the blood streaming from his palm. With a swift motion, Shinwei seized Zongwu by the collar, pulling him in to violently collide their heads together. Both parties released their grips and retreated, blood beginning to seep from the wound on Shinwei's forehead, cascading downward due to gravity. Is that so? Do not conflate me with that indecisive fellow, Kenshin. Perhaps he would refrain from striking with lethal intent due to your connection with that girl in a Cheongsam. Zongwu licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a sanguine smile. Saying with a sinister smile, Shinwei remarked, I forgot to inform you that during my last encounter with your master, even when he employed his ultimate technique, he was unable to vanquish me. And as far as I am aware, you have yet to master the final secret yourself, correct? Yet what of it? The flying swordsmanship is not solely defined by its ultimate techniques, Zongwu retorted coldly, rising to his feet and leveling his blade at Shinwei. I have already stated that you should not conflate me with that individual. A chilling aura emanated from his grip on the sword. However, the techniques imparted to him by Kenshin were now vividly clear in his mind, unlike ever before. Whether it be the speed of the ultimate technique or the heart sword's essence, the momentum around them coalesced invisibly, causing the branches to tremble and the leaves to quiver. The grass seemed to instinctively retreat, while the forest echoed with the lamentations of beasts and the soft calls of birds above. One could envision that the ensuing clash might well determine the victor of their duel. In that moment, Zhongwu heard a faint voice, and as he momentarily lost focus, Shenwei seized the opportunity to strike. The umbrella sliced down with the precision of a blade, forcing Zhongwu to forego his chance for a counterattack and brace himself. With both hands raised to shield his head, he found himself gradually sinking to his knees under the relentless pressure. Zhongwu, Mia, awakening beneath the great tree, appeared pale, not solely due to the effects of the sedative, but also from the shock of witnessing the battle between Zhongwu and Shenwei. In her moment of despair, the only person who came to her mind was that individual. "Come on, you still have a chance," Shenwei shouted excitedly, according to that insufferable fellow's words. The heavenly dragon flash varies from person to person. Your master's version left a rather profound impression on me. I was so close to bidding farewell to this world. As he spoke, he exerted more force, pressing Zhongwu down even further. And as for that annoying fellow's heavenly dragon flash, it may not have slain me. With a furious roar, Shenwei unleashed his full strength, overpowering Zhongwu's defense. A thunderous strike reverberated through the ground, shaking the very trees, as green leaves scattered from the treetops. "Zhongwu," Mia gasped in horror, covering her mouth in disbelief as she stared at the shadow beneath Shenwei's umbrella. She dreaded the moment the dust would settle, revealing a scene she could scarcely believe or bear to witness. In that instant, her heart raced with a fear unlike any she had experienced, even during her previous brush with death. As you wish, the figure beneath the umbrella suddenly vanished, and from behind Shenwei emerged a dark silhouette, coldly observing him. Indeed, though the reason eluded her, the essence of the flying swordsmanship, its heart sword and ultimate techniques, lay before her in simplicity. She realized she could wield them if she so desired. As Zhongwu's white pupils began to lose focus, gradually engulfed by darkness, he remained oblivious, instinctively lowering his body and drawing his sword for an attack. "Heavenly dragon flash," he cried out. "Cut." Kenshin, grasping his head, looked at Jintoki with a hint of embarrassment. Did the sun will say that on its own? Or did you, with your audacity, go and request it, blabbering on? "Hey, am I really that kind of person?" Jintoki, seated opposite Kenshin, slammed his hand on the table in frustration, exclaiming, "Isn't it obvious that it was to express our gratitude? How could you forget something that just happened yesterday? How little do you care?" Well, unlike someone who, upon hearing that there would be a treat, has eyes that gleam like a ravenous wolf, Kenshin retorted, crossing his arms, "I happen to have some family assets. Your words make me inexplicably want to hit you." Jintoki replied, a vein throbbing on his forehead as he gripped his strawberry cake cup tightly, causing it to warp slightly from his force. "Oh, which pretentious person is flaunting their charm? So dazzling it blinds my eyes. Ah, the single dog, how are you faring?" Kenshin laughed heartily. "In every conceivable sense, Jintoki. If you were an animal, you'd surely thrive more than as a human, considering that hair." "Huh, that makes me envision a cat with red fur," Jintoki mused, stroking his chin before bursting into laughter, slapping the table in mirth. "Oh my, that's too funny. I can't take it." "Ha ha, indeed, too amusing," echoed Kenshin, both of them reveling in laughter. Suddenly, the sound of the Toya lake and the reverse blade clashing in midair interrupted them, as they both stared blankly at each other with lifeless eyes. "Is this amusing to you, you scoundrel? Should I make you laugh until you weep?" they both demanded simultaneously. With a scoff, they reluctantly sheathed their weapons, stubbornly glaring at one another. Jintoki's gaze conveyed a clear threat. "If you dare strike me, I'll send all your recent escapades to Shinpachi via telegram." Kenshin's eyes, in turn, warned, "If you dare mention anything, I'll reveal how you used Kagura's salary to play with marbles and went fishing, only to deceive them later." Just as the tension between them escalated, they were forcibly pulled apart. "Come on, Jintoki, let us not be childish. Miss Nichiren has been waiting for us at Yoshiwara for quite some time," Shinpachi remarked, though uncertain of the meaning behind the earlier exchange of glances between the two. "Indeed, and Sister Tsukiyomi specifically requested for Kenshin to join us as well," Kagura added, tugging at Kenshin's arm to lead him outside. I'll let you off this time." Jintoki scoffed disdainfully. "Hey, before you say that, how about you pay for the strawberry cake first, you scoundrel?" Did I even drink any? Did your eye see that? Hey, I was merely sitting there." As he spoke, Kenshin frantically waved his cup, exclaiming, "No, please. Stop it, Kenshin. Jintoki, stop." watching the two engage in their playful tussle as they faded into the distance. Kagura and Shinpachi exchanged exasperated glances, both letting out deep sighs. Why can't they ever let us finish what we're saying? Chapter 300. I am the 300th hero. Hey. Once we reach Yoshiwara, at least try to behave a little. If the people there see their ideal savior acting like this, they will undoubtedly be devastated. Do put on a semblance of a savior, will you? Roared Shinbaji in exasperation as he watched Jintoki and Kenshin bicker their way towards Yoshiwara. Huh, a savior? My apologies. But I am a deity on the verge of obliterating this world to forge a new order. Kenshin retorted, turning back with lifeless eyes. Then I am the lord of the underworld, perpetually training a woman named Katsuin in the abyss. Jintoki disregarded Shinbaji and addressed Kenshin instead. Is it truly wise to speak so? Do you dare to challenge me to a duel that leaves you better than tomorrow? Kenshin's forehead throbbed with veins as he shot back defiantly. Huh, is the lesson from my tentacles insufficient for you? Or do you wish to enact a tale of mercenaries conquering the land of women? Jintoki gestured dramatically with his hands. The small one in the nightclub, unnoticed, was indeed my first encounter. A memorable experience, wouldn't you agree? Kenshin mimicked the scene as if it had just transpired. Enough. Your dialogue is appallingly inappropriate. There are minors present. Kagura, steer clear of these two. Shinbaji exclaimed, pulling Kagura backward. Please, you both will inevitably face such matters in due time, Jintoki scoffed. Just as one day, Shinbaji, you will reach an age when a Mayo will surely escort you to a nightclub, leaving you there to be whisked away by an unknown woman into a room. After all, such is the nature of men. As for little Kagura, she need only lie there, blissfully unaware. Kenshin raised a finger, stating, in this regard, girls ought to feign ignorance even more than boys. What on earth are you discussing? I have no interest in such matters, merely that and that. Shinbaji shouted in fury. Kenshin and Jintoki exchanged glances. Shinbaji, we didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Considering you are a true otaku. Kagura, do not regard me with that disdainful gaze. Shinbaji feebly attempted a smile. Well, there is a time for noise, relative to that. Departing in the evening and finally arriving at Yoshiwara after nightfall was quite commendable. As Kenshin and Jintoki made their entrance onto the bustling streets of Yoshiwara, an array of geishas emerged from nowhere, flocking to the duo, completely ignoring Shinbaji and Kagura behind them. The saviors of Yoshiwara, you have finally arrived, exclaimed a woman clad in a purple kimono, beaming as she nestled against Jintoki's arm. Jintoki, no novice to such situations, took it in stride. Well, I was told there would be free drinks. Is that true? I have no money, you know. I lost it all in a game of pachinko, he confirmed, knowing full well that the inept individuals beside him had a penchant for exploiting his generosity. Oh, my poor wallet. Truly, what a tragedy, sighed Kenshin in resignation. How long must Shinbaji and Kagura endure such tribulations? It is indeed true. On the other side, a woman clad in pink playfully clung to Kenshin's arm, addressing Jintoki with a teasing voice. Since you two gentlemen have rescued Yoshiwara countless times, let us indulge in a night of unrestrained revelry, shall we? However, allow me to clarify, while merriment is welcome, if the chaos of last time were to repeat itself, I shall never return. Kenshin, recalling the frenzied escape from Yoshiwara, felt a twinge of bitterness and helplessness. You jest, my lady. After all, that was Lord Tsukiyomi's first time, and her innocence is quite amusing. He chuckled softly to himself. Is that truly the case? Can we partake in anything we desire? Even kelp sake? Jintoki exclaimed dramatically. Oh, don't be absurd. Not only kelp sake, but even abalone and chestnut gathering are permissible. Another woman chimed in with a giggle. Hey, that is a bit excessive. Jintoki shouted in excitement. You've certainly seen your share of experiences, haven't you? Though I'm not entirely sure what you mean, it all sounds rather risque, Kenshin remarked with a sigh. The businesses we encounter in Kabukicho are indeed diverse. I have a modicum of understanding of such matters, Jintoki mused, scratching his head. Is it possible to receive requests to substitute someone for a night out at a club, followed by, you know? Kenshin continued to complain. That is utterly far-fetched. Thank you so much. If you ever find yourself in need, just call for me. I shall rush over without hesitation. I'll always prepare chestnut rice. Jintoki declared as he and Kenshin reached a junction along the long corridor. Are you suggesting that a woman will attend to both me and Jintoki? Come on, that is a bit excessive. I'm not accustomed to flying solo with someone. Kenshin hastily waved his hands, though I'm quite familiar with this guy. This is a bit too much for my taste. Oh, dear Kenshin, you jest. How could such a thing occur? In truth, Lady Nichiren is waiting inside for you both. Gintoki stumbled momentarily, exclaiming, "That's absurd. I have no interest in adopting such a little imp as my child. And I am certainly not the old man with the white beard. This is too outrageous. Gintoki, you go on ahead. I shall return home. Kenshin-sama, truly. Lady Nichiren is simply responsible for pouring your drinks." The woman laughed, pushing Gintoki and Kenshin into the room. "Now please enjoy yourselves." After closing the door, Gintoki scratched his thigh, while Kenshin gazed into the void in silence for a moment. "Actually, I wouldn't mind if it were just the two of us," Gintoki said, scratching his thigh and staring blankly. "Get lost," was Kenshin's sole response to Gintoki. Upon opening the inner door, they found that the anticipated Nichiren was not present. Only a woman with soft yellow hair kneeling on the floor awaited them. "Hello, I am Shinigami Doctor, a top-tier hostess, Tsukiyomi. Pleased to make your acquaintance," she said, lifting her head. Dressed in a blue and yellow kimono, adorned with a floral accessory on the right side of her hair, she radiated an aura of beauty. Initially, both Gintoki and Kenshin were quite pleased, for who does not appreciate beauty? Yet, the moment she raised her head, all semblance of her beauty vanished. "The woman before me is, after all, a violent one. Yue, are you here to keep the guests company tonight?" Kenshin's expression instantly turned to that of a dead fish as he gazed at Yue. "So, it turns out that tonight's esteemed guests are you two." Yue exhaled, revealing a hint of tension in her eyes. "I apologize, I forgot to turn off the gas at home," she said, turning on her heel towards the door. "Oh, the gas is dangerous if left unattended, especially since there are two smokers living in the establishment, one a man and the other a rabbit. If they accidentally ignite a lighter, it could lead to an explosion. Then you should call home and have them turn it off." Grabbing Kenshin by the collar, Gintoki's deadpan gaze remained fixed ahead. Yet Kenshin could clearly discern an unusual emotion within. "Trying to escape? If you run away, I will truly have my fun. If we are to perish, let us do so together. Well, having saved Yoshiwara numerous times, you could be considered esteemed guests here. Come," Yue said, approaching the table, deliberately pulling her shoulder strap down slightly to reveal her fair shoulder. "What on earth are you doing?" Kenshin, already irked by Gintoki, found himself blood boiling at Yue's blatant gesture. "Put that back on. I am not that kind of person, Kenshin. Moreover, how could Nichiren allow you to behave in such a manner?" "But Nichiren said you must at least pour the drinks," Yue replied, feigning innocence. "Pouring drinks is not done in such a manner," Kenshin shouted, cradling his head in frustration. "Isn't that right, Gintoki?" He turned to gaze intently at Gintoki. "Ha ha ha." Gintoki let out a laugh that echoed like a bell, its meaning unclear. "I thought you were quite innocent. Who knew you were so knowledgeable? Truly, you are a woman of Yoshiwara." With a sense of resignation, Kenshin took a seat. "Let me make it clear, you are not allowed to drink." Yue appeared momentarily stunned. "I do not wish to reenact the Yoshiwara grand escape," Kenshin muttered, handing the bottle of alcohol to Yue while picking up a cup. "Fill it to the brim for me." "Goodness, you certainly get into character quickly," Gintoki exclaimed in astonishment, holding his own cup. "Ah, miss, I am afraid I must take down this old beast tonight. It's time for retribution for my past grievances." "Huh, grievances? I am not that guy. I am only looking out for you. Look how satisfied you are after I assist you," Kenshin remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Gintoki. "That look of utter bliss you had. Now that I think about it, you are indeed quite peculiar." "Excuse me, is that you talking? And what of your Sasuke?" Gintoki shot back, his eyes wide. "Or are you referring to Sasuke, the female? Get lost." "Ah, what a beautiful sentiment. It is evident that you are not speaking of such matters." Chapter 301. The relentless struggle. Although it was said to be a gesture of gratitude, in truth, it merely involved Tsukuyo serving sake to Kenshin and Gintoki. Ever since that fateful night of drunken revelry with Tsukuyo, Kenshin had come to realize that this woman was not one to indulge in alcohol. The small room was filled with the laughter of three individuals, punctuated by the playful banter between Kenshin and Gintoki, along with Tsukuyo's witty retorts, creating an atmosphere of genuine joy. Indeed, it was not merely good, it was extraordinary. However, as had been previously noted, Kenshin was a person destined to never find tranquility, regardless of where he might go. "Kenshin." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the door swung open, revealing a breathless Hijikata, who looked at Kenshin with urgency. You must head to the Hodo Dojo. Cough, cough. Hodo Dojo? Kenshin paused, his hand still clutching the sake cup, before rising to stand before Hijikata. To his astonishment, he noticed a long, deep wound on Hijikata's back. Ha ha. Your instincts are truly unreliable. Although Sugo does wield a blade against me daily, this is the first time he has struck with such bone-deep ferocity. Hijikata managed a strained laugh. That guy is no longer Sugo, Kenshin. His piercing gaze locked onto Kenshin. The one he seeks is you. Hijikata's eyes flickered. This isn't merely a casual invitation for drinks. He approaches you with a murderous intent. Murderous intent? What is the meaning of this? At that moment, Tsukiyo also rose, her elegant attire constraining her movements, yet she managed to step delicately towards Kenshin. Sugo, Kenshin murmured, then discreetly embraced Hijikata, concealing him behind the door. No, it's nothing, just some matters regarding work. Work? If my memory serves me correctly, he is a member of the Shinsengumi, while you, Tsukiyo, are merely a confectioner, she remarked, her expression laced with skepticism that clearly suggested she felt deceived. Yes, just some personal business. Kenshin quickly closed the door, turning to Tsukiyo with a directive. Please tend to Jintoki. After all, he is your guest for the evening, albeit not in that sense. Just to clarify, maintain some decorum, will you? Is it truly so? Just as Tsukiyo reached out to grasp Kenshin, she was unexpectedly halted by Jintoki, who had arrived without her noticing. Turning in confusion, she found Jintoki sipping from his cup, a bemused expression on his face. What a fellow who cannot even manage to lie, he remarked, casually tossing aside his empty cup. With the main character absent, I suppose tonight's festivities hold little appeal. Hey, Tsukiyo exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. You stay here. I will investigate, Jintoki said, his eyes lingering on a faint trace of blood on the floor. He let out a barely audible sigh before stepping out the door. Yoshiwara has only just stabilized, and as the leader of the Hyakuhana, you really shouldn't wander off. Furthermore, he likely prefers that you remain unaware of too much. With that, he donned his boots, the floor creaking beneath him as he departed slowly. In the silence of the moonlit night, I could only watch as the crimson figure gradually faded into the darkness, followed closely by the silver silhouette, which did not linger but stepped into the abyss. The vast cosmos conceals an unfathomable number of secrets, the extent of which remains unknown to humanity. The evolution of planets is inherently diverse. What may seem hopeless on one world could have already found resolution on another. The existence of each planet varies so distinctly, leading to divergent outcomes based on their unique developments. Thus, I pondered the origins of this elusive entity. Gazing at the twinkling celestial bodies, it suddenly struck Jiantai, who couldn't help but inquire of the being behind him. How does one give birth to such an ephemeral existence? Or perhaps, the very moment you perceive my existence, you have unwittingly ensnared yourself in a dead end. Adorned with a ghostly mask and clad in garments woven from dark raven feathers, the figure held a black long knife, sheathed yet exuding tendrils of black energy that seeped from its confines, vanishing after a certain distance. I hear that the Tian Lock/Moon is a divine weapon seized from a samurai during the Bakumatsu period. Can this black blade unleash sword energy that surpasses that of its wielder? Jiantai remarked with a hint of indifference, casting a sidelong glance at the dark blade. Your knowledge is remarkably astute. Is it your memory that reveals this? Or do you possess secrets unknown to me? With a slight tilt of his head, concealed beneath the mask, the being's gaze fixed intently upon Jiantai, enveloping the atmosphere in a heavy silence. If you choose not to disclose, so be it, he proclaimed, rising and slowly approaching Jiantai, surveying the cosmos. Isn't it beautiful? Indeed, it presents an extraordinary vista, Jiantai replied, his tone still somber. Isn't life here better compared to Earth? You face the strongest from various planets daily, he continued, as the figure mused. Yes, those of planetary level strength. Huh. Do you believe I could rival that individual even to the slightest degree? Jiantai scoffed, as if the unwelcome figure appeared before him once more. Why are you so fixated on him? You have only shared a few years of your life together. Do you realize, Jiantai? The being's voice turned cold and chilling, that even within the entirety of the universe, few possess talents comparable to his. I once thought the white-haired boy was unique. Yet I never anticipated Yoshida Shoyo's demise would leave behind such significant calamities. Yoshida Shoyo, Jiantai murmured, seemingly lost in recollection. Yet, was this memory genuine? Or merely a figment of his own mind? Teacher? The being, momentarily surprised, turned back, appearing somewhat dazed, perhaps even perplexed by his own reaction. I was not addressing you, void. Jiantai retorted with a scoff. Is this how you treat those who teach you the art of survival? Truly a heartless individual. The being sneered coldly, clapping his hands. Suddenly, the door to the battleship behind him swung open, revealing a woman of exquisite beauty entering the chamber. This evening, you are owed a semblance of indifference. This woman, though a mere imitation, has not achieved complete success. Perhaps she has but 3 days left to live. Dispose of her as you wish, whether it be through indulgence or disdain. It matters not during these final 3 days. Is this merely you discarding refuse before me? Jian raised an eyebrow. No, it is simply a case of waste repurposing, for a man must find appropriate outlets for his frustrations. Vague replied coldly without turning back. Do not underestimate my capacity for resilience. Jian closed his eyes, unsheathed his sword, and, after carving a crimson line upon the battleship's floor, sheathed it again, casting not a glance at the lifeless body beside him. Such a thing is utterly unnecessary to me. In the command room, only Vague remained, silently gazing into the cosmos. Alongside the woman sprawled on the ground, blood cascading from her neck, seeping into the deck as though infiltrating the heart of another. A distant sigh echoed, seemingly born of resignation and sorrow. For whom does this sorrow exist? Who can say? Chapter 302. An end before it begins. Where is it? As ordinary as ever. Though perhaps if not for the palpable aura of death surrounding him, no one would suspect that Sogo had already succumbed to darkness. With difficulty, Sogo grasped the sword at his waist, while Kondo's expression was rife with bitterness. No matter how reluctant he felt, it was an undeniable truth that the Shinsengumi must protect the people. Lower your blade. The person I seek is not you. A fleeting darkness flickered in Sogo's gaze as he faced Kondo, and with a swift motion, he swung his sword, compelling Kondo to retreat a few steps. Though reluctant. Why have you become this way? I find myself deeply concerned, he murmured, gradually drawing forth his blade. First, I shall incapacitate you, and then inquire about the origins of this situation. No, allow me to handle the ensuing matters. Kenshin intervened, halting Kondo's attempt to draw his weapon with one hand while brandishing his reverse blade sword with the other, addressing Sogo. The panicked citizens on the streets are utterly helpless. As the leader of the Shinsengumi, you ought not to be here. However, Kenshin, Kondo hesitated to speak. Go on, I shall take care of the subsequent events. With a flourish of his sleeve, Kenshin positioned himself before Kondo, regarding the menacing Sogo. This is my personal conflict. That individual still harbors thoughts of me, and in a certain sense, I find solace in that. Is that so? Kondo closed his eyes, then reopened them. Then I shall entrust this to you. Yet, I must insist that a witness from the Shinsengumi be present afterward, or I shall have no qualms about apprehending you, regardless of your identity. A low acknowledgement escaped Sogo, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the blade in Sogo's hand. A faint smile graced Kenshin's lips. Sogo, how does it feel to experience the mindset I once possessed? Every profound technique and skill at your fingertips. This is your strength? He raised his sword, pointing its tip at Kenshin from a distance. Indeed, but why? After that, have you become so feeble? The feeble Soji remarked, killing is not the hallmark of a true warrior. One must possess the ability to protect what they cherish. That is the true testament of strength. With those words, Kenshin brandished his reverse blade sword, surveying the desolate street around him. This reverse blade sword exists for that very purpose. He scoffed. The oaths of the weak hold no value for me. With a disdainful snort, Soji dragged his sword along the ground, igniting a cascade of sparks, before lunging at Kenshin with a downward strike. Kenshin deftly sidestepped, seizing Soji's wrist and immobilizing his blade. Behold, a sword that knows only death. What use does it serve now? It has lost its true essence. Kenshin's gaze glinted with icy resolve as he pushed Soji away. A killer is destined to perish by their own hand. Your weakness is the reason you repeatedly encounter tragedy. Soji twisted his wrist, a brazen smile gracing his lips as he charged once more. At the very least, you should discern whom to slay. Kenshin shook his head in silence, swiftly retreating to evade Soji's relentless barrage. He parried Soji's onslaught of sword energy with his reverse blade sword, furrowing his brow as he queried, "Have you forgotten the lessons I imparted? Such concepts are utterly unnecessary. Having experienced your state of mind, all I am capable of now is killing." Soji cackled wildly. His sword, Muramesa, slicing down once more, leaving a gash in Kenshin's clothing. Is this sword truly disrupting your focus? Kenshin intoned gravely. Ah, Muramasa, my once-abandoned blade. The crimson blade shimmered with a sanguine glow, seemingly reveling in the prospect of tasting blood once more, especially that of its former master. With techniques such as Dragon Tooth Flash, Dragon Hammer Flash, Dragon Nest Flash, and Dragon Tornado Flash, Kenshin and Soji clashed amidst the deserted street. The ground marred with scars of their duel, fissures, and explosive craters. Despite the fierce battle, Kenshin refrained from employing lethal techniques, countering Soji's assaults with equal measures. Yet, prolonged defense inevitably leads to vulnerability. In a fleeting moment of inattention, Muramasa sliced across Kenshin's arm, drawing blood. Your blood tastes exquisite. Soji jeered, as crimson mist enveloped Muramasa. Evaporating the blood from its blade, which soon dissipated, the red glow absorbed back into the sword. Indeed, I cannot afford to hold back. I should have incapacitated you from the outset and disarmed you. Kenshin grimaced at his bleeding arm, directing a stern gaze at Soji. Die! Soji roared, sheathing his sword in an instant, readying the heavenly soaring dragon flash. I have long proclaimed that this is the ultimate technique I once renounced. The current heavenly soaring dragon flash is entirely different. His eyes glinted with cold determination as Kenshin swiftly sheathed his sword, covering the distance to Soji in 3 strides. Heavenly soaring dragon flash. In a fluid motion, he drew his reverse blade sword from its sheath, launching a strike that sent Soji's recently drawn blade soaring into the air, leaving his body suspended momentarily, unable to touch the ground. Until the very end, Kenshin refrained from executing the second strike of the Amakakuru Ryu no Hiramiki. After all, he was merely his disciple, and this was not a battle of life and death. A mere demonstration sufficed. Is this your ultimate technique? Lacking any lethality, the fallen Sujiro scoffed, leaping away into the distance under Kenshin's momentarily dazed gaze, cursing himself for having unconsciously postured in front of his disciple and forgetting to disarm him. Kenshin held his head in mild frustration. Resigned, he summoned his swift agility to pursue Sujiro. Both were practitioners of the flying sword technique, meaning their speeds were nearly identical. However, Kenshin understood that Sujiro was not inferior to him. He merely possessed a unique advantage. Now, with the enhancement of Muramasa, Sujiro had become almost indistinguishable from himself. The swiftness with which he previously defeated Sujiro could only be attributed to the lethal techniques and moves preserved within Muramasa, those once used for killing that he had long since abandoned. Thus, how could such familiar techniques possibly outmatch him? The two, equal in speed, threaded through a dense forest. The dark clouds of the night silently obscured the moon, plunging the earth into shadow. Kenshin furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. Such terrain was indeed conducive to assassination, where the killing sword would surely shine. Not the killing sword, but the killing umbrella. As the flippant voice echoed, Kenshin's instincts flooded with warnings, prompting him to drop to the ground. A red umbrella whisked past his face, the fierce wind from its passage palpable against his nose. In the aftermath, a crimson katana descended from above, aimed directly at his head. Kenshin rolled to evade the long blade and, in a fluid motion, sprang to his feet, his reverse blade sword raised to deflect the umbrella's thrust. How perilously earnest. That series of lethal moves was truly a test of my instincts, he remarked, glancing at the grinning figure of Kamui behind him. To deal with you. This setup is still insufficient, Kamui chuckled, pulling taut the thread in his hand. Thus, we have prepared something special for you. In the next instant, a raging whirlwind erupted, casting Kamui aside, while Sujiro surged forward with his blade. You must understand something. Some deeds, once done, cannot simply be laughed off. They cannot be brushed aside with a mere meal, Kenshin stated, his gaze icy as it fell upon the pale-faced girl. Such matters bear consequences. I am eagerly awaiting those consequences, Kamui replied with a smile. This young lady carries a bomb. The moment I press it, it will explode. Is it not akin to a third-rate film? But, alas, it serves as the best explanation. Kenshin remained silent. I have come bearing the will of Lord Jinzu, and his intent is clear. Shinkage has fully opened his eyes and gazes upon Kenshin, instructing him to accept this Muramasa and hand over the reverse blade sword to me. Ah, Hysen still clings to that fantasy. When will this delusional maiden graduate? Kenshin chuckled softly, turning to Sugo. Come now, relinquish the Muramasa in your grasp. Reluctantly, Sugo stepped forward. staring at Kenshin as he drove the blade into the ground. Yet, in that fleeting moment, his body weakened, and he collapsed into unconsciousness, overwhelmed by the murderous intent and resentment that had invaded him. Disciple, you must rest for a while. Kenshin's gaze inadvertently flickered towards Shinkage as he raised his hand, sending the reverse blade sword soaring. For you. With a casual smile, Shinkage caught the sword deftly in his grasp. In an instant, a fierce force surged from the dense canopy above, striking down upon Shinkage's hand that clutched the button. Unconsciously, Shinkage released his grip, and the button fell to the ground. Gintoki descended swiftly from the treetops, snatching the button mid-fall. However, Shinkage reacted immediately, delivering a powerful punch towards Gintoki. Gintoki curled his body to mitigate the impending damage. And though Shinkage's fist struck his back, it did not inflict substantial harm. Kenshin, dragging Gintoki along the ground, bellowed. At the very moment Gintoki shouted, Shinkage sensed impending doom. Yet all he could see was the surging azure and white currents approaching. Tenshu. Dust settled. Yet the grievous injury Shinkage had anticipated did not manifest. Instead, only the shattered earth and the fallen trees remained. Has he fled? Such remarkable speed. Truly a rabbit, Kenshin jested, supporting Sugo as he approached Gintoki. Are you all right? Fortunately. I noticed your gaze was amiss and decided to follow. Who knows what you might have done otherwise? Gintoki replied, grasping Kenshin's outstretched hand to rise. A hint of relief in his voice. But now, we have truly entered a realm of calamity, Kenshin said with a wry smile, glancing at the empty sheath at his waist. The reverse blade sword has been taken by that brat. It is merely a sword. If need be, I can place a call to have a Tenshu delivered for your use, Gintoki said nonchalantly, patting Kenshin on the shoulder with a grin. Enough of that. You help me hold him. With that, Kenshin entrusted Sugo to Gintoki and hurried a few paces to where Mayo lay unconscious on the ground. A flicker of concern crossed Kenshin's eyes as he gently wiped Miyo's disheveled face clean before hoisting her onto his back. Mayo, it seems both siblings have found their way here, Gintoki remarked curiously, then glanced at the long sword in Kenshin's hand. That sword, do you intend to take it back? Will you wait for an opportunity to give it to her? Not at all. It is utterly unnecessary. As he spoke, Kenshin shook his head and casually tossed the sword Muramasa behind him, striding forward without a glance back. That indifferent past held no value in memories. Kenshin's resolute voice resonated. A sword meant solely for killing is no longer necessary. Indeed, Sensei, you once taught me this very lesson. It's rare to see you display such flair, Gintoki remarked with a faint smile, keeping pace with Kenshin. What about Tsukiyomi? Oh, just say you had a diabetic episode, and I took you to the hospital. Hey, why must it be my diabetes as the bizarre excuse? Then say you were beaten to a pulp by Shinpachi and Kagura for unpaid wages, and I took you to the hospital. Why is it always me? Can't you think of an excuse that doesn't involve me? And why must I go to the hospital, you fool? Well done, Gintoki, he retorted, unleashing a barrage of sarcasm. I believe you'll catch up with Shinpachi in no time. Who wants to catch up with that bespectacled fellow? As the evening star shone brightly in the sky, the two bickered while carrying the two unconscious individuals towards the bustling city. Shortly after they departed, the earth beneath a crater suddenly erupted, revealing a disheveled figure, clad in tattered clothing. Nursing a wounded arm, he gazed at the reverse blade sword in his hand and the Muramasa embedded in the ground, chuckling derisively. Have both the sword of confusion and the sword of murder become obsolete? With a nonchalant shrug, he retrieved the Muramasa and slung the reverse blade sword across his back. After all, it was a task entrusted to him by Jinsuk, so he would leave everything to her. With that thought, he ventured into the darkness of the dense forest. The matter was far from over. Days after that incident, Kenshin and Gintoki took the Miyuki siblings to the hospital and informed the Shinsengumi before returning home. After much deliberation, they finally managed to find a suitable replacement weapon for Kenshin. I refuse to wield a wooden sword. It overlaps with your attributes too much, Kenshin exclaimed. If this continues, I shall become utterly shameless. This was Kenshin's declaration, although it was met with Gintoki's relentless teasing afterward. With a sheathed katana at his waist, Kenshin approached the hospital front desk. Excuse me, could you please direct me to Miss Miyuki and Okita Sugo's room? It's on the 3rd floor, room 02. The nurse gestured casually before returning to her duties. With a resigned shrug, Kenshin made his way to the elevator and pressed the button. After a silent search, he finally arrived at the hospital room, hesitating momentarily at the entrance, contemplating whether to push the door open. Ultimately, he decided to knock instead. "Who is it?" A gentle voice inquired. "It's me, Kenshin. Come in." As he opened the door, Kenshin felt a momentary disorientation. Just moments ago, he thought he had glimpsed a woman with silver hair lying on the bed, her vacant eyes fixed on the ceiling, causing his heart to flutter uncontrollably. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was Miyuki sitting up in the bed, smiling warmly at him. Illusions do not allow one to comprehend the events unfolding in another realm. Kenshin could only ponder this internally. "It is indeed regrettable that it has taken me this long to see you." Kenshin pulled up a chair and sat beside Mitsuba, gazing at her. "No, in truth, I must express my gratitude. Had you not arrived, both Sugo and I would have undoubtedly committed actions that would complicate matters for Kondo and the others," Mitsuba said shyly, covering her mouth. "Oh, it's nothing. That lad is quite similar to me. Although I cannot fathom his state of mind, he is not a person driven by a thirst for blood. The fault lies entirely with that sword." Kenshin spoke earnestly. "I have discarded that sword, and thus Sugo shall return to his former self." "Is that truly the case? How wonderful." With a sense of relief, Mitsuba clutched her chest and exhaled deeply. "To be honest, seeing Sugo in that state truly unsettled me, for that was not the Sugo I knew." "Fear not." Kenshin's gaze flickered as he found it difficult to utter the words to Mitsuba. "That version of Sugo is merely a reflection of my past self." "Well, I actually came here today to ask you for a favor," Kenshin said, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. Mitsuba tilted her head in curiosity. "Lately, the Shinsengumi headquarters is rather short-staffed." Kenshin scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful as he looked at Mitsuba. "Would you consider joining us? Meals are provided, though accommodations are not." Mitsuba stared at the bashful man before her, feeling an unexplainable warmth in her heart. "Honestly, if you were concerned about me living so far away, you could just say so instead of concocting such an excuse. It's blatantly obvious. The issues with my living situation could easily be resolved by the Shinsengumi." Sugo, bandaged and with his arm in a cast, arrived at the ward and looked at Kenshin and Mitsuba. "Sister, you must give it your all. Your foes are numerous, and engaging them up close is preferable to remaining at a distance." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Kenshin, with a deadpan expression, pushed Sugo back out. "Why are you out here when you're still unwell? Return to your ward at once. If I see you out again, I shall break your legs. Is such treatment necessary? I am your one and only disciple. Your singular status merely makes you a prime target for my teachings." After much effort, Kenshin managed to shove Sugo back to his own room and turned to enter Mitsuba's ward, muttering, "Honestly, all he does is cause trouble." In an instant, Kenshin caught sight of Mitsuba's smiling, crescent-shaped eyes, and he paused momentarily. A gentle breeze stirred the curtains, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. The flowers on the windowsill swayed gracefully, and the air buzzed with energy. In the golden light of the morning sun, the floating dust particles became quite apparent. As the two exchanged glances, they simultaneously burst into embarrassed laughter. Welcome, dear readers. Experience the latest, fastest, and most popular serialized works right here. Chapter 304. This is a trap laid by Sakata Jintoki. In any case, Mitsuba must not return to Musashi, should such a situation arise again. I would truly be unable to bear it. Freshly emerged from the hospital, Kenshin strolled through the bustling streets of Edo, observing the throngs of people. He couldn't help but grasp his head in disbelief. This seemingly prosperous and peaceful place appeared untouched by the ravages of war, as if those years of conflict had never existed. Indeed, time can be quite formidable. At that moment, an extraordinary sight caught his attention. A gorilla clad in suspenders dashed down the street, dragging along two cats, one white and one black, at a breathtaking speed that seemed to defy the limits of both species. Abruptly, they came to a halt before Kenshin, gazing at him with a rather expectant expression. "What?" Kenshin muttered, a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he regarded the gorilla and the two cats. With a resigned shrug, he remarked, "I don't have any food for you." Upon hearing this, the trio of animals lowered their heads in disappointment. Fong-yi. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the alleyway where Fong-yi, a massive cat missing an ear, lay sprawled. This black and white feline was no stranger to Kenshin, as he often frequented his dessert shop, where the chef was none other than the rabbit. Engaging in conversation with this creature was hardly surprising. Fong-yi paid no mind to Kenshin and instead focused on the three creatures before him, leading them into the alleyway. How peculiar, Kenshin thought. scratching his head in confusion. He chose to disregard them and continued on his way. Just then, Shinba and Kagura rushed towards him, panting heavily. Kenshin-san, have you seen Gintoki? He has gone missing again. Shinba exclaimed, hands resting on his knees, causing Kenshin's brow to twitch. It seemed Shinba had grown accustomed to Gintoki's frequent disappearances. I haven't seen him. I just came out of the hospital, Kenshin replied, casting a resigned glance at the duo. Do you have any theories? Recently, the wild cats in Kabukicho have been increasing in number, but it's all due to the Cat Planet S embassy. They've been capturing the street cats and taking them to the embassy, and none have returned since, Shinba explained. Perhaps Gintoki has been ensnared in such a troublesome incident. Kagura said anxiously. We should break in and rescue him. Don't be foolish. That S an embassy, Kenshin replied, his tone lacking any respect, merely offering a token reminder. For now, take me to the last place you couldn't locate Gintoki. There may be clues. Huh. You mean that dilapidated shrine on the mountain? I understand now, Shinba said, clenching his fist in realization. If Gintoki vanished without a reason, there must be some clues left behind. Let us go. Upon arriving at the shrine, whose deity remained a mystery, Kenshin instructed Shinba and Kagura to search for hints while being cautious and calling for help if necessary. The three dispersed around the shrine, carefully searching for any signs. Meanwhile, Kenshin ventured to the spot where Gintoki had previously relieved himself, guided by Shinba and Kagura's descriptions. Amidst peculiarities, a figure stirred the small mound of earth with a branch, while the expressionless Kenshin observed the scene below. No wonder this fellow vanished. The souls and grievances swirling here were quite disconcerting. Kenshin silently watched as the ethereal beings gradually ascended to the heavens, while beneath him lingered the unmistakable scent of a sugary urine, unmistakably reminiscent of Gintoki's essence. Pinching his nose, he stepped aside, pondering where Gintoki had scurried off to. After all, if the man truly relieved himself here, given his fear of ghosts, even a single soul emerging from that mound would be sufficient to terrify him to the core. However, it was one thing to urinate. He hoped that the man had not succumbed to the call of nature in a more substantial manner. With a disdainful glance at the flies hovering nearby, Kenshin exited the vicinity, muttering in irritation about the indiscriminate act of defecation, realizing he had misjudged the man. As Kenshin lamented, Shinpachi burst forth, pushing aside the leaves to join him, only to recoil at the stench emanating from that spot. What is that smell? It's unbearable, he exclaimed. If it stinks, let us hasten our departure, Kenshin replied, nudging Shinpachi away. Once outside, Kenshin took a deep breath and exhaled. Ah, the world is so beautiful. Why does that place reek so foul? It wasn't this bad when we arrived. Shinpachi, regarding the offending area with distaste, muttered, heaven knows. It surely cannot be unrelated to Gintoki. Thus, Kenshin attributed the blame squarely upon Gintoki's shoulders. Ugh, I believe I can smell it from here. How repulsive, Shinpachi lamented, waving his hands. Kenshin, I must take my leave. I cannot endure this stench any longer. With that, he hurriedly made his exit. How bizarre, Kenshin remarked with an air of indifference as he turned around, only to suddenly collide with a massive tree trunk behind him, the impact causing him to lose consciousness. In that fleeting moment of darkness, a singular thought crossed his mind. Wasn't this tree here before? Hey, is that creature really a cat? I've never encountered a cat with red fur, a voice echoed in the haze. Perhaps its owner dyed it, and, no longer wanting it, discarded it, another voice chimed in, accompanied by a cacophony of chatter. Enough of this racket. Can't you be quiet for a moment? Kenshin exclaimed, sitting up abruptly to confront the chattering creatures. Yet, as he prepared to deliver a lesson, he noticed something amiss. Wait a minute. Why am I at eye level with these cats? Because you are a cat yourself? Abandoned by some cruel owner, remarked a yellow cat with white markings, leaving Kenshin momentarily speechless. What is that thing behind me? He pondered, glancing back to see a peculiar appendage swaying. Grasping it, he brought it to his view, a fully red tail with a hint of white fluff, obliterating any flicker of hope he had. Surely, I haven't transformed into a cat, he roared, rushing to a nearby puddle. Amidst the astonished cries of the other cats, he beheld his reflection, confirming his new feline form. The back and limbs were adorned in a vivid red, while the fur on the belly was a stark white. The face bore whiskers reminiscent of a feline, alongside a cross-shaped scar gracing the side of the visage, and a peculiar assortment of spheres bound by thin straps rested beside the abdomen. What on earth is this? How can there be such a cat? No. Why am I even a cat? A wave of despair washed over me as I clutched my head and shouted, only to freeze in place as a realization struck me. How foolish of me. At that moment, Gintoki must have been relieving himself above, and those peculiar objects were undoubtedly quite perceptive. Here I was, prodding with a stick, kneeling and pounding the ground. I felt a profound sense of regret. I had brought this upon myself, and even in tears, I had to see it through. What a predicament. This week has been utterly bizarre. Just days prior, I encountered a black cat, followed by a white curly-haired one, and now, another cat with an unfamiliar reddish coat. Voices from the discussion nearby caused my actions to falter momentarily. A black cat? A white curly-haired cat? My memories drifted back to an encounter where I had seen a gorilla with a black and a white cat. My face contorted in realization. Could that white curly-haired creature be Gintoki? Was that gorilla Kondo? If it were Kondo, then the mosaic I witnessed makes sense, as he certainly has that tendency. With a dawning comprehension, I smacked my paw against the ground. But what of the black cat? Could it be a wig? I pondered uncertainly. Surely, that fellow wouldn't venture here for such a purpose, would he? Hey, you there, the red cat. A voice called from behind, prompting me to turn around in confusion. There stood a calico cat, its gaze fixed intently upon me, coolly uttering a few words. Our feline leader wishes to meet you. Huh. Chapter 305, The Majesty of the Cat King. Are you certain this is the feline leader? I raised an eyebrow at the wildcat before me, which was slightly larger than the average cat. I thought the king of the wildcats in Kabukicho was Yoshi. Enough. That guy will soon be dealt with. The cat bared its teeth, feigning ferocity as it glared at me. Do you know that all stray cats arriving in this territory must choose a side? The previous lot sided with Yoshi. What about you now? Me? I surveyed the surrounding wildcats encircling us and sighed, covering my eyes with my paw. Come on. We're already cats. Do we really need factions? Even for survival, this seems excessively ridiculous. It's as if the very earth is on the verge of collapse. Regardless of species, the struggle for survival persists. Especially now, with humans capturing stray cats for sterilization. Can you survive without joining a group for protection? The yellow cat before me regarded me intently. Choose a side. No, how tiresome. Besides, I'm not truly a cat. I placed my hands behind my head, standing upright on my feet, and began to walk away. Do as you wish. I'm off to find a place to sleep. Che, a newcomer with such bravado. A gust of wind rushed from behind, prompting me to pivot and evade the impending attack. It's rare to have a newcomer to teach a lesson. You possess courage. But alas, you are too foolish. As he spoke, amidst the enthusiastic cries of the feral cats, he shifted slightly. I am not like you pampered house cats devoid of spirit. Since my arrival here, we have battled daily for survival. Unlike you who merely extend your claws and are rewarded with food by your owners. I had no idea that life for cats could be so arduous. With that, he adopted a blank stare, but what of it? Go seek your dear companions, the canine creatures. Perish. The sunlight cast shadows over his form, and with a resigned shake of his head, he leapt aside on all fours, observing the agitated wildcat before him. So what is your point? You're quite bothersome. As the feline king, he felt it imperative to maintain his dignity. Just then, a calico cat approached, placing a small fish at the feet of the cat king. In offering you tribute, you too must protect them. Observing the wildcats around him, all indulging in their meals, he turned away. Do as you please. I simply wish to find a place to lie down and sleep. Such matters do not concern me. I shall wait until the stench dissipates before seeing if there is a way to revert back. With that, he retreated to the shade of a tree, sheltering himself beneath the canopy, and soon fell asleep. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, 10 minutes now. Not only was he no longer a king, but he also seemed incapable of safeguarding his own dignity. Hidden beneath the tree's foliage, he watched in cold sweat as the feral cats that had previously roamed freely collapsed, only to be gently gathered by humans and placed into baskets for removal. Rarely did he indulge in sarcasm, but he couldn't resist. So much for the great king. Has your majesty been devoured along with that fish? You are destined to be carted away as a mere kitten. Indeed, you are far removed from the cunning of humans. Those rascals simply refuse to heed warnings. A voice echoed from behind, causing him to turn nervously, only to find Fong Yi standing beside him, observing the unfolding scene with a cool demeanor. What now? It's Fong Yi. He exhaled deeply, finally relaxing his guard. Such peculiar cats exist indeed, Fong Yi remarked, her eyes narrowing as she regarded him. Silver, come forth to meet your new companions. Hey, Leave some sparrows for me. And don't forget the cumin, you scoundrel. From the rustling grass emerged a white curly-haired cat and a sleek black feline adorned with a blue scarf, playfully tussling as they approached. Meanwhile, the branches overhead quivered, revealing a gorilla whose red behind was prominently displayed. With a swift motion, he snatched a branch from Silver's grasp and hurled it upwards with a cold expression. Striking true. Oh ho ho! A cry of pain mingled with a hint of delight as the gorilla soared skyward, only to plummet back down, smoke rising from its rear. Ah, the source of pollution is no more. Clapping his paws together, he beamed at the startled white and black cats. Yo, Silver, is that you? The two felines erupted in a cacophony of shouts. Why? We were counting on you to save us. How could you have transformed into a cat too, you scoundrel? It is indeed your fault, the two of you. As the cat grasped the hair on their necks, it lamented, I merely came to observe the situation. Yet here you are, indulging in such vile acts. I barely nudged the matter and found myself embroiled in this chaos. Whom should I blame? Whom? I ask you. The bewildered Jin and the wig-wearing cat exchanged glances at a loss for words. What do you think you look like? With that, Fong Yi approached Kenshin, carrying a ridiculous strap laden with a hodgepodge of balls. Do you fancy yourself a cat? I can't fathom what these absurdities are, Kenshin replied, his lips twitching. You two rascals, that little mound is brimming with resentment, a creation of your own making. My current state is a consequence of your actions. Indeed, perhaps it is the grand folly of the wig that has led me and Kenshin to this predicament. Jin pointed an accusing finger at the wig, exclaiming, This is all your fault. Should we fail to revert to our former selves, I shall cast you into the embassy. What nonsense. You were the one who soiled it as well. Now you dare to blame me? If anyone ought to transform, it should be you, the wig retorted, tightening its grip around Jin's neck in outrage. Silence, Fong Yi bellowed, momentarily halting the three rascals, who stared blankly at him. Those miscreants have not strayed far. If you wish to be discovered while shedding your dignity, feel free to make a ruckus here. With that, Fong Yi leapt down from the branch and headed toward the city. The three distinct felines exchanged glances, and a chill ran down their spines at the thought of the consequences, prompting them to hastily follow Fong Yi. Wait, have we forgotten something? Jin's voice echoed from a distance. Have we? There were 4 of us when we arrived, and now there are still 4, the wig replied, perplexed. True enough. Let us move, Jin muttered, urging everyone to hasten their departure from the scene. Ah, finally something useful, Kenshin exclaimed, straining to straighten a long iron rod, which he slung over his shoulder. I must say, you seem to be perpetually armed with a blade-like instrument, Jin remarked, exasperated, as he observed the gorilla beside him, who had managed to find a moment of silence while grilling a sparrow. Well, my proficiency lies in swordsmanship, Kenshin replied, turning to display a cat's smile. Even as a cat, I am a formidable swordsman among my kind. That is hardly a cause for celebration. Have you truly adapted to your feline role so swiftly? Jin jumped around, critiquing, is it not rather too rapid? You might as well resign yourself to a life as a cat. Well, until there is a way to revert. This will have to do, Kenshin stated, approaching Jin. He gazed at the fire and, retrieving the now straightened iron rod, skewered a piece of beef and placed it over the flames to roast. How did you procure beef in this park? Through a dimensional rift? Jin looked at Kenshin with skepticism. Men who pay attention to trivial matters generally find that their prowess below is rather lacking. With this thought, Kenshin cast a glance at Jintoki, and upon witnessing the latter's thunderous expression, he yawned and remarked, It's quite simple to retrieve a piece from my room. After all, Kenshin is a shopkeeper, unlike your establishment. As he spoke, the wig holder brought the roasted sparrow to his nose for a sniff, commenting, It seems it still needs a tad more cooking. In a general store, one shouldn't be too particular. Meanwhile, Kondo pulled a banana from his pocket and sat quietly by the fire, beginning to eat. Jintoki, gazing at the flames, quipped, I can't help but feel you lot adapt far too swiftly. To which Kenshin replied, For you, it's even simpler to be carefree. You should be quite pleased. Right? Perhaps with those open crotch pants of yours, no one seems to mind. You've become remarkably indecent lately, Kenshin teased. As the saying goes, one is influenced by their companions. You certainly have plenty of leisure time. If humans were to see 3 cats and a gorilla roasting food here, I suspect we would be captured for research by tomorrow. With a smile, Yoichi clasped his hands and suggested, Staying like this is rather dull. Shall we tell a story? How about a ghost tale for everyone? Kenshin proposed. Let us hear a ghost story, Kondo echoed. Shut it. Anything but that, you wretched soul. Gintoki erupted, leaping up in fury. Then let us hear a ghost story. Yoichi began slowly amidst Gintoki's outburst. It's a tale of a murderer. Such topics are best avoided. There's a real murderer residing in Kabukicho, Kenshin interjected, hopping onto the roof of a nearby structure. I've grown weary of such tales. It would be better to recount how a hero defeats a demon king. Humph. Well then, what if the murderer is ultimately saved? Surely that would pique your interest. Yoichi replied with a faint smile. You are destined to inherit the position of the king of cats in Kabukicho. Sharing such stories with you ought to suffice. Huh. The king of cats? I've never considered such a notion. I am, after all, human at heart, Gintoki said, reclining on the ground and playfully scratching his head with a cat paw. I was once human too, yet here I am. Having been the king of cats in Kabukicho for 13 years, Yoichi remarked, turning to observe Gintoki's momentary daze followed by a look of shock as he spat blood. Do you see now? The idea of returning is utterly impossible. It's best for you to live comfortably as a cat. And what caused your transformation into a cat? Kenshin inquired, glancing at the slumbering gorilla and wig holder before looking back at Yoichi. I was once a man who resolved issues with violence. However, compared to those at the pinnacle, I was merely a hired thug. I would carry out any orders from above, eliminating countless lives with these very hands. As Fong gazed at the bright moon in the sky, a nostalgic tone reverberated in her voice. I remind myself that my actions are dictated by my employer, and thus I am not to blame. With such reasoning, she sought to convince herself. A sword is a weapon. Swordsmanship is a craft of killing. Regardless of how beautifully it may be adorned with words, this remains an undeniable truth. To kill in the name of protection or survival is still a sin. A low voice from Kenshin broke the silence, prompting Fong to glance at him with a hint of interest. Your awareness is quite commendable. It seems you were no ordinary being even before you transformed into a cat. Fong chuckled lightly, recalling a carefree kitten chasing butterflies on a branch, so different from her own bound existence, embodying freedom and brilliance. Unbeknownst to me, feeding that little creature became an essential part of my daily routine. In the midst of those days filled with slaughter, only in its presence, lying in the quiet corridor, did I feel a semblance of liberation. After that, I lost the desire to kill, for no matter how many lives I took, I could not grasp the weight of existence. Only through the gentle touch of that small life did I realize that I no longer needed to take lives. A profound realization indeed, remarked Gintoki, lounging atop the roof, his unchanging, deadpan eyes fixed ahead. Even if this tale is a ghost story, I would willingly listen on. Then, my employer assigned me a perilous mission, sending me to the front lines to battle the rebels. At that moment, I thought to myself that dying on the battlefield might be preferable, as I had resolved never to kill again. Embracing this mindset, I would not resist. It was only when I regained my senses that I found myself surrounded by a sea of blood, where I discovered a figure resembling me, lifeless. Fong lowered her head, recalling the promise she had made to that being not to kill, a promise she had failed to uphold. Yet, that figure had granted her this body, allowing her to continue living. Thus, I resolved that from the very beginning, I had been seizing something irreplaceable. Yet this body, derived from that figure, was meant to protect what is invaluable. Whether it be losing an ear, facing disdain, or enduring isolation, I shall safeguard it until this body returns to dust. The fire continued to burn quietly, casting flickering shadows of the gorilla's dark fur and the cat's reflection upon the ground. The gorilla's fingers twitched slightly, and the cat's ears twitched almost imperceptibly. The so-called selection ceremony was also to protect those fragile lives, ensuring they would not be devoured to the bone in the merciless Kabukicho. You are sifting through your own body, Gintoki remarked lightly. Violence is also a means to prevent feral cats from acting on their own. After all, if they go too far, the true masters of society will always remain mankind. Understanding to this extent is sufficient. From now on, you shall be the new boss cats, Fong declared, turning to Kenshin and Gintoki. Huh, what boss cat? I have never needed such a thing. Gintoki exclaimed, visibly agitated. Hey, but isn't that down there actually an orangutan? Kenshin remarked nonchalantly, pointing at the black chimpanzee below. If it's you all, there's no issue. I've grown older and can no longer restrain those unruly fellows. Fong's voice carried a hint of self-reproach. The deterioration of our relationship with humans, leading to the occurrence of egg hunting, stems from my insufficient authority. No, fundamentally, this matter has little to do with you. It is due to the interests of the embassy that such actions have been taken. With that, Kenshin pushed himself up, standing on all fours. Though a boss cat, you remain merely a cat. In the face of humanity's inherent flaws, you have done remarkably well. On the street, there is no other cat capable of fulfilling the role of boss than you. I never was suited to be a boss cat. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared on Fangi's face. He then leapt down, positioning himself in front of the gorilla and the wig. However, with these old bones of mine, there are still things I can accomplish. Are you suggesting a cat should go rescue those captured felines? Jintoki remarked, furrowing his brow. Ah, Fangi whispered softly, then took a step forward. Jintoki, we pure warriors seem less capable than a cat that isn't even a cat. Kenshin gazed ahead, pondering. Is our resolve insufficient? No. He simply harbors a death wish, Jintoki replied flatly. Fangi, it appears you've made good friends, and you seem quite pleased. Just then, a yellow tabby cat, accompanied by a black cat and a horde of feral cats, arrived, encircling the area. If you're going to play, take us with you. Kenshin stepped forward, gently interrupting Fangi's intended words. We have a remarkable place to visit. If you wish to join us, we wouldn't mind taking you along. However, in my view, even if your eggs remain intact, you are merely a bunch of cowardly cats. You scoundrel! What audacity! The feral cats roared in indignation. The place we are heading to is the embassy to rescue those captured cats. Are you brave enough to come? The wig cat stood up, no longer pretending to be asleep, and spoke calmly. Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the feline assembly. Such grandiose words. Do you think I would believe that? Fangi retorted. It has been tiresome for you to lord over us, but it is no longer necessary. We will cripple you and hand you over to the city management. This street no longer requires a boss. We will reclaim our freedom. Truly obstinate, Kenshin stated as he stood tall, moving to stand beside Fangi before the group of cats. The prowess of a general is not something you can discern. As the vanguard, you must first defeat me. Don't overestimate yourself, you little brat. With that, the group of cats lunged forward. Just as Kenshin prepared to draw the small iron rod from his back, Fangi suddenly swatted Kenshin aside. As Kenshin, sprawled on the ground, began to rise and speak, he saw a large net descending from the sky, ensnaring all the cats present. What a bountiful harvest! The man with a scar across his face stood before them, his eyes brimming with excitement as he surveyed the ground strewn with wildcats. This is all money. Let us hurry. Silver. And you all too. It's fortuitous that I'm entering the embassy without any hassle. However, you are different. This street cannot afford to lose you. As the esteemed boss cat, Fangi was evidently afforded special treatment, bound by several ropes around its limbs and neck, completely restricting its movement. TCH. Silver let out a reluctant growl, preparing to turn away with the wig and condo. Yet, the scarred man cast a sidelong glance at Silver and commanded, capture them. As a cat, dealing with these eccentric humans proved to be quite the challenge, especially since I lacked a jet propulsion device. Jianxin drew a small iron rod from his back, gazing at the towering giants before him. However, creating a bit of chaos was still within his capabilities. Earth Dragon Flash. The iron rod carved fissures into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured the human's vision. Jianxin, along with Silver and the other cats, swiftly darted towards the forest. Fangi, wait for us. We shall rescue you and everything you wish to protect, he vowed, his gaze fixed on the trapped cat, whose defiant eyes and body resonated with Silver, Jianxin, Kondo, and the gorilla alike. Wait for us. Chapter 307. Silver's Misfortune and Jianxin's Troubles. Hey, Silver, do you still regret becoming a cat? At that moment, as the sky brightened, the three cats and a gorilla stood atop the outer wall of the Cat Star Embassy, gazing down at the building. Jianxin casually inquired, Oh, I do feel a twinge of regret. However, after understanding the struggles among the wildcats in Kabukicho, I have realized that true warriors exist everywhere. Even if the adversary is merely a cat, Silver replied with a smirk, clutching his rear. I am a gorilla. I do not aspire to sit upon the cat leader's throne, nor am I obliged to heed its commands. Everything is of little concern to me. I merely pursue my own path, Kondo declared, perched upon a telephone pole. I do not intend to live as a cat for eternity. I wish to live as a warrior or die as one. Such choices have never been mine to make, the wig added nonchalantly. In that moment, it felt as if the comrades who once traversed the battlefield had reunited. Merely gazing at their silhouettes instilled a comforting sense of reassurance. We currently have two options. One is to confront them head-on, and the other is to infiltrate covertly. Choose as you will, Jianxin stated, standing firm with his paws crossed over his chest. Though he spoke lightly, to charge indirectly was to overestimate our capabilities, Silver chuckled wryly. I think I'll opt for infiltration first, to locate Feng Yi. Oh, Jianxin raised an eyebrow, leaping down from the wall and landing on the ground. Then I shall choose Plan 1, direct assault. Just as I initiate my attack, you three can slip in amidst the chaos. That will enhance our chances of success. Oh, you truly have an unshakable belief in your own superiority, regardless of the circumstances, the Whig lamented. Please, you are merely a cat at this moment. I am no ordinary feline. At this very instant, I embody the essence of Tom, Garfield, Chief Black Cat, Heroic Rainbow Cat, and Astronaut Blue Cat. I am not alone. With a serious tone, Jianxin donned a hat from his belt and clutched a small iron rod. Will you not cease your pretentiousness, or will you perish? Jianxin remarked, his lips twitching as he watched Jianxin. He leaped onto the wall, pointing an accusing finger at Jianxin while shouting in frustration, why? You were once so dependable. Yet now you have descended into utter shamelessness, reveling in sadism. Calm down, Jin-san. Jianxin's transformation did not occur overnight. Just as you have increasingly taken delight in pulling pranks on me. Jianxin retorted, embracing Jin-san. Shut up, Whig. That is merely a habit I formed since childhood. And it has nothing to do with this guy. Not Whig, it's Gue. The gorilla observed this surreal scene, remarking, I know nothing. With an air of pretentiousness that accompanies me like a breeze, Jianxin remarked softly as he approached the iron gate of the embassy. Observing the patrolling squad within, he emitted a playful meow, entirely at odds with his previous demeanor. The atmosphere has been utterly disrupted. Just a moment ago, he was an impressive cat, and now he is acting all cute. The disparity is staggering. This is utterly incomprehensible. I never expected to find a stray cat here. Have you willingly walked into a trap? One of the patrolling cat beings finally noticed Jianxin, a red cat, and grinned mischievously as he opened the gate. With 4 patrol cats emerging. A red cat, how rare. The king would surely appreciate this, one of the yellow-headed cats declared, reaching out to seize Jianxin. Stop. I discovered it first, interjected another cat being, his eyes glinting with determination as he swatted away his companion's hand, leaving the others momentarily stunned. I intended to find it. It should be presented to the king, he continued, preparing to lift Jianxin. At that moment, the other cat beings also exhibited recognition, clamoring, nonsense. I discovered it first. The argument escalated among them. Humph, even as cats, you lack the adorable cat-eared maidens. As celestial beings, you are indeed quite similar to humans. After delivering this frigid remark, the quarreling cat being stiffened, gazing at the red cat below. Do you intend to monopolize the glory of discovering a rare feline and report it to the king for personal gain? You certainly mirror human selfishness, having learned it well. With that, Jianxin leaped into the air, his cold feline gaze surveying the bewildered beings. Indeed, were it not for greed, there would have been no war. With a graceful spin in midair, Jianxin landed and disregarded the unconscious figures, striding confidently through the gate. The sound of the 4 feline creatures collapsing alerted the other cats, prompting them to rush out to the entrance. Kenshin gestured towards the location of Jintoki and his companions, signaling that they could proceed. With confidence in their eyes, Jintoki and the others gave a thumbs up and leapt from the wall, only to crash down into a pit, clearly having fallen into a trap. Kenshin, observing the gaping hole, felt a wave of despair wash over him. What was happening over there? Had a cat escaped? Hurry and retrieve the cat from that direction, it seemed the leader commanded. And a team split from the group to head towards the trap in pursuit of Jintoki and his companions. What unreliable fellows. It seems I must rescue them once more, he muttered in resignation. As he readied himself to charge forward with his iron rod, he was suddenly confronted by a multitude of legs blocking his path. This red cat does not appear to be domesticated. The leader, squinting at Kenshin, waved his hand and ordered, seize it, the king will surely be pleased. The air was filled with excited chatter, and the avaricious gazes directed at Kenshin made him furrow his brow. It had been a long time since he had experienced such scrutiny. It reminded him of the gluttonous stares from the celestial beings during the Wars of Yore. With a sardonic yet nostalgic tone, Kenshin gripped his iron rod in reverse, declaring, I shall not play with you for now. The odds are against me. It is prudent to retreat. With that, he dodged several feline assaults, striking one of them in the face with a swift kick. He leapt high, landing atop a rooftop, and glanced back at the flustered cats below attempting to capture him, as well as the unfortunate Gintoki and his companions not far off. In a flash, he vanished from the rooftop. As for Gintoki and his companions, Kenshin mused, perhaps they were relieved of their burdens. Would the entire establishment of Shinta's house be free for several days? Such was the nature of his sadistic personality, he chuckled internally. In Chapter 308, as a human, as a cat, Kenshin remarked, those fellows should have already blended in. Peering cautiously from behind a flower pot, a red cat's head emerged, glancing around before exhaling in relief. Shall I go rescue Fangi then? But where is she? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Kenshin heard hurried footsteps in the corridor, startling him into hiding behind the flower pot. Quickly, there is a cat here on Earth that can resist us. We must capture it. Such an energetic cat will surely delight the king. With that, a group of cat people rushed forward. A cat that can resist? Gintoki and his companions? Kenshin pondered briefly before following their footsteps. However, as he turned a corner, he suddenly noticed a fissure in the wall, just large enough for an ordinary cat to slip through. Without hesitation, he sprang forth and dashed towards the opening. Hey, there's one over here, shouted the group of cat people as they charged at Kenshin with nets and ropes. Get out of the way. With a swift kick, Jianxin evaded the catman's attack, then leaped forward, stepping on the catman's head. Yet, the catman reappeared on either side, attempting to ensnare him. Humph, do you think you stand a chance? Jianxin scoffed, retrieving a spherical object from behind him. Go, Master Ball. Upon impact with the catman's face, the sphere detonated, releasing a pungent aroma that instantly filled the air, causing several catmen to cough uncontrollably. Hey, I can't believe this. So, the object you carried was a pepper ball? Jianxin pondered, perplexed as to why such a thing had manifested after his transformation into a cat. Are you made of pepper, you rascal? Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Jianxin darted into the cave entrance, and upon landing, he beheld Gintoki, battered and bruised, standing before a multitude of wild cats, along with an enormous creature. Its coat was a rich brownish yellow, adorned with a mane akin to a lion's, and a single horn protruded from its face, drool dripping from its sharp teeth, exuding an aura of ferocity. Listen up. This creature has forsaken its honor as the Cat King. Why has it transformed into this state? Why does it lie here helpless? Surely, you comprehend. At present, it is merely a friend incapable of expressing emotions. Gintoki's voice echoed in the sealed chamber, resonating in every cat's ears, urging them to recognize the gravity of the situation. While you're busy posturing, don't lose sight of the real threat before you. A behemoth is charging in. Jianxin kicked Gintoki aside, skillfully dodging the giant lion's claws, and retaliated with a swift strike from his iron rod, thrusting it into the creature's eye. With a pained roar, the giant lion collapsed. Surrounded by a throng of wild cats, Jianxin clapped his paws, glancing at the transparent glass above, where the gorilla Kondo and his wig were engaged in their antics, a smile creeping upon his face. Not only did you fail to ascend the Cat King's throne, but you've also been dethroned. Do you even realize what you're doing? Fangi chuckled, struggling to sit up. Now the wild cats will act without restraint, but the boss cat is still here, isn't it? Gintoki crouched on the ground, observing the wild cats attacking the giant lion. With friends by their side, the wild cats will not act recklessly. Jianxin smiled faintly, approaching Fangi from the other side. Indeed, the reformed assassin, my lord. Jianxin expressed his gratitude, and Fangi, eyes closed, seemed to contemplate for a long while before smiling at Jianxin. However, when he turned to look, the red and white cats were nowhere to be found. With a slight, awkward smile, he watched as the giant lion's anguished cries gradually subsided. And Fangi finally completed his earlier statement. Thank you all. With a slight headache, he covered his head, while Jianxin straightened his body and surveyed his surroundings. It was then that he inadvertently noticed the strap around his waist. Curiously, he examined his hands and soon realized, I've transformed back. Hey, is anyone there? Hurry up and rescue us, came a voice from nearby. Jianxin dusted himself off and approached. There, he spotted Gintoki and the wig, both buried beneath a small mound of earth. Hey, Jianxin, you are indeed here. Pull us out. Gintoki shouted in a state of mild despair. Hey, wig. You must be having a great time down there. It smells awful. Humph, replied the wig, seemingly indifferent, eyes closed as if savoring something. Ah, is that you, little Gintoki? Jianxin smiled mischievously, standing above Gintoki and gazing down at his head. It has truly been a long time. From this vantage point, Jintoki found Jianxin's expression rather menacing. With that unsettling grin. Well, as for rescuing you, I believe I need to deliberate on it. Deliberate? Are you kidding? It's such a simple task to pull me out. Can't you bend your back with that herniated disc of yours? No. I'm contemplating whether to grasp your head and yank you out or to step on it and push you down, Jianxin replied with a grin. Both suggestions were utterly dreadful. No matter how one chose, it would lead to demise. Could you not propose a more meaningful option? Meaningful, you say? Jianxin chuckled slyly, drawing a sword from his waist. This blade, purchased for several thousand on an anime cosplay website, might serve to sever this unsightly protrusion from the earth, thus restoring visual harmony. Although, it remains unopened. Weren't you using an iron rod? I've always seen you wielding an iron rod, Jintoki exclaimed, only to realize when Jianxin raised a large piece of wood that he had misunderstood. No, I meant to say you should use the large wooden stick. Well, Jianxin replied, glancing at Jintoki, that cosplay sword, onigiri, is quite valuable. It would be too much trouble to use it on you. Let us just stick with this. He then playfully whistled, and a gust of wind swept past Jintoki's face, displacing much of the dirt nearby. Hey, white demon, how long are you going to be dazed? Jianxin sighed, exasperated as he looked at Jintoki, whose eyes were spinning in circles. Hey, Katsura is indeed here. You all come quickly. Before Jianxin could finish, a member of the Shinsengumi suddenly appeared, pointing at the wig. However, it seems the wig possesses some remarkable skill, as it sprang up from the earth and dashed away, shouting, Jintoki, Jianxin, please send my regards to Lord Hogetsu. Hey, something very suspicious has emerged, and it smells a bit foul. Do you realize that? Jintoki exclaimed, watching the large figure before him, transforming into a comically oversized head with a pointed beak, shouting at the retreating wig. Well, do send my regards to Lord Hogetsu. Kenshin pulled out Jintoki, observing the Shinsengumi members passing by, including Kondo, who had not reverted to his original form and now resembled a dressed-up gorilla. It was likely that should we walk past him on the street, he would fail to recognize us. Jintoki brushed off the dirt from his clothes and gazed at the sky, remarking, well, perhaps it's possible. A gentle breeze wafted through as the clouds parted to reveal a heartwarming sun. Goodness, it reeks. We should hurry along. Indeed. What could that fellow have consumed to create such a potent odor? Hey, just a moment ago, you were flaunting yourself under the blue sky and white clouds. Give back my emotions, you scoundrel. The dialogue above stemmed from the current scene in the Shimiyu house, where the disdainful Tsukiyo observed Kenshin with crossed legs. I don't care. Does a man not need to express something after making me cry last time? As she spoke, a blush crept across Tsukiyo's face, and she softly added, but you might be disliked by a beautiful girl like me. That makes no sense at all. Kenshin shouted, pointing at Tsukiyo. Before you claim to be a beautiful girl, show some of that essence. Sitting like that, you're barely even close. You certainly know how to navigate the forbidden realms. Truly, you are a star, he continued. Your kill without mercy approach has no effect on you. Clearly, your interests are a bit questionable. Tsukiyo then pulled out a sketchpad. Look, this is based on a survey of the readers. They unanimously believe that you and the white-haired fellow are an item. Before she could finish, Kenshin snatched the sketchpad and tore it to shreds. While I'm aware of the existence of fujoshi, I actually prefer women who sell tofu. Let us leave that aside. What is this? Don't link me with Jintoki. That is utterly disgusting. Well, your relationship with him has always been rather intense. Are you certain you're just friends? Tsukiyo said, placing a hand over her heart in apparent distress. Ah, Anko, do you know what Kenshin looks like now? It has nothing to do with anything. What kind of relationship could I possibly have with that kid Jintoki? What on earth is going on in your head? As a star, just focus on singing properly. How boring can you be, always spouting this nonsense? I must call Kuriko, Kenshin declared, opening the window and gazing at the relentless rain outside as he retrieved his phone. In this era of Naruto, Luffy, and Lelouch, Jintoki and I are no issue at all. I don't mind, he said, as Tsukiyo subtly shifted to the other side of the sofa. Do you dare to distance yourself from me? Veins protruding from his forehead. Kenshin spoke with a fierce intensity. Speak. Did you summon me today merely to accompany you on a frivolous outing? What of that rascal, Kuriko? He has been mysteriously absent lately, and I remain utterly oblivious to his activities. When questioned, he remained silent. With a hint of exasperation, Sunner shrugged. So, I came to seek your company. Is it truly such an outrageous request that you must react with such fervor? It's not as though my desire to go out is an earth-shattering matter. Kenshin, observing the unusual downpour, cautioned, "The recent rains are indeed peculiar. I advise against venturing outside." As he spoke, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, gazing skyward, extending his palm to catch the falling droplets. "I sense something different within this rain." Is something amiss?" Sooner, somewhat startled, took a sip of her coffee. "By the way, the weather forecasts by Kitsuya have been notoriously inaccurate of late, to the point where she may face dismissal. Were you aware of this?" "I have a vague understanding," Kenshin replied, chuckling lightly. "It cannot be that I just transformed back from my feline form a few days ago and remain entirely uninformed." He continued, "It seems she forecasts one weather condition only for it to immediately contradict her predictions. Such coincidences, do you truly believe they are mere happenstance? Regardless, it bears no relevance to me. After all, I am merely a powerless celebrity," Sooner said, savoring her drink with her eyes closed. "Isn't it always you who encounters such matters? The acclaimed partnership of attack and defense, red and white. What on earth is that bizarre title? What perilous thoughts occupy your mind?" Kenshin exclaimed, transforming into a caricature as he shouted at Sooner. "I have stated time and again that such occurrences are impossible. If only half of your imaginative faculties were directed toward creation, you would spare me your incessant bother." "Really, the eyes of the public are keenly observant," Sooner sighed resignedly. "Now, tell me, what is your connection with Kitsuya? Is she yet another consequence of a past indiscretion of yours?" "What do you mean by consequence?" Kenshin muttered in exasperation, then rubbed his temples. "It's nothing significant. I merely rescued her from the Festival of Ghosts when she was still quite young, before her skills in yin-yang arts had fully developed." "Ah, the Festival of Ghosts. Did she inadvertently wander into the fabled Ghost Street?" Sooner expressed her surprise. "Who knows? All I can say is that I brought her out of there alive," Kenshin replied, observing the rain cascading from the sky. "That incident exposed me to an extraordinary power, leaving me perplexed as to why such a formidable force as the Edo and the shogunate would yield so easily to the celestial beings." Sooner, seated gracefully on the sofa, regarded Kenshin thoughtfully. "So, it could either mean that the shogunate is excessively feeble, or that the power wielded by the celestial beings surpasses the limits perceived by the shogunate." Kenshin remarked calmly, "Even with the existence of yin-yang arts, it is unlikely to vanquish the celestial beings. The strength of the celestial realms far exceeds what you can fathom. Even with Kurazou gathering intelligence for you, you alone remain inadequate to confront them." Rising to smooth her hair, Sooner approached Kenshin. "Do you truly wish to repeat past mistakes?" Though I may be powerless against them, Kenshin silently clenched his arm and smiled, declaring, "I can still drag them down with me." "TCH, you call my thoughts dangerous. How much better are you?" Kaoru muttered. "Well, that day is still far off, so I won't dwell on it." With that, Kenshin approached the front of the Hashin house, grasped the umbrella, and pushed open the door. Inside the Hashin house, there was food and drink. "Stay here and don't wander off. Oh, and remember to keep your distance from that madman in the kitchen. He could lead you astray," Kenshin advised as he changed his shoes and turned to Kaoru. "I'll see what is happening. Wait for my return." Watching Kenshin's figure gradually disappear into the rain and streets, Kaoru, holding her coffee, felt her arm tremble uncontrollably. "Baka. Super Baka. Kenshin, you are such a colossal fool." She slammed the cup of coffee onto the table and curled her knees, burying her head in them, her scattered hair covering her form. An exasperated and bewildered voice finally emerged softly. "To speak of mutual destruction so casually, what a man devoid of responsibility." As she traveled toward Edo, feelings of confusion and uncertainty arose. The memory of the calm figure from her childhood, who had once rescued her, lingered. Though it was a result of Tendo's machinations that she was placed by his side, the look of urgency on his face was something she had never witnessed before. "Seisu Matsunaga, is that man truly your disciple? But why is he so entirely different from the others?" That man, whose body and spirit seemed to be riddled with countless wounds, persisted in moving forward, even though what he sought to protect had already been utterly destroyed by their hands. Yet why did he not fall? Would she finally see him again in Edo? Should she eliminate him? Or, as Matsunaga suggested, remain by his side to understand him better? "My true name is Hai, but to deceive him, I first took a name of a person from Earth. My name is Imai Nobium." Chapter 310. On Myoji on a rainy day, the relentless downpour had persisted for days. Truly a waste of one's mood. Standing at the gathering place of the elite on Myoji, in this mist-laden area, Kenshin gazed at the imposing red gate. After a moment's contemplation, He chose not to be courteous and instead kicked the door open. It hasn't changed at all, he remarked, retrieving a white paper from his pocket, declaring, I wish to become a partner of justice. The surroundings fell silent for a moment until a male voice emerged from the paper. Hey, who is it? If you don't appear at the door within 30 seconds, you shall bear the consequences. Kenshin, adjusting his ears, replied, though you may not be Saimai. You must have some inkling of my purpose, right? Send out a shikigami and give that insolent fellow at the door a beating before tossing him out. A voice filled with resentment echoed from the note, and in an instant, the entire piece of paper disintegrated into ashes within Kenshin's grasp. Not you again, Saimai. Kenshin lamented, scratching his head in frustration. Just then, a familiar voice resonated from behind him, prompting him to turn around. Jintoki? What brings you here? Jintoki, accompanied by Shinpachi and Kagura, gazed curiously at Kenshin standing inside. I'm here to seek an explanation, Kenshin replied, counting silently for a moment. It's better if you don't come in right now. A question mark appeared above Jintoki's head as he inquired, somewhat perplexed. Why not? Because what you are about to witness is entirely different. As he spoke, Kenshin drew his sword, the onigiri, and declared, 10 seconds remaining. Hey, Jintoki. If Kenshin is here, does that mean he knows the Ketsuno Ana broadcaster too? Shinpachi asked, his curiosity piqued. Shinpachi, mind your mouth. Don't shatter your glasses from shock later, Kagura retorted, hands on her hips, casting a disdainful glance at Shinpachi. Ignoring the ruckus created by the two beside him, Jintoki calmly observed Kenshin's silhouette before stepping forward, drawing his toya lake, and positioning himself alongside Kenshin. Did you not hear what I said? Kenshin glanced sideways at Jintoki and scoffed. I didn't catch that. I was lost in thought, Jintoki replied with a slight smile, shaking his head. TCH, Kenshin sighed, his gaze fixed on the enormous monsters gradually emerging from the mist ahead. He raised his onigiri horizontally, slicing through the air, and instantly, a fierce blue sword energy dispersed the dust, shattering the creatures concealed within the fog. The sword energy struck the suddenly materializing protective barrier with unyielding force. Simultaneously, the surrounding talismans ignited, forming a circular shield to protect the Grand Hall, while countless feathered arrows descended from the sky like rain, aimed directly at Kenshin and Jintoki. Jintoki, Kenshin, Shinpachi and Kagura's cries had barely escaped their lips when Jintoki sprang into action, bracing himself against Kenshin's shoulder. He skillfully maneuvered his toya lake, deflecting all approaching arrows with swift, shadowy movements and brilliant blade flashes. Meanwhile, the flames gradually consumed the paper talisman, incinerating it completely, while the sword energy diminished, ultimately crashing against the barrier and transforming into a tempest that blew away. Saimai, I am exceedingly displeased right now. Kenshin's words resonated as numerous formations suddenly emerged on the ground at the entrance, revealing figures clad in white onmyoji garments, both men and women, who encircled Kenshin, Jintoki, and even Shinpachi and Kagura in the center. Everyone, cease your movements. Unless you wish to perish, Kenshin commanded. The golden formation before him radiated a blinding light, and a man, distinctively dressed in white onmyoji attire with gray hair styled into a small braid at the back of his head, materialized within the formation. Hey, Saimai, is this how you treat your guests? Indeed, it has truly opened my eyes. I have merely been away for a few years. With that, Kenshin playfully covered his ears and gazed at the anxious Shinpachi and Kagura, chuckling softly. Do not be so worried. I am quite familiar with him. I do not recall extending an invitation to you, Himura Kenshin. With those words, Saimai turned to face Kenshin. Or have you finally decided to purge yourself of your bloodlust here? Spare me your nonsense. You cannot even rid yourself of curses. Yet you dare to speak of such matters, Kenshin retorted with a hint of disdain in his voice as he regarded Saimai. You, the overly attached brother, cannot even manage the curses of the deceased on my end. It is no wonder you are so weak that you cannot even keep your own sister safe. You are aware, are you not, that my powers are not meant for conflict? Saimai looked at Kenshin with a hint of resignation, then turned his gaze to the companions beside Kenshin, noticing the paper clutched in Jintoki's hand. Is that the Gaitamaru? I see, they are friends of Christ. Do not underestimate him, Kenshin said as he strolled into the hall with his hands behind his head. The bloodlust emanating from him is not significantly less than mine. Naturally, considering the ongoing disputes regarding the shogunate's treatment of you. However, as far as onmyoji are concerned, You who can directly save this nation and accomplish what we could not deserve our respect, Saimai replied with a smile, stepping aside to grant passage. Please enter, Lord Shiroyasha. Ah, indeed, it is a most enlightening scene, Jintoki remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Kenshin. Shinpachi, Kagura, shall we also take a look inside? Seated at the head of a lavish banquet intended for esteemed guests, Saimai gestured for them to join him. I apologize for not preparing in advance. We shall discuss those matters later. You are aware of the situation concerning Yato, are you not? Jintoki crossed his arms, followed by a girl dressed in a black kimono. Pale-faced, with 2 small horns protruding from her forehead and carrying an enormous spiked club. This was Jintoki's Shikigami, Gaitamaru. But have you considered the consequences of ordinary individuals participating in this affair? Saimai lightly tapped his paper fan, an ordinary person facing an onmyoji. Indeed, it is I, an ordinary person, who once ventured into the street of demons, exerting great effort to rescue Yato, Kenshin remarked, observing Kagura, who was now arguing with Gaitamaru over food. If you are an ordinary person, then all onmyoji might as well leap off the Edo Bridge. Saimai exclaimed with irritation. I have never encountered anyone who could break into the street of demons and emerge alive. Well, do we not see it now? Kenshin said, placing a hand on Jintoki's shoulder. Is there truly no way? The opposing force is consistently at full strength, while I remain at a mere half-baked level. The gap in our capabilities is too vast. Saimai shook his head, offering a wry smile. Hey, what are you two discussing? Jintoki said, brushing off Kenshin's hand from his shoulder. What have you done to Yato? Saimai, unusually silent for a moment, finally shook his head with a bittersweet smile. She is my sister. What do you believe I could have done? After finishing his words, he spoke in a nostalgic tone. Indeed, Krista left the stubborn old folks of Yuyo to become a weather forecaster. Initially, the old-timers were adamantly opposed. However, when Yuyo came to me in tears, Kenshin remarked that he single-handedly subdued the old-timers with his sword skills. You have truly broadened my perspective, Kenshin, Saimai said with a wry smile. TCH. Which means Jin's words were interrupted before he could finish, as a cacophony of hurried footsteps came rushing in. Soon, a panting onmyoji arrived at the doorway. Gazing at Saimai in terror, Saimai Dano, something terrible has happened. Saimai's expression shifted dramatically, turning to one of sheer horror. In that instant, he disregarded the presence of Kenshin and the others, leaping to his feet and rushing outside. We should go take a look, Jin said, exchanging knowing glances with Kenshin. They both stood up and followed the path Saimai had taken. Jin-san, Kenshin-san, wait for me, came the distant shout from Shinbashi. PS1, I have good news for you all. Happy New Year's Eve. PS2, and now for the bad news. There is no guarantee of updates. I am heading to a place devoid of computers and Wi-Fi. What a calamity. Chapter 311. Arcade, Street Human versus Machine Battle. Following the urgent and anxious cries, they arrived at a modest dwelling, where they found Saimai looking utterly despondent as he faced the weather forecast program hosted by Yuyo. Shinbashi's eyes twitched. Ah, Jin-san. Please don't tell me this is a prank. The entire clan is in attendance. Saimai-san is not just a fan of cute girls. He is almost ablaze with affection for his sister. On the path of eternal sister complex, perhaps I should recommend he watch Yasuga no Sora? Kenshin mused, stroking his chin. Oh, I think I should suggest he watch Aremo, Jin said, his lips twitching. Why? Why is it that the morning weather forecast airs at noon? Saimai bellowed. Oh, it seems the original weather forecaster took a sick leave, so one of the onmyoji in this room is explaining, came the reply. Forget it. I don't want to know so much. Quickly, record it on DVD. Saimai shouted, cradling his head in his hands. But the tapes are all filled up with Spider-Man. Then just delete Spider-Man. I've watched it dozens of times already, Saimai replied without much thought. Suddenly, he came to a realization and said, no. Let us delete the female lead scenes. It doesn't matter whether she is there or not. At that moment, Yuyo's sweet voice emerged from the television. Now, let us begin today's weather forecast. Hey, Chief, it's about to start. One of the onmyoji yelled, fixated on the screen. Hey, you all, are your prayers ready? Saimai asked, glancing at the line of onmyojis standing in the courtyard, his eyes sparkling with determination. Listen well, you souls. No matter what, we must ensure that Krista's forecast is accurate. The moment she speaks, begin your prayers. Do not let your guard down. His spirited voice resonated in the ears of Jin and the others, who were watching in awe. Yes, as the leaders swiftly approached, The numerous onmyoji present erupted in a fervent roar, a testament to their unwavering resolve. The day's weather was described by the television anchor, Ketsuyo, who tilted her head and smiled, declaring, "It is a sunny day?" "Ah, indeed, a sunny day." With that, Saimai bellowed, raising his hand skyward, unleashing a torrent of golden energy infused with the collective power of the onmyoji, surging toward the heavens. Was he intending to alter the weather in Edo with this force? "Where's Jinsan?" Nishibachi, regaining his senses, curiously inquired, noticing the absence of Jintoki. "Over there. That fellow has decisively joined their ranks," Kagura responded, digging in her nose and pointing toward Jintoki, who was mingling among the onmyoji. How can he go from doubting them one moment to engaging in such activities the next? His expression is one of utmost exertion. He must be channeling all his strength. Nishibachi lamented, pounding his fists on the ground while gazing at Jintoki, his face obscured by his hands. Yet, at the same moment that the golden energy ascended, a fierce crimson force erupted from beside Ketsuyo, crashing into Saimai's golden energy and shattering it as it surged skyward. "Damn it, those scoundrels from the Ichino's family." Saimai gritted his teeth and shouted, "Do not let them overpower you." "Oh, the Ichino's family? What is that?" Kenshin inquired, intrigued by the clash of golden and red energies above. They have been the arch-nemeses of the Ketsuyo family since the Heian period, engaged in a power struggle. But now they are reluctantly allied with the shogunate due to current circumstances, a situation orchestrated by Lord Saimai himself. At that moment, Idamaru stepped forth. Observing their conflict, the only condition proposed by the Ichino's family in exchange for the peace treaty was, "Enough, do not say it." Kenshin interjected, halting Idamaru's unfinished thought. Amid the puzzled gazes of Idamaru, Nishibachi, and Kagura, he snorted, "So, it was simply a matter of marrying off Saimai's sister, the head of the Ketsuyo family, to them? Such a cliché plot is indeed unfolding." So, when Ketsuyo's anchor mentioned marriage last time, and Jin was sulking for days over it, does that mean he would soon announce her divorce? Nishibachi suddenly realized. Indeed, after Lady Clisette married into their family, she was not particularly happy. Watching her grow increasingly frail day by day, Lord Saimai could no longer bear it, and unilaterally brought her back, which effectively nullified the peace treaty, Uru elaborated. But his words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden gust of wind. Simultaneously, the two conflicting energies in the sky were severed by a blade of blue energy, causing both the golden and red forces to vanish instantaneously. On Saimai's side, the onmyoji's expressions darkened as they clutched their chests and fell to their knees, coughing violently. Greetings to the practitioners of yin and yang. The splendid weather ought to evolve naturally. I cannot recall a time when those endowed with power grew so weary as to meddle with the elements. With that, I casually hurled my blade, Onigiri, embedding it into the wall that separates the Ketsunya and the Yaranoya families, shattering it instantly. Since you wield such power and seem to be so bored, why not devote your energies to praying for the spirits at the temple? Would it not be delightful if they transformed into cats? With these words, I approached the fallen wall, retrieving Onigiri amidst the fearful gazes of the onlookers, and sheathed it once more. "You remain as straightforward as ever," I remarked, eliciting a wry smile from Saimai as he rose to his feet. "Humph, deciding on Krista's marriage without informing me. This matter will be settled in due course." With a huff, I turned and grasped a talisman radiating red spiritual energy, carelessly tossing it aside. "TSK, how could you allow dust to settle here?" A man emerged, adorned in a purple robe, with long black hair and a peculiar rune etched upon the right side of his face. He frowned at me, exuding an aura of contemptuous bloodlust. "Indeed, it seems the practitioners of yin and yang ought to have eradicated you long ago. If you possess the capability, then by all means, give it a try," I retorted, positioning the tip of Onigiri against his neck, tilting my head to scrutinize him. "Have you so easily forgotten the history of your combined defeat at my hands?" Humph, emboldened despite the loss of divine power. "If my information is accurate, you are now ensnared by a curse, your strength having vanished with that last strike of sword energy." The man scoffed, "With your diminished power, why do you not hide away? Walking brazenly here, even if the head of the shogunate has no interest in your demise, others might. As I have stated, Duman, the likes of Kenshin have been protected by the Ketsunya clan." Saimai, clutching his shoulder, approached my side and regarded the pallid Duman. "Humph, a person incapable of self-preservation." Duman's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions, yet he ultimately refrained from taking action. Ah, what a beautiful sunny day. Relishing the warmth of the sun as the clouds dispersed, I glanced back at the Kitsunya broadcaster on the television, whose smile was almost unbelievable. A smile crossed my face as I looked at Duman. Even if I have lost my power, do you dare to take my strike? With your feeble body of a yin and yang practitioner, can you withstand my blow? Duman replied. Hey, uncle, what brings you here today? Kondo, accompanied by Hijikata and Sugo, arrived before the hall of the Shinsengumi, addressing Matsumoto. Ah, I am here to introduce a certain individual. With that, Matsumoto Kintake exhaled a puff of smoke. Come in. As his words fell, a man entered, garbed in attire akin to that of the Shinsengumi, yet colored white. He had a single eye behind glasses. His expression mundane and filled with resignation, his steps resolute and steady. Following him was a girl with long, flowing hair, expressionless, clad in a similar white uniform, wielding a katana that was notably longer than usual. The reddish-brown eyes had been fixed intently on Sugo since the moment he entered. The two individuals walked past the three members of the Shinsengumi, arriving before Matsumoto. However, as that woman passed by Sugo, his previously indifferent expression suddenly shifted. Triggered by her words, "My disciple, do not disappoint me." A troubling thought crept into Sugo's mind as his complexion darkened. Chapter 312. The unfolding of fate. Is the negotiation settled? Kenshin inquired, his actions of polishing the sword abruptly halting as he gazed at Saimai, who was approaching. Duman had proposed a 3-on-3 Shikigami battle. Saimai, seated beside Kenshin, cast a sidelong glance at Gintoki, who leaned against the door, and remarked, simultaneously, "The opponent insisted on the use of Shikigami, meaning we cannot participate in the first two battles unless it is the third round. He surely knows that securing both initial rounds is well within our capabilities, which is why he made such a request." Humph. I have long sensed the cunning nature of the Onmyoji, Kenshin replied with a faint smile, turning his gaze toward Gintoki. "Isn't your sister, the exoteric Maru, up to the task?" Originally, the exoteric Maru belonged to Krista, but now it had fallen into the hands of this young man. If he were to face any competent Onmyoji from the Yado clan, Saimai paused slightly and added, she would be reduced to mere parchment and vanish entirely. "Hey, Saimai. Grant me a Shikigami," Kenshin said, extending his hand. "The only way for me to secure the first round in advance is through this. So all I need is a Shikigami, no matter how weak it may be, since I will be the sole combatant. You have already exhausted all your available strength today. Haven to you? I mean all the power you could muster. If you could lift the curse on your body, I would surely be at ease, but..." Saimai glanced at the rare clear sky before softly stating, "You will die. Stop fixating on my demise. Do you think it would please you if I were to win?" Kenshin playfully tapped the back of Saimai's head and chuckled as he picked up the sword sheath beside him. "Now, just hand me a Shikigami." "This is a paper talisman for summoning Shikigami," Saimai said, reaching into his robe to retrieve the talisman. "We don't have specific Shikigami here, to put it bluntly. None that would suit you. Just take this talisman and seek one out in the Demon District." The Demon District? Kenshin smacked his lips, finding it somewhat amusing. "Are you certain I want to be swarmed and killed upon arrival? Saimai, you really ought to reconsider your choices regarding Krista." "Very well then. There is a summoning array here that can call forth Shikigami. What you summon will depend on your own abilities," Saimai stated, rising to his feet and observing Kenshin sheathing his sword. "Let me clarify beforehand. The array is quite unstable, and I cannot predict what it will conjure. Just avoid bringing forth something like Spider-Man or an alien." "Humph, take me there," Kenshin declared, standing up and passing by Gintoki, who grasped Kenshin's shoulder. His deadpan gaze lifted to meet Kenshin's. "Please be sure to include me. I detest the trifling entities." A peculiar and somewhat lascivious expression first appeared on Gintoki's face, only to be abruptly met with a colossal spiked club that smashed into him, leaving his visage indented and propelling him into the wall behind, creating a significant dent before debris and books cascaded over him. "Gintoki-sama, do exercise caution. This is the realm of the Onmyoji. Just now, a blood-sucking spirit was feasting upon your left cheek. Thankfully, I was quick to act. No need for excessive gratitude," remarked the emotionless three-wonder girl, Udomaru, as she withdrew her club, casting a glance at the silent Gintoki. Witnessing Gintoki's fate, Kenshin covered his forehead, trailing behind Saimai as they departed. After navigating a series of twists and obstacles, Saimai finally pushed open an ancient door adorned with plum blossom patterns. At the moment it swung wide. A flash of golden light erupted, accompanied by a waft of sandalwood fragrance. "Step inside," Saimai said, respectfully stepping aside to allow Kenshin to behold the scene within. "What is this formation?" Kenshin inquired, gazing at the pentagram outlined on the ground with 5 ceremonial implements. "You seem rather indifferent to the other arrangements here." Saimai replied with a resigned shake of his head. "Simply stand in the center, place the paper from your hand upon the ground, and let your blood drop. That will suffice." "Is that so?" Kenshin mused, stepping into the formation. As both feet crossed the threshold, a strange wind suddenly surged, stirring the surrounding curtains. "Ancestors of the Ketsuya clan, in light of this crisis, I, Saimai, must allow an outsider to utilize this apparatus," he declared, bowing respectfully with clasped hands. "Please forgive me, esteemed ancestors." As his words faded, the curtains, once animated by the wind, fell still. "Very well, let us begin," Saimai exhaled, finally relaxed. With a soft acknowledgement, Kenshin bit his finger, letting his blood drip onto the formation. As the 5 ceremonial implements began to glow, Kenshin abruptly opened his closed eyes. "Proclaim, your body lies beneath me, my fate entrusted to your blade. Respond to the summons of the Holy Grail. Adhere to this will, those of reason, answer me. Here I vow, I am the one who accomplishes all that is good in this world, and I am the one who conveys all malice. The 3 great words of power shall entwine you for 7 days, transcending the wheel of restraint. Arise, guardian of the scales." With a cough, Saimai spat blood upon the ground, half kneeling, trembling as he raised his arm to gaze at Kenshin. You. Fear not. Perhaps I can summon my king or Red A, and then I might become invincible." Kenshin replied with a beaming smile, giving Saimai a thumbs up. Saimai, having finally expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. "Hey, Saimai, are you all right?" "Saimai? Hey, brother complex?" Kenshin stepped out of the formation, observing the unconscious Saimai with a resigned shrug. Was such a vigorous reaction truly necessary? I merely recited a spell, and who knows, I might genuinely summon them. "Hey, wake up, you spiritless wretch." Upon concluding his words, Kenshin lifted Saimai onto his back, and the golden magic array behind him suddenly radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the entire small room. From this moment forth, the Mikiryu group shall join forces with the Shinsengumi to safeguard the peace of Edo. Matsudora observed the individuals standing on either side, a grotesque smile twisting at the corners of his mouth. "Well then, let us shake hands and become acquainted with our future allies." The 3 members of the Shinsengumi turned to face the 2 from the Mikiryu group. "Director Kondo, Mr. Hijikata, I look forward to working with you." The leading man extended his hand, smiling as he shook hands with Kondo and Hijikata. "I am Sasaki Isaburo. I appreciate your guidance." "Imai Nobium." Her cold words spoken, Nobium disregarded Kondo and Hijikata, directing her gaze towards the intensely focused Sugo. "As a disciple of Himura, I look forward to your guidance." "Ah, I look forward to it." Sugo, expressionless as he regarded Nobium, forced a grim smile as he grasped her hand. Chapter 313. Awakening. Has the contract been completed? Are you truly my master? After the golden light dissipated, a delicate voice suddenly emerged from within the radiance, capturing Kenshin's attention, who was still carrying Saimai. Following the sound, he discovered a petite girl with short pink hair adorned in a kimono embellished with cherry blossom runes, accompanied by a small sun hat atop her head and a charming visage, presenting an adorable lowly appearance. "How troublesome," the little lowly remarked, unconsciously stroking an eye connected by a long red thread on her chest, the eye fixated intently on Kenshin. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "Can you sense the bloodlust emanating from me?" Tossing Saimai aside, Kenshin regarded the little lowly with curiosity. "Or is it something else?" "My thoughts are rather rude for a lowly," she declared, irritation evident in her tone. "I am Kameji Kawakama, a yokai capable of perceiving the innermost thoughts of others." Perceiving one's innermost thoughts? Kenshin paused, intrigued. "So, the notion of a murderer you mentioned, was that something you just discerned from my thoughts?" How rare to encounter a man so ensnared by the shackles of his past in Jinsokyo, Kawakama observed, her voice growing quieter as she scanned her surroundings. "Eh!" she exclaimed in alarm, staring at her own hands. "My yukai power? Has it vanished as well? Where am I? Wasn't I just in Jinsokyo with that old hag?" Yukari, realizing the implications of her earlier statements, her expression soured. "Kawakama, is it?" I really ought to capture that Zetsu from Naruto to compare the differences between him and you, Kenshin mused, rubbing his chin. Don't think too much, human. I am not meant to exist here. Damn it, aside from my abilities, has everything else vanished? Kawakama expressed her growing frustration. That old hag is undoubtedly behind this. Well, I am Himura Kenshin. I appreciate your guidance. Although Kenshin did not comprehend her words, he extended his hand and said, I look forward to your guidance, my spirit. Who is your spirit, pray tell? She retorted sharply. I shall return to Jinsokyo eventually. With an irritable gesture, she swatted Kenshin's hand away, her frustration evident. Oh. He raised an eyebrow with curiosity. But did you not come here due to the issue with the magic circle? Surely, you ought to complete your task before returning. The mention of the magic circle caught her attention, and she turned to observe the dimly glowing golden array, surrounded by 5 scattered magical artifacts, all emitting wisps of white smoke. It was clear that they were exceeding their limits. Must I truly undertake a task for this man? She pondered uneasily. But given human nature, with my abilities, and considering this fellow is a murderer, if he demands I commit homicide. Do not fret, Kenshin remarked. Noticing the shifting expressions on her face, I merely require you to participate in a competition. Once the match concludes, you are free to go wherever you please. A competition? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. What kind of competition? Perhaps a tug-of-war or a race. Nothing too troublesome, Kenshin replied, though uncertainty laced his tone. Are you certain? She scrutinized his uncertain expression, deepening her doubt. Well, as long as it does not involve killing, I swear, if anyone gets hurt, you certainly do not mean that. She exclaimed. Your thoughts betray you. Clearly, you envision yourself knocking that fellow out. Ah, humans are indeed duplicitous. Forget it, you're capable of reading minds, after all. I just laid bare my thoughts. She protested, realizing her transparency. You are not a good person. Nonsense. Everyone on the street asserts that I am better than that fellow. Jintoki. Your inner monologue about Jintoki indulging in debauchery suggests you are not much better, I dare say. How rude. Do not cast that you are a lolicon look at me, Kenshin said, twitching as he observed her nibbling an apple. He felt the gazes of others, including Saimai, Jintoki, Kagura, and the gang, piercing through him. And do not wear that expression which suggests, though I do not think you are a lolicon, you clearly are, he retorted angrily, thrusting his katana into the table. What is this? It is not my fault that every being I encounter or create turns out so small, all lowless. Why? That imbecile author from another dimension must certainly be a lolicon. But what does it matter to me? Someone seems to have taken collateral damage, she thought, noticing the slight pause in her apple-holding hand. Same here, Jintoki remarked, rubbing his chin. Let us not dwell on irrelevant matters. As he spoke, Giki struck the table, creating a resonant clatter. Saimai, when shall we commence the battle? After retracting his somewhat whimsical gaze, Saimai replied with an air of seriousness. Daoman has stated that the deadline is this afternoon. 3 participants will compete, in pairs of 3, master against master, shikigami against shikigami. However, we only have 2 shikigami on our side, Zenbaji interjected with a sarcastic remark. Fear not, Zenbaji. There is another here capable of fulfilling the shikigami's role. Kagura glared at Zenbaji, who, with a pained expression, managed to utter a few words. Zenbaji, I have always believed that if you set your mind to it, there is nothing you cannot accomplish. What an old trope, Zenbaji retorted. Silver Sand has tricked me once, and now Kenshin has done so as well. Are you finally tired of solitude, you scoundrel? With a resounding clap of his hands on the table, Zenbaji unleashed a battle cry. That is merely a new excuse you've concocted to deceive me. No, deep down, they believe in you, Mr. Zenbaji, Ju remarked calmly. Since Kenshin had previously informed Ju of his abilities, Zenbaji looked at Ju with surprise, then turned to the others present. Do you all truly think so? Zenbaji, we believe that as long as you desire it, there is nothing you cannot achieve, they echoed in unison. Since everyone has such faith in me, I shall give it my all, Zenbaji declared, his spirit ignited against a backdrop of fiery determination. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Kenshin discreetly gave Ju a thumbs up. Despite Ju's seemingly indifferent expression, it silently conveyed everything. Then it shall be Ju and I, Jintoki and Aotomaru. With Saimai, Kenshin stated, looking at Saimai. I will face Daoman in a one-on-one duel. Saimai spoke with unwavering conviction. There are certain matters I must disclose. No, it is imperative that I do. Your true intention is merely to teach a painful lesson to the man who causes your sister distress, Ju remarked, his expression bewildered, prompting an enveloping silence among the others present. As Saimai's face turned a vivid shade of crimson, Kenshin was the first unable to contain himself, erupting into laughter, soon followed by Gintoki and the others who could no longer resist joining in the mirth. Wait a moment, Kenshin, Ju suddenly halted, as if struck by revelation. Why does your experience differ so greatly from mine? Your master, was it Kiyoshi Jubiai? Or Yoshida Shoyo? At this, the laughter ceased abruptly, plunging the room into silence. Chapter 314. Existence Within. With a strained smile, Kenshin replied, that is a tale passed down for ages, an enduring legacy with roots stretching back over a millennium. You're deceiving me. What you truly mean to say is Bird's poem, you scoundrel? Ju retorted without hesitation, shifting his focus from the apple to Kenshin's face with disdain. That so-called ancient tale is merely your fabrication, he scoffed. Kenshin, exasperated, covered his forehead with his hand, lamenting, I truly regret summoning you. With a hint of disdain, Ju remarked, since I am merely a shikigami now and not a monster, knowing your innermost thoughts is a fundamental ability of mine. If you do not desire my presence, simply assign me a trivial task, and I shall return. Sword Heart, shaking her finger lightly, looked at Ju with an expression that conveyed, you are overthinking, and stated, until you assist me in completing this competition, no amount of provocation will lead me to release you. Ju silently pondered the revelation of her plan. As a mind-reading creature, she mused, she was rather inept. Though capable of discerning the thoughts of others, her own emotions were vividly displayed upon her countenance. Very well. If there are no further matters to discuss, or if you have made your decision, let us proceed, Saimai announced, rising to address the others present. However, I must reiterate, it is still not too late to withdraw. Once I have vanquished the traitorous Onmyoji, I shall earnestly seek your approval to become your son-in-law, Gintoki said, waving his hand, adorned in a light blue Onmyoji robe as he looked at Saimai. Who are you calling brother? Address me as Saimai, he replied, his demeanor calm as he grasped Gintoki's outstretched arm. As for your aspiration to become a son-in-law, I shall not consent until I consult with Kurazou. However, you must understand, if you perish, reclaiming her smile will become an impossibility. At that moment, Shinbaji, clad in an eerie black bodysuit with two dark tendrils sprouting from his head and a devilish tail trailing behind, attempted to speak, but was silenced by Kagura, who, dressed in a white Onmyoji outfit and donning a hat, covered his mouth. Do you wish to say something? Saimai inquired. Oh, nothing much. Shinbaji merely expressed his hunger. Kagura stated nonchalantly, disregarding Shinbaji's futile struggles. Then let us proceed, Saimai declared, closing his eyes momentarily before reopening them. A confident smile graced his face as he headed towards the arena, the usual battleground between Yoshiaki and Yuri. Yet, was it truly that simple? Saimai observed with concern as Sword Heart, nonchalantly whistling, surveyed his surroundings, and Ju nibbled on an apple, lost in thought. The spectacle of Shinbaji and Kagura on stage, amidst a chorus of jeers from the crowd, saw them triumph over a fearsome shikigami. However, the anticipated consumption of the grotesque demonion, a rather repugnant insect, remained unrealized, leading to a surprising draw that astonished all present. And now, the next match, Hiko Seijiro and his shikigami, Kameda Ju, the referee from the Yuri family announced, glancing at the relaxed figures of Seijiro and Ju upon the arena, only to falter as he attempted to continue. Is there no one from the Yuri family to face Hiko Seijiro? Though it is a situation of helplessness, I must concede that there is indeed no one here capable of confronting him. At this moment, Daoman rose, waving his small paper fan, and approached the arena. Allow me to take the stage, he declared. If you step in, I assure you, I shall not hold back. Casting a sidelong glance at Daoman, Jianxin spoke softly. Those who harm those dear to me, I shall reduce to mere fragments. Regrettably, this is not a contest of combat, Daoman replied with a confident smile, but rather this. As he spoke, he unveiled the object behind him, drawing back the curtain to reveal four blue magical circles, clearly designed for ordinary humanoid beings to enter. Hey, what trickery is this? Jianxin asked, his brow furrowed in skepticism. That fellow has had ill intentions from the very beginning, Ju interjected, his gaze fixed intently on Daoman. His underlying thought is to defeat the opponent by contrasting memories from the past. Indeed, It pertains to the bond between a master and their shikigami. Should they fail to accomplish a task together within the simulated scenario, even a loss would be inevitable. Daoman looked at Jianxin and Zhu with unshakable confidence. In comparison to my shikigami and me, you two have merely formed your contract for less than half a day. What kind of synergy can you possibly possess? Oh, is this aimed at our lack of rapport? Jianxin chuckled, glancing at Zhu. So this scenario, yes. This scenario tests the degree of harmony between the master and their shikigami as they enter each other's illusory realms. Daoman grinned, unabashedly exuding arrogance. But my shikigami and I share a bond that spans a millennium. A millennium? Jianxin scoffed. Do you presume it's akin to that ancient, yellow plush doll? A legacy enduring for a millennium? If you were to produce an inflatable doll, I might be inclined to believe you. This is troubling. If we truly enter the dual shikigami's illusory realm for combat, Saimai remarked, his expression turning grave, Jianxin's memories, if exposed to so many, would inevitably reveal his identity as a member of the Batosai. Fear not, that fellow will surely have a plan, Jin-san reassured, stepping forward and placing a hand on Saimai's shoulder as they gazed at the arena. Saimai turned to Jin-san, his eyes filled with an enigmatic confidence. In this world, there are things that Kaimura Jinshin cannot accomplish, just as there are things that Sakata Jin-san cannot achieve. Thus, we rely on one another. What he cannot accomplish, I shall undertake, and vice versa. Is that so? A bond of brotherhood forged on the battlefield? Saimai closed his eyes and smiled. How enviable. Just watch. Now it's your turn to worry, especially about that Daoman fellow. If he fails, Jin-san began, he will face the combined might of you and me, along with the formidable Odamaru. Saimai concluded. What's this? Blocking the alleyway to what end? To meet the Shinto priestess from the return group? At the moment he turned the corner, Togo halted, a sneer gracing his lips as he emerged from Matsumura's company. Or perhaps, you two harbor ulterior motives? Draw your sword. After a brief silence, the priestess straightened her posture, facing Zhongwu, her reddish-brown eyes fixed intently upon him. Let me assess your capacity, and through you, determine whether he has progressed or regressed. Do you truly believe I am an easy target? It seems everyone wishes to conquer me, to claim the glory of defeating the flying sword technique or the disciple of Himura Kenshin. Are you truly concerned? Zhongwu, his gaze flickering, displayed no desire to draw his sword and simply walked past the priestess. Do you genuinely wish to engage in combat with me, or are you merely lost, contemplating whether to seek that individual? As he passed her, Zhongwu remarked, a confused sword is akin to him. That is precisely why he is becoming increasingly feeble. The man who once seemed an endless horizon of progress now has a shoulder I can nearly touch. It is not that I have advanced significantly, but rather that he has remained stagnant, even regressing. Chapter 315. Dreamland. How absurd it is to experience the illusion of a killer. It truly shatters my worldview. As he spoke, Zhu, seated within the magical array, glanced reluctantly at Kenshin, who sat across from him. Hey, I know nothing about you, spirit. Heaven knows what your past entails. For instance, that earlier encounter, just the thought of being surrounded by countless insects makes me want to die. The absurdity of such a fate evokes a visceral sense of doom. Kenshin glared at Zhu, transforming into a caricature with a large head and pointed beak, shouting, "Umph." The world of Lord Zhu is undeniably blinding. Zhu scoffed at Kenshin, adding, and your thoughts about being in my illusory realm? You can perish for all I care. What are you imagining? Picture yourself on a phone call with someone while hey, that's way beyond acceptable, you fool. Zhu threw an apple that struck Kenshin, blushing as he shouted, such lewd and disgraceful thoughts should be condemned. Can they truly succeed? Silently observing the banter between Kenshin and Zhu, Jintoki felt his values crumbling, leading him to question everything. You just confidently claimed there was no problem. This unfounded confidence came from you, didn't he? Saimai remarked, twitching at the corners of his mouth. I now require you to provide a reason to believe they can win. A few strands of black lines fell across Jintoki's forehead as he retorted to Saimai. They can win. Saimai, his face stiffened, finally responded. After a moment of silence, the air between Saimai and Jintoki grew heavy with unspoken words. Thus, the battle of the spirits illusion commences. At the instant the referee's voice echoed, a golden magical array illuminated, forming a sphere that enveloped the four of them. It's about to begin, Kenshin said. Yes, I entrust this to you, Saimai replied, his countenance grave. Before proceeding, Kenshin suddenly fell silent, deepening Saimai's serious expression. That otaku, the spirit resembles Christine. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. As the moment passed, Kenshin could not contain his laughter upon observing Daomen's liver-colored visage. What a bore. As long as you can win, why bother with the rest? Daomen retorted defiantly. Deep within, the otaku on Myoji felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Ju lightly delivered the final blow. Ha. The otaku on Myoji Daomen boldly revealed his inflatable toy, parading it in the competition with unabashed pride. Jintoki, doubled over in mirth, nearly shed tears from laughter. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Had there been a display for rage, Saimai would have surely maxed it out. In a peculiar sense, the Onmyoji's inflatable toy appeared simpler, and it was even animated by the Shikigami. This prompted Shinbaji to cast a resentful glance at Daomen, exclaiming, "How infuriating. I'm so jealous." "Hey, Shinbaji, you just said something quite intriguing," Kagura said, narrowing her eyes as she stood silently behind him. "No way. That disgusting fellow should just die already," Shinbaji exclaimed. Waving his hands erratically, his face flushed. Kagura disdainfully spat and turned away from him. The sun's radiance had never been so brilliantly illuminating, unlike any world before. The towering trees here cast deep shadows, completely shrouding the sky above. The grass beneath was lush and verdant, presenting an image untouched by pollution. A gentle breeze wafted through, soft and unassuming, imparting a sense of warmth. "Where's this?" Lying in a sprawling position, Kenshin gazed at the clouds and the sun above, slowly articulating. "Is this the place of Ju's memories?" "Hey, little brother," a voice chimed, and as Kenshin looked up at the sky, a fissure suddenly appeared, expanding to a size large enough for a person to emerge. Within the darkness, countless eyes fixated intently upon him, adorned with a playful purple bow that did nothing to alleviate the tension. Soon after, a cascade of golden hair obscured Kenshin's vision. Accompanied by a melodious voice, the realm between illusion and reality, master of Ju's covenant, greetings. Although I can tell from your voice that you're a beauty, could you perhaps be less coy and allow me a glimpse? Or will that be your demise? With several veins throbbing on his forehead, Kenshin brushed aside the golden locks, only to find the woman's figure had vanished. "I may have lured Ju into your world for a bit of amusement, but I never intended to bring anyone here." The dulcet, languid voice echoed once more. "In this boundary between illusion and reality, there is no need for humans to follow by scent. Return to your world. When the time comes, send Ju back." "Hey," I haven't finished speaking. Darkness enveloped him, and he swiftly lost consciousness. Indeed, it is astonishing that after the disappearance of Ju, such an array of events could unfold. However, one might argue that it has brought about a unique form of amusement to this realm of fantasy. The sound he heard was the last echo that reached Kenshin's ears, a sound that would be deeply etched in his memory. Ah, the realm of fantasy. As Ju opened his eyes, he was immediately captivated by the ominous, gray clouds overhead, along with the gaping crater on the ground and the battleships gliding slowly through the sky. For Ju, who had only ever known this fantastical world, it was an eye-opening experience, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. "Nurse, we must leave. This place cannot be held any longer." A man, adorned with a white headscarf and wielding a sword, rushed towards them, addressing everyone present. "The onslaught from the Celestials is exceedingly fierce. We can no longer withstand it." Surveying the surroundings, Ju noticed women with bewildered expressions, lightly injured soldiers, and lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. "We must retreat to the rear," the man insisted, tightening his grip on the sword. "We will hold the line for Lord Jintoki and Lord Katsura." Moving in a daze with the crowd, Ju's gaze remained fixed on the inner turmoil of those around him, where fear predominated, a palpable dread of death. Others were consumed by resentment, questioning why this war persisted, why it continued unabated. "Kenshin, is this your illusory world?" Ju murmured. At that moment, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Following the sound, Ju turned to witness a squad of Celestials mercilessly slaying a few individuals who were attempting to retreat. Gradually, they approached, brandishing swords and firearms. "Men kill. Women are taken as slaves," Ju pondered, concealing his petite form behind a rock, striving to remain unseen. Suddenly, a crimson katana descended from the heavens, severing the Celestial who had been dragging a nurse. In a flash, a swift blue figure darted past Ju, extracting the embedded long blade from the ground and unleashing a wave of sword energy that cleaved the approaching Celestials into pieces. The gruesome scene left the others in a state of shock. Yet, In Ju's eyes, this ruthless killer, who had just dispatched several foes, appeared to be a soul deeply scarred within. He seems so weary, Ju whispered. Shirasagi, the evacuation of the medical unit is entrusted to you, the man said, sheathing his long blade and turning to a bandaged man. Where are you going? The bandaged man asked, furrowing his brow. What a silly thing to say. She is clearly a woman, Ju quietly remarked to Shirasagi, hidden among the throng. Jintoki and the others have yet to arrive, and our forces can no longer endure this assault. If I go, I can at least save a few, the man declared, before stepping forward and swiftly passing by Ju. With a fleeting glance, Ju finally grasped the situation. Kenshin gazed in disbelief at the retreating figure of himself, pondering if the tale of the killer was indeed a recounting of his own past as a murderer. As he contemplated, the scene around him unfolded. A chorus of weeping nurses and individuals gripping their weapons so tightly their fingers turned pale. Kenshin fell into a profound silence, beginning to grasp the essence of becoming a killer, albeit just a little. Chapter 316. The battle. How much time had elapsed here? He had truly lost track. Yet by the rhythmic passage of the sun and moon, it must have been several hundred cycles. This implied that he had been here for at least 6 months. Hey, Shoko, hurry up and administer the medicine. A voice from across the room pulled Kenshin from his reverie. Clad in a white nurse's uniform, the dark stains marred its purity, rendering the once clear red cross nearly indistinguishable. Until when will this war persist? While tending to a Shinsengumi warrior with a severed arm, Kenshin pondered, and please, do not call me Shoko. Come on, Shoko-chan, everyone acknowledges it. Laughter erupted among the nurses and injured soldiers present, which only fueled Kenshin's irritation as he puffed out his cheeks in discontent. Let us refrain from discussing war from now on. A girl with light blue hair knelt beside him, using tweezers to extract a bullet from the warrior's muscle. We nurses are quite fortunate to be sheltered by such formidable adults. Kenshin had lived in this place for an extended period, becoming familiar with everyone amidst the ebb and flow of the Boshin War. With her ability to read minds, she discerned whom to befriend and whom to keep at arm's length. Yet, she knew that those who were her friends might be lost amidst the chaos of artillery fire in the next heartbeat. At times, Kenshin truly yearned for the return of her powers. With them, she could swiftly bring this brutal conflict to an end. The strength of one individual is ultimately insignificant on the battlefield. Do you really believe that your demon soldiers could surpass even a squad of the celestial beings? A voice from outside sparked her curiosity, compelling her to edge closer, hiding behind the door's crack to observe. And so what? At this rate, we will inevitably face defeat. If that's the case, I might as well execute my beheading operation, the speaker declared fervently, gazing intently at Kenshin. If anyone can do it, it is you. With your extraordinary power. Kenshin, with a bittersweet grip on the long sword at his waist, mused, if I could indeed accomplish that, why has this war continued to falter? Don't speak to me of the teacher. The very reason we stand here to fight is because of him. The frustration was palpable as Kenshin's arm was forcefully tossed aside. But up to this point, we have barely managed to preserve our own lives, let alone rescue the teacher. What do we have left to claim we can save him? With a clenched fist, Kenshin struck the tree trunk, dislodging a cascade of leaves. I have had enough of this. That simply cannot be allowed. As he spoke, Kenshin swiftly turned the dwarf Ashi around and landed a punch squarely on his face. Listen well, he declared. If you wish to venture to Kyoto or plot assassination, you must first trample over me with your ghost brigade. If you cannot defeat me, then all your fantasies shall be utterly retracted. What can you possibly say, having failed to protect your beloved? Ashi knelt on the ground, letting out a derisive laugh. However, his body stiffened slightly, and a flicker of regret passed through his eyes. Behind the door, Ju, witnessing this exchange, could not help but gasp in surprise. This concerns Lady Enzu, does it not? I heard she was captured by the Celestials for some transformation experiments, and then Lord Kenshin personally ended her life. Unbeknownst to Ju, a crowd had gathered behind him, their attention fixed on the scene unfolding in the courtyard. That is Lady Enzu, the beloved of Lord Kenshin, and the captain of the Shinsengumi Battlefield Nurse Corps. The voice, tinged with melancholy, recalled, I still remember how she taught me to dress wounds, hand in hand. Indeed, another voice chimed in, though Lady Enzu was transformed. Lord Kenshin's coldness in her execution is truly chilling. This was precisely why both the Celestials and we feared him. Observing the discussions among the crowd, Ju's keen eyes darted about, but the gaze hidden beneath his bangs gradually dimmed. Misunderstood and unacknowledged by the world, deemed a necessity due to his ruthlessness. He felt the weight of everyone's fear, friends and foes alike. As he read their thoughts, Zhu's mind turned to the man who had just countered Ashi's punch and sent him sprawling to the ground. His grip on the long blade at his waist turning pale with tension. They are still immature, Zhu mused, noting Ashi's furious glare directed at Kenshin. I retract my previous assessment. He is not merely a killer, at least not a simple one. Early that morning, the sound of cannon fire had decimated half of the stronghold occupied by the Shinsengumi, most of whom had been caught in slumber, robbed of the chance to awaken. As the relentless barrage continued, a surge of blue sword energy erupted from the battered mountaintop, cleaving the nearest warships in twain. The remaining vessels quickly ascended to avoid disaster. Damn it, have all the celestial forces mobilized? Shouted a figure hiding behind a massive rock. Logistics team, retreat. Kenshin is holding the front. We must secure the flanks. Move swiftly, it's perilous atop this mountain. Hey, Jin, can he withstand this alone? Chiba laughed, watching the sky as the warships ascended, only to be torn apart by arcs of blue sword energy. The explosions in the heavens resembled fireworks, captivating all who beheld them. I am Jin, you fool. He delivered a powerful punch to Chiba's cheek, sending him sideways, then tightened his grip on his long blade and charged forth. I must assist him. Wait, Jin. In this state, no one but him can reach them. Come back. The Whig shouted in anguish, only to be met with a mouthful of dirt propelled by the explosion of cannon fire, causing a fit of coughing. The logistics team still requires silver time. Never mind. I shall take the lead in providing cover. With a resigned chuckle and a scratch of his head, Chunma tightened his grip on the sword and charged forth amidst the relentless barrage. All loyal warriors, follow me as we break through. Let us not squander the victory crafted for us by the blade draw school. The Whig bellowed, and the warriors, constrained by the overwhelming fire, roared in unison and surged forward alongside him. Swish, swish. The azure sword energy was continuously unleashed by Jianxin, who adeptly adjusted his movements to evade the predicting fire of the aerial battleships. With a cold gaze fixed upon the vessels, Jianxin swung his Murakumo once more. Cleave. Boom. The sword energy collided with the horizontal wave of energy from earlier, exploding into a colossal cross in the sky, the ensuing tempest unsettling the ships above. With nimble footwork, Jianxin kicked up fragments of stone, ascending step by step until he stood beneath a battleship, where he plunged Murakumo directly into the hull, unleashing a furious roar that carved a massive fissure. In the instant of landing, the battleship above erupted in a thunderous explosion, serving as a backdrop to Jianxin's descent. Send men to ensnare the blade draw school. From a nearby peak, a celestial being observed Jianxin's solitary struggle with excitement, shouting, bind them down. While we eliminate their loyal forces, keep the bombardment relentless. Let the blade draw school exhaust itself within. We shall deal with the others, surely. They cannot be as formidable as the blade draw school. Yes, the subordinates responded, and the celestial troops surged downward at remarkable speed, splitting into 3 distinct paths. It is not so simple. Meanwhile, Jianxin's gaze sharpened. He sheathed his long blade, evading the chaos without drawing it. At last, as cannon fire blasted the stones beneath him, Jianxin was hurled into the air, his arms trembling. Essence, sword drawing. He roared, unsheathing his long sword with a flourish. A colossal wave of sword energy surged forth, sweeping across the shattered ground with unstoppable force. Activate the shield. The command was given, and a green barrier instantly arose, enveloping the peak. Suddenly, a red sword energy crashed against it, producing a thunderous roar. Humph! No matter how powerful you are, you remain trapped here, a celestial being laughed confidently, watching as the shield absorbed the impact. Oh, is that so? Jianxin emerged from the smoke of the explosion, darting into the gap of the shield and gazing at the terrified celestial beings with a bloodthirsty, sinister smile. Come at me. What transpired next? At this moment, Jianxin was no longer the wandering swordsman he once was. In the distance, after dispatching several foes atop the peak, the fleet of warships, now bereft of command, descended into chaos. This turmoil inadvertently allowed the artillery assault led by the short fir tree to take effect, unleashing a torrent of wrath upon the vessels in the sky. Meanwhile, the fellow known as Jintoki seemed to be searching for you. The Whig, having evaded the bombardment, bellowed with great difficulty, searching for me? I've never even encountered him. Kenshin shouted. That guy truly is a source of concern. Where could he have run off to? Gintoki, for the time being, there's no need for you to worry. Focus on rescuing the medical unit. Chizuru is on the brink of collapse. The Whig cried out. Here, I and Takasugi will hold the line. Gintoki won't perish. You can go without worry. Then I entrust this to you, Kenshin replied, expertly dodging a strike from a celestial and retaliating with a decisive punch that felled his opponent. With his long sword, he swiftly plunged it into the foe's mouth, ending his life. The scene shifted to awakenings. Hurry, sister. Unbeknownst to them, the retreat route had been preemptively detected by the Celestials, who lay in wait with a substantial number of ambushers. No matter how valiant Chizuru was, he lacked the capacity to extricate the entire medical unit. The forces guarding the retreat of the medical team were quickly entangled with the Celestials, engaged in a fierce melee. In a moment where a towering lion-headed Celestial was overrun and slain by the Loyalists, its massive form fell, casting a shadow over Awaken, who crouched in fear, clutching his head. At this critical juncture, a white figure suddenly dashed in, pushing Awaken out of harm's way, but becoming trapped beneath the lion-headed Celestial's weight. Go, Kagaya. Follow behind, Lord Chizuru. The blue-haired woman struggled to utter, blood spilling from her lips as she smiled at Awaken. Sister Kagaya, witnessing her sister, who had always cared for her, now partially crushed beneath the colossal Celestial, could only imagine the devastation wrought upon Kagaya's lower half. Hurry, the Loyalist war will ultimately fail. Gently stroking Awaken's tear-streaked face, Kagaya continued, we were all rescued from the beginning, stripped of everything. But you still have a bright future ahead. Your youth grants you the opportunity for change in the face of such adversity, as tears streamed from her chest's eyes. Awaken, gifted with the ability to read minds, understood that Kagaya spoke from the heart, intensifying his sorrow. It is indeed rare for a heart-reading creature to find a friend who treats them with sincerity and without disdain. Nurse, you must flee. Awaken shouted, as his collar was seized. Chizuru, anxiously surveying their path, wielded his long sword with relentless fervor, declaring, since I promised to lead you to safety, I shall see it through. Loyalists, follow me into battle. Oh, in his eyes, the blue figure gradually receded into the distance, becoming increasingly blurred. Unable to contain himself any longer, he cried out in a voice that was heart-wrenching. The final image etched in his still-clear gaze was that of the towering corpse of the celestial being, which had been forcefully kicked away. As the throngs of celestial beings surged forth to surround Nair, what could they achieve by surrounding her? Although all thoughts and words were obscured, the eyes upon his chest still perceived the most absurd notions swirling in the hearts of those celestial beings at that moment. It was only until now that he began to grasp the essence of war, not a conflict of hierarchy among demons, nor a struggle for survival between demons and humans, but a senseless war waged between humans themselves. I am truly sorry, but our medical team is now reduced to this number, he said, as the weary warriors gathered atop a small hill. Shinma, filled with shame, looked at the wig-wearing Isai and Kenshin. All I can do is lead a handful of us to break through. What need is there for apologies? You have done remarkably well, Kenshin reassured, patting Shinma on the shoulder. Had it been any of us, the outcome would hardly have been better. Shinma's expression was dim. Even the usual laughter that perpetually danced on his lips had vanished, revealing the extent of his turmoil. What of Gintoki? Has he returned? Isai asked nonchalantly. Unknown. I have no idea where he has wandered off to, the wig-wearer replied, shaking his head. We have suffered grievous losses. We must take time to recuperate. Oh. But the celestial beings must grant you that opportunity, Isai scoffed coldly. Additionally, there is something I am uncertain whether I should divulge, said Shinma hesitantly. Speak. Nothing transpired. In the final moments, I killed all those celestial beings. Rest assured, Miss Nair is safe. Gintoki's voice rang out from outside the tent. Is that true? Before Shinma could revel in the news, he was utterly stunned by the sight that greeted him as the tent flaps were pulled aside. When I arrived, it had already occurred, Gintoki stated, gazing at Nair, whose bare body was gently covered by a white robe, appearing peaceful, even bearing a faint smile. If one overlooked the bruises crisscrossing her exposed collarbone and the bloodied lower half of her body, the scene would seem serene. Damn it! The wig-wearer slammed his fist against a nearby pillar, his expression dark and terrifying. Even the dead, Kenshin remained silent, his eyes closed as he struggled to suppress his emotions. Are you certain they are all dead? Indeed, they have been torn to pieces, Jintoki affirmed with a nod. Is that so? Observing Chinma's dazed expression, Kenshin took Nair from Jintoki's arms, his eyes finally opening as he strode purposefully out of the tent. Hey, where are you going? Isai asked, furrowing his brow. Those celestial beings and the shogunate forces pursuing us have yet to abandon their quest. Pausing momentarily, Kenshin looked back at Isai and the others. I have some emotions to vent. You'll die if you go alone. Isai warned. I must provide them with an explanation, whether it be for Chinma, the little girl Xiao Wu, or the entire anti-foreign troop, as well as for myself. Yourself? It is I who made her the mentor of Xiao Wu. If you insist on such a notion, then lead me to one. Jintoki spoke, his reddish-brown eyes suffused with a chilling and frenzied intent to kill. Every time a familiar companion vanished, that melancholic sentiment lay suppressed within my heart. Until now, I have yet to succeed in becoming the ninja turtles I aspired to be. With a wig and a diminutive cypress, Kenshin gazed at them. Chinma, I entrust this to you. Ah, Jintoki, take Xiao Wu along as well. I will carry her. Should we make her witness our acts of murder? She is but a child. You can hardly contain yourself. Do you believe Xiao Wu could bear to see Nair perish before her eyes? Kenshin countered. If we do not bring her along to gradually release the hatred festering within her during our killings, she will eventually be consumed by that very hatred, destined to become another Baitosha or Batasai. Rather than that, it would be more prudent to have her witness the deeds firsthand. After all, it is only our hands that will be stained, is it not? Indeed, our hands have long been tarnished beyond redemption. Welcome, dear readers, to indulge in the latest, swiftest, and most popular serialized works available in originality. Chapter 318, I Wish to Become the King. Have you vented your frustrations? As he spoke, Kenshin leaned his sword against the ground, gazing at Jintoki, who was equally breathless, with a grin. How could that be? This grudge, I have yet to fully avenge. With a cold smirk, Jintoki raised his long blade, aiming towards the remaining 100 soldiers on the other side. Both of them are monsters. The battlefield was strewn with the dead, blood coalescing into streams that flowed gently, mingling severed limbs and entrails with the earth, leaving it scarred and marred. The crimson waters cascaded past Jintoki and Kenshin's feet, yet they remained oblivious, merely observing the collapsing and fleeing celestials. Xiao Wu, your sister Nair's vengeance has been avenged. Closing his eyes, Kenshin suddenly lost all strength, kneeling before the figure resting on his back, Ju. The dazed and vacant eyes of Ju turned toward Kenshin, observing his blood-soaked visage, and a flicker of light returned to his gaze. Vengeance? You have not fulfilled that. Hey, Jintoki's body stiffened momentarily, hastily responding. You show no mercy when slaying those monsters. Yet perhaps you remain unaware that the harm you inflicted upon the samurai of the shogunate was far from lethal. Ju then turned to Jintoki, the eye on his chest following Ju's gaze. I apologize, but I will not remain silent on this matter, were it not for you. This fellow would have likely been killed by those samurai long ago. The illustrious Batasai, viewed by the world as a killer, has yet to slay even a single shogunate samurai. How laughable. Ju's expression turned rather cold. So, do you think merely killing the celestials scattered across the ground will satisfy me? Let me tell you, that is nothing but a delusion, even if you claim so. As he spoke, Kenshin gazed at his sword-wielding hand, a bitter smile creeping upon his lips. To have reached this point is the extent of my capabilities. That individual over there is the true harbinger of death. He then turned his attention to the furious Jintoki beside him. And you are nothing more than a self-deceiving hypocrite. I retract my previous assessment. Himura Kenshin, you are not a killer, but rather a charlatan. With that, he leaped down from Kenshin's back. In truth, I fail to comprehend your confusion. Perhaps you are presently lost regarding the direction of this war, yet over time, you will find that the matters causing your bewilderment will only multiply, and the sword in your grasp will grow increasingly burdensome. This was the silent Kenshin. Then, little Kagoro, what do you intend to do? Jintoki inquired, unable to contain himself. If your abilities merely allow you to survive in a state of misery. As he spoke, a sense of determination gripped his hands, replaying in his mind the poignant and helpless visage of Neru. We must leave. This war is one we have lost. I shall not permit this war to end in failure. With those words, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and an overwhelming force erupted from him, propelling everything in the vicinity, including Kenshin and Jintoki, away. If you cannot secure victory in this war, then allow me to ascend as the ruler of this world. Accompanied by his declaration, His power manifested as a beam of light that pierced through the leaden clouds above. I shall not spare any of the celestial beings or the shogunate who have harmed Sister Neru. I will eliminate them all. As he uttered this, a resounding crack echoed from within him, and under the impact of that tremendous force, Kenshin and Jintoki could no longer withstand it and succumbed to unconsciousness. The land of the samurai, once the name of this nation, had long since faded into obscurity with the arrival of the celestial beings. In a tavern, a merchant, sipping his drink, remarked to those nearby, "What a legendary tale indeed." Just as the Juishi, including Himura Kenshin, were retreating step by step, a figure appeared seemingly out of thin air. A glimmer of longing flashed in the merchant's eyes as he continued. The queen, known in ancient times as Gaku, who suppressed all with absolute power, single-handedly dismantled the shogunate and expelled the celestial beings from Earth within just a month. She is undoubtedly the greatest person on this planet, the one and only queen. He sighed, reflecting, this very city, the Jinsokyo, is under her dominion. Indeed, the Queen of Earth is essentially the queen of the entire universe. At another table, a man with natural curls quipped, and she is a queen who can understand the hearts of men. "Hey, Jintoki, let's hurry, we can't miss the celebration," exclaimed a bespectacled youth alongside a girl with orange hair clad in a red cheongsam. Oh, please do wait for me," stammered the man with natural curls, hastily gathering the bottles and desserts from the table, mumbling incoherently as he rushed out. Even though history has been altered, Jintoki remains, as if governed by fate. To have established the Odd Jobs Agency, the scene shifts to the palace. Is this nation, or rather this world, finally at peace? Clad in a resplendent floral kimono, with the sun hat perched atop her head unchanged, a decade has passed, yet the petite figure of the young girl remains as it always was, unchanged, truly a legitimate loli. You have conquered the earth, the universe, wielding a force both violent and exaggerated. Not even the entirety of the cosmos could rival you alone. As he speaks, Kenshin, dressed in red, slowly approaches from outside the palace, gazing at Sho. You have succeeded. You have become the king. And what of it? I merely seek retribution against them. Sho retorts defiantly, meeting Kenshin's gaze head-on. You ought to comprehend that I have no interest in this nation. Everything I have done is merely to make those banal, cruel institutions and the Celestials pay for their deeds. Thus, I have never desired ownership of this nation. Whoever wishes to claim it may do so. Such words, if spoken, would surely sadden those outside who yearn for you. Kenshin replies with a wry smile. Why am I still not released? Because there is no reason. Turning, Sho approaches Kenshin, stating, I have entrusted this nation to Katsura Kotaru. I knew it. Kenshin replies with a bitter smile. For this, in essence, is but a dream so vividly real, born from the fantasies of your past. Sho pulls down Kenshin's collar, declaring, it is time to awaken, yet I have always wished to know certain things. Sister now has expressed her admiration for you, even as a faded lone star. Even when faced with the woman you love, she continues to love you. Sho coolly regards Kenshin, although you know nothing, not even after her demise, nor after she was sullied. Sister now is my everything. Perhaps once I step outside, this false memory will be discarded without a thought. However, Sho's fingers twitch slightly, levitating Kenshin and casting him aside. Within this false memory, I shall grant the equally illusory sister now an opportunity to fulfill her true wish. Kenshin, observing the cherry blossom-patterned bed where Kenshin lies. Sho loosens the sash at his waist and approaches Kenshin, the shoulder of his outer garment gradually slipping away, revealing his fair skin and flat chest. The pink of his skin stimulated by the air. With a cold yet blushing visage, he advances. His alluring, fair thighs glide toward Kenshin, and Sho softly kisses Kenshin's lips. Rising to meet his gaze, I shall fulfill Sister Now's wish. Thereafter, you and I shall vanish together. Is my being still to your satisfaction, Kenshin? Cut the yin and yang decree, release. Saimai roars, the folding fan in his hand emitting a blue light, sending the golden magic circle and the floor flying. Saimai, somewhat apprehensive, looks at Sho, for just now, he had clearly witnessed something exceedingly strange in a dream, which left Kenshin, beside him, drenched in sweat. Ming, without a moment's hesitation, shattered the formation. We have lost this contest. As he spoke, his expression darkened as he gazed at the drenched Ju and Jianxin. Ming raised his hand and remarked, of course, He remains oblivious to the events that transpired within the dream. Chapter 319. Transition. Did we truly lose? Jianxin, with a grim countenance, stepped forward to observe Sei Ming. I have no idea what transpired. That must surely be a memory from Jinsokyo. Did you encounter anyone familiar? Ju, his face slightly flushed, inquired nonetheless. I do not know. I merely caught sight of a woman with golden hair. Jianxin shrugged, continuing, before I could utter a word. She struck me back. In truth, I was simply napping within the formation. That old hag Yukari Yakumo, Ju muttered discontentedly. What did you see in my memories? Jianxin asked. Curiosity piqued. Nothing much. Ju hesitated, his gaze evasive. I only recognized you from your time as a killer. Is that so? Well, it makes sense. I possess no other memories beyond that, Jianxin replied, reflecting while stroking his chin as he observed the eager Sei Ming and the outer path Maru. In comparison, I find myself at a disadvantage. I have not seen any of your memories. Is that so? Ju chuckled oddly, gazing at Jianxin as he slowly said, Should I introduce you to a woman? A single dog. Jianxin, his lips twitching at Ju's remark, retorted, From your expression, I can tell you have no good intentions. Do not be like that. Deep down, you truly desire it, Ju teased, grinning mischievously. Do not forget what kind of yukai I am. Fine. With that, after the exchange between Jianxin and Ju post-defeat, we turned our attention to the stage where Sei Ming and the others stood. Jianxin's unexpected defeat indeed surprised me. Watching the bickering Ju and Jianxin below the stage, Sei Ming then remarked to Sei Ming, It is evident that the opponent was well prepared. I can understand Jianxin's loss in such a bizarre contest. Hey, before you say that, tell me why this guy is still here? Sei Ming, expressionless, pointed at Daoman. Shouldn't he have exited after his victory? That is naturally because our representative for the third battle voluntarily relinquished this opportunity to me, Daoman replied, opening his folding fan to conceal his mouth. Sei Ming, I shall personally defeat you. The strongest on my OG need not be two. I will take revenge for your long-standing insults and your actions regarding our broken engagement. Before you utter that, perhaps you should keep your inflated bravado in check. I have no need for your peculiar inclinations, kid, Sei Ming retorted while adjusting his ears. Humph, for now, you can only speak defiantly, Daoman scoffed, looking at Sei Ming. Be cautious, Lord Sei Ming. Your opponent is an on-my-OG of transcendent understanding. Ordinary methods against a human will not suffice, Outer Path Maru interjected, positioning himself between Sei Ming and Sei Ming. And now, the battle that will determine the fate of the Ketsuya family begins. With a commanding shout from the referee, a crimson glint flickered in Jin's eyes. He swiftly advanced in 3 strides and delivered a punch that sent Daoman flying. Who says the attacks of ordinary people lack efficacy? Jin chuckled triumphantly, exclaiming, Taste my continuous, ordinary punches. After a few hearty laughs, he dashed toward the fallen Daoman and pinned him down. Hey, at least let me summon my Shikigami. Do you even know the rules of the duel? Daoman shouted furiously at Jin. I don't know, but I do know that before you can unleash your strange tactics, I intend to finish you off first. With that, Jin unleashed a flurry of punches upon Daoman's face, declaring, Did you think this was a turn-based game or a nightly duel? Waiting for you to prepare? You must be out of your mind. Watching Jin mercilessly batter Daoman, Saimai couldn't help but acknowledge that the method for an ordinary person to defeat a Inyang master lay in that fleeting moment before the master could deploy their abilities. Therein lay a glimmer of possibility. What on earth is that golden ring? Kagura inquired, observing the mysterious golden circle that had appeared before her. She grasped it tightly in her hands. Nabiki, do you know what this is? You should ask Lord Saimai, Nabiki replied uncertainly. Is this something belonging to a Inyang master? Kenshin, who had been bickering with Q, suddenly expressed interest upon seeing the object. Crush it, Q remarked, watching Jin's relentless assault on Daoman. The curly-haired Inyang master up there is a fake. The others echoed in surprise. All right, I'll destroy it right now, Kagura declared, gripping the ring with both hands. A fierce expression flickered across her face as she exerted force, shattering the ring in her grasp. The circle disintegrated into golden specks of light that gradually faded away. Upon witnessing this, Kenshin's gaze flickered momentarily, and he fell silent. Q cast a brief glance at Kenshin before speaking. Now do you understand why, despite having Inyang masters, the shogunate still lost that war? Kenshin remained silent. What exactly have you experienced in my memories? Kenshin mused, observing the scene where the battered Daoman transformed into a paper slip before dispersing. A red beam then shot toward Jin, but Saimai swiftly intercepted it. The situation once again devolved into a standoff, prompting a rhetorical question from him. Some fool has been lost ever since the Bakamatsu era, Hugh remarked, his eyes fixed on Kenshin. It is precisely this confusion that allowed that curse of the dead to easily infiltrate your body, sapping your strength. Do you truly believe your waning power is solely due to the curse? The true reason lies within yourself. As the celestial path approaches Earth, the Tendo clan meticulously reports every action of Kenshin to Nariku. Upon glancing at the contents of the paper slip, the priestess's eyes flickered briefly before she crumpled it into a ball and discarded it into the trash bin. Have you truly awakened to the fate of those who stray from the Tendo clan? A cold voice suddenly echoed from behind. You cannot provide me with answers. I must seek them myself. With that, the devotee coldly turned her back and exited the alley without glancing at any potential pursuers. Answers? Within the alley, an eerie voice laced with laughter echoed, growing increasingly sinister. You are, after all, an integral part of this plan, let alone anything else. Chapter 320. Transformation. He. Observing the astonished Saimai and Gintoki, Daoman emerged amidst a burst of light with a chilling smile. Did you truly believe you were attacking someone from the outset? From the moment you charged forward, what you perceived was merely an illusion. Tsh. Slightly irritated, Gintoki rubbed his wrist, his expression grim as he regarded Daoman. Though internally shaken, he maintained an air of indifference. You managed to escape by sheer luck. Saimai, it is evident that the chasm between us is indeed vast. Your performance, despite occupying the same position of supremacy, falls remarkably short. Daoman disregarded Gintoki, fixing a disdainful gaze upon Saimai. Daoman, I believe there is still room for us to negotiate. Saimai seemed to be making a final effort. Obstinacy. Daoman scoffed, producing a white note once more. Come forth, spirit. Before the onlookers stood a shikigami, its body a striking blend of blue and red, with two sharp horns radiating a chilling glimmer. Its powerful, rippling muscles underscored its extraordinary strength, and its crimson eyes fixated on Saimai, revealing unmistakable malice rooted in Daoman. After a brief moment of contemplation, Daoman closed his eyes, and Saimai, as if resolute, shouted, Aotomaru. Hello, Master Saimai. With that, Aotomaru raised the wolf-toothed club, positioning himself before Saimai, poised to confront the spirit. Saimai, do you truly expect this diminutive shikigami to vanquish the spirit? Daoman laughed exaggeratedly. How delightfully naive you remain. His laughter was terrifying, sending chills down spines. Hastily, Gintoki grabbed a few items to steady his nerves. With the wind at his feet, Gintoki dashed toward Daoman, swinging the Toya Lake blade downward. Humph! Daoman coldly snorted, slightly unfurling his folding fan to shield his head, perfectly parrying Gintoki's strike. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Daoman's eyes. Inyang decree, designated for demons. Instantly, a wave of black light surged towards Gintoki's face. Not so fast. Spirit talisman, fire curse. Saimai shouted, unfurling his fan as a blue Inyang technique transformed into a radiant azure beam that shielded Gintoki. Though it could not hold for long, it at least granted Gintoki a moment to react. Stepping back slightly, Gintoki deftly grasped the hilt of the Toya Lake blade and charged once more. Observing this, Daoman divided his focus, watching Gintoki as the Inyang techniques clashed and began to cancel each other out. Be cautious. That fellow intends to employ a Inyang technique that can transform people into animals. Jaku, intently watching Daoman, warned just as Gintoki's blade was about to make contact with Daoman's body. Damn little brat. The triumphant expression on Daoman's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of desperate frustration as he gazed at Ju. He had initially believed he could eliminate Gintoki with a single blow, but who would have thought that his seemingly foolproof plan would be so easily thwarted? Gintoki's advancing figure paused momentarily, his blade slicing through the air beneath Daoman's armpit. His reddish-brown eyes meeting Daoman's as he passed by. A chill coursed through Daoman's heart, for he had just realized that the wooden sword tucked beneath his arm was, in truth, a katana stained with endless blood, and a moment's carelessness could plunge him into an abyss from which he could never return. Hey, Saimai. The disparity between us and our opponents is not to be underestimated, Gintoki remarked, hoisting Lake Toya onto his shoulder as he addressed Saimai. His words clearly referred to the recent scene where Saimai's magical shield had been effortlessly shattered by Daoman's assault. I understand, Saimai replied, slightly bowing his head. Please hold on for 1 minute. After that, I will take care of everything. A minute. You certainly have a high opinion of me, Jintoki retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Daoman before shifting his gaze to the side where Aotamara stood. But with this guy around, I can certainly endure for another minute. That's good, Saimai said, closing his eyes as a brilliant azure light began to emanate from him, growing ever more intense, as if strength from all directions were converging into his being. To be able to achieve this for Chris, to challenge the realms of my own understanding for her smile. In comparison to you, I find myself a coward, endlessly contemplating the consequences I ought to bear. Thus, this power of Daoman, I shall unleash it to vanquish you. You, Saimai. Daoman, entangled with Jintoki and Aotamura, caught sight of Saimai's actions and instinctively drew a sharp breath. You've summoned all the Shikigami scattered throughout Edo? Aren't you afraid of the shogunate's reproach? My own sister has been bullied to the utmost, and yet I should still ponder such trivial matters? Am I even a brother? Saimai said, slightly opening his eyes to look at Daoman. For all these years, I have refrained from competing with you for the title of the strongest on Myuji, not because I feared you, but to let you know that I have always been accommodating. Such a hypocritical title, if I wished. I could easily step forward and claim it. As he spoke, the blue light surrounding Saimai gradually retracted into his body. His spiritual energy reached a saturation point that in human terms was indeed exceptional. Ju openly marveled. In contrast, the feelings of inferiority and fear within that human on the opposite side have never been expressed so clearly as now. Is this the hidden power of Saimai? Humph. Even so, I shall make you witness the might of countless flame talismans, Daoman declared, forcing Jintoki and Aotamara apart, his arm extending high into the air as overlapping red talismans swirled around him, radiating his unique spiritual energy. Countless? Daoman, you must truly see clearly. As he spoke, Saimai cast a cold gaze upon Daoman, his arm slightly bent. Suddenly, a towering column of talismanic light erupted behind him, extending beyond sight and leaving all the onmyoji present momentarily speechless in astonishment. These 574 talismans cannot simply be dismissed as countless, he remarked indifferently. With a sweeping motion of his arm, the column surged forth, rushing toward the dazed Daoman. Take a moment to fully appreciate this and remain composed. Boom. This is troublesome. I need to find someone. With that, the shrine maiden knocked on the door of the Wanshur house after freeing herself from the bothersome individual. Here, said the old woman. Toshi, as she opened the door, immediately noticing the long-haired figure clad in white, wielding a long katana and bearing an expression of detachment. What brings you here? I wish to inquire about a person. The place you once provided for him to reside. What is his current address? Hiko Sejiro. How absurd. Apart from that unruly curly-haired scoundrel who refuses to pay rent, I have no such person here, Toshi replied, lighting a cigarette as she regarded the shrine maiden. For a moment, both Toshi and the shrine maiden exchanged silent glances, neither speaking. Excuse my intrusion, the shrine maiden said, bowing slightly. Observing Toshi's indifferent expression, she turned and gradually departed. Toshi exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing at the dimming sky, perhaps perceiving an illusion amidst the swirling haze. Is a change in weather approaching? Chapter 321. The Demon God Humph. Saimai, I shall never concede defeat to you. Absolutely not. As Saimai unleashed his incantation, enveloping Daoman in the flames of the fire talisman, all present believed the battle had reached its conclusion. The Keshu clan rejoiced, while the Iria clan watched with undisguised resentment, yearning for revenge, yet feeling utterly powerless. Not yet. It is not over, Ju stated softly, drawing the attention of Kenshin, who had relaxed nearby. What is it? A dark power, once feeble before me, now manifests as formidable upon that man. Ju's gaze remained fixed on Daoman, ensconced in flames. That power exceeds what any onmyoji can contend with. Kenshin, prepare yourself. We may soon be involved. What? Both Kenshin and the nearby Shinbaji and Kagura exchanged uncertain glances. She speaks the truth. That is no mere Shikigami, remarked Geidamuro, disregarding Shinbaji's quip about his own identity as a Shikigami. Master Saimai, it is not merely a simple Shikigami possession. It appears that man's overwhelming resentment has summoned forth the worst possible entity into this world. Do you recall? The demon that the Keshu and Iria clans once jointly sought to vanquish. Geidumaru's words instantly ignited a troubling suspicion within Saimai. Curse that Daoman. How could he have unleashed that being? As he spoke, Qingming deftly drew a slip of paper, and amidst a cloud of smoke, a shikigami appeared. Adorned in attire of blue embellished with peach blossoms, its brown hair elegantly styled into a bun, with fox ears sprouting atop its head. "Greetings, Master Qingming," it chirped. "Kazuha, swiftly escort them away." Qingming urged his shikigami behind him, then turned his gaze towards Shinbaji, Jintoki, and the others. "From this moment forth, all individuals who are not of the Onmyoji must vacate, including you, Kenshin, and Ju. This adversary is not one that your feeble shikigami amalgamation can contend with. Hey, don't underestimate me. If this were the old me, I could obliterate as many of him as you send," Ju retorted, disdain etched upon his face. "Qingming, I shall make you pay, no matter where you are." With that, flames erupted explosively, revealing a towering figure within, skin as dark as night and long black hair, with blood-red eyes emanating a sinister malice. Namyong fire, indeed. Gritting his teeth, Qingming formed a circular talisman before him, the blue flames surging forth once more. Yet, before a true assault could materialize, a colossal hand shattered the circle at his chest, sending Qingming and Shinbaji flying amidst the ensuing tempest. Enki-Tenmaru, the demon god sealed by the Ketsuya and Yarin families a millennium ago, the figure declared, removing a wolf-toothed club from its back. "Moreover, the strongest foe I have encountered in 1,000 years. Nanny? Then that means..." Shinbaji, rising from the rubble, gazed at Enki-Tenmaru. "Indeed, she is the sole shikigami passed down through the ages, irreplaceable and the mightiest of them all." Qingming coughed several times before standing resolutely before the group. "I apologize, Master Qingming, but I am unable to combat him," Enki-Tenmaru stated, turning to face Qingming. "My current master is Jintoki, who lacks spiritual power, rendering me incapable of engaging in high-intensity combat." Though he uttered no words, Qingming couldn't suppress a flicker of disappointment. Nevertheless, he extended his arm, unfurling the talismans on his back once more to form a protective barrier. "A mere imp from the Ketsuya family, is it?" The enormous upper-body demon suddenly spoke, its voice a heavy baritone laced with an eerie cadence. "And Enki-Tenmaru, it has been quite some time. I had no desire to see you at all, Enki-Tenmaru." Standing beside Qingming, Enki-Tenmaru responded, "Humph, who is your master now? It seems you've been left with such pitiful power." As Enki-Tenmaru surveyed the scene, his eyes landed on Jintoki, a flicker of recognition sparking. "Ah, it is this white-haired lad." "Humph, Enki-Tenmaru," Qingming began, but Ju anxiously interrupted, "Quick, get away. This guy intends to strike down upon us." Ju rolled off the side of the arena to evade the impending blow. Others naturally believed in Ju's words and hastily withdrew. Yet, just as the final individual departed, a colossal hand, imbued with immense power, descended with unerring precision, shattering one corner of the arena. "Oh, how unexpected. Can this shikigami truly predict my movements? Or is it endowed with the legendary ability to read minds?" And Tianwan's eyes gleamed, regarding Ju as though he had unearthed a rare treasure. "If it possesses the fabled power of telepathy, ha ha ha. Who would have thought that after being sealed for a millennium, you would present me with such a grand gift? Quick, take Ju away. This fellow has the ability to assimilate shikigami. If he were to acquire Ju's powers, we would stand no chance whatsoever." Saimai swiftly positioned himself in front of Ju, declaring, "Five-pointed star. Futile." With a swift motion, and Tianwan shattered Saimai's five-pointed star, unleashing a tremendous pressure that sent Saimai flying. Simultaneously, another hand darted forward, swatting Saimai to the ground as one would swat a fly, leaving behind a long trail. Coughing, Saimai tasted blood at the corner of his mouth, collapsing on the ground, his determination to rise thwarted by the excruciating pain in his chest. "You Onmyoji have long been anticipated. Do you believe I would fall for the same trick again?" And Tianwan sneered at Saimai, stating, "The head of the Ri family resides within me, and I have already defeated the Ketsu family. What do you have left to challenge me? With your life, I shall fight you." Coldly uttering these words, Kenshin stood protectively in front of Ju, wielding the Onakiri, which radiated a vivid blue glow. While it may not be a reversed blade designed specifically for dealing with your kind, this weapon, valued at 998, is more than sufficient to contend with you. Humans? Ha ha. Upon seeing Kenshin, and Tianwan erupted into raucous laughter. "What can an ordinary human do?" As he spoke, a white silhouette approached Kenshin, the Toya lake resting atop the Onakiri, the twin blades raised skyward, crossing each other in a horizontal slash. New moon. The dual sword energies. one blue and one white, struck in Tianwan's chest in succession, sending his massive form crashing backward with a furious roar as he fell to the ground. With a mage profession, how could there not be a melee tank? Standing side by side, Kenshin and Jintoki brandished their blades before the onlookers, gazing at the fallen and Tianwan. Do not presume we are merely cute. Thus, we engage. Chapter 322. Himura Kenshin, what are you hesitating for? Infuriating, mere humans. Outside, the tempest intensified, winds howling and dark clouds completely enveloping Edo, resembling the apocalypse. And Tianwan rose from the ground, eyeing the two standing before him, his gaze burning with resentment. The spiritual power of Shikigami clinging to a wooden sword, does it inflict harm upon me? No, his words indeed describe such a thing. Yet I am distinctly different. With that, Kenshin raised the Onakiri. Its once blazing blue radiance now appeared considerably weakened. I am confronting you using my own strength. When will humanity truly harness such powers, and not merely as on my Oji? It is indeed laughable. As he spoke, Tianwan supported himself with both hands on the ground. His dark crimson eyes fixated intently on the figure of Jianxin behind him. But how long can you sustain that special power? I believe you have misjudged a matter. There is no reason for today's on my Oji to be inferior to those from a millennium ago. Jinsan chuckled softly, observing Kagaya and Maru behind him, who were silently enchanting his wooden sword with closed eyes. He then sprang forward toward Tianwan. You can no longer afford to view this situation through your narrow perspective. With a disdainful snort, Tianwan opened his mouth wide, unleashing a dark purple energy blast towards Jinsan. Jinsan paused momentarily, raising his wooden sword to block the attack. But Maru and Kagaya beside him broke into a cold sweat, visibly uneasy. Do not confront such energy attacks head-on, you fool. Do you truly believe yourself to be a meat shield? As he spoke, Jianxin swiftly maneuvered past Jinsan, evading Tianwan's descending arm, and leaped onto Tianwan's shoulder. Human, it appears you are far more suited for my possession than that fellow Dao man. Initially flustered, Tianwan's body stiffened slightly as Jianxin perched upon his shoulder, even while still taunting Jinsan. Tianwan's voice resonated in a ventriloquist manner. Your aura of blood is truly captivating. Not good. Jianxin's blood aura. At this, Saimai's expression shifted drastically as he shouted towards Jianxin. Jianxin, quickly, distance yourself from him. That aura is an even better candidate for possession than Dao Man. It is too late. As Tianwan's dark, swirling energy began to rise, enveloping Jianxin's figure, Jianxin's body started to rotate, and he drew his sword, slashing it beside Tianwan's cheek with a cold smirk. I am not so easily possessed. Damn it. Tianwan roared in fury, raising his arm to strike down upon his shoulder. Yet Jianxin leapt onto Tianwan's head. Get lost. With a furious roar, Tianwan's shout produced visible shockwaves, propelling both Jianxin and Jinsan away. Jinsan. On the ground, not only was Jinsan affected by the shockwaves, but he was also pushed back by the flying debris, stumbling to maintain his balance. Next, after surveying his surroundings for a considerable time, when Tianwan's gaze landed on Ju hastily sprinted away. This action only heightened Tianwan's excitement. Indeed, a mind-reading ability. With that, he extended his arm to grasp at Ju. Never. Sliding into Ju's path, Jianxin drew his sword in a horizontal slash, severing Tianwan's fingers. The blue glow of his blade dimmed once more, yet Jianxin, undeterred, advanced a few steps further, wedging his sword against Tianwan's palm and plunging it in again, causing dark purple energy to diffuse from the wound. Opportunity observed the anguished cries of Amaterasu, and Kenshin understood that there would be no second chance. The remaining azure glow on his blade intensified, soaring high as he charged towards Amaterasu's chest. It appeared to be the final strike. Saimai, witnessing the scene, sighed in relief and encouraged, go for it, Kenshin. Kagura, supporting Jintoki, shouted with excitement. As the moment of impact approached, an unexpected visage materialized before Amaterasu's chest, a face unmistakably resembling Duman. Kenshin's gaze flickered uncontrollably, causing the blue radiance of his sword to dim in an instant, and his airborne form hesitated imperceptibly in midair. What are you hesitating for, Kenshin? Jaka suddenly shouted. What exactly is holding you back? Ha ha ha, too late. Amaterasu, now alert, swatted at Kenshin in midair, sending him flying away. What? Damn it! Jintoki, his eyes laced with crimson, slammed his fist into the ground and charged at Amaterasu. Kenshin, what are you truly hesitating about? Jaku inquired, lifting the debris off Kenshin, his bewilderment evident. You are a killer, aren't you? Even if you've never slain a single samurai of the shogunate, what does it matter? You remain a killer in the eyes of the world. Is there meaning in your hesitation? Just moments ago, you had the chance for a final strike. Yet you chose to hold back for the sake of one person. What are you thinking? From beneath the rubble, Kenshin struggled to remove the tiles pressing on his head. What I choose to do is my own affair. I merely do not comprehend. Why? Frustrated, Jaku hurled a small stone at Kenshin's head, questioning. The Hiten Mitsurugi style is the sword of salvation, fighting to protect something. Yet, even with that justification, I cannot take a life. Those samurai are merely pawns manipulated by the higher-ups. Kenshin sighed, recalling the tale of Kuchi. There's nothing wrong with them. Why should I kill them? Even so, they will remain ignorant of this. What does it matter? As long as I know, that is sufficient. Kenshin smirked. Label it self-deception or hypocrisy. This is how I perceive it. A sword is a weapon. Swordsmanship is an art of killing, no matter how beautifully it is adorned with words. That remains an undeniable truth. To take a life for survival, to kill in the name of protection, these are sins. So, when another places a blade at the throat of someone you wish to protect, do you still uphold that belief? If someone aims to harm those around you, can you simply let them go? Kenshin, I recall you wield a reverse blade sword, don't I? Yet, even so, a reverse blade sword only inflicts harm upon oneself. When the one you wish to protect stands before you, the reverse blade will still harm them. What difference does it make? A sword clouded by such confusion is of no use. Kenshin, it is high time to awaken from that dream, you fool. In a fit of rage, Ju raised his fist and struck Kenshin repeatedly. At a loss for words, Kenshin found himself at a loss for what to say. The weapon in your hand, the onigiri, though yet to be sharpened, does not signify that it cannot kill. With that, Ju stepped aside. Look at the consequences of your hesitation and those pitiful excuses. Observe their current state. Reflected in Kenshin's eyes were the weary figures of Jintoki, along with Saimai and Shinpachi, among others. In the eyes of everyone, you have become a murderer. What difference does it make whether you hesitate or not? Ju rose to his feet. A sword is a deadly weapon, and swordsmanship is a means of killing, regardless of how beautifully one may embellish it. That remains an undeniable truth. However, to kill in order to protect, to kill for the sake of survival, is not a sin. Ju continued, gazing at Amaterasu. Rather, it is an action born from the depths of your own heart, a course of action that you can pursue with a clear conscience. The lives and individuals you wish to protect are the very reasons for your existence in this world. With tears glistening on his face, Ju shouted a small encouragement to himself, then lifted his small feet and dashed towards Amaterasu. Kenshin, I will never stand by idly while my friends are in peril. Amaterasu, I shall defeat you. The command of heaven will only appear once, granting you a single opportunity. Thus spoke the man with the conical hat as he observed the helpless man in his grasp and the woman and child trembling in the corner. Homaru Masamune, where are you? Even if you say so, I still do not know, replied the man with a cold chuckle, struggling to articulate as he was lifted by the throat. Addressing Ho, because I truly know nothing. Is that so? With a slight exertion, a crisp sound echoed as the man fell helplessly to the ground. Ho gazed at the woman and child cowering in the corner, his face betraying no emotion. Fear not, for our objective is not you. With that, Ho turned towards the dilapidated door, the heavens' disdain being discovered. Depart now. As Ho's words fell, white figures flickered around, revealing that his ambushed subordinates had already retreated. What remained in the room were only the mournful cries and the air thick with despair. Chapter 323, the Onmyoji arc concludes. What are you approaching for? Hurry and leave. Just as Ju obstinately pressed forward, Amaterasu's crimson eyes underwent a strange transformation. One eye remained red, while the other shifted to the hue of a normal human pupil. Upon seeing Ju rushing towards him, he bellowed loudly. Domin? You too, Saimai. As Saimai formed hand seals and noticed Amaterasu's transformation, he exclaimed with delight. Saimai, let us protect this Edo together. I have long since seen through the hatred. With that, an eerie voice emanated from within Amaterasu's body. Inadequate talent, huh? Little brat. Do you still wish to constrain my movements? Simultaneously, Amaterasu's expression darkened as he roared. Do not think to break free. TCH, Saimai. Quickly unleash your most powerful onmyoji techniques against me. Thus, Amaterasu will be utterly obliterated alongside me. Daomen's voice erupted in a desperate shout. However, Saimai's gaze abruptly sharpened as he swiftly refuted, "Impossible. I would never commit such an act. Will you merely stand by?" At that moment, Gintoki, having evaded the frenzied assaults of Amaterasu, landed on the sidelines and bellowed at the onlooking onmyoji. "Here we are, fighting valiantly, and yet you, the head of the Tsukiyo family, and you, the master of the Akiri family, simply watch. Can you truly call yourselves righteous onmyoji?" The onmyoji from both the Tsukiyo and Akiri families exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of indecision. There is no room for hesitation. If one person's strength is insufficient, surely, collectively, we can vanquish him. With that, Ju struggled to ascend the platform, gazing at Amaterasu's towering figure. A being like that can be sent packing in mere seconds. "Umph, an unknown Shikigami, I shall absorb you first." With a cold snort, Amaterasu extended its colossal hand, descending upon Ju. "Hey, your opponent is me," Gintoki exclaimed, drawing the Toya Lake in an arc as he charged at Amaterasu. Yet, Amaterasu merely glanced back at Gintoki and unleashed another surge of dark purple energy, forcing Gintoki to halt and defend against the assault. It was not that Gintoki wished to evade. Behind him stood the likes of Oda Maru and Kagura. "Hurry. I can barely maintain control." Daomen's furious shout reverberated once more, as if a long-held grudge had suddenly dissipated. "Please, hold on just a bit longer," Gintoki yelled, watching as that enormous hand descended with increasing speed. Boom. The massive hand crashed down, sending ripples and tremors throughout the vicinity, leaving Gintoki and the others momentarily speechless. "For the time being, I cannot articulate what you have done wrong," he stated, as the enormous arm was lifted once more. Ju crouched on the ground, observing the tattered man before him. "Thus, I shall temporarily act in accordance with your words. Clearly, you could find no retort, which is why you rushed over to block this blow." Ju, crouched and cradling his head, allowed a faint smile to cross his lips as he addressed Kenshin. "You talk too much." Kenshin, with an unusual blush gracing his face, raised his other hand to restrain Amaterasu's arm, disregarding the seething expression on Amaterasu's face, and turned to Saimai and Gintoki. "Are you prepared?" "Ah," Saimai responded softly, the golden aura surrounding him intensifying, a testament to the other onmyoji present, those from the Tsukiyo and Akiri families, setting aside past grievances and finally uniting, concentrating their collective strength upon Saimai and Gintoki. Observing this, Amaterasu's eyes flickered with a trace of fear. It struggled to lift its arm, yet Kenshin's blade held it firmly in place. "I was wrong. During a team battle, long-term control is essential. Damn humans, damn onmyoji." As he spoke, a piercing golden light radiated from the Toya Lake bearer in Gintoki's hand, plunging into the chest of Amakitemeru, who bore a gaze filled with terror. Gintoki drove the blade into Amakitemeru's chest, tearing open a wound, while behind him, Saimai slightly opened his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Amakitemeru. "Domen, awaken," he commanded, the golden light illuminating Saimai's icy countenance. With both hands forming a pointed gesture directed at Amakitemeru's chest, Saimai roared, "Break." In an instant, a column of golden light surged toward the opened wound in Amakitemeru's chest, propelled by an overwhelming force, piercing through him directly. "Damn it! Damn it all!" Amakitemeru's anguished cries echoed as the black miasma surrounding him began to dissipate, and he gradually transformed into nothingness. What emerged was not merely the sun breaking through the rain, but a smile more radiant than the sun itself. As that brilliance accompanied Amakitemeru's disappearance, Domen instinctively broke free from control, seemingly reaching out to grasp something in the air, yet it was a futile endeavor. Seated before the ancestral hall of the Ketsunoya family, a thin wisp of sandalwood incense floated gently into the sky, enveloped by an aura steeped in ancient history. Before him, a neat row of Ketsunoya family heads and contributing onmyoji were aligned, and there sat Kinkaku, poised and attentive, observing the summoning array that began to regain its luminescence. "Thanks to you, not only has Krista's smile returned, but even the long-standing animosity between the Ketsunoya and the Ichiriya families seems to have crumbled like a wall due to this event," Saimai remarked, leaning against the doorframe. Gazing at Kinkaku, "You have already shared this sentiment with Gintoki and the others. There's no need to reiterate it here." Kinkaku replied, slightly opening his eyes yet not meeting Saimai's gaze. May I remain here for a day? As your Shikigami, I am curious about how you managed to return her. None among us on Myoji can achieve such a feat. Saimai regarded Kinkaku's expression, pausing for a moment before responding. For a time, Kinkaku was rendered speechless. You and Ichiriya, in your relationship with Doman, should find a return to your former camaraderie, should you not? I recall you were once quite good friends. Now, however, I suppose it is more apt to describe you as rivals at odds. Saimai replied with a faint smile, touching the small wound on his face. A remnant from an earlier confrontation with Doman at the entrance. Is that so? Kinkaku responded, choosing silence thereafter. You have ample time here. I shall not intrude further. With that, Saimai discerned Kinkaku's contemplations and decided not to disrupt his thoughts any longer, bowing slightly before departing. Meanwhile, Kinkaku's thoughts drifted back to that time. As the dust settled after the great battle and everyone had taken the time to recuperate, the group reconvened at the Ketsunoya family estate. Observing the rebuilding efforts of the two families, their hearts swelling with joy. Yet, at that moment, Jaku suddenly summoned Kinkaku to the ancestral hall of the Ketsunoya family, uttering words that only they could truly comprehend. Is it true that you are returning to your world? Kenshin paused slightly, then smiled. Jinsokyo? Yes, my sister and my family are awaiting me there. Ju thought of those individuals far away in Jinsokyo, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Once I return, I shall consult with Lady Yukari and see if I can bring you along. I believe that just this statement will prompt her refusal. Kenshin jested lightly before addressing Ju. If you are to return, ensure you do so properly. I shall not accompany you. Is it difficult to part from those here? Ju perceived Kenshin's inner thoughts and remarked. However, I have already come to regard you as family. There are too many bonds here, and I have unfinished business of my own. Revenge? You are aware of it. Then, Kenshin responded. Though I cannot impede you, I must assert that those who are lost in their hearts cannot conquer their foes. Rather, they may inadvertently harm those around them. As he spoke, Ju gazed intently at Kenshin, while there remains a hint of confusion within you. Certain inquiries must be explored through your own experiences. Thank you, Ju, Kenshin said with a faint smile. I shall find the answers to those confusions someday. Let it be known in advance, Ju stated as he positioned himself within the summoning circle. While I may not concern myself with you while you live, should you perish, you will become my Shikigami. Kenshin paused, smiling as he waved his hand dismissively. We are separated by an entire world, even across such distance. I shall summon you to Jinsokyo and make you my Shikigami, Ju said earnestly, compelling Kenshin to believe in the truth of his words. That is still far off. I do not believe you will meet your end so soon. Ju's expression shifted as she hesitated, aware that some experiences could only be comprehended within that dreamlike realm. After all, this Kenshin was not the same as the one from there. All your answers, Kenshin began, but Ju fixed his gaze upon Kenshin's eyes. Beware of a being known as Void. Before he could finish, a fissure suddenly appeared in the summoning circle beneath Ju, engulfing him entirely before sealing shut. Nevertheless, Kenshin caught a glimpse of the butterfly knot binding the edges of the crack, and his understanding of that individual deepened slightly. Moreover, Ju's unfinished warning compelled Kenshin to take heed. Beware of Void. Kenshin murmured. Could it be the Void among the four of the Netherworld's group? Enma, Void, Desire, and Corpse? Chapter 324. The realm of Azura. Several days had passed since the last incident. It was akin to the leisurely pace of a leisurely stroll. Time drifted slowly until today. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, the other day was New Year's, and today happens to be Valentine's Day. So, the question arises, what is the most tragic aspect of Jintoki and Kenshin's lives? Hey, today is Valentine's Day, Kenshin remarked, tugging at his hair as he looked at Jintoki. Did you not receive any chocolates from the girls? If this cube-shaped chocolate counts as one. Moreover, why do you remind me? I usually don't even remember today. With that, Jin-san placed a stack of postcards on the table, saying, these were sent to you by someone, but for some unknown reason, they ended up at the Odd Jobs agency. So here you go? Do I still have postcards? Kenshin inquired, curiosity piqued as he picked up the top postcard. It featured Ketsuno Anna, Saimai, and Doman, with a few words scribbled at the bottom. Thank you for your support this year, and may you be filled with energy next year. Oh, this is from the Onmyoji family, Kenshin remarked, his silent gaze directed at Jin-san, who was voraciously devouring sweets. He picked up another postcard, this one seemingly from Yoshiwara. It had been quite a while since he last visited Yoshiwara, and the message from Tsukiyomi read, "Wishing you well," though the latter part had been abruptly altered. There was also a postcard from the mischievous little ghost, with a note that said something like, "Tsukiyomi-chan is quite irritable," but the rest had been crossed out. "It feels rather ominous," Kenshin commented, glancing at Jin-san. "Hey, how long do you plan to eat? You might as well choke on it. I haven't been to your shop for quite a number of chapters now. Will you die if I enjoy a proper meal?" He continued. "A man shouldn't be so stingy." Jin-san waved the spoon in his hand at Kenshin, then promptly popped a strawberry from the cream into his mouth. "I still remember that I seem to have mentioned you owe me money at the beginning," Kenshin said, crossing his arms while gazing at Jin-san. "So after all this time, with 50,000 rolling in, how much do you owe me?" However, before Jin-san could respond, a heart-shaped chocolate suddenly appeared between them, causing both to look up. What greeted their eyes was a figure clad in a black uniform, adorned with a blue apron. Her gray hair was elegantly tied up with a pin, leaving a few strands to fall gracefully before her face. Her reddish-brown eyes sparkled with a crescent smile as she looked at Kenshin, saying, "Happy Valentine's Day." For a moment, Kenshin was speechless, for today was anything but ordinary, and with that chocolate before him, if he accepted it. "Hey, why on earth would someone give you chocolate on Valentine's Day?" Jin-san exclaimed, pointing at Kenshin with his spoon, his tone laced with envy. "Damn it. I've been here for so long, and no one has given me chocolate, especially from a beauty like Miku. Who told you that your reputation in Kabukicho is so notoriously unreliable?" Kenshin thought to himself, casting his gaze downward before reaching out to accept Miku's chocolate. Upon witnessing Kenshin's action, Miku beamed even brighter. "What are you two discussing?" Miku inquired, as she seated herself beside Kenshin, looking at both him and Jin-san. "Well, this pile of postcards here, I came to deliver them." Jin-san pointed at the towering stack beside him, shrugging. "From various sources. This one," Kenshin said, picking up one of the postcards, which bore a haughty yet disdainful smile, alongside a barely noticeable figure, represented merely as a black dot marked with an arrow. He couldn't help but chuckle. "When will you come to listen to my concert, Kenshin? This is a message from Suar." Kenshin merely glanced over it, and already understood. "Oh, this is the famous star, Miss Su," Sanyi teased, observing the star card in Kenshin's hand. "I didn't expect Kenshin to know such a big celebrity." "Well, we met before. That fellow over there, just idling, should know her too," Kenshin said, pointing at Jintoki. He set down the star card and picked up another one. "During the Onmyoji segment, I was stationed by the main gate." "What nonsense. That has nothing to do with you. Your position is completely wrong. And what on earth is that outfit, Elizabeth? Your leg hair is showing." Kenshin slammed the star card onto the table, a look of helplessness on his face. As he spoke, Sanyi chuckled softly while looking at the photo in his hand, which depicted a middle-aged man surrounded by children in a field, all gazing at the camera. "I am quite content now. Thank you," said the ghostly Damaru. Kenshin chuckled lightly, knowing that seeing them like this meant they were living well. And he could finally feel at ease. "Ah," Kenshin remarked as the door of the mindful house swung open. Dressed in a crimson outfit adorned with cherry blossoms and draped in a linen gray cloak, Miao entered with a bright smile, holding a small bag. Upon noticing Sanyi beside Kenshin, her smile momentarily faltered. "Miao, you're here too?" Kenshin greeted her with a smile. Although a sense of unease began to creep into his heart, nonetheless, he maintained a neutral expression. "And over here." The door opened again as Tsukiyomi entered, carrying a small package, and looked over at Kenshin. "I came to find you. Let us go drink together." "Hey, I'm not interested in drinking during the day," Kenshin firmly declined. "Well, I didn't expect you to obediently comply." With that, both Miao and Tsukiyomi stepped forward, lifting their packages to reveal heart-shaped chocolates. "I made these with my own hands. Please accept them with gratitude," they said in unison. Facing this bizarre scene, everyone else present halted their actions, gazing at Kenshin's changing expression. "Ahaha, I just remembered, Kagura and the others haven't bought lunch yet. I'll go now?" Jintoki awkwardly chuckled, ignoring Kenshin's urgent glances. After carefully stepping back a few paces, he vanished in a flash from the mindful house. "That little brat is remarkably swift." Kenshin flipped over the coffee table in frustration. "If this situation isn't handled properly, I might be doomed." "Sanyi, Miao, Tsukiyomi, help. Someone save me." "Huh, you're all here?" Kubiai entered, witnessing the scene and momentarily stunned. "Oh no, another colossal trouble has arrived." "Why?" he asked, seated atop a high platform, sipping cold tea, the staff jingling in the gentle breeze. "Which matter are you referring to?" After a moment of silence, he finally set down his teacup and spoke. Why should the bounty on Himura Kenshin be lifted? He is, after all, the most wanted criminal of your shogunate and a target that we, the righteous, must eliminate. His cold voice carried an undeniable authority. As you yourself have stated, the Loyalists now exist merely as a disreputable underground organization. Even though he was once a Loyalist, the current Himura Kenshin is simply an ordinary man leading a quiet life. An ordinary man. Ordinary men do not accomplish such feats. As he spoke, the small television behind him played a continuous loop of all the events that had transpired since Kenshin opened his shop. I am the shogun, Tokugawa Shigemori, and I possess the right to determine the safety of the commoners under my jurisdiction. Even if he was once a Loyalist, he is currently peaceful. He raised his gaze to the man below him. Since he is quiet now, it would be wise not to provoke him. You must understand, if it were he, how many would heed his call, igniting yet another conflict of Loyalists. The man below pressed his hat down. I understand, but he had best remain this way. Otherwise, the eyes of heaven observe the world. You may protect him for a moment, but can you safeguard him for a lifetime? With that, the man turned and walked outside, seemingly indifferent to Shigemori. Oboro, I advise you not to incite his wrath. Yet Shigemori continued to mutter to himself. Though he appears harmless now, you cannot have forgotten what transpired in the past. Humph. The will and methods of heaven are not something he alone can contend with. Consider carefully why he has become what he is now. Shigemori spoke coldly, facing the setting sun as Oboro slowly descended the stairs. Kenshin and Shigemori gazed at the distant sunset, silently repeating that name in their hearts. My friend, I can only do so much for you. Chapter 325. The Four Heavenly Kings Arc. The beginning. Every city, behind its radiant facade, harbors its share of filth, for such brilliance is born from darkness. Without darkness, how could light ever emerge? The tranquility of Kabukicho's surface is a product of years of brutal conflict, resulting in four kingly figures: Jirocho, Huatua, Seigo, and Toze. These four leaders emerged from the tumultuous history of Kabukicho, the Four Heavenly Kings. I share this with you to convey that survival here is no easy feat for outsiders. In the dimly lit room, shrouded in swirling smoke, various nefarious characters gather, weaving incomprehensible tales. Both Jirocho and Seigo are veterans of the Loyalist battlefield, their strength and influence unfathomable. Huatua commands a clandestine army, and those who dared to covet her have long since vanished. As he spoke, the man seated at the table exhaled a plume of smoke while observing the newcomers in this realm. Kabukicho had gathered an array of wandering warriors, delinquents, and rogues, among various other individuals. Hence, should one wish to engage in mischief here, they must ponder whether they possess the requisite strength. And what of the last one, Dosei? Someone inquired. The name itself bore little influence. It could hardly be deemed a sovereign. However, in contrast to the dominion of the other three, Dosei's realm of freedom and peace was notably elevated. The man glanced at the questioner, adding, "Yet do not underestimate her. Should you stir trouble there, rest assured, someone shall emerge to settle the score." But those are two genuine monsters. A hint of trepidation flickered in his eyes as he spoke of the men, one with cascading silver curls and the other with long crimson tresses. Those who had withdrawn from the battleground of the Choi were, in many respects, monstrous figures known as Yasha and Badasai. Just as Kenshin fell into an eerie silence. Confronted by Mio, Mitsuba, Kyobi, and Tsukiyomi with chocolates laid before him, he found himself paralyzed, aware that whichever choice he made would lead to an irrevocable demise. Ding! Good heavens, who could be arriving now? The doorbell rang once more, and he lamented, if another individual joins this stalemate, I shall not merely be facing the level of a slime, but rather confronting a demon lord. He cursed the doorbell like never before. Excuse me, may I inquire if the proprietor here is named Himura Kenshin? A girl with chestnut red eyes, adorned in an off-shoulder floral kimono and wielding a katana at her waist, approached. A single lock of hair stood erect against the sky, and her face radiated a cheerful smile as she questioned the bewildered Hasegawa. Kenshin? Isn't over there? Hasegawa gestured towards Kenshin, who was seated nearby. Upon catching sight of him, the girl's eyes brightened, and she dashed forward, unsheathing her sword. Kenshin. His gaze sharpened. He could not ascertain the intentions of this young girl, but with Mitsuba and the others before him, he could not allow her weapon to descend. Yet before he could act, Kyobi swiftly drew her long blade, interposing it firmly before everyone, and securing the girl's strike. Ah, I am unaware of the situation. But I have come to find Kenshin, the girl said, maintaining her smile despite her perilous posture, while her grip on the sword tightened. I have never, no? This is the second time witnessing such an unconventional greeting. Seizing the girl's arm, he flung her away while simultaneously restraining Kyobi's advance and returning her weapon to its sheath. Your actions are unacceptable. Do not touch me, you disgusting man. Kyobi retaliated with a shoulder throw, sending Kenshin crashing to the ground, leaving all present in stunned silence. Watching the unfolding events. Kenshin, are you all right? As she spoke, the little girl, appearing unfazed, ran over and squatted down, playfully poking at Kenshin's cheeks. Upon encountering the cross-shaped scar on his face, she seemed to grasp the situation better. Kenshin, are you all right? She inquired, realizing her instinctive reaction may have been inappropriate, and hurriedly crouched to look at him. My head aches terribly. Oh, it hurts. Kenshin lamented, clutching his head and rolling on the ground. Are you really that fragile? Tsukiyakari remarked, observing Kenshin's antics with a smirk of disdain. A man who has conquered Yoshiwara wouldn't simply fall like this. What do you mean by conquering Yoshiwara, you fool? Explain yourself clearly. Kenshin, resembling a bobblehead, shouted at Tsukiyakari. Am I some grand figure who single-handedly dominated Yoshiwara? You have overestimated me. I'm not that impressive. Please consider a man's limits realistically. Ugh, that's not it at all. You think I'm made of iron? Such things never even occurred. However, in comparison, your headache is indeed feigned, isn't it? Amiao suggested, addressing Kenshin. Kenshin was taken aback, then immediately resumed his lament. It hurts. My head is about to explode. It's going to burst. Kenshin still enjoys his playful antics, Miku said, helping him to his feet and addressing the others present. Kenshin will surely accept the chocolate. For it is a gift from us all, right, Kenshin? Stop spinning my waist around in circles, and let's negotiate. Kenshin exclaimed. Of course, I will accept it. He chuckled, struggling to suppress a grin. Truly, you have it tough, Mika thought to herself as she observed Kenshin's expression, reflecting on whether his continued evasion of emotions stemmed from uncertainty. Perhaps he would melt the chocolates I gave him and turn them into a chocolate cake. Well, if you're really fine, then I shall take my leave. Some words seemed left unspoken, as Tsukiyakari's face flushed, yet she ultimately said nothing, leaving the chocolates behind as she gently pushed the door open and departed. However, observing her retreating figure, it seemed more akin to a shy escape than a true departure. I sincerely apologize, Kenshin. Yet, my time outside is limited. This is the best I can manage. If it is still insufficient, I shall return another day, Kubiwake began, but Amiao interrupted with laughter, wrapping her arms around him. Little Nine, let us go shopping. The floral dress we admired last time is on sale. Amiao exclaimed cheerfully. Really, Amiao? Little Nine's face brightened with delight. Yes, yes. Let us hurry, lest it be snatched away. All right, Kenshin, remember what I said. I'll be off now. Quick, let us go, Little Nine. As the others finally departed, Kenshin, still cradling his head, let out a sigh of relief and sat wearily in a chair. Phew. Given a choice, I would rather brawl with a bald man. Well, this just proves Kenshin is still quite popular. Mika chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Oh, spare me. They are indeed formidable beings capable of tearing apart a Tyrannosaurus Rex. As she spoke, Jianxin couldn't help but shudder. I feel the need to find a few individuals to vent my fears, he mused. If my foolish disciple, Sogo, were to learn that his master was preoccupied with such thoughts, he'd surely be driven to madness, Mika teased. What use is a disciple who doesn't indulge in the masochistic desires of their master? Jianxin scoffed dismissively. Indeed, dear brother, please accept me as your disciple. Chimed in a little girl who had been standing quietly for a while, her face beaming with joy. Who are you? Jianxin inquired, casting a sideways glance at the girl. My name is Hanako, she replied cheerfully, pointing to herself. Hanako? Do you happen to have an older brother named Masako? Jianxin asked, his gaze fixed on her with a hint of curiosity. No, I don't, and I don't know how to initiate either, she giggled. What a troublesome child. Her personality is strikingly similar to Kim Yui's. Jianxin sighed as he regarded the girl. I do not accept female disciples. Does the flying sword style have a tradition of passing knowledge only to males? Hanako asked, her expression a mix of innocence and confusion. No, I simply prefer not to take on female students, Jianxin replied nonchalantly, but his tone shifted dramatically with the next statement. With male disciples, their masochistic tendencies are inconsequential. With female disciples, however, it becomes a matter of training them. The custom of favoring male over female disciples must have been established by someone as I am, he chuckled. Welcome, dear readers, to indulge in the latest, fastest, and most popular serialized works available. In Chapter 326, The Four Heavenly Kings, Jiro, Hinako observed the girl in the shop who frightened the customers, adorned in thigh-high socks and gloves, with her chest bound tightly. Don't get any strange ideas. This book is not a novel, so you shouldn't expect any cliché plots. Are we just going to leave her in the shop like this? Miku asked as she watched Hinako petrify the patrons, then approached Jianxin. Well, if such a girl were to be released, she could cause quite a stir, Jianxin shrugged. Let us wait for her family to come and take her home. I am rather curious about the father who could raise such an eccentric daughter. Perhaps he bears a striking resemblance to Kagura's father, Miku remarked, placing a dessert on the table while the customers expressed their gratitude with nods. She then turned to Hinako. Stop causing a disturbance. You're interrupting the customer's meal. Remember, you owe me double the money later, Hinako said, mimicking a slicing motion across her neck. Otherwise, I'll have to kill you. Don't casually throw around threats of murder. Jianxin scolded as he suddenly appeared beside Hinako, delivering a firm punch to the back of her head. I have set prices that remain unchanged. Do I look like someone in need of money? However, for those of us aspiring to become the leaders of this dark street, the more money, the better. That way, we can secure more followers and support, Hinako said, rubbing her head while smiling back at Jianxin, despite the bump forming. Such matters are nonsensical. Becoming the leader of the dark streets is utterly ridiculous. Perhaps you should take a moment to indulge in some manga next door? Such fantasies can be conjured in solitude, even during a moment of privacy, imagining vanquishing foes with relentless vigor. You could emerge victorious, yet here I am, merely seeking diligent workers rather than underlings. How perplexing it is that my elder brother could easily ascend to greatness, yet chooses to remain a mere proprietor of a dessert shop. With that thought, I cast a curious glance at him, my tray laden with the requisite confections. So, when shall you impart your swordsmanship upon me? Such skills can be honed by following the teachings found in manga. My hand to my forehead. I gestured dismissively. Whether you choose to swing a blade 1,000 times or meditate in idle contemplation, it matters not. Only when you attain the level of mastery will you be ready. Until then, focus on fulfilling your duties as a server, Miku. This matter is now in your capable hands. Absolutely no problem. Miku grinned playfully, sticking out her tongue as she addressed me. Hey, no need to act so cute. I shouted, pointing at her. Such behavior is entirely against the rules. Moreover, I've noticed you engrossed in some books lately. Surely they aren't romance or whimsical tales. Not at all. Miku replied with innocent sincerity. I'm reading the manga adaptation of School Days. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. With that, I awkwardly pushed open the door and stepped outside. Is that a reminder of something? Surely, that response must signify something. Am I truly that type of person? No, that cannot be the case. Hey, don't deny yourself, Kenshin. You must understand that you are absolutely not that sort of person. Absolutely. Now, why have you summoned me here? I certainly don't recall violating any waste disposal regulations. In a quaint courtyard, the elderly Madame Tosai, kneeling upon the ground, lit a cigarette while observing the peculiar individuals before her, one a woman and the other ambiguous in gender. Who is ambiguous? I erupted in indignation, not entirely sure why I felt compelled to refute that assertion. I then settled down, rubbing my temples. Who's to say? I only came because I received a notification. You two truly haven't changed at all. This remark came from an old acquaintance of mine, one of the four heavenly kings, Hua. The purpose of gathering you both today is not trivial. It concerns the increasingly tense atmosphere in Kabukicho, Hua remarked, glancing at the only vacant seat with a shrug. However, we must wait a moment longer. One individual has yet to arrive. Is it Jirocho? I would rather not wait idly. I haven't seen him in 2 years. Madame Tosai exhaled a plume of smoke, her tone indifferent. Well, since this occasion is rare, I would prefer to wait until all four heavenly kings are present. Hua smiled serenely. Kabukicho has remained calm for quite some time, yet the discontent among the populace is becoming increasingly evident. If we continue to neglect this situation, conflict is inevitable, and I believe none of us wish to witness such turmoil. The words spoken were indeed melodious, yet the man dressed as a woman, Seigo, scoffed disdainfully. But isn't it you and Jirocho who are causing the most commotion? Previously, All the gambling establishments on this street were under the management of the Jirocho family. Who invited you to erect a casino of your own? You are not much different, Seigo. I have heard whispers that you harbor those who yearn for the expulsion of foreigners and fallen samurai, Huatuo remarked, a subtle glint of coldness flickering in his gaze. Or do you, in the end, still care somewhat for your identity as a patriot, thus loving the house and all within it? Seigo fell momentarily silent. Despite the peculiar attire, he commanded a formidable force, claiming that such strength would establish a kingdom of cross-dressers. Those notions are mere fantasies of yours. I have never acknowledged them, Seigo replied, crossing his arms and regarding Huatuo, who was elegantly shielding his chin with a peacock fan, with an air of indifference. Such words are futile when spoken to me, Huatuo countered. But it is indeed a fact that you have openly opposed Jirocho's oversight and have clashed with him on multiple occasions. Before he could continue, the matron of Tozai interrupted. I have no interest in such trivial disputes and do not recall participating in them. Yet your warriors are quite arrogant, regardless of the region, Huatuo observed, directing his gaze at the matron. They are mere pawns in this game called the Wanshire House. I was unaware I possessed such convenient pieces. As she extinguished the cigarette in her hand, the matron picked up a cup of tea and took a slow sip, saying, moreover, this street cannot be unilaterally claimed as anyone's territory. I, along with those fellows, live here according to our own principles. Your words are equally ineffective when spoken to me, Huatuo remarked, lowering his fan to gaze at the matron. We never intended to be labeled as the four heavenly kings, nor did we desire this mutually restraining situation. It is merely a consequence of too many stubborn individuals unwilling to allow other forces to rise. There is no need for enmity among us, as our only adversary. His eyes glinted coldly. Is Jirocho, is it not? The atmosphere fell into a moment of silence. Oh, so you wish for the three of you to unite and eliminate me first? A deep voice resonated from the side. A man, clad in a yellow-brown outfit and bearing a katana at his waist, leaned against the doorframe. Sunlight reflected off his bronzed skin and piercing gaze, highlighting his white buzz-cut hair. I apologize for intruding uninvited, Jirocho said, straightening his posture and walking slowly to the seat designated for him. The notion of the three uniting to eliminate you has never been uttered. Huatuo's tone shifted upon Jirocho's arrival, rendering his intentions difficult to decipher. I merely spoke of having a disobedient subordinate. If it were up to me, I would not hesitate to dispose of him. Zhang gazed intently at Huatuo, his expression devoid of any hint of jest. Even inadvertently, you should never bring him to a place of our discourse. Now, all three of you have unwittingly entered my hunting ground. The moment these words escaped his lips, a man clad in black stealth attire materialized behind Zhang, a dagger poised menacingly against his throat. Is this a pet of the Peacock Princess? Zhang remarked nonchalantly. Withdrawing was merely a jest. His eyes flickered momentarily. Yet Huatuo ultimately commanded him to retreat. No, you were indeed correct. To respond to my murderous intent demonstrates exceptional training. However, I must apologize. I have grown old, and both my urges and my murderous aura are increasingly difficult to contain. Even if the prey is within reach, I find myself unable to restrain my impulses. Zhang spoke in a peculiar tone. For instance, I might have already dispatched you, yet you remain oblivious. At that instant, a severed hand and a bloody blade fell to the ground simultaneously, while the man in black endured excruciating agony, uttering not a single cry. For a slender line across his neck spoke volumes. Following this, the doors of the room were violently kicked open, and a multitude of figures surged inside. The black-clad individuals were evidently Huatuo's men. The samurai garbed in warrior attire belonged to Zhang, while the men adorned in women's attire were from Seigo. They all roared as they charged forward, and a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere as the three factions stood at a standoff. Dengshi, is it truly wise for you to be unaccompanied in such chaotic skirmishes? Zhang inquired, casting a glance at the elderly Dengshi. You, alone, are the prime target, whether for me or for them. Dengshi remained silent, her head bowed. Boom. Just as the three factions were about to collide, a colossal Buddha statue was raised high and hurled towards Zhang, the resulting dust cloud awakening all parties to their circumstances. Having eavesdropped on the ladies' conversation, are you prepared to face the consequences? Seigo bellowed as he launched the statue. Stand down. Yet, despite being pinned beneath the statue, Zhang spoke with an air of indifference. Suddenly, the statue fractured, erupting in a thunderous explosion that revealed Zhang beneath, poised with his blade. "TCH, what do you intend to do to our leader, you band of miscreants?" The black-clad men of Huatuo were sternly admonished, retreating obediently, seemingly seeking to de-escalate the situation. Though in truth, Huatuo likely desired a mutually destructive confrontation between Seigo and Zhang. Bang! The ceiling above shattered unexpectedly, causing both the impetuous Seigo faction and Zhang's men to recoil in shock, gradually revealing a figure amidst the swirling dust. An impressive sword-drawing technique. The words escaped even before the dust settled. "Pardon, it appears you did not come alone after all." Zhang sneered. "You have brought forth the fiercest of wild dogs." Kenshin Himura, with a fan covering his chin, sparkled with a myriad of glimmers in his eyes. "It is I." As the dust settled, Kenshin glanced around, his gaze landing on Jirocho, who was intently focused on him. This was the unique connection shared between swordsmen. Kenshin Himura, he welcomed the multitude of readers, offering the latest, swiftest, and most popular serialized works at the original source. Chapter 327, The Decision of the Draw. "Hey, Kenshin, who permitted you to descend from the heavens?" Granny Dinga remarked, disregarding the tense atmosphere. The environment below is far too cold. Someone like me surely belongs in a sunlit locale, hence I chose to linger atop the roof." Kenshin scratched his head as he sheathed his sword. "But you all are engaged in such vigorous activity down there. Do bear in mind, the roof of this house has stood for many years. Isn't an explanation necessary for your eavesdropping, Kenshin?" Jirocho said with a malicious grin. "Did you not resolve this matter from the outset?" Turning, Kenshin addressed Hua, Jirocho, and Seigo, slowly articulating, "Once one faction stirs trouble, the other three will unite to retaliate. Is this not the essence of what Huatuo wished to convey?" You truly comprehend," Huatuo remarked, covering his mouth with a fan as he gazed at Kenshin. "This principle may be simple for you, but it is not so easily grasped by Granny Dinga's faction." Kenshin looked down upon all present, stating, "Our society does not adhere to the rigid hierarchical structures you possess. Here, rules are far less stringent. Thus, the question arises, what constitutes excessive actions? Defining this boundary to avoid exploitation is a commendable thought," Seigo said, clapping his hands together. "I too am curious as to what this boundary equates to." "A boundary, you say? It signifies that individuals from this side cannot be attacked or harmed while on the other side." Huatuo's eyes gleamed with insight. "Such a boundary. Hey, if others intrude upon my territory to wreak havoc, am I not permitted to retaliate?" Jirocho inquired. "Certainly not. Should one instigate trouble, they must bear the consequences." "Which entails being besieged by the other three factions," Seigo observed, fixing his gaze on Kenshin. "Is that not so, Kenshin? Thus, I keep asking, who is this Kenshin you speak of? After all these years, you still harbor grievances against that entirely non-existent figure, you fool." Kenshin retorted to Seigo, recalling his limited dark history. "Is that so? I have resolved that if you were to don women's attire, Kenshin would inevitably make an appearance." "What do you say? Care to try?" Seigo appeared quite eager. "Absolutely not. Keep your distance. The farther the better," Kenshin declared, waving his hand in disdain. At this juncture, the atmosphere could be described as familiar. "In the past, to establish a shop, you visited each of us," Jirocho stated, planting his long blade into the ground as he stood to face Kenshin. "A rare junior. I have yet to forget you. I sincerely appreciate the compliment. Surviving the early days of the Sano Joy War was no small feat for a predecessor." Kenshin replied to Jirocho with a measured tone. For a moment, the two individuals fell into a profound silence, gazing intently at one another, as the atmosphere thickened with tension. Even the previously boisterous subordinates held their breath, beads of sweat beginning to form on their foreheads. The unique aura emanating from such formidable masters was overwhelmingly oppressive. Suddenly, Elder Dengshui broke the silence. With a resounding clash, Jirocho ruthlessly swung his sword downwards, only to be met by Kenshin's sheath, which he deftly drew to block the blow. Simultaneously, Kenshin stepped forward, bringing his sword, the onigiri, down with force. Jirocho, undeterred, swiftly raised his sheath to counter Kenshin's strike, while his sword hand pivoted to deliver a retaliatory blow. Unexpectedly, Kenshin charged directly at Jirocho's chest, causing him to stagger backward. Both warriors then unleashed powerful punches at one another, their fists colliding midair, generating a tempest that sent splintered wood flying. As they fought, Both men tasted blood in their throats, swallowing it down despite the pain, for in such a moment, weakness was not an option. They both retreated, gazing at each other from a distance. "You insolent brat! How dare you disrespect my brother?" shouted one of Jirocho's men, charging at Kenshin. "Stand down. This is a battle beyond human participation," Jirocho barked, dismissing his subordinates before stepping forward. "It is no wonder that even as the Bashan War nears its end, you can hold your ground against the celestial beings. Compared to our early days of mere swordplay, your mastery of battleships and cannons grants you a distinct advantage. Yet, you remain too inexperienced." With that, the ribbon binding Kenshin's hair snapped, his crimson locks cascading freely. Those who cannot adapt should remember that the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous ones to their demise on the shores, Kenshin retorted defiantly. As he spoke, the sleeves of Jirocho's brown robe tore as well. In their brief skirmish, neither had gained the upper hand. Indeed, they were worthy adversaries from the early days of the Bashan War. In a contest between the two of them, the odds were evenly matched at best. However, Kenshin mused to himself, if only he had the reverse blade's sword in hand. "Humph, Jirocho, I trust you have come to your senses," Seigo remarked, observing Jirocho with arms crossed. "Any party that violates the agreement will face the wrath of the other two." Jirocho sheathed his long sword at his waist and turned to leave. Just as he was about to step through the door, he cast a fleeting glance back at Kenshin. "Both of us are masters of the drawing technique. What you know, I know as well." With that, Jirocho departed, accompanied by his subordinates. Kenshin bent down to retrieve his sheath, his body momentarily still. If Jirocho could indeed slice through the air to create sword energy, then his chances of victory would. "Kenshin, it's time to leave," Elder Dengshui urged, rising to her feet. "We must return, lest that group stirs up more trouble." Acknowledging her words, Kenshin secured the onigiri at his waist and followed Elder Dengshui towards the door, leaving behind the serene West Country with the ever-radiant gaze of Hua Tuo. "Manage your subordinates well. This battle must not be initiated by us." After departing from that place, Jiro Long addressed his men. "But brother, why must we?" began a subordinate, hesitating. "West Country and I have both survived the early days of the Sano Joy movement. His strength is unfathomable. Hua Tuo's followers wield unknown powers, representing the celestial beings." As Jiro Long walked slowly, he continued, "Our objectives had already been firmly established, yet as you all can see, our opponent is the infamous Batasai. Himura Kenshin. Do you possess the confidence to confront him?" Jiro Long paused, waiting for the red light ahead. "I do not believe he can simultaneously face the three heavenly kings," remarked a subordinate. "Indeed, should we proceed in such a manner, unless we remain united as one, the rabid dog that has lost its home will surely bite anyone first," Jiro Long observed the red light. "If we separate and confront him one-on-one, the ferocity of that rabid dog is not to be underestimated. You must understand, that was Himura Kenshin we just faced. However, if we act thus, we must prepare for what lies ahead." Glancing at the newly turned green light, Jiro Long stepped forward, but Batasai. Suddenly, a car recklessly ran the red light, honking incessantly, attempting to force Jiro Long to move aside. Yet, Jiro Long lifted his gaze, reminiscing as he looked at the sky. These are entirely different individuals. In an instant, a flash of cold light cleaved the speeding vehicle in two, resulting in a thunderous explosion that blossomed into a fiery spectacle upon the street. "Prepare yourselves," Jiro Long commanded, sheathing his sword as he regarded his stationary subordinates. "Our primary objective is to eliminate Himura Kenshin. I believe Hua Tuo understands this as well." Chapter 328. Darkness Granny, do you truly wish to return? As Granny Dose walked alongside Kenshin on their departing path, Kenshin furrowed his brow, watching her turn. "Certain matters remain unclear. I must take another look," she replied, slowly inhaling smoke before gazing at Kenshin. "Being with you now is perhaps even more dangerous." With a casual glance around the surroundings, Granny Dose smiled. "Is it?" With a faint smile, Kenshin observed the encroaching crowd and placed his hand on his sword, Gokitsuji. "Regardless of whether we advance or retreat, I truly hope you choose the path forward. But the path ahead is quite perilous, is it not?" Granny Dose said, passing by Kenshin and softly adding, "Retreating is the true path to survival." "Understood," Kenshin replied, bending slightly as he surveyed the gathering crowd. "Granny, you may go with peace of mind. I shall handle things here. Remember to bathe once you return, otherwise Mitsuki will come to me with complaints again." After Granny spoke, she turned to leave, and the ronin surrounding them parted to allow her passage, clearly indicating that their sole target was Kenshin. As he spoke, Kenshin watched as Granny Toes exited, a flicker of concern finally dissipating from his heart. He then turned his gaze towards the surrounding ronin and samurai, who encircled him, yet dared not advance. What? Are you afraid? Do not be frightened. He is but a single individual, declared the leader, though he himself swallowed hard, the fear in his eyes deepening. There are so many of us, and besides, Himura Kenshin has vowed never to take a life again. We need not fear him. Upon the utterance of that final phrase, the ronin and samurai encircling Kenshin seemed to find a reason, inching forward with renewed courage. With a cold smile, Kenshin subtly drew his blade, the glint of the cold steel flashing momentarily, accompanied by the wails of the fallen, as a wave of dread began to spread. Say, are you a disciple of Kenshin, or merely a servant here? Resting his leg on his knee, Gintoki pinched his nose while regarding the beaming Hirako. He waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "Bring forth the finest and most expensive offerings in the establishment. Today, Gintoki intends to indulge." But Kenshin specifically instructed that upon encountering one named Gintoki, you could unsheath your blade without hesitation, Hirako said, scratching his chin in thought before smiling and pointing at Gintoki. Well then, I shall not hold back. With that, he swiftly drew his sword and struck down. Hey! Gintoki rolled awkwardly on the ground, cold sweat trickling down his face as he stared at the chair split in two, forcing a dry chuckle. I misspoke. My name is Sakata Gintoki. And I have no acquaintance with the name Gintoki. Really? I was just about to serve tea and apologize to Lord Gintoki, Hirako lamented. Or perhaps acknowledge you as my second brother. Yes, indeed, I am Gintoki, he asserted confidently, adjusting his attire. Gintoki gave Hirako a thumbs up, a smile creeping across his lips. Sakata Gintoki. Isn't that still Gintoki? With that, Hirako swung his sword once more, and Gintoki parried with his wooden sword, immediately leaping out the door and sprinting away. What the? The servant of Kenshin has set a trap. Shouldn't it be Madao and the Chili Pepper Man? Why is there a scheming character reminiscent of Kyubi? Damn it. Explain clearly what you mean by there can only be Madao. I am exuding the aura of a successful person. Are you blind, you fool? Next time you come, I shall demand payment before allowing you entry. Madao shouted at the retreating Gintoki, holding a tray. Hey, second brother, please don't leave. Though you are merely a second brother, you are still a brother. I shall show you my respect. Hirako called out playfully, stepping out of the establishment with his sword. Second brother, I am coming. Hey Hirako, remember to collect his head, shouted Miku from the kitchen, her voice echoing ominously. The others present could not help but break into a cold sweat, realizing that merely pursuing did not equate to killing. Yet Hirako's words seemed to imply a desire to slay Gintoki. Surely, that must be the intent. Hey Shinbaji, why was Ian so foolish just now? He could have simply denied it. It's rare for him to act so pretentiously, yet he was so easily exposed. I felt quite embarrassed for him. Meanwhile, Kagura, with a piece of bread in one hand and chocolate in the other, glanced over at Shinbaji and remarked, well, regardless of what Ian says, he will inevitably be hunted down. The truth is that girl has already seen through everything. Shinbaji adjusted his glasses and silently ridiculed. It is quite a pity for Ian. He has always been so inept. With that, Kagura shrugged. Not my concern. I'll continue enjoying my cake. Inside the shop, the atmosphere was harmonious, yet let us shift our focus outside. In a dim alleyway adjacent to Shin Mu House, a group of individuals quietly concealed themselves in the shadows, appearing almost as one with the darkness. Even the slightest disturbance, such as a pigeon taking flight, went completely unnoticed. However, the cloaked figures recalled the commands of their master. To confront Himura Kenshin directly was undoubtedly a futile endeavor. A man like him was nearly unmatched. Nevertheless, he was not without vulnerabilities. A glimmer flashed in Huatuo's eyes as he spoke. His weakness lies in his deep concern for those around him. Therefore, your objective this time is to abduct the woman within Shin Mu House and lure Himura Kenshin out of Edo. Once you reach the cliff outside the city, you shall cast her down. If Kenshin were to witness this, he would undoubtedly leap to her rescue. Yes, this is indeed Kenshin's Achilles heel. With a cold smirk, Huatuo continued. That cliff is bottomless, with marsh gas lurking below. If Kenshin were to fall, he might not perish instantly, but he certainly wouldn't be able to return. By that time, everything in Kabukicho will have come to an end, he then added with excitement. And there is an even better plan. After she falls, You can throw logs and stones after her, crushing him to a bloody pulp. The men in black nodded slightly, then dispersed into the shadows to carry out their orders. Perhaps they understood that in facing Himura Kenshin, this might very well be their final task. Yet, sacrificing their lives for their master was an obligation they accepted willingly. As Kenshin spoke, Huatua revealed his jade-like arm, momentarily captivating attention. Spring Rain has long desired your body, to unravel the secrets of your strength. In this regard, I am no different from them, he stated, his gaze fixed ahead as if discovering something. However, my methods differ entirely from theirs, yet you dare to disregard me. To dismiss the beauty of the 3rd Division commander of Spring Rain is to render your existence moot. With a slight exertion, he crushed the jade butterfly in his hand. Returning to the present, the purpose of the concealed figures in the dark alley was clear. They awaited an opportunity, a chance to strike. The girl had already drawn the White Knight Wolf away as agreed, while Bakdajai was restrained outside, leaving only those incapable of resistance within. There was no reason for them to fail. The golden hue of the sunset began to fade as leaden clouds drifted in, obscuring the last vestiges of light and ushering in the profound darkness of Kabukicho. To anyone, the terrifying gloom enveloped all, unbeknownst to when it commenced. A gentle rain began to fall from the sky, its relentless patter echoing the desolation felt by those present. Blood trickled past, pooling around the fallen, unconscious Ronin, causing Kenshin to gaze upwards in stunned silence as the rain cascaded down his face. He then cast a sidelong glance at those who still stood nearby. Do you wish to return? He mused, as raindrops from the sword, Goketsu, fell like a curtain to the ground. The once stalwart Ronin had fled in frantic panic, their cries piercing the air. What is there to fear? I have not slain a single soul. They simply fainted, he remarked disdainfully, sheathing Goketsu and surveying the scattered bodies. Kenshin hesitated at the thought of Granny Tsubame's words, uncertain whether he should return to check on her. Yet, considering his own precarious safety, he feared that his presence might bring her not security, but rather a more ominous threat. As this thought crossed his mind, a bitter smile crept upon Kenshin's lips. He brushed aside the damp strands of hair from his forehead and gazed into the misty distance, where a figure gradually approached. Amidst the torrential downpour, the foggy street finally revealed the visitor, clad in a white police uniform, with long, dark blue hair cascading down her back. She wielded an excessively long katana. Her cold, indifferent eyes reflected the crimson silhouette at the end of the street, pausing momentarily before she stepped forward. It has been a long time, Kenshin remarked with a dry chuckle, lacking any trace of joy. Should I address you as Shinin or as Kaijin? The Shinin remained silent, standing before Kenshin, her hair drenched by the rain, accentuating her perfect curves. You have matured well, but alas, I have little interest in such matters. The company around me is already quite bothersome, he said, seemingly flippant as he whistled in her direction. Kenshin, it has indeed been a while, she finally responded, gazing into his eyes after a prolonged silence. Yet, aside from the patter of rain, the air was thick with an unsettling quiet. Oboro, Kenshin broke the stillness. Your presence here signifies that Oboro has also appeared. What is this? The celestial path has changed uniforms? Such attire hardly suits your style. The Shinin remained mute, enveloped in the rain-soaked atmosphere. Let me ponder for a moment. How many individuals from the Tao of Heaven's Neriku have arrived? Kenshin let out a cold laugh. Oboro, Mugen, Yoku, and Kai. As he uttered the last name, the Shinin's body trembled imperceptibly. We should return promptly. With that, the Shinin closed her eyes, seemingly deep in thought for an extended period before finally stating, the sooner, the better. This time, it was Kenshin who fell silent, his gaze fixed solemnly upon the Shinin. The hilt of his sword, stained with rainwater and the blood from his palm, dripped onto the ground. Shinin, I wish to avoid any further conflict with those around me. After what seemed like a profound internal struggle, Kenshin took a deep breath and spoke to the Shinin, stepping closer to her. In their gradual approach, an inexplicable atmosphere enveloped them. At last, as he passed by her, Kenshin halted. At the very least, I do not wish to take your life, Shinin. With that, he resumed his pace, dashing forward. The Shinin was momentarily speechless, lowering her head in silence as she gazed at the long katana in her hands. A fleeting glimmer of despondency in her eyes was quickly concealed once more. Your eldest disciple, Sonyong, seems to harbor a profound misunderstanding towards this little junior sister of mine. Upon Kenshin's return to the Shinmyo house, he finally comprehended the Shinin's hint. What lay before him was the ravaged and dilapidated Shinmyo house, with shards of glass and splintered wood strewn across the floor. In one corner sat the new Baji, cradling her shoulder, alongside Kagura, while outside stood Tofu and Madao, vigilantly wielding a large spoon. Yet, conspicuously absent was one individual. Kenshin-san. Miss Mitsuba, the new Baji exclaimed with a hint of embarrassment upon seeing Kenshin's figure. Do not worry. Their adversary must be a formidable person or organization. It is already a relief to see you all have managed this far, Kenshin replied, placing a reassuring hand on the new Baji's shoulder. He then surveyed the surroundings. I had anticipated this. Huh, Kagura responded, somewhat perplexed. Those who have targeted me would surely not spare Mitsuba, which is why I had prepared for this eventuality. As he spoke, Kenshin retrieved a radar from his pocket, its red light flashing rapidly as it moved toward the outskirts of the city. I had discreetly modified the server hat Mitsuba wears. So, Kenshin-san had long been prepared. This is splendid, the new Baji exclaimed joyfully. And where is Hirako? Kenshin inquired, scanning the area for the girl in question, but finding no trace of her. Hirako has likely been pursuing Jin-san. Who knows where now? The new Baji remarked, rubbing her forehead. If Jin-san were here, it would undoubtedly be far more difficult for anyone to abduct Miss Mitsuba. Though spoken without intent, a peculiar glint flickered in Kenshin's eyes. The new Baji's words struck a chord. If Jin were still present, how could anyone dare to seize Mitsuba under his watch? Thus, there could only be one conclusion. I understand. When Jin returns, I shall inform him of everything. For now, I must retrieve Mitsuba. As he spoke, Kenshin bent down to observe Kagura and Shin, cautioning. Do not disclose this to Sugo. Huh, they echoed in surprise. If that lad discovers this, he will undoubtedly be more anxious than I. And who knows what chaos might ensue. With a chuckle, Kenshin affectionately ruffled their hair, while simultaneously delivering a sharp kick to the feigning Madao. What the heck? Why can't you be a bit gentler with me, boss Kenshin? Madao exclaimed, springing up to point an accusatory finger at Kenshin. Uft, showing tenderness to an old man? Spare me your repulsiveness. Kenshin retorted dismissively. Now, I have some tasks for you. Head to the Shinsengumi, avoid Hijikata and the others as much as possible, and find a man named Ito, who has a severed arm. Convey this matter to him, and that will suffice. Huh, Ito? Madao repeated, somewhat bewildered. Yes, indeed, Ito. And you must steer clear of Hijikata and his crew, understood? If you fail, not only will you forfeit this month's wages, but next month and the month after. You shall receive nothing as well. Hey, this is outright coercion. I protest, you scoundrel. His protest fell on deaf ears. You're merely a Madao. Speak less and act more. This is tyranny. Quit your whining. With that, Kenshin delivered a solid punch to Madao, then tightened the grip on the long sword at his waist. Gesturing to Shin and the others behind him, rest assured, I shall undoubtedly rescue Mia. With a nod, he vanished into the throng of onlookers. Only at that moment did Kenshin cast aside his facade of cheerful demeanor, his expression darkening significantly, gripping his sword tightly. The chilling words of the 10 kings echoed in his mind, and a cold, white figure appeared before his closed eyes, only to be shattered by an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. To the believer, I can only offer my apologies. Conversely, Kenshin cast a sidelong glance at the intersecting street, a threshold symbolizing the dominion of the 4 kings of Kabukicho, marking the line of division. In this realm of Kabukicho, there was no place for him. As he spoke, the murderous intent in his gaze reached its zenith, and with a decisive step, Kenshin vanished from the street. This indicated that change was indeed afoot. Conversely, the sentiments and directives from the awakening had led Kenshin to finally embrace some transformation. A new era has commenced, has it not? The man, his body wrapped in bandages, regarded the purple figure seated before the spaceship, softly stating, So your objective is to eradicate all of us from the old generation? Indeed. The purple-haired woman exhaled a wisp of smoke, her gaze lost in the cosmos, before parting her crimson lips. Is that your aim, Yashitin? No. I hold you all in the highest esteem as those who resist on the front lines, Yashitin replied, unsheathing his sword, the sparks flying against the steel ground. But why must you abandon it? 2 men, my predecessors. To be frank, I too am curious. After a moment of silence, Isai sighed, gazing vacantly into the cosmos, his hand unconsciously brushing against another blade at his waist. The nostalgia in his eyes was impossible to ignore. That was, after all, the reverse blade wielded by my predecessors. As he spoke, Shishio's gaze fell upon the reverse blade, which seemed to radiate an unusual brilliance. Would you mind if I take a look? With a swift motion, Isai tossed the blade towards Shishio, who, wearing a sinister smile, extended his hand to grasp the hilt, not retreating a single step. This is the reverse blade, the bewildering sword. Gently caressing the weapon, the flames of passion ignited further in Shishio's eyes. He then undertook an unexpected action, gripping the reverse blade tightly within his palm. Hey, Isai exhaled a puff of smoke, glancing back momentarily through the swirling mist. Be careful not to cut yourself. Within me burns a singular, profound flame of vengeance. Fixating intensely upon the reverse blade, Shishio's blood trickled down its edge, hissing as it met the steel. This fervent flame, bestowed by the shogunate, is the very power they entrusted to me. Yet, it is absurd that the predecessors who paved the way for a new era wield such swords. With disdain for the reverse blade in hand, Shishio extended his other hand to grasp its body, unable to conceal the ire and indignation in his tone. Crack! The reverse blade shattered, splitting in two, and Shishio seemed to find a sense of satisfaction in this destruction. His bandaged body sighed as blood dripped from his palm onto the steel floor, rising in faint wisps of vapor. Such formidable power. The current loyalists are not merely individuals bearing the banner of incompetence. Observing Shishio's actions, Isai finally regarded him seriously, turning to face him. I accept your request. Is that so? How splendid. Shishio inclined his head slightly towards Isai, and then raised it, revealing a wild smile beneath the bandages, a grin reminiscent of true madness. This uncontrollable expression sent a shiver through Isai's heart, a premonition that this bargain would bear considerable repercussions in the future. Shishio, you are unlike the impostors. I recognize your talent. The shogunate and the earth are your targets for vengeance, are they not? They are also my foes to eliminate. We share a common enemy, Isai remarked, gazing into the vastness beyond, where galaxies approached and a distant planet shimmered with azure light, his voice tinged with excitement. We shall destroy it, without a doubt. Indeed, my ally and predecessor, Shishio replied with a cold smile, though his true thoughts remained concealed. I am also a loyalist, he murmured softly. How could I not consider the loyalists? Flash. Whoosh. With a light tread upon the branches, Kenshin raised his hand to seize the arm of a cloaked figure, swiftly lifting him high before crashing him down onto the ground, continuing to dash forward without a glance back. Ahead, amidst the gathering of dark-clad figures, several more emerged, brandishing blades and swords, poised to await his approach. The black garments they wore signified their complete disconnection from the path of righteousness. As he spoke, Kenshin slightly nudged the reverse blade sword from its sheath, his gaze piercing as he addressed the waiting black-clad individuals. Which faction do you belong to among the four heavenly kings? The cloaked figures remained silent, raising their weapons to strike at Kenshin. Very well, I shall discern the truth in due time, he remarked, weaving through the throng of adversaries. Extending his arm to grasp one by the throat, propelling forward while ensuring a firm grip. The figures behind him soon bore the marks of his assault. Collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. The individual in his grasp was quickly turning a ghastly shade, evidently succumbing to poison. Kenshin's expression soured as he realized the extent of their training. Had they been so thoroughly indoctrinated that they would resort to self-poisoning when captured? He hurled the incapacitated figure ahead, only to witness the chilling actions of the remaining black-clad warriors, who without hesitation turned to cleave the lifeless body in two, blood and entrails spilling onto the earth in a gruesome display. Kenshin, witnessing this barbarity, felt a surge of righteous fury. He deftly shifted his footing, accelerating towards the remaining foes. Yet, despite his fervor, the black-clad assailants did not waver. They continued to emerge from the throng to obstruct his path, their numbers gradually thinning. Listen, though I know not your destination, you find yourselves at a dead end ahead. You have nowhere to flee. It would be wise to relinquish the Tsubaki. Fear not. I bear no intent to kill, Kenshin proclaimed. In response, two of the remaining three figures stepped forth to intercept him once more. At this, Kenshin could not suppress a cold snort, resolved to show no mercy. Channeling his rage, he began to gather energy within his sword, the Hitoju. In a swift motion, he unleashed the nine-headed dragon flash, swiftly drawing his blade to leave 9 gashes upon the advancing figures, while simultaneously spinning to alter his position. His arms extending like a great rock soaring through the sky. Ultimately, the last of the black-clad figures burst forth from the woods, clutching Tsubaki as they reached the precipice. Did I not warn you? There is no path ahead, Kenshin declared coldly, descending from the air to stand before the figure. The cloaked individual, seemingly resigned, shrugged slightly before meeting Kenshin's gaze. The mission has been accomplished. Kenshin looked on, puzzled. Is this truly your plan? The man in black, after speaking, hurled the three-leafed object away. Before he could revel in his triumph, a long blade cleaved through his skull, sending him spinning off to crash against the sheer cliffside. Blood sprang forth. Three-leaf. Jianxin bellowed, leaping down to grasp the sleeve of Three-leaf's garment. Alas, the force of descent proved too great, tearing the fabric as he failed to seize her. Damn it! Struggling to right himself, Jianxin faced the heavens and unleashed a powerful crescent strike, propelling himself upward to align with Three-leaf. He caught her in his embrace, gazing at the receding cliff above with rising frustration. Could it be that she truly wished to kill Three-leaf, independent of my actions? Who could this fiend be? Though Jianxin's conjectures were misguided, his ability to deduce such a scenario without omniscience was commendable. Gazing at the demon cutter in his hand, he feared that the blade would shatter upon making contact with the rock face. How he longed for the reverse blade now. Yet, even if it were to break, he had no choice but to attempt a rescue. Falling at this velocity would surely be fatal. With a fierce roar, Jianxin plunged the demon cutter into the rock, sparks and debris scattering in his wake. As the pace of his descent finally began to wane, a sharp crack echoed. The weapon had snapped, and Jianxin once more clutched Three-leaf as they plummeted into the abyss. Damn it! I shall never purchase anything from this shop again. He lamented. That broke far too quickly. Meanwhile, the intricate schemes targeting Gintoki were only just beginning to unfold. Chapter 331. The White Yatagarasu in the Graveyard. This tale harks back to a time long past. Following the conclusion of the Jui War, when Gintoki found himself relentlessly pursued and sought refuge in a graveyard amidst the swirling snow. Hey, old lady, is that a bun? May I have some? I'm starving. Gintoki, clad in thin garments even in the frigid weather, leaned against a gravestone and called out upon noticing the elderly woman offering food to the departed. Though her face was lined with numerous wrinkles, the faint glimmer of her former beauty lingered in her misty eyes. A woman possessing such a gaze, regardless of age, embodies the most radiant spirit, capable of touching the hearts of those around her. These are my husband's offerings. If you wish for some, you must ask him, the old woman replied, glancing at the silver-haired man leaning against the gravestone. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, a grimy hand reached out and snatched the buns from the grave, as Gintoki devoured them without pretense. What did my husband say? The old woman inquired. How could a corpse possibly speak? Gintoki retorted, his mouth full. Such disorder. If you face repercussions for your actions, don't blame me. The old woman sighed, resigned. The deceased neither speak nor partake in sustenance. Thus I have unilaterally resolved to make a decision. As he spoke, the silver-haired man rubbed his hands together in the snow, lowering his head to declare, I shall not forget this kindness. Your elderly lady, although unaware of how many years remain, shall be under my protection henceforth. This promise birthed the Odd Jobs Agency and summoned the morally ambiguous Gintoki, drawing an ever-increasing throng of individuals around the modest establishment of Tosuk in Kabukicho. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating. In fact, it intensified. Despite the deluge, Gintoki, struggling against the downpour, clutched his abdomen in pain as he arrived at the site of their first encounter, the very place where he had made his vow. Yet, upon standing before the gravestone, it felt as though he had lost everything. He could only stare, speechless, at the monument's presence, his normally unruly hair now limp and cascading over his head. The promise he had made loomed over him like a haunting nightmare, evoking a multitude of disquieting memories. Once again, he had failed to protect. You must be Gintoki, came the voice of Jirocho, who appeared seemingly out of nowhere, gazing at the gravestone while puffing on his pipe, his expression tranquil as he looked ahead. You arrived a moment too late. I have already sent both of them to the other world. It seems this is fate. You are, after all, acting as her bodyguard due to Tosuk's debt to you. It is no longer necessary. Your task has concluded. What do scattered bottles and cups signify? And what of the blood that flows at his feet? What weight does the vow made here now hold? It is reminiscent of that inferno, utterly annihilating everything he cherished without exception, leaving nothing behind. For Tosuk's sake, I shall spare you, he declared. As a sword, The only recourse left to me is to fulfill my vow before the spirits residing here. With a thunderous force, my arm grasped the essence of Lake Toya like never before. A mere slash of my blade cleaved through the curtain of rain, the wooden sword shimmering with droplets, delivering a fierce strike across Jirocho's cheek, sending him crashing into several gravestones, ultimately coming to rest against one. What are you doing? Even after enduring Jintoki's nearly all-out strike, a trace of blood marred Jirocho's cheek. He squinted as he spoke. The next moment, sensing a shadow in the air, Jirocho looked up, and in that instant, he dared not underestimate the situation. His eyes widened as he drew his blade to intercept. But Jintoki's strike still forced him back several steps, struggling to withstand the assault. With eyes reddened and bloodshot, he realized that any awareness had dissipated. All that remained was the singular drive to exert every ounce of strength he possessed. Severed limbs, the prospect of death, none of it mattered. This adversary before him must be vanquished. Before the gravestone here, Soga, is this truly the essence of the White Knight demon? Jirocho coldly observed the increasingly deranged Jintoki and could not help but chuckle, acknowledging that indeed, he was no longer the same person as Jintoki. With a swift motion, he landed a punch into Jirocho's abdomen, causing him to bend over momentarily. Jintoki followed up with a knee strike aimed at Jirocho's head, and as Jirocho staggered back, Jintoki swung his wooden sword, Lake Toya, down with force. However, during this relentless onslaught, Jirocho managed to regain control of his body, positioning the tip of his blade against Jintoki's sword. As he landed gracefully, he glanced at the wound on his forehead and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a fleeting glimmer of crimson light flickering in his eyes. With a subtle tremor, Jirocho's blade vibrated before he sheathed it, assuming a stance of readiness against Jintoki. Meanwhile, Jintoki, consumed by a singular desire to kill, charged forward once more with Lake Toya in hand. Do you wish to squander your heart's intent on futile endeavors? Jirocho's gaze sharpened as he accelerated toward Jintoki. Jintoki extended his hand to stab at Jirocho, who, maintaining his stance, leaped forward. With a thunderous clash, the rain was once again scattered by the force of their meeting. Jirocho struck the hilt of Jintoki's sword, shattering it, and felt a moment of relief. Yet, Jintoki seized the tip of the broken Lake Toya midair and drove it into Jirocho's shoulder. As Jintoki prepared to thrust the remaining piece of Lake Toya deeper, Jirocho reacted swiftly, flipping Jintoki's hand to disarm him, causing Jintoki to lose his balance. He then delivered a powerful kick to Jintoki's chest. Though Jintoki had lost his rationality, he instinctively raised his arms to block the blow, but lacking any support in the air, he was sent flying backward, crashing against a gravestone. Not allowing Jintoki any reprieve, Jirocho swiftly closed the distance, grasped Jintoki's chin, and plunged his blade, pinning Jintoki's arm against the gravestone, effectively restraining him. You truly have raised a formidable mad dog. An impressive successor, worthy of being compared to the great Badasai. Yet, you are still too green. Despite regaining the power of the White Knight demon, you have lost all semblance of rational thought. He gazed at the frenzied Jintoki, attempting to free his arm. As a survivor from the early days of the Bakumatsu, I merely wish to convey to you that your petty actions are but trifles. Individuals of your caliber are a dime a dozen. Jiru's lengthy discourse remained unfinished when Jintoki, in a fit of rage, raised his fist and shattered the blade that restrained his arm. As Jiru stood in astonishment, Jintoki wrenched out the remaining shard lodged in his arm and delivered a fierce slash across Jiru's chest, causing blood to erupt forth. Yet, disregarding his own wounds, Jiru retaliated with a punch that sent Jintoki soaring backward, crashing into a tombstone and becoming buried beneath a pile of rubble, breathless. With a scoff, Jiru retrieved the fragment of his sword and gazed down upon Jintoki, now sprawled amidst the debris. A great battle shall soon unfold in this street. Take your cherished ones and flee, he declared. Once Jiru departed, Jintoki managed to rise from the rubble, utterly drained of strength, and could only crawl helplessly towards the lifeless figure of the elderly woman leaning against the tombstone. Memories and promises echoed in his mind like a film reel. Despite the encroaching shadows, he vividly recalled the moment he had leaned against the tombstone, savoring a red bean bun, and vowed to protect her. Yet now, she had met her untimely end in the very place where he had sworn his oath, leaving him powerless to avenge her. How utterly useless he felt, Sakata Jintoki, forever losing without ever attaining anything. As he reached the elderly woman, her wrinkled visage reflecting a lifetime of struggles. Tears welled in his eyes, filled with regret. His swollen cheeks struggled to articulate the words he most dreaded. "I am sorry, I could not find Kenshin." In the hospital, a somber silence enveloped those awaiting news. Gintoki Dano has sustained severe injuries, and Kenshin has been dispatched elsewhere, Xiaoyu remarked, glancing at the elderly woman in the ICU, masked and resting upon her bed. This is nothing short of a conspiracy. They knew full well they could not defeat that rascal Kenshin. Yet they deceived him beforehand. The fury of Catherine, who held Jairu in the highest regard, was palpable as she stared intently at the elderly woman, her eyes betraying a hint of crimson and the marks of sorrow. "Yet we fell victim to such a scheme," Kagura lamented, gazing at the hospital ceiling. "Gintoki has been defeated, and Kenshin is nowhere to be found. You are now homeless," Seigo announced, entering with a bouquet, his gaze fixed solemnly upon the gathered individuals. "There is no longer a place for you here." "Miss Seigo," Shinpachi exclaimed in shock. "How foolish. I had warned her to escape." Seigo tossed the flowers aside, exasperated as he looked upon the group. "The phone? Could it be that time? As I reflect on the earlier conversation when the group expressed their desire for barbecued meat, I finally grasped the significance of the actions taken by the elderly woman, who instructed a few individuals to proceed while she would follow shortly. I have no intention of uttering apologies, nor can I claim to have taken any action or possess the ability to do so. Henceforth, it shall remain unchanged." As I spoke, I turned to the man who had unexpectedly appeared behind me. "It is quite impressive that you managed to bring the elderly woman to the hospital, even on the verge of unconsciousness. Has your son been captured?" In response to my inquiry, he did not answer directly, but instead posed a question back, observing the bewildered expressions of the others. With a mere scoff, I acknowledged his silence, and in the depths of his glazed, fish-like eyes, I articulated my message. "In 2 days, our forces will obliterate your establishment. You should hastily prepare your belongings and vacate this place. Resistance is futile. The entire street, Kabukicho itself, has become your adversary. Do not fret. I have already planned to close the shop. After that, you may do as you wish," he replied, glaring with disbelief. "I suppose I will have to settle for being a mere server." I gazed into his eyes, which reflected a sense of resignation, a loss of the will to protect anything. "Additionally, retrieve the remains of Himura Kenshin from beneath the cliffs of Edo," I commanded, turning to him. "Falling from such a height into a swamp filled with toxic gas, it may still be possible to recover his body and that of his companion." "Hey, Miss Seigo." At this juncture, disbelief filled the expressions of everyone present, and Shinpachi, Kagura, and Odi rushed forward, demanding, "What on earth are you talking about?" "Even the strongest have their vulnerabilities," Kenshin remarked, as Jin's gaze dimmed. "The enemy has already seized upon those weaknesses." Suddenly, Shinpachi seized Jin's collar and slammed him against the wall, his eyes locked onto Jin's. "I don't know how you have endured past trials, but the current Sakata Gintoki is not the person I once knew." After a moment of silence, Jin raised his arm and forcefully pried Shinpachi's hand away, dismissively waving him off as he walked past. Kagura watched Jin with concern, fully aware that this blow was exceedingly grave for him. "There are things only Sakata Gintoki can accomplish that I cannot. Likewise, some feats can only be achieved by Himura Kenshin, which he is unable to fulfill." Odi turned to observe Jin's slowly retreating figure, a flicker of data flashing in her eyes. "That is something Lord Kenshin once told me." Jin's advance faltered momentarily. The things Kenshin could not do were known only to Gintoki, just as the limitations of Gintoki were best understood by Kenshin. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a hand unexpectedly landed on Jin's shoulder. In a swift motion, it twisted his body and delivered a powerful punch to his face, causing all the medical supplies on the nearby ambulance to crash to the ground, echoing with a cacophony in the empty corridor. "Do not let a single failure bring you down," said Kensei, retracting his fist with one eye closed, his tattered clothing a testament to his struggles. He fixed his gaze on Jin, tightening the grip on the 3 leaves he carried on his back. "Even if every part of you is in disarray, the least you can do is ensure your sword does not slip from your grasp." Kensei-san, Kagura, and Shinpachi rushed forward, their eyes widening in horror at the long wooden beam piercing Kensei's right chest and the jagged splinter embedded in his torn flesh. "What are you standing there for? Call the doctor," Mitsuha exclaimed, her breath heavy with the noxious fumes she had inhaled, showing signs of poisoning. Her hands, arms, chest, face, knees, and thighs were all marred with deep lacerations, the blood long since dried into a dark crust. For the first time, Kensei, who was never without his weapon, stood before the others unarmed, the sheath of his lost sword now a mere reminder of what he had lost. Oh, Kagura and Xiaoyu quickly sprang into action, supporting Mitsuha as they moved toward the doctor hurrying over. Hey, get up, Kensei shouted, tearing the object embedded in his back free. Disregarding the blood that spattered across the floor, he tossed the broken onigiri at Jin's feet, his eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. Since you've been deceived once, you must muster your strength. Surely, you do not wish to fall victim to another trick. In this regard, I have indeed not experienced as much as you, Jin replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he stood, indifferent, facing Kensei. But what of it? I'm so tired, I wish to rest for a moment. Even in rest, one must complete what they are meant to do beforehand. I understand the choice Granny Toes made. Yet, we have our own duties as well. He staggered towards the window, gazing at Granny Toes, who remained unconscious. If she has gone to such lengths to protect us, are we truly going to leave like this? Is family merely such a fragile existence? His palm pressed against the window, leaving a bloody imprint. For a moment, Jin remained silent. Our oath has not yet faded, Kensei insisted, watching as doctors and nurses forcibly placed him on the bed, laying him on his side to stem the relentless flow of blood from his back and numerous wounds. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on Jin. I swore to protect Mitsuha, and I have always done so. Do you think the promise made before that gravestone is so easily shattered? Let me finish my words. Do not cover my mouth. Doctor, stop. As the doctors hurriedly wheeled Kensei away, his voice echoed with a sense of unwillingness through the hospital corridor, while Shinpachi could only watch helplessly, his neck stiff as he followed Kensei's retreating figure. My oath spoken, Jintoki raised his head to behold the blood-red handprint on the glass, through which he glimpsed the serene, sleeping face of Oba-san inside. Kenshin, I realize what I must do, Jintoki murmured. Indeed, as Shoyu mentioned, there are matters that I cannot accomplish, yet you can. Conversely, there are feats you are unable to achieve that I can. Chapter 333. Once you leave the safe zone, you can no longer return to save your progress. Only you can discern your own uncertainty. Kenshin, bound in bandages, lay on the hospital bed gazing at the sky. Addressing Jintoki, who sat beside him. It was merely Jirocho who reduced me to this state. Jintoki appeared momentarily lost in thought before slowly responding. Indeed, it was just the Night King Hosen. Why did he chase me to such lengths? Kenshin withdrew his gaze from the ceiling to look at Jintoki. It was only when you arrived that the Night King had no choice but to retreat. I was in quite the predicament myself, even more so than you could imagine. Jintoki fell silent for a moment. You truly are fortunate to still be alive. Your life is remarkably resilient. At that moment, a man, his head and chest wrapped in bandages, stood at the door of the hospital room, a malicious grin plastered on his face. What does it feel like to be surrounded by 100 black-clad assailants? Hey, I get the impression you know something. What is it? What is it? Jintoki suddenly appeared before the man, reaching out to grasp the bandaged area on his chest, calmly stating, I don't intend to save you. I merely wish to see if I can push that half-exposed brain of yours back down. Let go. Let go. You scoundrel. The man's chest wound, still unhealed, burst forth with blood at Jintoki's grasp. Jintoki, release him, Kenshin interjected, observing Jintoki's actions. TCH. Reluctantly, Jintoki loosened his grip, watching as the man clutched his chest and sank to the ground, seemingly in agony. Shonen, is it? Kenshin remarked, eyeing the man. Why choose such a name? You must understand, you are a man. I choose what I like. It's none of your business. Shonen retorted without a second thought. Jintoki, oh, it hurts. Let go, damn it. Now, can we speak properly? Kenshin directed his gaze toward Jintoki, who returned the look, both recognizing the unusual nature of the incident. You once claimed that Jirocho would never harm Oba-san. Why is that? Don't you know? Shonen replied, a scar on his face slanting from his forehead to his chin. Oba-san and the boss have known each other since childhood. They are like childhood sweethearts. Whenever the mischievous boss would play pranks, it was Oba-san who would scold him mercilessly. Only Oba-san remained by the side of this violent figure in the underworld, constantly admonishing him to prevent him from going astray. As he spoke, Jintoki and Kenshin exchanged a brief, understanding glance, both realizing the implications of Shonen's words. Thanks to her, the leader has become a renowned hero, a figure of legend on this very street, a paragon among warriors. born with the aid of the enigmatic Dunga. At that time, the leader was unmatched in combat prowess. However, before Katsu's words could fully escape his lips, he was abruptly interrupted by Kenshin. Hey, don't tell me that this man, who has never known defeat, has turned dark because Dunga has fallen for another man. I refuse to believe such a cliché plot, Kenshin remarked, arms crossed behind his head. No, it is not as you think, Katsu sighed. The leader encountered another prominent figure, the Constable Terada Tetsugoro, a man of unwavering resolve and exceptional reputation. Although their positions led them to clash fiercely, they were also quite dear friends. Yet, in a twist of fate, both men found themselves enamored with the same woman. By Jintoki and Kenshin, the leader, in pursuit of Dunga's happiness, chose to withdraw, believing that as a hero, he was unworthy of granting her joy. Katsu sighed again. However, Terada Tetsugoro abandoned Dunga and perished alone, shielding the leader from bullets on the battlefield. Upon returning from the war, the leader found himself forsaken by the woman and awaited by the daughter she bore for him. Yet, from that moment onward, the leader has never cast a glance at his daughter, fully consumed by business, resorting to unscrupulous means without hesitation. It is as if he has declared himself unfit to be both a hero and a father. With a swift motion, Kenshin swept aside the medical supplies. His expression icy as he gazed into the void, the chill in his eyes palpable. So soon? I thought you could endure a bit longer, Jintoki remarked, arching an eyebrow at Kenshin. It seems you've become too akin to someone else, and I cannot help but feel anger, Kenshin replied, turning to Jintoki. Don't you agree? It bears an uncanny resemblance. Indeed, it mirrors you quite closely, Jintoki mused. Blocking blades, taking lives, regret, and downfall. These emotions are strikingly similar to yours. Yet what he has done is even less commendable than my own actions, Kenshin retorted, pulling the needle from his hand with a stern expression. You may have returned from the battlefield, but is it not more accurate to say you fled in despair? Hey, Katsu interjected, unable to contain himself. You must not speak ill of the leader. Humph, Kenshin scoffed, throwing aside the bedding as he stood. If you proceed like this, you will surely meet your demise. Katsu warned, observing Kenshin's movements. Outside this hospital lies a multitude of hidden assailants, along with others who seek your life. If you step out now, you will be surrounded before you can take 10 paces. You truly know your surroundings, Kenshin remarked, raising an eyebrow. Then why do you think I am here in this hospital rather than elsewhere? Katsu chuckled. The leader has instructed me to tell you to leave quickly. This is no longer a place for you to tread. This is war. I cannot accept that, Jintoki suddenly declared, his eyes gleaming with uncommon determination. I refuse to acknowledge that he could ever be my predecessor or a man like me. What? Do you wish to create a miracle? Shangnan gazed at the two individuals before him, seemingly unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation, as if they were not merely jesting. Miracles such as these do not exist, he remarked, while Jianxin donned his tattered garments, asserting, what we possess is merely the ability to uncover the flickering hope that is yet to be extinguished within the confines of our insignificance. Who will go first? You or I? In an unexpected moment, Intai inquired as he and Jianxin walked side by side down the corridor. Of course, I shall lead the way. Engaging in a brawl is far more suited to my talents. However, if you venture forth alone, your chances of success are significantly higher, Jianxin retorted. Jiro has conveyed his sentiments and experiences to you. That is something I cannot match. Thus, Intai, it is imperative that you go to Jiro. I must admit, I would like to argue against you, but I am at a loss for words, Intai chuckled. Very well, you may engage in your one-on-one duel. Skirmishes are traditionally entrusted to the companions of the brave. Their figures and voices gradually faded down the corridor. This time, I shall reluctantly allow you to play the role of the hero, Intai quipped. In the distance, one could observe the two raise their hands in mutual acknowledgement, exchanging playful gestures, all the while wearing serene smiles as they grasped the doorknob. Upon opening the hospital corridor's door, blinding sunlight flooded in, followed by an impenetrable darkness that lingered once the radiance dissipated. We have exited the safe zone. Prepare for the unfolding of a peculiar narrative, they both declared with beaming smiles. Chapter 334. There are always stories of redemption before we proceed. We must retrieve some items. Stepping out into the night-laden streets, Intai, with one hand resting in his pocket, suddenly addressed Jianxin. So, you are indeed intent on seizing the monsters? Jianxin remarked, casting a sideways glance at Intai. I have cleared this area of monsters, and I expect to level up. Is that so? I apologize, but after I clear this area, I too shall level up. Intai retorted, extending his arm to draw out his weapon, only to realize, upon reaching his waist, that his toya lake had already been reduced to splinters. Alas, neither of us possesses a weapon, Jianxin sighed, glancing at his own empty waist with a wry smile. It seems we must make do. With that, he approached the hospital's railing, grasped 2 iron rods, and with a forceful pull, liberated them. He retained one for himself, and casually tossed the other back to Intai. Quite the adept maneuver, Intai remarked, raising an eyebrow as he brandished the iron rod, only for it to clatter uselessly to the ground after a single strike. Remarkable speed. Jianxin pondered before speaking. Indeed, Intai replied, turning to face the shadowy figures that had emerged behind them, the ronin samurai encircling both him and Jianxin. That is a rather swift pace. A pace destined for demise. Intai's expression darkened as he coldly declared, "Kill," commanded the apparent leader among the black-clad figures. Instantly, the dark-clad individuals vanished into the shadows, poised for a lethal strike, while the ronin samurai, howling in anticipation, rushed forward. Cannon fodder, Intai muttered. Kenshin and Gintoki spoke without hesitation, promptly positioning themselves back to thwart any potential ambush, their iron staffs raised in a single hand, ready to confront the encircling foes who dared not advance. Amongst the crowd, the sound of nervous swallowing was distinctly audible, revealing their underlying trepidation. In a moment of playful absurdity, Kenshin glanced sideways at Gintoki and suddenly exclaimed, "Durex ho!" To which Gintoki, surprisingly, echoed back, prompting Kenshin to momentarily pause before a smile crept across his face. "Aren't you the one who adores Dragon Ball? Aren't you the one who treasures Bleach?" Gintoki retorted. With a light chuckle, both swung their iron staffs in unison, roaring as they charged into the throng. Meanwhile, Jiro sat squatting in the corridor, gazing at the vibrant nightlife of Edo, suddenly remarking, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" The voice belonged to Hirako. "It must feel splendid to have the old folks dancing to your tune," Jiro mused, his head bowed as he drew from his cigarette. "The next step involves utilizing Seigo to dismantle the store of Tozei, right? Honestly, engaging in such futile endeavors. Or have you been incited by a vixen?" Here, the term vixen referred to Hua. Of course, such trivialities are not my intention. This is merely part of our battle strategy. There are still many on Tozei's side standing in this street, and I intend to seize this opportunity to eliminate them all. Hirako knelt before Jiro, stating, "Naturally, the first target must be the already incapacitated odd jobs. Will it proceed that smoothly?" Jiro questioned, flicking ash from his spent pipe. "Moreover, you need not fret. That old woman's companions have long departed from this street. The chain binding the watchdog has snapped. Let it wander wherever it may. Are you inclined to adhere to the agreement with Tozei and refrain from targeting others?" Hirako gazed nostalgically at the bustling scene outside. Such chains never truly existed, and besides, my brother is not deceased. Oh, Jiro raised an eyebrow. "Brother, outside the hospital, Kenshin Himura and Gintoki Sakata have eliminated all our ambushers and vanished." At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, and a breathless man delivered the report. "Understood," Jiro replied, gesturing for him to withdraw before turning to Hirako. "I see now. It is not that lad, but rather Kenshin. What Gintoki cannot accomplish, Kenshin can." Hirako observed Jiro intently. "This is what that loquacious woman from Mitsuba informed me while I toiled away over there. In essence, even though I have shattered Gintoki's confidence, as long as Kenshin exists, Gintoki shall never succumb to despair, will he?" Jiro regarded Hirako, his eyes glimmering with enigmatic significance. "Indeed, as long as they exist for one another, despair shall not rear its head." Hirako articulated, "This is the origin of that saying. There are always matters that they alone cannot fathom, comprehend, or achieve. Yet, when they stand together, bolstered by each other's presence, they become fearless." "Humph, 2 loyal hounds bound by chains," Jiriku remarked with apparent disdain. "Do they truly appear as if they would be shackled by iron chains?" Hirako retorted, "Those who emerged from the Sano-Joy conflict. They are all but loyal hounds harboring the ideals of saving their country," Jiriku scoffed. "Have they not already prepared to come?" Hirako chuckled. "I have witnessed your failure to deliver a fatal blow to Tozei, and the sight of Himura Kenshin climbing back up from the precipice. You have truly exerted great effort to ensure Tozei's withdrawal from this war." Hirako observed the subtle change in his father's expression. "Do not worry. I have come to understand that clinging to Tozei is futile. The reasons that bind you to this street are far from simplistic. I know that the three of you are all alike. The second elder brother, Jintoki, had once told Terada Tsingoro that he would henceforth protect Tozai. Father S. words were entrusted to Tsingoro as his final message. The eldest brother, Kenshin, had vowed never to kill again after losing everything. In a certain sense, you are all the same. Why does father refrain from fighting? Why does the second elder brother not engage in battle? Why does the eldest brother abstain from seeking revenge? Hirako regarded Jiriku calmly. The reasons that bind you to this street are identical. You have all exchanged a pact with a single individual, resulting in your presence here. Bound by an ironclad oath, the chains of man. You are all beasts shackled by the same bonds. Jiriku remained silent, without defense. Yet, the three of you are distinct. One has lost something precious and, despite the pain, strives to protect it in his own way. Another, even if he becomes a feared specter, seeks to claim this street, wielding absolute power to safeguard it. While the last, simply a fool oblivious to everything, referring to Kenshin. However, once this fool no longer wishes to remain a fool, he will use his means to determine the existence of all who dwell in this street. Surely, something will transpire among the three of them. Hirako rose. Casting a dim gaze infused with a hint of expectation towards Jiriku, I will assist you in claiming this street, even if it means resorting to unscrupulous methods. Will you be able to return to my side then? Jiriku found himself momentarily speechless, reflecting on the myriad thoughts since the moment Tsingoro passed away until now. Amidst the clashes of swords and the struggles of a lifetime he had never feared. In this moment, his heart trembled, his lips quivered, and he could only utter a hesitant word, you. Chapter 335. A battle Haas severed a segment of the white belt at his waist, binding the gaping wound on his abdomen. The two, bloodied and battered, exchanged foolish smiles, and then pushed open the door to Tozai's izakaya. Ignoring the decor of the izakaya's hall, Kenshin and Jintoki strode directly towards the inner door, stopping before a blade and a naginata that were enshrined. Kenshin remained unperturbed, but Jintoki stood transfixed, staring blankly at the two objects displayed upon the rack. What's wrong? Still hesitating? As he spoke, Kenshin raised an eyebrow and gazed at Jintoki, inquiring, are you once again ensnared in a web of indecision? Jintoki, seemingly having relinquished some burden, revealed a faint smile, yet his eyes remained steadfastly solemn. I am merely reminiscing with this fellow. It has been quite some time since our last encounter. He chuckled lightly, teasing Kenshin. But he certainly cannot partake in drinks with you, Kenshin. As Jintoki's hand brushed against the blue scabbard, he hesitated momentarily before lifting it. Where are you headed? With his staff secured against his chest, and the long sword grasped firmly in hand, Jintoki turned to Kenshin, only to be confronted abruptly by two figures blocking their path at the entrance. This is a question I should pose to you. What are you doing here? Obstructing our way? Jintoki's reddish-brown eyes scrutinized the earnest faces of Shinpachi and Kagura. Please take us with you, Shinpachi implored, gazing at Jintoki and Kenshin. I wish to fight alongside you. Do not misunderstand. We were merely summoned by the old lady to retrieve these relics, Jintoki replied, attempting to allow Kagura and Shinpachi to pass. However, he was suddenly apprehended by Kenshin's grip on his shoulder. You cannot prevent this, Kenshin stated, fixing his eyes on Jintoki. The ones who follow you are akin to you. They are equally obstinate. Jintoki cast a sidelong glance at Kagura and Shinpachi, their earnest expressions making him avert his gaze. Jin-san, Shinpachi spoke, his voice choked with emotion. No matter how many times important things are destroyed, and despite how many times we suffer loss, we should not fear shouldering them again. Is this not the lesson you imparted to us? But you who taught us this are now retreating in the face of such circumstances. Is this still the Sakata Jintoki we know? Are you still a samurai? Shinpachi continued. Once a decision is made to protect something, one must strive to protect it to the very end. This is the essence of the samurai spirit, is it not? The samurai spirit does not equate to you recklessly sacrificing yourselves, Jintoki replied, finally articulating those words as he observed Shinpachi's hopeful gaze. Why can't you learn from Kenshin? Despite losing so much, he still bears the weight of many lives. Shinpachi slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. This version of Sakata Jintoki is not the one I recognize. Kagura, Shinpachi said, turning to her. In light of this, Kenshin stepped forward, addressing Shinpachi and Kagura, while positioning himself to obscure Jintoki's figure. Jintoki will assign you a task, to diligently protect the odd jobs, the tavern, and this joyous gathering place. Hey, Kenshin. Gintoki suddenly shouted, turning to Kenshin. It's fine, I understand your concerns for them, but even if you forbid them, they will sneak away regardless. Kenshin turned back to Gintoki, chuckling. Everyone is just as foolish, haha. Gintoki gazed at Kenshin in silence. As the conversation unfolded, Kenshin turned to gaze at the spirit tablet of Chagoro upon the arrival of Shoyu and her companions. Ah, my friend, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Himura Kenshin, your junior in the cause of restoration. This marks our first meeting. Perhaps in a few decades, I shall join you for a game of cards. However, at this moment, we have matters at hand that require our attention. Regrettably, we have not prepared for the banquet prior to our mission. Therefore, my apologies, dear friend. Should you wish to chastise me, feel free to do so when I eventually join you. With that, Kenshin cradled the plate of steamed buns in his arms, distributing them among those present. We have lost nothing yet, so please do not forsake your heart. Gintoki, who had steadfastly stood before them, despite the dire circumstances, continued to illuminate the path that led them here. So let us keep our faith in you. Shoyu, holding a bun, looked at Gintoki and added, please, trust us just this once. My apologies, my friend, but it seems I am not the only one here longing for a bite to eat. Although these were meant for you, it appears none will remain. With a compress on his swollen cheek, Gintoki glanced at Kenshin and then at the spirit tablet. Thus, I must take the liberty to make a promise here. We shall ensure the protection of your most cherished belongings. Kenshin stepped forward, standing alongside Gintoki as they both gazed at the inscription on the tablet. Thank you, my friend, for allowing our paths to cross. After uttering these words, Gintoki, wearing a semblance of relief, devoured a bun in one swift motion, followed by Kenshin and the others who mirrored his actions. As dawn broke, the streets began to fill with those who had rested through the night, embarking on their daily endeavors. However, in the vibrant Kabukicho district, most establishments remained closed until evening, rendering the daytime lively yet subdued compared to the night. Today, however, this unwritten rule was about to be shattered. A formidable procession of warriors and entertainers converged, gradually advancing along the thoroughfare. It's the Shinsengumi and the men from Seigo. War has commenced, exclaimed a few startled civilians, hastily fleeing the scene. Although such proclamations had been frequent of late, the prospect of actual warfare erupting in the once peaceful Kabukicho was unfathomable. Led by Seigo and the men of the mud, the throng arrived before the Tozai izakaya. Now everyone, let us ensure this place is left in ruins. Hirakubo called out, raising his hands and laughing at the encircling army. Wait a moment. The doors are still open. Someone shouted from the crowd. This revelation incited whispers among the onlookers, and Hirakubo turned in surprise. A man, wielding an axe over his shoulder, swung open the izakaya's entrance, revealing a silver-haired figure holding a bottle of strawberry milk, feigning to pour it into a glass. Capturing the attention of all. I apologize, but could you please come back a little later? This place has already been booked exclusively. The silver-haired man, with bangs obscuring his eyes, concealed his expression. I simply wish to drink in solitude without interruption. Likewise, I desire no disturbance while indulging in my foot bath. Reclining on the sofa, the man with crimson hair spoke in a muffled tone from beneath the cloth covering his face. With a wooden basin quietly resting at his feet, I dream of murder. Who shall be the executioner? What nonsense are you spouting? A man wielding an axe, accompanied by his subordinates, stormed in with a roar. However, in the next moment, with even greater speed, he burst through the door, plummeting down towards the rooftop across the way. Amidst the dust, the individual sipping strawberry milk tossed aside the empty bottle. Gazing at the throng gathered at the entrance, I have warned you, no filthy pig's feet shall cross this threshold. I knew you would come. The glint of satisfaction gleamed in Haisuke's eyes, reveling in the success of his scheme. So, do you intend to face the entirety of Kabukicho alone? The crowd erupted with angry voices, most merely jeering at the seemingly vulnerable Gintoki, who stood alone. I apologize for the audacity of confronting all of Kabukicho. As he spoke, the man with tangled red hair, dragging wooden clogs, slowly emerged, a brilliant red katana prominently displayed at his waist. He coldly uttered a few words before the gathered crowd. Is it difficult? Chapter 336. The first request. How is that possible? The intelligence claimed he was dead. Why does he still appear here? With the arrival of Kenshin, a commotion finally stirred among the crowd. Perhaps most had never encountered the true Batasai, but the legendary scar and the tales of the crimson-haired man were well known. Alongside Kenshin's presence in Kabukicho over the years, many knew who he was, and there were indeed reports made. Yet, after the shogunate proclaimed kill, 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 they took no action. This must be the work of the young generals. They allowed Kenshin to reveal his identity while still living so freely. I apologize. I have clawed my way back from hell. Kenshin surveyed the crowd surrounding him, a chilling smile gracing his lips. From the lowest tier, the 18th floor. Oh, both of you brothers are here. Haisuke clapped, observing Kenshin and Jintoki blocking the entrance, and approached with a grin. But what difference does it make? The power to stand against 10,000 has long since faded, hasn't it? In a battle of such numbers, what can you accomplish alone? You have not 10,000 here. Not even 1,000 would suffice, Jintoki scoffed, gradually raising his staff. Then, with 2,000 slaughters combined, feel free to try. Indeed, we are here too. As they spoke, Shinpachi and Kagura appeared simultaneously on both sides of the street, flanking the gathering as if to envelop such a multitude. Here in Kabukicho, one does not fight alone. Meanwhile, atop the rooftop, Otaku held a broom, observing the people below. Do we truly have to confront the papers and the swordsman? Uttered a bearded man with a prominent chin, garbed in women's attire. Ah, my name is rather unfortunate, he remarked, shedding his clothing to reveal a robust and muscular physique. At this moment, the advantage lies not with us, but with them. Really? You are quite persistent, said Hirako, a smirk dancing in his eyes as he gestured grandly. Eliminate them. Immediately, the throng of cross-dressing rogue samurai congregated at the entrance surged forward. Yet, Jintoki remained motionless, his hand resting on his belt, observing the approaching figures. Boom. A wave of sword energy sliced through the air, drawing a definitive line between life and death. Most who had just crossed that line now writhed on the ground, clutching their wounds. Cross the line, and you perish. With eyes suddenly wide beneath his bangs, Kenshin maintained his drawn sword stance. Following his declaration, Jintoki roared and charged forth. Wielding his staff, you won't let us cross the line, yet you rush in to strike? Do you wish for us to perish? The crowd grumbled. Ah, Miss Seigo, Hirako said, tapping his head with some exasperation, glancing at Seigo, who wielded a wooden hammer while clad only in a white loincloth. I understand now, he thought. As the newcomers, Shinpachi and Kagura, charged in, causing chaos in their wake. From the rooftop, Odi leaped down, her eyes glimmering with data as she activated a mode. Wielding a flaming broom to establish an unyielding defense before the izakaya's entrance. Cleaning mode activated. It will not cease until all debris is cleared, Odi stated calmly. Turning to Kenshin. Kenshin, we are ready. With a cold smirk, Kenshin unsheathed his red katana, stepping through the flames on the ground to face Seigo. Are you truly all right here? Your own establishment is on the verge of collapse. Seigo raised an eyebrow, commenting. My apologies, but there are already others at Shimiyukin. A one-armed man in a Shinsengumi uniform appeared around the corner, a wicked grin plastered on his face as he surveyed the fray. Today, the Shinsengumi has reserved Shimiyukin. Anyone daring to cause trouble here can certainly try. Ah, Kenshin, have you prepared yourself? Seigo inquired, eyeing the flames that engulfed the Urazuya. Futile, even if everyone here falls. We have reinforcements coming. How long can you few hold out? Hirako mocked as he watched Kagura attempt to extinguish the fire. Have you thought this through? With so few people, you intend to fight the flames? They shall perish. Hirako, your flag is quite commendable, Kenshin remarked, but Hirako's confident smile faltered. Replaced by shock as a high-pressure water cannon suddenly appeared on the rooftop, extinguishing the newly ignited flames before they could reach their peak. Fighting alone. As she spoke, a woman with golden hair, clad in a red tank top and exuding an air of self-assuredness, appeared atop the roof, wielding a massive water pipe and gazing down at the struggling crowd below. At least one person worthy of the title friend should stand by your side, don't you think? She remarked. Are you the firefighter, Chizuki? Jinsen responded, somewhat taken aback. The weapons held aloft by the warriors were shattered by a colossal, spinning iron hammer, scattering fragments across the ground and drawing the attention of all present. Such fragile iron, much like your hearts. It seems you all could use a thorough reforging, remarked Tetsuko, picking up her hammer with a look of sympathy for the weary fighters below. I am not here to repay any debts. Ha ha ha. Tetsuko, ever the humble one. Is that a phrase from your brother? Someone teased. You've recovered well. Truly, you have a strong fate, Kenshin muttered, glancing sideways at the pair. Tetsuko, your brother has come as well. Kagura exclaimed joyfully. Not stopping there, Tetsuko cleared a path for a burly man accompanied by a small boy, who entered the battlefield with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. A true man must embody a rugged style. Kimu, he declared, as if the atmosphere around them had shifted entirely. Mr. Shokin? Mr. Tsuchishi? Shinpachi exclaimed in astonishment. What is this? The vanished from Kabukicho have all emerged to play the hero? Hirakubo observed the gathering with a serious demeanor, yet his words remained sharp. No, flat-chested bandaged woman. Your thoughts are utterly pedestrian. A girl suddenly leaped down from the roof, dressed in a style starkly contrasting the current scene. She wore white stockings and had orange hair styled into twin tails, her outfit resembling a school uniform with white and blue stripes. In her hand, she brandished a massive, sci-fi-inspired metal staff, her face adorned with a look of disdain. How about we engage in a duel, and you join my harem? Ouch! What are you doing, Kenshin? The girl exclaimed, her words cut short as Kenshin delivered a gentle thump to her head. Crouching down to nurse her sore spot, the girl lost her earlier bravado. Don't go cosplaying as Naya for no reason. You'd be better off as Shana, Kenshin remarked nonchalantly. I've said this before, Haven Ti-kyun. A flash of the unsheathed sword passed by, and the warriors before them fell, disbelief etched on their faces. Kuriko slowly sheathed his sword, his presence so subtle that no one noticed when he had arrived. Such a low profile, he muttered, though a faint smile tugged at the corners of Kenshin's lips, betraying his true feelings. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gengai, accompanied by a robotic army, advanced steadily. Indeed, it's not just your style that's off. That guy is just like you, Kenshin remarked, casting a peculiar glance at Madao, who was camouflaged among the robots, draped in newspaper boxes like a transformer. This guy? I must take him down. Hyun's back was enveloped in a dark aura, fueled by intense resentment toward Madao, the host from the cabaret. And what of my sister and the others? As they gathered, Kenshin drove his sword into the ground, the number of people swiftly surpassing that of Hirako and Jirocho. With a smile, he gazed at Seigo and Hirako, inquiring, Now, shall we continue to fight? I must admit, you truly impress me, brother. However, the outcome is still uncertain, Hirako replied defiantly. As long as there is no Huatu, there are no reinforcements. Kenshin coldly interrupted Hirako's words. What are you saying, brother? Huato's army has already. Before Hirako could finish, Kenshin seized him by the collar and tossed him aside towards Seigo. I said there are no reinforcements. With crimson eyes fixed on the approaching figures clad in black at the end of the street, Kenshin lowered his body, resting his hand upon the hilt of his red katana, the unique aura preceding the drawing of his blade manifesting instantly. Brother, do you intend to? Hirako exclaimed in astonishment as he regained his footing with Seigo's assistance, observing Kenshin's demeanor. Jintoki, you should know where you ought to go, Kenshin muttered to himself, as if addressing someone else. Are you certain? Jintoki inquired after dispatching his opponent. You are the one who feels most at ease with me remaining here. Kenshin replied with a sardonic smile. With a light grunt, Jintoki turned with remarkable swiftness, charging towards the direction behind Kenshin, towards the location where Huatu and Jirocho awaited. I'm counting on you, Kenshin, Jintoki whispered, the wind carrying his words. This is the first time you have entrusted me with such a request, Kenshin reflected with satisfaction. His gaze now fixed upon the black-clad figures becoming increasingly visible. Then I cannot allow you to pass. Chapter 337. Chaos of battle. Even if my brother can withstand such a formidable army, how will you lot contend with us? Hirako observed Kenshin engaging in combat with the figures in black, while he and Seigo shielded Jintoki and the others. A little girl can only face an older sister. With those words, Kubi stepped forward, brandishing a metal staff, her dark eyes fixated on Hirako. I shall be your opponent. Hey, I never knew Miss Kubi could be so fierce. Why is that? She looks like a star, yet suddenly transforms into this. Will tomorrow's newspapers report, popular female star engages in brawl in Kabukicho? Shinpachi unleashed a torrent of sarcasm. You need not worry about that, Kuriko interjected, stepping forward with her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, positioning herself before Jintoki. Within 50 meters of Kabukicho, there are no idle spectators left. Well, I owe you one, Jintoki remarked, patting Kuriko on the shoulder, his previously calm expression shifting to one of utter disbelief as he turned to Kubi. As for you, I shall refrain from pursuing the matter of you stabbing me in the backside last time. Kubi appeared genuinely shocked, losing grip on her metal staff, which flew horizontally. striking Gintoki squarely. Oh no. After a cacophony of uncertain emotions, whether tragedy or exhilaration, Gintoki dashed away, clutching his rear, enveloped in a cloud of swirling smoke. Hey, Gintoki! Shouted Shinpachi and Kagura, extending their hands in vain as they sprinted after him. Is this truly acceptable? The chairman of the board, Hekiwon, and the illustrious star, Ms. Katsu, observed with raised brows. You are not exactly the type to engage in combat, are you? Westfield teased. Regardless. I have once mingled with the ghost army, Hekiwon replied, his smile faint yet suggesting a lack of humor, as he positioned his blade across his chest. In any case, if Ms. Westfield wishes to pass, you must first contend with me. I assure you, I will not hold back. Meanwhile, Hirakawa switched grips on his sword, twisting his body mid-air as he aimed a thrust downward towards Katsu. In response, she deftly hooked the long blade scattered on the ground with her foot, grasping it and bending forward to parry Hirakawa's strike. Don't assume that a star can only dance. I have trained my ligaments, Katsu remarked as she pivoted, rising from the ground to face Hirakawa, making a comical face. Hirakawa merely scoffed, silently cursing, and charged towards her. Ms. Westfield, will you simply stand by? Hirakawa called out amidst the fray, where he and Katsu were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. This fellow on my side is quite formidable, Westfield remarked with raised eyebrows, casting a glance at Hekiwon. To be able to restrain him is already commendable. Hirakawa gritted his teeth as he observed the scene where, under Ito's leadership, a multitude of rogue samurai were being captured by the Shinsengumi. Meanwhile, men dressed in women's clothing queued up, one by one, to be delivered to the handsome host, Kyoshiro. Unable to contain himself, Hirakawa exclaimed, Hey, at least show some spirit. Yet, in the moment Hirakawa was distracted, Katsu swiftly approached him, bringing her long blade down horizontally, striking him on the face with the back of the sword. Lost in thought, are we? Hirakawa's face contorted from the impact, sending him flying towards the chaotic clash involving Kenshin. In the midst of this tumult, Kenshin and the black-clad assailants displayed varied responses. Those surrounding him hastily disengaged, some leaping away while others sprinted towards the lone Hirakawa, their intentions singularly focused on him. Just wait for your chance to be revealed. The words came not from Kenshin, but from Westfield and Hekiwon, who had been locked in a standoff since the beginning. After their excited proclamation, they charged forward, with Westfield's imposing figure shielding Hirakawa from all potential fatal blows, while Hekiwon maneuvered swiftly through the throng, toppling the expressionless black-clad foes one after another. I apologize for the profound impact. I have also refrained from taking lives. Haido flicked the blood off his blade and sheathed it, addressing those behind him. Thus, I have merely rendered you powerless. As his words fell, crimson surged forth from the veins at the wrists and ankles, flooding the ground in an instant. The little ghost, yearning for his father to return, stirred chaos to ignite conflict, allowing the four kings' forces to deplete one another, subsequently dispatching the celestial troops to seize this street in one fell swoop. Seigo remarked coolly, This is the plan Huadawa shared with me. Could it be? This entire scheme is not the work of Hirako, but rather, gazing at Hirako sprawled on the ground, his visage stained with blood. The others present could not help but ponder. Thus, I had long been prepared, Haido smiled faintly. This counterplan has been a result of extensive deliberation among myself and the other kings. I sincerely apologize for not informing everyone earlier. However, it is fortunate that Lord Kensei and Lord Gintoki are still here. If the demon army were composed entirely of individuals like you, that would indeed be quite terrifying. My junior. Seigo withdrew the short blade embedded in his shoulder, supported by a throng of onlookers, and gazed forward. Where is Kennen? By now, he must have already passed. Haido sheathed his sword. He too has his words to convey to Jirocho. Wouldn't you agree, Granny? To falter yet not succumb, to be courageous yet not chaotic, to be gentle yet not weak, to be resilient yet unyielding. This is the essence of the denizens of Kabukicho. Amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, Granny Toes once again stepped into her domain, Kabukicho, enveloped in smoke and the scent of alcohol. Granny, the rest is left to those troublesome youngsters. We have our own tasks, Granny Toes declared, taking a drag from her cigarette. Isn't that right, Seigo? Quite impressive that you could return just in time, Toes remarked. Seigo chuckled lightly. However, war invariably teaches us something, such as the fact that had this conflict not arisen, none of us would have known that you are. Without a doubt, the true sovereign of Kabukicho. I am not a sovereign, Granny Toes replied, gazing calmly at the bustling crowd. They are merely my family. Even if you discern all the plans, what of it? Jirocho, this street is already within the grasp of my spring rain 4th Division. Huddle. Shielding his chin with a peacock fan, looked towards Jirocho leaning against the loft's railing, his voice brimming with confidence. Huarawa, you have lived in Kabukicho for quite some time, have you not? Now, tell me, what manner of individuals inhabit this place? Jirocho lowered his head, chuckling. Upon uttering this question, Huarawa sensed an ominous premonition. Indeed. No sooner had he spoken than the rear door was abruptly kicked open. Once again, the luminescence of Gintoki emerged amidst the treacherous intrigues of Kabukicho, radiating his unique brilliance. I've been waiting for you, silver-haired lad, Jirocho quipped, puffing on his pipe as he gazed at Gintoki with a smile. Ah, truly a sight I wish to avoid. You old fool, Gintoki replied with a wry smile, addressing Jirocho. A friendly reminder, please step aside. Jirocho did not express any doubt. Instead, he turned to the side. In that fleeting moment, a vertical sword aura surged forth, cleaving the building in two with immense force. Had it not been for Hua Tuo's quick reflexes to evade, her fate would have mirrored the severed limbs strewn across the ground. Kenshin, he is still alive. Hua Tuo, her meticulously styled hair now cascading around her, gazed in disbelief at the crimson figure leaping across the rooftop. Even from a distance, she could feel the raw intent to kill emanating from him. At last, even with Gintoki and Jirocho at her side, Hua Tuo sensed the chilling approach of death for the first time. Quickly, eliminate those two at once, she bellowed. Activate the mechanisms. Hold him off for as long as possible. Regrettably, that sword aura had obliterated the entire building, rendering all mechanisms inoperative, her subordinates reported. What? Chapter 338. The Iron Street. The lock of chivalry. Before rushing toward the door, Kenshin had contemplated many things, not out of worry, but pondering how Hua Tuo would handle the situation. Upon arriving at the entrance and witnessing the gruesome scene of blood mingled with entrails, alongside the bloodied and wounded Gintoki and Jirocho, Kenshin realized for the first time that Gintoki had matured significantly without his awareness. How is this possible? Hua Tuo stood in shock, her proud troops decimated by merely 2 earthlings. She was momentarily frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom such a reality on this planet. Do you understand now? You have placed too much focus upon me, neglecting the clear truths expressed on this street. Kenshin slowly approached Gintoki, supporting him, gently urging the congealed blood from his throat, while addressing Hua Tuo. Such a filthy street, yet it still boasts such gallantry. Ignoring Kenshin's words, Hua Tuo turned to observe the throngs of Kabukicho residents, including the arrival of the elderly and others, momentarily lost in a daze. Hey, don't let her escape. Gintoki slightly opened his eyes, looking at Kenshin who was cradling him. Be quiet, rest properly. You're not yet healed, and you're causing a ruckus. Do you wish to perish? Kenshin scolded, noticing Jirocho sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. I'm contemplating whether to deliver the final blow to you, Jirocho. Hours passed, long enough for Kenshin to disregard Hua Tuo's sudden flight. He merely held Gintoki in this battlefield, gazing at the elder sitting peacefully on the ground. As the Batusai, you would indeed eradicate all threats, yet at this moment, you are simply Himura Kenshin. Jirocho stated flatly, Hua Tuo has long since fled. Rest assured, others will deal with her. With that, Kenshin gently laid Gintoki down on the ground and stepped forward, positioning himself 5 paces from Jirocho. I shall not take advantage of you. As he spoke, he forcefully removed the staff and sword tightly gripped in Gintoki's hands, replacing his own red blade. With a swift motion, he thrust the staff into Gintoki's shoulder, causing blood to spurt forth like a rushing stream. Hey, as a master swordsman, I have never seen anyone so recklessly inflict pain upon themselves. Amidst the fountain of blood, Jirocho gazed at Kenshin through the crimson haze. For I bear the dignity of being Himura Kenshin. At this, Kenshin's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. I cannot tarnish this name. I can no longer discern whether you are truly the character from the manga, or if that manga was inspired by you, Jirocho remarked, struggling to regain his footing. Nevertheless, I must admit, it was well written. A warrior, not merely a swordsman, embodies true strength. He resembled that man, leisurely strolling with a pipe in his left hand and the staff in his right, as if he were one with the street. Only by bearing the necessary wounds can one awaken the heart that protects. Kenshin spoke slowly. You are the same, and so is Gintoki. Though our chosen paths differ, we pursue a singular goal. You have no right to dictate terms to me, Jirocho scoffed, standing tall as he regarded Kenshin. Take that boy lying over there, along with your share, and truly feel who is worthy of safeguarding what belongs to them. With that, Kenshin removed the staff embedded in his shoulder. And as blood flowed freely, both Kenshin and Jirocho hurled their staffs and pipes into the sky. In unison, they bent low, adopting the stance of drawing their swords. As she had said, they lived for each other's promises. Gintoki, lying aside, suddenly spoke. Were it not for such promises, were there not those waiting for us? Were there not unfinished tasks entrusted to us, perhaps we would never return. Gintoki stood alone amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, lost in thought. Kenshin, who had vowed to protect Gintoki while bearing all pain without revealing it, and Jirocho, entrusted with unfinished matters, with family awaiting his return, were all bound by the shackles of promises. In an instant, they sprang into action. Jirocho and Kenshin charged toward one another. Amidst the radiant clash of energy, victory had already been decided. Jirocho struck Kenshin in the chest, while Kenshin swung his sword skyward, cleaving the pipe in two. Why did you not strike me? Jirocho inquired after a moment of silence, looking at Kenshin. That guy lying over there said the same thing to me. As he spoke, Kenshin grasped the blade lodged in his chest, turning to face the approaching group led by Hiraga and the others. Your promise is one that a man must uphold. But before we arrived, it was already made to him. Is that so? Jirocho murmured. We no longer wish to breach our vow. Indeed, in the presence of Tatsugoro, they had uttered those words. We shall protect your most cherished possession. With a slight glance back at Jirocho, Kenshin smiled faintly and remarked, You should understand, Jirocho. He then stepped aside to hoist Gintoki onto his back. I knew you would grasp my meaning. Gintoki said weakly from Kenshin's back. I am well aware of every detail about you, right down to the hairs on your backside. How could I not know you? Kenshin chuckled softly, carrying Gintoki as they made their way toward the main entrance. Just as they were about to turn and exit, Kenshin abruptly halted. Quit smoking, you old coot, he quipped. Inside the same small tavern, the same wandering swordsman sat, yet this time across from him was another individual. Hey, newcomer, if you wish to survive in Kabukicho, heed the following advice. With the fall of the four heavenly kings and Jirocho's retirement, Kabukicho had once again descended into an era of chaos. But don't assume that merely because of this, you can act with impunity. I heard something significant transpired here, and I was hoping to make a name for myself. The newcomer grumbled, scratching his head. If you don't want to be suddenly sliced by a white-haired drunkard you bump into on the street, I advise you to temper your bravado. Though this street may appear unremarkable, its depths are beyond your imagination. At that moment, a voice interjected, Excuse me, you stepped on my wallet. Could you kindly lift your foot so I can retrieve it? Who are you? The newcomer retorted, indignantly. But it's clearly mine, protested the man with long black hair, sporting an innocuous expression as he addressed a peculiar creature beside him. The bizarre being raised a placard. Finally, no more idle waiting. Well, it is what it is. Let us be off, Elizabeth, the man declared, departing the tavern with the strange creature amidst the newcomer's loud protests. However, once this duo stepped onto the street, a chill wind stirred, and the man suddenly recalled something he had just forgotten. I seem to have dropped my wallet, which contained a pepper bomb. He pondered, Oh well, it's lost now. I can only hope that until I acquire something new. The Shinsengumi won't come looking for trouble. He then faced the camera and extended a finger. Let it be known, that bomb will explode upon impact. Chapter 339. Kenshin is in the heavens. Is it not true that every father yearns to receive his daughter's forgiveness amidst a field of flowers? Or is it that such a scene strikes a deeper chord in the heart? As Kenshin stood beneath the shade of the trees, observing Jirocho cradling the weeping Hinako, these were the thoughts that occupied his mind. Regardless, to be invited here and witness such an event is already a fulfillment, Gintoki mused, dangling a blade of grass and gazing at the clouds through the foliage, appearing both carefree and indifferent. However, with one beautiful waitress gone, business is bound to decline significantly. Kenshin chuckled, shaking his head. If you desire a beautiful girl, do you not have a suitable candidate in mind? One who seems capable of commanding the entire realm of the heart. Gintoki jested, Well, Katsu, after all, she is a beauty and a renowned star. If she were to work in your shop, it would likely be torn apart by her fans. No, such a fortunate occurrence should be left to you. Or perhaps to be your shop's mascot? Kenshin replied with a sidelong glance at Gintoki. Knowing her disposition, it would be strange if she didn't demolish the odd jobs agency. Gintoki waved his hand dismissively. I understand that there are matters you prefer to keep from me, and that you wish for me to remain uninvolved. Nonetheless, I must inquire. Kenshin, what secrets are you harboring? A sudden gust of wind swept through, lifting the petals that danced amidst the flower fields, while the leaves rustled softly. For a moment, Kenshin and Gintoki locked eyes, falling into a silence that spoke volumes. Gintoki, as long as you live according to your desires, and I can witness your freedom and your carefree demeanor, that is enough for me. As for everything else, I shall bring it to a close, Kenshin finally articulated after a pause. Are you intending to abandon me? Gintoki said flatly, as if devoid of emotion. Can you truly forsake Shinpachi and Kagura? Kenshin replied with a calmness that belied the gravity of his words. Can you abandon Miseo and the Shinsengumi? Gintoki retorted without hesitation. No, there are still many awaiting me in the heavens above, Kenshin stated, lifting his gaze to the sky, momentarily rendered silent. Regardless, I must ascend to the heavens. Do you need me to provide you with a rocket? Gintoki quipped silently. To stand beneath the heavens is to be forever out of reach. Only by soaring above can one tread upon it. This long vacant throne of the sky shall be mine to inherit. Kenshin clenched his fist resolutely, only to be met with Gintoki's relentless teasing. Hey, are you Aizen? What does the vacancy of the sky have to do with you? Instead of dwelling on such notions, why not create something to appease your stomach? Please, spare me the melodrama, Gintoki lamented, rubbing his forehead. What does ascending to heaven truly signify? Hua Tuo's identity is that of the universe pirate, commander of the 4th Division of the Spring Ring. Although one must prefix it with former, her relentless pursuit remains unerring. So you intend to use her as bait to draw out whom? Many, Kenshin sighed deeply. Not only adversaries, but also that individual. Are you not afraid she might kill you? Gintoki countered. After all, she is rather mischievous. It is time for me to reclaim that reverse blade sword, Kenshin declared, unsheathing the long blade from his waist and tossing it to Gintoki. I have already placed Chizuru's pipe and stick before the gravestone, though the pipe is broken into two. I believe this sword belongs to its rightful master. Hey, I already have Lake Toya, Gintoki exclaimed. Kenshin raised his voice, asserting that there were foes even Lake Toya could not resolve. Take this and protect this street well. Do not forget your promises to others. With a vacant gaze, Gintoki did not reach out to accept the long sword. Instead, he leaned slightly against the ground, raising his head just enough to peer through his silver hair at Kenshin, who was offering the blade. Let the heavens be. I shall let you go to your death, Gintoki muttered, rising to seize the sword and fastening it at his waist. Departing without a glance back at Kenshin, he was afraid that lingering even a second longer would unveil his cowardice. Since childhood, the only person he had relied on was Matsuyama-sensei. After Matsuyama's departure, only one individual remained before him. The childlike demeanor and gestures he once exhibited bore no resemblance to the current Gintoki. At the very least, he could not reveal such vulnerability in front of Kenshin. Even if it were the heavens, it could still be returned from. He intended to leave, so let him do so without hesitation. We are all of the same ilk. Once a decision is made, not even 8 oxen can draw it back. As the wind began to stir, Kenshin reached out to grasp the petals floating past him. He turned his gaze to the other side, where Heko had been waiting patiently. He released the petals from his hand, allowing them to drift away with the free-spirited breeze. Alas, the wind must inevitably cease at some point. You are like a solitary boat, adrift in the wind, aimlessly tossed about without direction, merely following the currents. The destination you arrive at may be far removed from the place you once envisioned in your heart. Cutting through the heavens, of course, is akin to ascending to the heavens like a monkey, albeit this monkey is somewhat larger. Because Huatua had been captured by Heko and brought to the shogunate, what was initially meant to be a life sentence for Huatua had now led him to be discreetly summoned to the Edo Terminal Tower in the dead of night. A completely black spaceship adorned with purple skulls stood there, and a rotund man descended from it, staring at Huatua. Ah, it has been a long time. Miss Huatua, leader of the 4th Division. I have not fallen to your hands, Huatua replied disdainfully, her tattered garments doing little to conceal her inherent grace. No. We have searched high and low for you these past years. Now that we finally see you, you should understand the fate of betraying Haru. The corpulent man with blue skin leered at Huatua. I must say, you are indeed a flower of darkness. Even after undergoing surgery, you remain captivating, truly enticing. What are you? Hua Tuo's dignified expression shattered in an instant, and she shouted in horror. The journey ahead will be quite long. Let us take our time to discuss the future, the rotund man declared, turning with an exaggerated grin and moving towards the interior. Then you can have a delightful discussion about life ideals with everyone on this entire fleet. You cannot treat me this way, or else. Hua Tuo's protest was cut short as the excited celestial beings seized her, their raucous laughter echoing as they rushed toward the spaceship, all the while unabashedly taking liberties with her delicate form. As he stood atop the terminal tower, surrounded by the interwoven steel beams, Jianxin gazed silently at the unfolding scene below, musing that had he not come, the outcome for Huara would have been all too predictable. The thunderous roar of the spaceship echoed, a signal that many had already been informed about the shogunate, allowing Chunyu to brazenly initiate the spacecraft's ascent without any pretense of concealment. Gradually, it began to rise, accelerating towards the heavens. At last, Jianxin made his move. Leaping high to land on the deck, he deftly drew the curtain on the deck to shield his form, while concealing himself behind the cargo. Are you prepared for a surprise, Xiaoshan? Jianxin slowly made his way beneath the deck, arriving at the location of the hidden door that the wig had mentioned. Slightly lifting it, I have come to find you. Chapter 341. Let us vent. Youngster, the long-anticipated plan, years in the making, was finally on the verge of commencement. This transpired within a circular area formed by several towering stone pillars, each adorned by a figure clad in black, their gender and age indistinguishable. Yet, amidst the 12 columns, glimpses of the minuscule planet Earth could be discerned through the horizontal lines. This entire scheme awaits the arrival of that individual in the cosmos, remarked one of the figures atop the third pillar. Little does he know what awaits him in the universe, intoned another from the ninth pillar, his voice heavy with foreboding. Do not underestimate him. Perhaps on Earth, he may lose some strength due to the conflict of the dragon Vane's power. However, he is presently in the cosmos, declared the figure atop the first pillar, exuding an air of authority. Here, there is no weakened Himura Kenshin. We must confront the strategist from the Bakamatsu era. A clone may have carved a name for himself in the universe, but he possesses far too many weaknesses, scoffed the figure from the 12th pillar. Such bravado, why don't you confront him yourself? Retorted the figure from the 8th pillar, dripping with sarcasm. Engaging in a savage battle like that is beneath me, he replied dismissively, his disdain palpable. Now, our primary objective is to complete our tasks on Earth. I will ensure he willingly joins the Tiandao faction, spoke the man atop the second pillar. When he is abandoned by his nation and comrades, how can he expect to rescue them if he does not align with Tiandao? Amidst the dim crimson atmosphere, all 12 figures shared a sinister laugh, their gaze never straying from the planet encircled by them. Thus, the plot naturally commenced. Apologies, but I cannot rescue you just yet. Closing the medical emergency kit and casting it aside, Kenshin gazed at the bandaged Hua Tuo, her face cleansed with alcohol, and spoke softly. What is it? Even in this state, do you still wish to extract some residual value from me? Upon hearing Kenshin's words, Hua Tuo lifted her head and replied with a mocking smile. At the very least, such occurrences as today will no longer transpire, rest assured. Kenshin straightened her posture and stepped towards the door, stating, I promised I would help you escape, and I shall fulfill that promise. Curiously, Hua Tuo inquired, what exactly do you hope to gain from me? The ghostly army had arrived aboard the Spring Rain battleship, and beyond seeking her, Kenshin had personal matters to attend to in the cosmos. With a dismissive snort, she replied, some entanglements that have lingered far too long, too complex to quantify. From what I gather, all that you know pertains to past events, seemingly inextricable from the celestial path, Hua Tuo sneered. What? Do you wish to traverse the cosmos to exact revenge on the celestial path alone? It appears that the renowned Himura Kenshin is merely a vengeful miscreant. Is it foolish not to repay a grudge? Kenshin regarded Hua Tuo from a superior vantage point. Your remaining worth amounts to this. I wish you luck. Are you not afraid I might reveal your secrets to them? Hua Tuo retorted, observing Kenshin on the verge of departure. Kenshin paused momentarily. No? You harbor a deeper loathing for this place than I do. With that, she pushed open the iron door and exited. Hua Tuo slumped helplessly to the ground. Realizing Kenshin spoke the truth, her hatred for the Spring Rain surpassed that of anyone else. wishing nothing more than for the entire battleship to collide with the sun or plunge into a black hole to end it all. In that moment, she understood that her sole reliance lay with Himura Kenshin. Meanwhile, where had Kenshin ventured? Quietly opening a door, she slipped into a room filled with documents. For a moment, curiosity piqued her interest. Despite inadvertently finding herself here, she was eager to uncover the clandestine dealings of the spring rain. Gently tapping her fingers, she casually extracted a document and began to peruse its contents. October. The rescue team was pursued by our forces, resulting in a failed encirclement amidst fierce combat. Is this the work of that fellow, Shenma? I never anticipated he would thrive in the cosmos. October 12th. The leader of the Ghost Army, Takasuji, arrived at Spring Rain to submit a treaty of alliance. Has this short-sighted fellow fallen so low? January. The Rebirth Village is gaining popularity on the Fista planet, with hopes of reaping benefits from this newly developing world. Indeed, Spring Rain is clearly engaged in some unsavory activities. March. Kim Yui appointed the commander of the 3rd Division of Spring Rain. Kim Yui? Is he not that cheerful little brat? The document concluded at this point, leaving Kenshin deep in thought. Her mind fixated on a singular query. What precisely was the Spring Rain up to? Although the document appears quite clear at first glance, a closer inspection reveals that the various matters presented therein lack any discernible connection. In other words, the operations conducted by Chunyu do not possess a definitive characterization. Astonishingly, the so-called first pirate crew of the universe seems devoid of any developmental direction. Who would believe such a claim? Amidst an inadvertent glance, a crumpled piece of paper discarded on the floor caught Jianxin's attention. Without hesitation, he bent down to retrieve it and unfolded it for a closer examination. However, upon that first glance, Jianxin found himself unable to divert his gaze, as tumultuous waves of emotion surged within him, accompanied by an uncontrollable fury. The body of Sonyang lay preserved, ever ready for action. Chunyu, what are you truly aiming for? Jianxin seethed internally. This revelation was akin to a thunderclap for Jianxin and the other 3 individuals who had shared their lives at the Song Family Academy. Jianxin was acutely aware that he had been cloned, resulting in the emergence of a counterpart, Jiantai, who matched him in prowess. If such a method were to be applied to his teacher, it would imply the cloning of Sonyang. In a fit of rage, Jianxin struck the shelf, sending documents tumbling and raising a cloud of dust. What nefarious purposes does this organization, Chunyu, serve? Jianxin clenched his teeth in frustration. He found himself utterly at a loss. In the vastness of the universe, with no influence to rely upon, he was compelled to seek out information on his own. Yet, when confronted with the enigmatic and formidable organizations that populate this cosmos, he felt insignificantly small. Perhaps you require this. A sudden flash of blue light illuminated his surroundings as a text-laden screen materialized before Jianxin, projected onto the wall. System? After all this time in hiding, you finally decide to show yourself? Jianxin remarked with a hint of delight. Ah, it is only because you find yourself in the universe that I can manifest. A muffled voice resonated in his mind. If you wish to acquire information about Chunyu, simply scan these documents, and it will be stored in your memory. Humph. Though I am uncertain of your whereabouts, I trust you, Jianxin replied with a faint smile. I believe that the possessor of a system need not destroy it to prove their prowess. Well, the notion you speak of has indeed become mainstream. The system diligently resolves all your troubles, yet you wish to eliminate it? If it were a spirited maiden, one would require even more vigorous efforts. Such a notion is simply outrageous. How lewd. Mutual sentiment, came the retort. Chapter 342. Fortunately, I have insurance if one were to insist on a narrative. It would be that Jianxin initially embarked on this cosmic journey solely for revenge. However, at this moment, his fundamental objective has likely shifted. Upon discovering that piece of scrap paper and receiving news of his teacher Sonyang's remains, Jianxin resolved to set aside his current affairs to address this pressing issue. Upon reflection, Kenshin could not help but recall that after he had slain his master, the members of the Tenkafubu had indeed not left the corpse behind. Instead, they had taken it away immediately. At that time, he had scarcely paid attention, nor had he understood their purpose for a dead body. However, in hindsight, if his master were to appear before them in such a state, immersed in the malfaflen, it would undoubtedly drive them to madness. This was information that must remain unknown to them. He thought of the dwarf cedar, likely aboard the battleship, as well as Chihiro, who was drifting in some corner of the cosmos, and the silver-haired Jintoki, who was nestled on Earth. Kenshin silently mused that it was best if he alone bore the knowledge of this matter. The rest he would investigate on his own. Attention! The spacecraft is about to dock. All personnel, please prepare accordingly. As Kenshin crouched and moved cautiously, the sudden announcement left him momentarily dazed. What did that statement mean? Just as he stood frozen in place, the ship began to shake violently, causing him to lose his balance and instinctively grasp the nearby pillar, paralyzed with fear. What is happening? Is the ship about to crash? Kenshin voiced his uncertainty. Just as he felt a sense of trepidation, the tremors gradually subsided, accompanied by an unsettling sensation of being watched, which surprised Kenshin. I wonder what the renowned 1,000-man ghost slayer seeks aboard my humble spacecraft. Suddenly, a raspy male voice echoed through the corridor, startling Kenshin into instinctively placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, warily scanning his surroundings. Hey, right above you. The voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. 1,000-man ghost slayer, what brings you here? 1,000-man ghost slayer. In the recesses of his memory, he recalled this title. It was perhaps uttered by the bald star sea during his initial encounter with Kagura on Earth. Yet, if he had never ventured into space, it could only belong to another. I have come to find someone. He echoed the cold, expressionless tone of his memory, prompting Kenshin to straighten his posture. Abandoning his cautious stance, one hand resting on the sword hilt while the other casually lay across his chest as he moved forward. My half. I have never felt this way about you before. Humph, come to the control room. A red light flickered from the overhead camera, shifting position. Although his face betrayed no emotion, Kenshin's mind was in turmoil. Hey, at least tell me where the control room is, you soul. How could I possibly know where your so-called control room is? Would it kill you to provide directions? If I exceed my allotted time, it will surely raise suspicions. It certainly would. Therefore, consult the minimap. The pale blue light screen materialized once more within the winding corridors of the spacecraft. The red dot flickering ahead was distinctly visible, prompting Jianxin to exhale with relief, feeling fortunate that the system had manifested at such a critical moment. No need for gratitude. Just refrain from contemplating my demise in the future, the system's teasing voice echoed once again in his mind, eliciting a smile from Jianxin. I can only hope that when the time comes, your departure will be for the best. When the conclusion arrives, I shall naturally take my leave. Despite the seemingly harmonious exchange, underlying concerns had long been sown. Why do you remain silent on Earth, yet speak freely in space? What are your true intentions, system? It seems you harbor some doubts. Truthfully, everything should have concluded upon your arrival in the cosmos. Come, let's extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guest, Mr. Jiantai, the 1,000-demon slayer. As Jianxin approached the grand door, it opened automatically, revealing a group of individuals who appeared to be in a meeting. They all turned to face him, and the man seated at the head of the table rose, applauding enthusiastically, as if genuinely pleased to see him. Cut the pleasantries. Where's the Ghost Brigade? Jianxin maintained a cold, disdainful demeanor, disregarding their applause and getting straight to the point. How could you, always pursuing that sword-drawing hermit, be concerned about such trivialities? Remarked a rotund figure with blue skin. To lure him into space, the leader of the Ghost Brigade is indispensable, Jianxin replied coolly. I can hardly contain my impatience to sever that fellow's head and cast his corpse into the cosmic pasture for the creatures to feast upon. Truly, one can see the brutality of a gladiator. Who would have guessed you are merely a clone of an earthling? The chubby figure quipped with a sudden grin. With a swift motion, Jianxin's sheathed long sword slipped from his grasp, striking horizontally and sending the still-smiling celestial being flying into the glass wall, where he slid down slowly. Casting a brief glance at the blue light screen visible only to him, Jianxin followed its instructions while forcing an unpleasant smile. You ought to be grateful that before I eliminate that individual, I prefer not to soil my hands, especially with the blood of a coward like you. Infuriating. As he spoke, the celestial beings surrounding him shifted their gazes, revealing their true nature as marauders, their wild instincts surfacing as they drew their guns, aiming at Jianxin. Everyone, stand down. The blue figure commanded in a low tone. Is this how you treat our esteemed guest? Lower your weapons. Hearing this, the other celestial marauders exchanged reluctant glances before begrudgingly lowering their firearms. You have a commendable group of subordinates, and your leadership is quite impressive. With a cold demeanor, Kenshin finished speaking, resting his long sword upon his shoulder as he turned to leave for the door. I am heading to that ship to seek the Anawabanshu. I do not wish to be disturbed. The blue, rotund figure chuckled in understanding. With a disdainful huff, Kenshin exited through the door. However, as the door sealed behind him, the control room erupted in an instant explosion. "Commander, why must we compromise? With so many of us, why fear just one?" A leopard-headed Tenkai, lifting his unconscious comrade, expressed his dissatisfaction. While he may not seem particularly intimidating, after all, he is merely a clone. Let us not forget that we are currently in a state of dormancy with the heavenly path. The commander, with a grim expression, waved his hand dismissively. Those sorts of beings, while slightly chaotic due to the leader's earlier disappearance, seem to have re-established order with the leader's return. What of it? Even if the leader is back, are we to be afraid? The personnel in the control room clamored. "No, you do not comprehend," the commander interjected, seemingly shrinking in fear. "Do you possess the confidence to confront a creature that has existed for 5 centuries? Moreover, a true monstrosity capable of obliterating an entire planet's civilization with a mere flick of its wrist." Chapter 343. The full performance. Did I not mention? I do not wish to see you. This was the first statement Kenshin heard upon stepping into the corridor of convergence. He turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. There stood a figure clad in a purple yukata, leaning against the door, smoking a pipe. The bandages obscuring their eyes and hair rendered their gender indiscernible, while a bandage encircled their chest, revealing no sign of movement. The katana at their waist indeed surprised Kenshin. Yet he found it within the realm of acceptance. "That is your concern. My choices are mine to make," Kenshin declared, stepping firmly onto the deck. Yet in the next moment, a swift blade severed a lock of hair from his chest, its tip glinting ominously as it hovered before his throat. "You evoke many unpleasant memories, ones I would prefer to forget. Therefore, I reiterate, if you wish not to dismantle this hard-won relationship, do not present yourself before me," the short figure remarked, holding the blade with one hand while exhaling a cloud of smoke, tilting their head to regard Kenshin. "I have come here to retrieve an item, and once I possess it, I shall no longer appear before you," Kenshin replied after a moment of silence. "Oh," the short figure raised an eyebrow. "The reverse blade sword. You seek the reverse blade sword? Surely, you do not intend to emulate that individual and cease killing? How absurd." The figure scoffed. "While I may not wish to see you, I must admit that you indeed represent an alternative path for him, the path of vengeance. Enough talk. Where is the reverse blade sword?" Kenshin pressed, raising his voice slightly. "It has been broken." "What? By one of my subordinates." "Who?" "Your reaction intrigues me. Why do you suddenly care so much about that sword?" The diminutive Saishan gazed at Kenshin and remarked, "If I were to obtain that sword on the Anshin West Road, I would possess a reason to confront him on Earth. It serves as both a wager and an essential requisite for victory." Kenshin, seemingly fervent, declared, "Thus, I require this blade. Alas, it has already been shattered." Saishan lamented with an air of regret. "Who was responsible for its destruction?" Jianxin. Saishan observed the peculiar shift in Kenshin's demeanor. Truly, his expression remained inscrutable. However, his body betrayed a subtle shock, for this name bore significance. "You too comprehend the weight of this name. I have always felt that he would be intertwined with Kenshin's destiny," Saishan stated nonchalantly. "Though I perused that manga eons ago, I indeed recognize that there exists one whom Himura Kenshin cannot surpass." Jianxin. "Impossible. How could such a person exist?" Kenshin's heart roared in protest. For the first time, he felt ensnared, having never doubted anything before. Yet today, upon learning this revelation, he was undeniably caught off guard. For this individual's name was profoundly connected to him. Jianxin, the inheritor of the infamous title once held by Himura Kenshin, bore a body swathed in bandages, said to have been scorched by a great conflagration during battle, rendering him incapable of expelling heat through his pores. Consequently, his movements and physical exertions were severely limited. He had once driven Himura Kenshin to the brink of despair, only to be defeated when Kenshin mastered the ultimate secret of the Hiten Mitsuguryu, a victory largely attributed to fortune. Yet, why had this individual, so formidable, never been mentioned before and now suddenly appeared? "What? You seem to possess some knowledge," Kenshin inquired slowly. "Humph. Do not forget, we are essentially one. Our memories are interwoven," Kenshin replied with an impassive facade. "Did I not mention that there is no need to invoke this reality before me?" Without hesitation, Saishan drew his blade with a decisive motion, while Kenshin, sensing he had struck a nerve, instinctively unsheathed his sword to block the incoming strike. Clang! Saishan's Muramasa met the edge of Kenshin's long sword, creating a noticeable dent in its surface. Oh, not the Akazakura, Saishan mused, observing the outcome with curiosity. You should be grateful. Had I wielded the Akazakura, you would be dead by now. Kenshin, maintaining his stoic demeanor, attempted to divert the conversation. Truly arrogant. You should also consider yourself fortunate. Were it not for your resemblance to him, you would have ceased to exist long ago, Saishan retorted with a cold smirk, sheathing his Muramasa. After the reverse blade sword was broken, I forged a new blade. Since you aspire to duel him on Earth, present this sword to him as well. Oh, you are aware that if it is a sharpened sword, he would certainly refuse it. Kenshin arched an eyebrow and continued. Rest assured. As he spoke, the dwarf Shanshan pressed a button, revealing a concealed door that opened to unveil a crimson scabbard and hilt, encased in ice, adorned with several red ribbons. With a swift motion, he dislodged it from its frozen prison and tossed it to Kenshin without a glance. Kenshin instinctively caught it, yet the chill emanating from the blade seeped into his hand. This blade, once again, was a reverse-edged sword. Shanshan, gazing into the cosmos, remarked that this sword differed from the previous reverse-edged sword. Its hilt was detachable. Kenshin, intrigued, observed the hilt closely and noted the hollow markings upon it. Had he not declared that he would no longer take lives? Indeed, this reverse-edged sword was incapable of killing. Yet I eagerly anticipate the moment he draws forth the hidden side blade within it, Shanshan continued, a cold smile gracing his lips. Perhaps then, you shall once again become the Badasai, standing by my side. After we obliterate the world, let us embrace death together. Kenshin, momentarily at a loss for words, fell into silence as he contemplated the sword in his hand. Begone, I wish not to see you again. This is our final encounter, Shanshan said with a mocking laugh, before turning away and vanishing down the corridor through the automatically opening door. Sigh, Kenshin lamented, loosening the long sword at his waist to create space and affixing the blade to his belt. Is the current Himura Kenshin not sufficient? Why must you insist on having the Badasai accompany you? The Badasai, who only knows how to kill, can never be the same as the present Himura Kenshin. Chapter 344, The Aura of Blood. Attention crew members, we are about to land at the space supply station. Those in need are reminded to disembark for resupply. The repetitive announcement echoed in his ears as Kenshin glanced at the open spaceship door and shrugged. Although he considered himself an outsider, the view of outer space was truly a first for him, particularly the alien transactions occurring around him. He could not help but feel a sense of intrigue. Descending the extended staircase alongside the crew, Kenshin raised his gaze to the sky, where a transparent dome showcased numerous spacecraft soaring about. Some, like his vessel, had arrived here, while many others were replenishing supplies before venturing forth. Ah, this is the spectacle of the extraterrestrial world, he mused, observing his surroundings with curiosity. It was evident that the area was bustling with peculiar beings, and within this so-called supply station, vendors and stalls proliferated, resembling a marketplace akin to those on Earth. Hey, step aside. A heavy, gruff voice boomed from behind. Kenshin turned to see a towering figure of an elephantine alien casting a shadow that engulfed him completely. Silently, he shifted to allow the creature passage, feeling the slight tremor of the floor with each of its steps, momentarily entranced by the sight. That is, the thousand-man ghost slash. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, a voice erupted in terror as they beheld the figure of Kenshin, who stood aloof. Instantly, all the wandering souls and vendors in the vicinity turned their gazes towards the stoic swordsman, their expressions morphing into sheer horror. It's a ghost, they cried in unison, casting their belongings skyward in a frenzied panic. The once vibrant street, filled with life, was reduced to a desolate scene, littered with scattered items and devoid of any human presence. Kenshin observed the chaos unfold in silence, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing his inner turmoil. What on earth had that imbecile, Kaido, done in the cosmos? Had he not yet quenched his thirst for blood? A cold voice echoed from behind, prompting Kenshin to suppress his shock, for in this moment, he was not merely Kenshin, but Kaido. Such occurrences are unfounded, he retorted, shaking his head with indifference. Oh, a diminutive figure, I sigh, descended from the extended staircase, pipe in hand, and surveyed Kenshin with bemusement. Was it not here, 7 years past, that you slaughtered every soul aboard this space station? Have the memories faded so swiftly? Had they not provoked me beyond measure, I would have had no inclination to slay them. Kenshin mused internally, maintaining an impassive visage. Is that so? Yet the ones you exterminated were none other than the slave traders, Isai continued, taking a draw from his pipe as he stood beside Kaido. Those who abducted beautiful women from lesser planets for the indulgence of the universe's elite. And now, those alluring beauties of Earth are valuable commodities indeed. He exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing into the empty street. Kenshin's eyes narrowed with a chill. Isai's words rang true. Despite Kaido's facade of a remorseless killer, senseless slaughter was not his modus operandi. The only justification for decimating an entire station of slave traders was to protect the very Earth he had struggled to defend, reducing it to mere livestock for resource extraction. How absurd indeed. Only by showcasing your strength can you instill fear in these wretches, Isai remarked, his gaze distant as he contemplated the deserted thoroughfare. Endless retreat and humility hold no sway over them. They are savages, after all, even if they were made aware. They would merely board civilian spacecraft to traverse the cosmos. Kenshin seethed internally, striving to maintain a facade of composure. I must depart. Some await my presence, Isai remarked with a gentle smile, taking a step forward. I cannot keep them waiting. Then I shall accompany you, Kenshin replied, following Isai's lead. Is it through your actions that you arrive at such a conclusion? Isai turned back, scrutinizing Kenshin with a discerning gaze. Do not overthink, for I shall follow you, solely wishing for your safety from being captured and slain. Otherwise, how could I escort you to Earth to confront that individual? First and foremost, Shenwei, your existence poses a threat to the interests of our Spring Rain Collective. Thus, we deem it necessary for you to vanish from this realm. This declaration emanated from a celestial being resembling a canine, yet more akin to a wolf, adorned in exquisite military attire, standing before all the celestial beings, gazing at Shenwei, who was bound securely to a pillar. Rather than claiming that you endanger the interests of all Murakumo divisions, it seems you are merely fearful of me. Even while restrained to the pillar, with 4 iron arrows embedded in his shoulder blades, Shenwei maintained a faint smile, addressing those present with a tone that suggested, "You are all but garbage. You can only indulge in momentary satisfaction." As he spoke, the wolf-headed celestial being slightly raised his arm, prompting the machine gun squads behind him to aim their weapons at the bound Shenwei. It is not we who seek your demise. With your death, we will acquire a new ally. He glanced at the diminutive Sugi emerging from the corridor and proclaimed loudly, he will slay you, usurping your position to become the new collaborator of Spring Rain. Is Era Jinzu truly here to kill me? Shenwei opened his eyes slightly to regard Sugi, acknowledging, indeed. Jinzu has made his choice. Do not think too deeply. I am acutely aware of the circumstances upon which such collaboration is founded. To demonstrate my sincerity, I have come without any subordinates. Sugi approached Shenwei, slowly drawing the Murakumo from his waist under the scrutinizing gazes of all the celestial beings. Indeed, Jinzu's words and actions diverge. Watch closely. When I command to fire, let both Takasugi and Shenwei be riddled with bullets. The wolf-headed celestial being whispered instructions to those beside him as he observed Shenwei and Sugi on the platform. With that, Sugi raised the Murakumo high. Is there anything else you wish to say? There is but a fleeting moment, Jinzu. Your gaze betrays you, Shenwei remarked with a faint smile. The Murakumo descended decisively. Open fire, roared the wolf-headed celestial being, and his subordinates, aligned on either side, unleashed a torrent of bullets, surging towards Sugi and Shenwei like a raging dragon of fire. Indeed, it is impossible to trust. With a calm motion, Sugi severed the ropes binding Shenwei, disregarding the hail of bullets that flew towards him. With a scoff, a crimson figure descended from the heights of the hall, landing beside Sugi, drawing a long blade from his waist and coldly uttering the name of his technique. Blood Crescent Slash. The vivid crimson sword aura enveloped the steel and scattered debris around it, transforming into a colossal tempest of slashing winds that surged toward the wolf-headed celestial being. In an instant, it was uncertain whether they could even survive, let alone evade the onslaught. I now realize you are not the true Kenshin, remarked Isai, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, the genuine Kenshin had not exhibited such strength after departing from the Kanen. Jinzo further noted that not bringing anyone along appeared to convey a sense of sincerity. As he spoke, Shinwa flexed his wrist, observing the demon soldiers bursting through the entrance, a hint of amusement gracing his features as he glanced at Isai. At this point, the credibility has diminished. I do not concern myself with Harasame, Isai replied, his single eye reopening with indifference. Meanwhile, Kenshin's lips twitched slightly. Although the system had indicated that in this universe, the so-called dragon veins of mutual restraint would not exist, and that he would revert to his peak combat prowess. The current situation was bewildering. Hey, that sword aura was merely a casual flick of my wrist. It was akin to a standard punch. Is it not an exaggeration? Chapter 345. The Fate of Entangled Theories. What on earth is Mr. Kintai doing here? At that moment, the demon soldiers who had just vanquished Harasame's execution squad boarded their vessel. Despite having sustained minor injuries during the chaotic skirmish, the thrill in their eyes was difficult to conceal, as they had just faced the infamously notorious space pirate crew, Harasame. The fact that they had managed to neutralize a portion of their power with such minimal cost would surely leave others astounded. In the command room, Shinwa, wrapped in bandages, gazed at Kenshin, who stood silently, observing the cosmos, and inquired, "Mr. Kintai, shouldn't you have a path to prove yourself?" "Before that, kindly close your mouth," Kenshin replied coldly, his gaze fixed on the system panel displaying the answers. "Do not be so aloof. According to the narrative, I should still seek a duel with you. After all, I belong to the archetype that grows stronger upon defeat," Shinwa said with a smile, extending his palm. "Shall we fight, given your current state? If you wish to perish at my hands, I shall endeavor to accommodate you," Kenshin retorted with a sidelong glance. "Ha ha ha, certainly not now. It's a matter for the future. Once my injuries have healed," Shinwa surprisingly chose to relent, causing Kenshin to regard him with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. Though their encounters had been few, the descriptions from the likes of Saika and Kagura, along with his own limited confrontations with Shinwa, had led him to perceive this individual as one who would recklessly engage a powerful foe. Why had he suddenly altered his demeanor? That is indeed the case. I value the fierce competition among the strong, rather than seeking death by confronting a powerful adversary while dragging a wounded body. Shinwei nodded knowingly, affirming, "Indeed. It is as you say. I too wish to put an end to his unrestrained antics." Sitting idly in his chair, the diminutive Shanshan suddenly interjected, "I have grown weary of these monotonous days spent staring into the cosmos. I have resolved that, even if I must reduce him to mere splinters, I shall bring him to my side." "That is out of the question," Jianxin retorted, his forehead throbbing with suppressed frustration as he feigned indifference. "He is my prey, and only I am destined to vanquish him." "Oh, are you suggesting a contest for him?" Shanshan raised his voice slightly. "Huh, you have your convictions, and I have my choices," Jianxin scoffed. "Really now? Is this how you speak to someone who has offered you an opportunity? How callous," Shanshan sighed dramatically. "You are just like that fellow. Well, your desire to confront him is your own affair." However, Shanshan turned his chair to face Jianxin. "The plans to subvert the shogunate will be ours to orchestrate. As for the assassination of the shogun, you are expressly forbidden from participating. I wonder, when the time comes, will Jianxin seek you out or me? Assassinate the shogun?" Jianxin raised an eyebrow in feigned astonishment, suppressing the turmoil within. "Is that your scheme? In such a corrupt nation, devoid of mentors, is there any meaning in existence?" Shanshan replied nonchalantly, "You all may leave now. Go attend to your affairs. And you, Jianxin, remove yourself from my sight." "Ha ha ha, don't take it to heart, Jianxin. Jinshu has always been this ruthless," Shinwei chuckled, scratching his head. "In that case, I shall take my leave." With a cheerful smile, he exited the control room. "Tell me, if Himura Kenshin were to perish by my hand, would you seek vengeance upon me?" Jianxin raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, I would personally slay you, and then embrace oblivion with this world," Shanshan declared in a tone devoid of emotion, uttering words that chilled the air. Jianxin fell momentarily silent, his lips moving without sound, his expression remaining cold. With a derisive snort, he withdrew from the control room. However, Jianxin could never have anticipated such an event. Ah, the familiar scent, a scent that belongs to the battlefield, soaked in the blood of countless lives taken. How intoxicating it is. The person who brushed past him uttered words that seemed delightfully carefree, while an overwhelming sensation surged through Jianxin's mind, compelling him to draw his blade without a second thought, positioning it at his back. Clang! A sword of profound darkness met Jianxin's katana with a swift strike, forcing him to step forward to regain his balance. "You are not Jianxin's ally," the figure, bearing a murderous smile, stated coldly. "Formerly known as Batusai." "Impossible." Kenshin's expression suddenly darkened as he recalled the words of the dwarf pine, that aboard this vessel lurked a natural adversary. "Senior," Shishio Makoto, he had said. Though his words were laced with respect, his arms exerted pressure, forcing Kenshin's blade down. At that moment, Kenshin unleashed his full potential against the cosmos, yet he found his blade, which he had positioned to block Shishio's, being pushed back. Clang. Evading Shishio's downward strike, Kenshin spun, his feet pivoting on the ground as he supported himself with one hand, regarding Shishio, who had struck the floor with his sword. Although the blade had not created a significant dent upon impact, the surrounding area bore scorch-like marks. Senior, why do you harbor such hatred? Shishio raised his sword, pointing it at Kenshin. You are a monstrous force to be reckoned with, yet you choose to retract your claws and act like a mere fool. Kenshin, with a complex expression, observed Shishio, who was wrapped in bandages, steam wafting around him. Then why do you not seek vengeance on Earth, but here instead? Ha! Because that fellow is utterly useless. I believe I am in a far better position here to seize the opportunity for revenge. Do you not agree? As he spoke, Shishio pulled aside a bandage that covered his nose, revealing an injury that was charred and grotesque. Senior, why not join us? Shishio extended his hand. Though I cannot fathom why, I feel a complex emotion towards you. I have always desired your acknowledgement. The sword is a weapon. Kenshin had yet to finish his thought when Shishio interjected rudely. A weapon? Do you know? I once read in a book someone speaking of the way of the sword. Although I do not fully comprehend what it represents, the notion of the way of the sword is nonsense. The sword exists solely to kill. Is it not merely decorative if not used for murder? A sword that does not kill, that does not drink blood. What is that? All of it is absurd. The so-called flying sword style exists only to kill faster and more efficiently. Senior, Shishio thundered, are we not meant to be executioners? Thus, you are my true and necessary foe to conquer. With that, Kenshin discarded his ordinary katana, feigning to grasp at his back while secretly retrieving the reversed blade forged anew by the system, securing it at his waist. Indeed, we are executioners. Shishio, believing Kenshin had discarded the reversed blade for a killing sword, looked at him with excitement. I apologize for disappointing you. Kenshin mused, gradually lowering himself. Regardless of whether it is the Hiten Mitsuru Ryu or the Kamaya Kashin Ryu, how can I, a disciple of two living sword masters, resort to murder? Is this truly the reversed blade? Shishio's expression turned serious as he caught sight of the faint glimmer of the blade's edge peeking through. You are the adversary I must conquer. Only now do I grasp this truth with clarity, remarked Kenshin. Indeed, it resembles a fateful bond that intertwines our destinies, replied Shishio, lowering his stance, the endless sword directed at Kenshin. It is only in the moment of confrontation that I can truly discern you. This entanglement within the wandering swordsman, as well as in reality, is an inescapable predicament. These two individuals, marked by merely subtle distinctions, have chosen divergent paths leading to two extreme ends. They bear an uncanny resemblance to one another. Had fate allowed a single misstep, their roles might have been entirely reversed. Chapter 346. Revelation, though their intentions leaned towards conflict. An abrupt and violent tremor extinguished the flames of their battle fervor. This is the cosmos, not Earth. Should calamity befall this vessel, the outcome of their clash would bear no significance. Warning, warning, propulsion system compromised, echoed the harsh alarms, accompanied by the flickering red lights that flooded the corridor. Kenshin and Shishio exchanged glances, each emitting a reluctant scoff. It seems our duel must be postponed, declared Shishio, sheathing his endless sword at his waist. Yet, my dear predecessor, your naive ideals are as absurd as the aspiration to become a paragon of justice. Ah, a rather dashing line, I assentee it? Kenshin chuckled derisively. Immutable barrier. Infinite sword style. The art of diverting conversation is indeed exceptional, he mused. With that, Shishio turned away, seemingly unperturbed, exposing his back as he strode forward. After all, you are ultimately akin to a putrid, unyielding rock. As if you are in any position to cast stones, like a jar of aged pickled cabbage. Kenshin retorted without a moment's thought. You ought to hurry and check on your esteemed ally, Takasugi Shinsuke, Shishio sneered, for he is headed straight for her. Aren't you her subordinate? Kenshin's gaze flickered, uncertainty lacing his voice. It is perfectly normal for a subordinate to protect their leader. Do you intend to challenge that notion? I believe you are mistaken about something. Shishio wagged his finger. First, I have never regarded myself as her subordinate. How could I possibly serve under a woman? Second, all accomplishments depend upon the premise that I must survive. We were once all loyalists to the cause of expelling the foreigners. I have fought every battle in your stead after you abandoned that cause. Yet, why is it that you can live freely while I must endure this existence? The restoration movement succeeded. However, even so, the new government resorted to heinous methods to conceal its past, resorting to murder and silencing dissent. Thus, in this world, both you and I are targets the restoration government seeks to eliminate. Kenshin spoke slowly. That is merely the narrative of the manga. Here, the restoration is not akin to expelling the foreigners. We have not triumphed. Indeed, it is only natural that we find ourselves pursued by the new government, and even more so by the celestial beings. Isn't it so, esteemed elder? With a wild laugh, Jianxin nearly buried his hand in his head, laughing uncontrollably, spittle cascading from his lips. No, that is not accurate. During the restoration, we were the honored champions of the new era, yet we are met with pursuit and suspicion. In our efforts to expel foreign influence, we may not have ushered in a new age, but was our endeavor truly in vain? Jianxin regarded Kenshin with the gaze of one looking upon a pitiful creature. Ultimately, for the sake of this nation, what fate awaits us but death? With his eyes suddenly opening wide, Kenshin gazed at Jianxin and spoke slowly. Indeed. Then I have all the more reason to obliterate this government. Jianxin looked at Kenshin with indifference, then extended his hand, palm open towards him. Will you hinder me, believing you still fight for this nation? No. I have never fought for this nation, Kenshin scoffed coldly. My sole reason for battling is to save a single individual. If I cannot achieve that, what reason do I have to engage in this conflict? Humph, under the guise of protection, yet still committing murder. Ultimately, a butcher is a butcher, and one's nature is hard to change. Jianxin turned down the corridor and walked to the other side. Just before departing, his words reverberated through the trembling corridor, slowly reaching Kenshin's ears. I await the moment you draw forth your true sword. At that time, how will you still claim not to be a butcher? The ship's restoration of power would require at least 3 more hours, yet the enemy had already infiltrated. They would not grant us the chance to make repairs. The members of the Ghost Brigade, flustered and drenched in sweat, anxiously stared at the computers before them and exclaimed to Ace-han, have they breached the ship? Ace-han, eyes closed, replied slowly, it is a pity. Had we utilized cannon fire, there might have been a glimmer of hope, yet they have chosen the most foolish approach. As he spoke, he abruptly paused, his hand hovering over the hilt of his long sword. Let us also take part in the battle. Let those who need to make repairs do so. We shall hold the front line. After calmly stating this, Ace-han prepared to remove the long robe draped over him to step outside. However, in the next moment, a staff member's joyous voice halted him in his tracks. Wait, the enemies in the corridor are vanishing at great speed. It is Lord Shunwei, and he leads the Night Rabbit Brigade. The staff member exclaimed with delight. On the other side, is it Mr. Jiantai? He is defeating the enemies for us. As soon as these words were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the others present, for they were acutely aware of the identity of the organization to which Jiantai belonged. At that moment, the group that had boarded the warship bore a distinct appearance indicative of another faction. Although few among them had genuinely participated in the Ikki War, most were newcomers who had been absorbed into this assembly. However, given their prolonged sojourn in the cosmos and the fact that their leader was the legendary Katsura Kagoro, they possessed a modicum of understanding regarding Jiantai, the man who bore an uncanny resemblance to another figure in the universe. Could it be, in a low voice, that Kawakami Makoto expressed disbelief even to himself? This individual is not Jiantai, but rather Kenshin from Earth? Though this statement was made softly, it resonated within the tranquil surroundings, and upon hearing that name, disbelief was quickly overshadowed by a surge of exhilaration. The leader of the legendary 5, Himura Kenshin. The mere appearance of such a figure before the new members of the Onawa Banshu was akin to encountering an idol, igniting fervent excitement. Kenshin, you say? Kawakami's eyes sparkled. Initially harboring a casual intent, he now found himself with an undeniable motive to approach. How dare you use Jiantai to deceive me? Kenshin, after more than a year apart, you have become ever more cunning in your tricks. With a cold smirk, Kawakami strode towards the entrance. Since you've boarded my vessel, departing is an impossibility. You might as well remain by my side, sparing me the trouble of searching for you on Earth. In Kenshin's gaze, a fleeting emotion of excitement and cheer was overshadowed by an enduring bitterness and wrath. Ultimately, Kawakami remained uncertain about how to confront Kenshin, while Kenshin, for the most part, evaded Kawakami. They both endeavored to sidestep a harsh reality, one that would inevitably lead to a clash should they meet. Though the desire to see him was strong, reason dictated that such an encounter was fraught with peril. Surely, one of them would meet with demise. Chapter 347, A Casual Encounter? Has the cover been blown? Observing the control room on the small map transition from blue to red, Kenshin realized that his actions had ultimately revealed his identity. In truth, donning the reverse blade sword at his waist had long since rendered him indifferent to the risk of exposure. Hey, provide me with an escape route, he commanded, deftly evading an enemy's strike. With a swift motion, he seized the assailant's face and slammed it against the wall. As the adversary slumped unconscious, Kenshin queried the system. Surely, you won't leave me exposed in this vast universe, will you? Even a scion couldn't manage such a predicament. A voice of understanding resonated. And on the small map before Kenshin, a set of yellow escape routes illuminated clearly. Though the ultimate destination remained uncertain, was there truly any choice left? Although the intention was to locate Isai, it is evident that the more pressing matter at hand is to address the assassination of the general. In the past, Isai could have lived in Kabukicho like a mere wig, but after committing such a heinous act, it is inconceivable that she could continue to do so. For Kenshin, who seeks to guide Isai back onto the path of vengeance, this is absolutely unacceptable. As he hastens along the path indicated by the yellow dashed line, initial obstacles are scarce. However, as he approaches his destination, impediments inevitably arise. It appears that Isai has indeed noticed the place she wishes to reach. After all, this is her spacecraft, and it would be rather peculiar if she were unaware of it. The iron gate descends swiftly from above, blocking his way. Without a moment's hesitation, Kenshin draws his sword, accelerating rather than slowing down as he charges forward. Just as he is about to make contact, he spins to deliver a decisive strike. With a whirlwind of energy, 3 rotation-powered slashes ensue, and the massive gate shatters before him. Kenshin steps through, sheathing his sword as he propels himself onward. As he nears his ultimate destination, Isai's voice suddenly resonates through the corridor's intercom. Kenshin, if you dare proceed. Do you believe I won't execute the assassination plan on Earth right now? This neutral tone, while commonplace before Isai's demon army, signals to Kenshin that her true identity as a woman remains undisclosed. I think it might be best if we refrain from meeting just yet. The time isn't right. Kenshin replies, pausing momentarily before articulating his thoughts. I believe the time has indeed come for you to be by my side. Does that truly vex you? Isai's voice carries an undercurrent of coldness, tempered by suppressed excitement. I understand that my presence in the cosmos may astonish you, but I must ask, is the assassination of the general negotiable? Kenshin closes his eyes, contemplating before speaking. What do you think? Isai retorts, if it were to be abandoned, then Isai would cease to be Isai. Kenshin exhales a resigned sigh, saying, thus, I must return to Earth to disseminate this information. You dare. Isai's voice escalates in intensity. You must comprehend that you once fought as a loyalist against the government and the celestial beings. Yet now you concern yourself with the shogun of the Bakufu. Have you lost your mind? I am fully aware of my actions, Isai. Kenshin pushes open the gate, revealing a fleet of small escape vessels within. I merely wish to bring you back to Earth to live, nothing more. Such tedious fantasies. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, Isai scoffs derisively. Until we meet again on Earth. With that, Kenshin boards one of the escape vessels and quietly addresses the void. Hey, you are the system, correct? Activate the spacecraft now. Huh, must I trouble myself for such matters? Can't you pilot it yourself? Aren't you always boasting about being an experienced driver? The system's voice carries a hint of mockery. My riding level is merely an E. Such a matter is utterly beyond my capabilities as a rider. Please, do not jest. Hurry and start the vehicle. You must at least offer her an explanation. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire, despite your persistent disregard for her words. What is there to explain? There is no time for that. Just drive. Well, the consequences are yours to bear. As the system concluded, the escape pod began to illuminate gradually after a tremor. Isai, shall never acknowledge the occurrence of this event. I cannot bear to witness your descent into hell. With resolute conviction, Jianxin declared, ignoring Isai's escalating threats, and instead shouted, let us depart. The spaceship roared to life, its rear erupting in brilliant sparks, and it slowly made its way toward the gradually opening gate. Once the gate fully opened, the escape pod surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. Phew, I haven't been caught by Isai yet. Jianxin remarked, patting his chest in relief. Do not rejoice just yet. Take a glance behind you. The system's voice chimed in with malicious glee. Behind? Jianxin cast a fleeting glance back and beheld a missile approaching at a speed surpassing that of the escape pod. She had warned you that should you dare to flee, she would unleash firepower to obliterate you, yet you paid no heed to her words. The system continued with glee before retreating into silence. So, take care of yourself. Hey! That was all he could manage to exclaim in shock as the missile struck the rear of the spaceship, causing it to erupt in dazzling electric sparks, spinning away into the distance. Now, it remains uncertain where it shall drift. Isai is truly heartless. This was the only vexing thought in Jianxin's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lord Jinjing, observing his leader unhesitatingly press the fire button, directly annihilating the ship that Jianxin occupied. The onlookers were left in shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Wasn't that your ally? How could you so readily enact a death sentence? I will not allow anyone to disrupt my plans, Isai coldly stated, raising her hand, concealing the flicker of sorrow and anguish that passed through her gaze during her turn. After repelling the invaders, let us locate the nearest supply station for repairs, Isai remarked nonchalantly, as if she had not just obliterated Jianxin. But what about the bodies? A staff member hesitantly inquired. Lord Shenwei has eliminated all the enemies, yet with Lord Jianxin's group, they merely fainted. Should we treat them as we would the corpses? If it comes to that, you can replace them, Isai replied, casting a cold gaze upon the individual until their hair stood on end, then waved her hand dismissively. Whether they live or die is of no consequence. Losing one is losing one. Losing two is still losing. We have no provisions to sustain them. And you, who cannot bring yourself to kill, since you do not wish to take a life, allow your actions to demonstrate your intentions. Thus, I shall defy your wishes. I shall cast them into the vastness of the cosmos, allowing them to drift until they are reduced to mere dust. I shall not grant you your wish. Chapter 348. Return to the familiar place. The law of the jungle prevails. Only the fittest survive. In this boundless universe, there exists no camaraderie or friendship. One may slay even their own mother or sell their own daughter if it yields sufficient profit. This, Mr. Jiantai, is not a justification for your stupor. Gazing down from a position of superiority at the charred form of Jianxin, sprawled upon the ground in a state of unconsciousness, the elegantly attired gentleman let out a derisive laugh. It appears you have been cast down from the heavens of the cosmos, have you not? Indeed. Once you leave the arena, you resemble a rabid dog, lashing out indiscriminately. Behind the gentleman, a subservient lackey, bowing his head respectfully, spoke up. Shall we take him away then? Such a mad dog truly requires a leash. Otherwise, in his frenzy, he may unknowingly meet his own demise. The man sighed, waving his hand to signal his subordinates. They understood his intention, moving forward to assist Jianxin, lifting him and hastening toward the remnants of the spacecraft behind them. Is that the wreckage of an escape vessel? Squinting at the still-burning debris, the man smiled slyly, lowering his collar to reveal a sharp chin adorned with a crimson fissure. What calamity has transpired, I wonder? Nevertheless, with the return of the thousand-soul slaughter, I expect the waning popularity to soar to unprecedented heights. With a smile, the man turned toward the ship, producing a device resembling a walkie-talkie from his waist. Let us invite the luminaries of the universe. The upcoming competition promises to be a spectacle. But Chief, we lack sufficient warriors to participate, another voice interjected, appearing troubled. Will the elite even bother to attend such a trivial contest? No need to seek warriors this time. Find ferocious beasts or monsters instead. This grand tournament is unlike any other. The man exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The return of the thousand-soul slaughter. Does that not warrant a celebration? Rejoice. Cheer. The thousand-soul slaughter is upon us. The others seemed taken aback, as if startled by their own apprehensions. Surely, those beasts and monsters lack the visual impact we desire, the man lamented, smacking his lips in regret. If only we could summon the Sea Master, that would surely provide an exhilarating spectacle. In the midst of chaotic consciousness, myriad figures flickered, those familiar visages ever present. Memories buried deep within, alongside the timeless mentor, and the meaning bestowed upon him by the towering man after inheriting this legacy. A sword is a weapon, and swordsmanship is the art of killing. Have you completely forgotten my words? Any misuse of swordsmanship becomes a tool for murder. And now you foolishly believe that with your pitiful sword, you can vanquish your foes. Such absurdity reaches its zenith. A true samurai must protect not only himself, but also the things he cherishes. This is the essence of a genuine warrior, Kenshin. Do not forget to bring back some squid tonight. Speaking of which, that boy runs away faster than anything at the mere mention of it. Two figures appeared. One, a man with a white cloak and disheveled black hair, leaned quietly on his sword, observing him. The other, with hands clasped before his abdomen and a gentle smile, gazed at him. Master Hiko, teacher Munenori. Kenshin suddenly opened his eyes, taking in the dim, dank surroundings of the dungeon. He was momentarily disoriented, his eyes wide with alarm as he scanned his surroundings, feeling an unsettling dread. After a while, he finally regained his composure, intending to wipe the sweat from his brow, only to be met with a sharp pang of pain coursing through his body, his arms seemingly restrained as if caught by some unseen force. Once the agony began to subside, Kenshin glanced at his hands, which were painfully pulled apart by three thick chains securing his wrists, rendering his movements futile. His feet were similarly constrained, though not as tightly bound as his hands. What is this? His memories flickered back to the last violent explosion, recalling how he had merely utilized his energy to shield himself, spiraling downward with the flaming vessel until he crashed onto a dusty yellow planet. What transpired thereafter remained a mystery. Surviving such a fall was already a stroke of divine providence. Had he indeed landed on this planet, only to be captured by the likes of the lowly Shiranui? Ah, it's been a while, Kijin Jinsai. You look rather disheveled now, boomed a gruff voice. Kenshin cast a sidelong glance to see a tiger-headed celestial being, a prominent scar running diagonally from his forehead to chin, his golden eyes fixed intently on Kenshin. Though the tiger-headed celestial's hands were utterly useless, the mocking glint in his gaze irked Kenshin. I don't recall ever having met you. Or perhaps I severed your arms in some forgotten memory. Kenshin retorted coldly, adopting a scornful demeanor. Humph, even reduced to this state, you still wear that sulky expression. It's infuriating, the tiger-headed celestial scoffed, shifting his position, revealing that not only his hands but also his legs had been lost. Regardless, I am in a better condition than you, Kenshin replied, frowning. Do you really think you can escape? It was only due to the favor of the heavenly beings that you were allowed to roam freely outside. Otherwise, do you believe you could have left normally? The tiger-headed celestial mocked. I too escaped from here, but look at me now. You must have realized by now that the master of this arena is not someone easy to deal with. The only beings able to escape from this place, apart from the affluent elite, are mere dogs and scraps of flesh. It is indeed a malevolent organization. And hearing this ignites within me an even stronger desire to obliterate it. Kenshin, unusually silent for a moment, finally spoke each word with deliberate clarity. If one could observe his visage closely, they would likely discern the grimace etched upon his face. Even you, confronted with such a deadlock, would find yourself utterly powerless. Sighed the tiger-headed celestial. From the very moment we entered this place to toil and kill, we have been branded as servants of this master. However, my life, while not lived for my own sake, is not to be so easily relinquished to others, he retorted with a cold scoff. I shall undoubtedly find an opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, two fleets, charting different courses yet advancing at the same pace, moved steadily towards their respective destinations, as the ever-expanding vortex began to engulf all within its reach. One fleet was bound for Earth, while the other sought the ochre-hued planet. Chapter 349, Master Humanity, in its infancy, was frail, waging battles for survival against formidable beasts, striving to endure. The wisdom born from their struggles birthed creations that enabled them to confront these creatures more effectively. Yet, when humans encountered others who surpassed them in craftsmanship, all that remained were the weapons bestowed upon them, leading to mutual slaughter to appease their masters, a form of existence, albeit a humble one. As long as one could amuse the affluent spectators, as long as they could dismantle the very beasts that instilled fear within them, they would be granted the chance to continue living. This cycle persisted until one encountered a kindred spirit, either slaying them or being slain in turn. Such a philosophy had never resided in Kenshin's mind, for he had long ceased to take lives. Thus, standing in the arena, sword in hand, he gazed at the enraged beast across from him, its eyes ablaze with fury. He let out a long sigh. Should I strike? He comprehended that the creature before him, humanoid yet marked by wrinkles and horns, bore not only a ferocity, but an underlying sorrow, a sorrow that signified its irrevocable loss of humanity. Once it too was a human, he thought, As he watched the beast launch itself toward him with a powerful leap, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he slowly lowered his iron sword. Boom! The crimson figure was hurled against the arena wall by the towering beast, creating a dent in the structure. The spectators who had cheered for Kenshin now appeared frozen, their hands suspended mid-applause, caught in a moment of disbelief. Hey, aren't you the thousand-man slayer? Show us your true strength. A creature like this should fall to a single slash, scattering its flesh and blood across the sky. Hurry up, shouted a man clad in an opulent black noble attire adorned with gold trim, his frustration palpable as he gestured emphatically. Coughing, Jian fell from the pit, half kneeling on the ground as he expelled the melancholic blood that had pooled in his chest. The shouts of the crowd urged him to slay the monstrous foe before him. And even the arena's manager, who had been smiling, now wore a cold expression, gazing at him with murderous intent. This was the scene Jian had endured throughout his life. With a bittersweet smile, he shook his head, observing the audience that roared with excitement at his presence and the increasingly restless humanoid beast. Jian struggled to rise, reflecting on the hardships he had faced, vowing never to mock him again. Hey, thousand-man ghost slash, hurry up and kill him. Yes, just show your true skill and slay him in one stroke. Why complicate matters? I came all this way to see your performance. Don't disappoint me, you fool. Listening to the discontent mixed with expectation from the crowd, a cold smile crept across Jian's lips. If not for the injuries he still bore, he would have charged forward with his iron sword, incapacitating them all with a single strike. Although his heart brimmed with murderous intent towards these scoundrels, he clung to his vow. He could not take a life. With a roar, the humanoid beast charged forth, its feet pounding the earth. Lowering its head, it aimed its sharp horn directly at Jian, and should it strike true, Jian would undoubtedly face a grim fate. What should I do? I cannot kill, nor can I delay any longer. Closing his eyes, Jian, though lacking the courage to confront his fear, felt the electrifying sensation coursing through him. Reminiscent of his past when he trained under that master. A top-tier swordsman in battle does not merely seek victory. Rather, they engage in a mutual exchange of hearts, grasping the sentiments and convictions of their opponent. Jian, can you reach such a level? His master's eyes suddenly opened wide, as Jian beheld the charging beast. He instinctively extended his hand toward it. You were once human, weren't you? He said softly, locking his gaze with the beast's crimson eyes. The elongated horns grazed Jian's forehead, barely missing him, yet the sharp tips pierced his skin, causing blood to trickle down. The ferocity in the beast's gaze dimmed slightly, revealing a flicker of humanity, struggle, and rage intertwined. Do you feel your heart, master? I think I now understand your words. You could connect with that towering figure's sorrow and fury in battle. I believe I can do the same. He reached out, placing his hand atop the beast's head. The creature paused in surprise, but offered no resistance. Jian sensed the resentment and anger emanating from the beast, intertwined with memories of its humanity and the gradual loss of its former self. Is it true? So you were once a denizen of Earth as well? Before Kenshin could finish his words, he was abruptly splattered with blood, causing him to look up in astonishment. A remarkably long spear had pierced through the creature's abdomen, firmly pinning it to the ground. The bloodied monster let out a feeble roar, its head shifting slightly under Kenshin's hand. In a state of utter disbelief, Kenshin watched as another spear flew toward the creature, penetrating its chest, legs, and neck, securing it to the earth. Blood began to flow steadily across the ground, pooling at Kenshin's feet. As he felt the unique warmth of the blood, he fell into silence. Thousand-man ghost slash, your performance has deeply disappointed us. There will be no meal for you tonight, declared the man from the stands, lowering his hand with an air of arrogance. Is that so? He was once a human of Earth, transformed by you into this monstrosity, and now you bring him here, Kenshin murmured. Do you derive a twisted pleasure from witnessing me, a fellow Earthling, slay this being mutated by your hands? How I long to kill. Yet, my vow states that a killer must ultimately take their own life. Once I have killed, there will be no turning back. Caught in a web of conflict, Kenshin stood rooted in place, biting his lip in silence. Amidst the audience's jeers, he clenched his fists and slowly approached the confines of the beastly arena. The iron gate, forged from steel, ominously descended with a thunderous sound, sealing off his escape. Indeed, this is all humanity can do when faced with beings possessing superior abilities and advanced technology. Such occurrences are not exclusive to outsiders. Humanity itself harbors a penchant for such brutality. This is indeed the escape vessel, he mused. It appears Kenshin has been here. As he spoke, Chuma picked up the reversed blade from the wreckage of the spacecraft, examining it closely. And this reversed blade is here as well. Could it be that he was truly rescued? I believe he was not saved, but rather taken, replied Miss Mutsu of the Night Rabbit clan. Her expression impassive as she held up an object for Chuma to see. This is the insignia of the Cosmic Arena. The Cosmic Arena? Chuma gazed at the emblem, which depicted a skull clutching a hollowed-out character for death, and erupted into laughter. Then let us go there and bring him back. You must be aware of what that organization entails. You should understand the chaos that would ensue in this universe. Ah, what chaos? I am utterly oblivious. Chapter 350. Identity since that last encounter. How much time has passed in this dark and damp place? Kenshin sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Even though his stomach rumbled with hunger, his expression remained impassive. What are you holding out for? Are you truly trying to oppose the master of this arena? Surely, you cannot be in your right mind. On the other side, the tiger-headed celestial leaned against the wall, observing the meditating Jianxin, and could not help but sigh. You, my friend, are truly unyielding. Is it so difficult for you to take a life? In the past, you would slay anyone on sight. Back then, you reveled in the highest honors within the Zhujiang arena. The tiger-headed celestial's eyes reflected confusion. Have you encountered something that has compelled you to change? However, such a transformation seems rather exaggerated. Which backward planet have you spent these years on that you no longer wish to kill? You must understand why night rabbits are so rare in the universe, yet still command respect. They are innately drawn to the act of killing. The tiger-headed celestial scoffed. In this universe, what difference does it make if you do not kill? You might as well be a salted fish. Whether I kill or not is my own affair, Jianxin replied, his voice raspy, sounding as if it had not been quenched by water in ages. Look at you. You've become this way. What can I say? The tiger-headed celestial shook his head. Well, this is your choice. If you choose your own demise, I cannot stop you. However, it must be said, you are no longer the same as the Jianxin of old. The tiger-headed celestial then gazed at Jianxin with profound eyes. Are you truly Jianxin? No, I am not Jianxin, he said, slowly opening his eyes. For a moment, due to long-standing hunger and thirst, everything before him shimmered with golden stars, blurring his vision. Once Jianxin regained some clarity, he spoke softly. If that murderer has truly transformed into your current state, it would be as improbable as the wolf celestial not howling in the night. The tiger-headed celestial seemed to exhale in relief, though I have heard tales that the legendary 1,000-person slayer Jianxin was merely a clone. We all know clones are not that formidable. Yet, seeing you now, I genuinely suspect that fellow might indeed be a clone. Why is it impossible that I am not his clone? Jianxin gazed vacantly ahead, a hint of interest in his voice. Although I am an unremarkable fighter, I have fought on the battlefield. Do you think I cannot sense the murderous aura that surrounds you? The tiger-headed celestial regarded Jianxin with an expression of disbelief. Only those who have taken lives can arrive at the realization of not killing. Is that so? I have underestimated you. Jianxin sighed deeply, rising to his feet. While I would like to rescue you, I regret to say that I lack the strength. Indeed, although he had painstakingly healed his injuries over the course of 3 days, hunger and thirst rendered Jianxin unable to fully wield his power. Coupled with the absence of a suitable weapon and the visible wounds that marred his body, his chances of escape diminished significantly. Do as you wish, after all. No one has ever escaped from this prison. If it were you, perhaps you might indeed break this curse. The man, known as the Tiger Head, grinned widely, revealing his dulled fangs. It would be best not to carry a burden like me. Even if you were to take me out, what could I possibly do? With my current state, where could I find a place to survive? Earth is a planet of freedom, provided one is not in Edo. As he spoke, Kenshin grasped the lock before him, exerting a slight force, and effortlessly shattered the heavy lock. They must have assumed that you were too starved to resist. Releasing your wrist restraints was indeed a grave miscalculation. The Tiger Head marveled at Kenshin's ease in breaking through the door, remarking, Earth is truly an enticing planet. If you are still alive, I shall come to rescue you. With that, Kenshin turned to the Tiger Head, who leaned against the wall. Before that, may I know your name? Teddy. Hey, isn't that the name of a bear? Haha, what does it matter? I am called Teddy. And do you have a problem with that? The Tiger Head laughed heartily. Get lost. The further away, the better. I do not wish to see you here. Your mere presence nauseates me to the point I can hardly eat. You, without hands or feet, how can you eat? You still need someone to feed you. Yet upon seeing you, I lack even the desire to have someone feed me. Humph, stubborn as ever. Kenshin scoffed, feeling a bit unsteady as he prepared to leave. Wait. The tiger head suddenly called out to Kenshin. I already said that your presence disgusts me, so this bowl of fish and rice is destined for you. With that, the tiger head pushed aside some straw, causing a few mice, who had hoped to scavenge, to scurry away in fright. The bowl, which was more a collection of leftover scraps than a meal, came into Kenshin's view. Don't get addicted. Such deliciousness may not warrant a trip next time. The tiger head teased. Farewell, earthling. Silently lifting the bowl, Kenshin looked at the tiger head and managed a weak smile before sitting down to eat slowly. My name is Himura Kenshin, he stated between bites. Got it. But before that, could you eat a bit faster? Are you a woman? Hurry up and devour it. Today, the patrol team continued their monotonous rounds, as expected, for in the universe's largest and most formidable arena, who would dare to cause trouble? Thus, the patrol position was indeed quite leisurely. However, that was once the case. From the very moment just seconds ago, it became anything but simple. Little did they know. Upon looking around, it was all flat land. Kenshin sneered at the scene before him. Not a single structure to provide cover. No wonder it was said that escaping from here was nearly impossible, with patrols roaming everywhere. Still, Kenshin was aware that the chances of slipping out quietly were exceedingly slim. Rather than furtively fearing the risks of discovery, it is far more prudent to confront them head-on with unwavering resolve. Thus, Kenshin surged forth from the cave entrance. As the patrol team first caught sight of his figure and began to shout aloud, Kenshin had already dispatched the nearest adversary, swiftly seizing the long sword from his waist. Although it was not a weapon capable of executing a draw slash, possessing a sword in hand made an immense difference for Kenshin. His tattered red samurai attire billowed as he ran, with charred strips and holes faintly revealing the scars on his body. I cannot succumb here. I must not remain. With a swift motion, he struck the head of the assailant before him with the flat of the blade, rendering him unconscious, and accelerated once more. It may seem trivial, yet I have yet to inform them of Aijan's plan, and Huadua remains aboard Aijan's vessel. I shall fulfill my promises, without fail. What of the 1,000-man demon slash? Why? Why would the 1,000-man demon slash escape? The patrol team finally recognized Kenshin's distinctive red hair, a revelation that drained them of much of their fighting spirit and left him with little obstruction ahead. Could the 1,000-man demon slash truly have broken free? At that moment, in the surveillance room of the arena, a group of influential figures observed the rapidly advancing Kenshin. A man clad in a black tailcoat inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Regrettably, despite the resemblance, he is not Jintai. This statement came from a quietly seated figure in a black robe. You must have heard the conversations within the prison. This individual has indeed made quite an impression upon entering the universe. Notify all factions within the cosmos and inform them that the once feared Azura has arrived. Chapter 351. Capture and Sword Steel rose abruptly from the ground, piecing together in succession, forming a labyrinth upon this vast expanse of iron. Kenshin gazed at the towering walls, momentarily rendered speechless. Your presence is indeed an unexpected honor. In the midst of this maze, a deep male voice resonated, prompting Kenshin to realize his exposure. It seems you are not entirely devoid of intellect. Kenshin scoffed. Or have you finally come to your senses, unable to distinguish between me and Jintai? No, it would be peculiar if you could tell us apart. The man's voice carried a hint of amusement. In any case, it's rare for you to escape that backward little planet. What say you, will you join me? I am not entirely certain what you are implying, Kenshin replied, narrowing his eyes. Isn't the meaning rather apparent? Of course, I am inviting you to join us. Another voice interjected. Should you choose to accept, we will offer you the finest treatment. I must decline. I have no desire to end up like my unfortunate associate, limbless and waiting below for others to feed him, unable to even play a PSP or grasp a jump. Such a life is not one I wish to lead. With a cold smirk, Kenshin's eyes flickered with a chilling glint, instilling a momentary sense of dread in them. Do not address me with such a tone as if you have me at your mercy. I have stated that the potential of humanity is limitless. No, that statement was not yours. It was the system in Gao Da's mind that seized the opportunity to interject. Silence. At least in this moment, those are my words. Kenshin silently roared within. Such treatment is reserved for the vanquished. Yet I do not perceive you as one destined for failure. How could the Badasai possibly falter? As long as one is human, perpetual victory is unattainable. Every human is bound to face defeat at some point, regardless of the reasons behind it. Kenshin tightened his grip on the long sword. It is far too easy to ensure that someone does not emerge victorious. The negotiations had indeed collapsed. Those who emerged from Earth are all such stubborn individuals, a man remarked with an unsurprising tone. You should be confined in a dungeon and subjected to proper discipline. Kenshin, lowering his head with a cold laugh, positioned his sword before him, eyes glinting with cold resolve. Come. With a thunderous crash, the labyrinthine walls collapsed, revealing a square now teeming with figures, encircling him tightly, leaving no inch of escape. Armed with machine guns, swords, and cannons aimed at him from a distance. Kenshin wore a bitter smile of understanding, as I anticipated. If that was indeed your expectation, why then did you not venture out? It is a blatant afterthought. The people of Earth seem determined to maintain an air of superiority until their last breath. Meanwhile, a platform abruptly rose in the square, where a man clad in a brown suit, adorned with an expensive watch and a golden necklace, regarded Kenshin with an air of arrogance. Foolish. If that labyrinth were truly so simple, you would not have resorted to such tactics. Although I cannot discern with my eyes, I have fully felt the tremors beneath my feet. Kenshin replied quietly, that is merely the sound of walls shifting beyond my immediate surroundings. No matter how I maneuver, I shall ultimately be surrounded. Rather than waste my energy, I would prefer to stand my ground and engage you in battle. Humph. Having the intricacies of the mechanism laid bare, the man's expression shifted, and the haughtiness in his gaze receded slightly as he raised his hand and commanded, "Seize him." To combat me, not a single katana is wielded? Ultimately, you still fear warriors like me, Kenshin scoffed, flipping his sword and striking the face of an advancing celestial, knocking him unconscious. In one fluid motion, he bent low to evade the long sword, while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to the enemy's knee. Do not worry. And approach without hesitation, the man scoffed. This fellow he will not kill. Initially, some were skeptical, but as dozens of comrades fell unconscious at Kenshin's feet, all present began to realize that the statement was not a deception. Kenshin truly refrained from taking lives. If he does not kill, then what is there to fear from this individual? Master, what purpose does our sword serve? At that time, I was wielding a bamboo sword in the Songxiao private school, drenched in sweat as I practiced. I asked the man beside me, who wore a gentle smile. The sword, the teacher replied with a natural smile, is simply a sword, a weapon forged by mankind. Its significance can only be bestowed by its wielder. Is the sword a lethal weapon? I inquired. Indeed, anything capable of taking a life is a weapon, be it a sword or the bamboo in your hands. The teacher, with his hands intertwined within his sleeves, gazed at the white clouds in the sky and remarked, however, during the act of killing, don't you feel as though you are protecting something? Is it for your country, for yourself, or for someone else? There are countless reasons for taking a life, be it for justice, for humanity, or for personal gain. Each person's rationale differs. Differently? Yes, it hinges upon what you hold dear in your heart, what you are willing to do for a person or a cause. The teacher smiled, lowering his gaze to stroke his short, red hair. I know you abhor the notion of killing. But when the time comes that you are willing to do something you despise for someone or something, that is when you impart meaning to your own sword. Even if, after fulfilling that meaning, you find yourself weary of it, you will no longer require that sword. Beneath the morning sun, seated under a grand tree, Master Songyang tilted his head, laughing joyfully as he looked at me, a smile that would forever linger in my memory. My grip on the bamboo sword tightened involuntarily. As scenes flashed through Jianxin's mind, those moments in the small private school, the warmth that could not be felt by those suffering from the chaos and anguish of the outside world. Are you saying you wish to protect me? The man asked, tilting his head with a foolish grin. Not at all. A fleeting blush crossed my face as Jianxin turned away. My sword is solely for the protection of this private school. Well, who can distinguish that? He laughed heartily. Even the formidable leader of the celestial Tao, Su, could have nightmares. Awakening in a cold sweat from his dreams, Su immediately noticed he standing beside him, holding a sword and regarding him with cold eyes, while the red cherry blossom in his arms was already slightly unsheathed. What? Do you wish to slay me while I sleep? Su queried, his eyes subtly lifting beneath his mask and hat. That was indeed my thought, he replied candidly. However, considering I lack certainty of victory, I've refrained from acting. How straightforward. Su remarked. Are you not afraid I might kill you? Suddenly, a wisp of dark energy enveloped the space around Tianlok Zhanyu, who leaned against the side. If you wish to kill me, then do so, he shrugged nonchalantly. But before you do, fulfill one of my wishes. What dream did you just have? Why do you ask? Su furrowed his brow. Because just now, although the lower part of your face was obscured, the gentle expression that could not be concealed still graced your visage, creating a striking sense of dissonance. With a slow deliberation, I spoke. The tender demeanor, somewhat perplexed, caressed the mask adorning my face. Suddenly, I recalled the enigmatic dream I had, where a young boy with crimson hair tirelessly wielded his sword. Striving to fortify himself for the sake of self-preservation, his silhouette grew increasingly indistinct, seeming almost unreal. I found myself momentarily lost in thought, my hand resting on my chest. Have you truly perished, Songyang? In Chapter 352, Sakamoto Tatsuya, merely a decade later, existing within the cosmos, perhaps having endured that war, or perhaps among entirely new recruits. Yet regardless of who they were, they now comprehended the terror embodied by the figure before them. Upon reflection, individuals like him were indeed part of the fabled quintet, with 4 others akin to him. Merely contemplating this notion sent shivers down one's spine. What manner of cataclysm had transpired during that war? Though he had not taken a single life, the number of those who had collapsed, losing consciousness, was undeniably significant. Confronted by the celestial forces, which had diminished slightly from their initial fervor, Kenshin leaned on his sword, observing the encircling celestial beings with a cold sneer. He raised his long sword, and upon witnessing this action, the celestial troops recoiled in fear, retreating several paces. Do not retreat. Seize him, commanded a celestial in ornate attire. His composure shattered as he shouted in exasperation. He is merely a terrestrial being. We are the elite of the cosmos. Ah ha ha ha. This exclamation did not originate from Kenshin, but rather, amidst the heavy breathing of the atmosphere, a gunshot rang out so suddenly that all eyes turned toward it. In a fleeting glance, they beheld a man donning a crimson trench coat, brandishing a pistol aimed in their direction. His tousled brown curls and comical sunglasses strikingly present in everyone's line of sight. If you can detain Feng Xian alone, defeat an entire squad of celestial troops, and escape from the hands of the heavenly Tao, then I shall acknowledge you capable of eliminating him, said the man, as he unfurled his red cloak. From behind him emerged a woman wearing a conical hat, who promptly kicked the man down. Do not wear that foolish expression, it is truly embarrassing, she remarked with a cold snort, then raised her hand, gazing intently at Kenshin, who was still surrounded. Ah, the renowned Badosai. Soga was taken aback that Tatsuya managed to locate me. Kenshin wiped the blood from his forehead and, looking up at Tatsuya from his elevated position, remarked, I was wondering why the cannon fire had not struck. It was because of you, wasn't it? No, that is not the case. Perhaps they wished to capture you alive rather than eliminate you. Otherwise, you would have perished the moment you were surrounded, the woman coldly declared, leaping down from the high platform and mercilessly stepping upon the man's back. I am Mutsu, and we are the Cosmic Quick Response Team. And this fellow here is our captain. Chima sighed. You've truly realized your wish, haven't you? I always knew you left not for the sake of restoring the country. You rascal. It was purely because you were mesmerized by One Piece. The man laughed heartily, dreaming of conquering the stars and the seas. After Mutsu stepped down from Chinma's back, he rose to his feet, bloodied but smiling, wiping the crimson from his face. Well, I have merely taken the first step. It seems there is still a long road ahead, Chinma remarked with a faint smile, offering no further commentary. The Quick Response Team. Indeed, you possess audacity to oppose us. The man gestured to restrain his restless subordinates, his expression grim. It appears that your team does not wish to linger in the cosmos either. How could that be? I am a man destined to conquer the stars and the seas. This is merely my first step. Chima grinned foolishly, scratching his head. Just like Luffy sought companions before leaving the East Blue, I am also in search of allies. With that, he reached behind him, and a raised samurai sword soared into the air. You actually picked it up. As he spoke, Chinma kicked away an approaching celestial being and, with deft fingers, struck its eyes. Amidst the creature's agonized wails, he leaped, grasping the reversed blade, striking a pose mid-air. A soft and indifferent voice echoed, reminding everyone present that although this individual was not the thousand-man ghost slayer, he was nonetheless her true self. There was no reason for the clone to surpass the original. It was merely a matter of one being the Blood Moon Slash, and the other the Moonlight Heavenly Charge. Boom. The harmless sword energy coalesced into a tempest, erupting in the vast underground plaza, sweeping everything away, except for those who had initially prepared. As he landed, observing the dazed individuals around him, he sheathed the reversed blade, expelling the pent-up frustration from his chest. Hey, next time you unleash such power, could you consider our position? When did your attacks become indiscriminate? I nearly merged with my cosmic sea. Shinma grumbled, pushing aside the rubble that pinned him down. My apologies. I was momentarily consumed by anger, but it has been fully vented now. Taking a deep breath, Shinma felt much better. TSK, why endure so much? Why not eliminate them outright? Shinma furrowed his brows. This is no longer fighting in accordance with your true nature. Indeed, I have refrained from killing. With that, he sheathed his blade. Miss Matsu, please lead the way. Understood. Matsu nodded slightly, allowing the raucous Shinma to guide her and Kenshin towards the location of the quick response team's spaceship. Humph. Do not think that you can escape unscathed amidst the ruin you have wrought here. I assure you, a universal warrant will be issued. Whether on Earth or among the rapid response teams, you hold no value in this cosmos. Those who dare to disregard the agreements signed by the shogunate and lay hands upon the celestial beings will find no refuge in this world. As the elegantly dressed man grew increasingly jubilant in his declarations, Chunma lowered his slightly smoking gun, covering his head as he remarked, "You are, without a doubt, the most inept and foolish businessman I have encountered in the universe." Casually, after dropping his arm, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Chunma's eyes. "Let it be destroyed. Just send you back to Earth." Gazing at the brilliant fireworks in the distance, devoid of sound in the vacuum of space, yet vividly visible, Chunma, recalling something, addressed Jianxin. "Before that, I must fulfill a commitment." Jianxin, his gaze fixed on the fiery explosion, replied, "So I still need to pay a visit to Asong." Haven't you had enough? I wager Asong will lock down the battleship upon seeing you, preventing your escape." Chunma looked at Jianxin in astonishment. "Ah, Jian, I had no idea you relished provoking Asong. Get lost. Call me Jianxin." A punch landed on Chunma's head, and Jianxin watched Chunma laugh awkwardly, saying, "There's no helping it. After all, there remains a commitment. Although I am not particularly fond of her." Jianxin tightened the grip on the sword at his waist. "But since that time, I vowed never to let my promises go unfulfilled. Chunma, I ask this of you. Truly, I am at a loss with you." "Fine. At least I still have some ties with Asong." Chunma scratched his jaw, slightly embarrassed. "Though it's not a particularly good relationship." "Not good. You had better pray that Asong does not blast me down on sight." Chapter 353. The Unforeseen Upon Returning to Earth. Hey. It's been quite a while drifting through the universe. By Earth's standards, you have been wandering for at least half a month. Chunma's initially calm tone escalated into a loud shout. "You bastard. Will you die if you don't return to your Earth obediently? Why the fuss?" "It's bad for your kidneys," Jianxin nonchalantly remarked while picking his nose. "I never said I wouldn't go back. I truly apologize for interrupting your business." "Then do not stare at me with those dead fish eyes." "Ah, Jian," Chunma retorted. "Why must you insist on calling me Ah, Jian? It's truly vexing." Jianxin, expressionless, knocked Chunma to the ground. He then gazed at the distant azure planet and muttered, "Perhaps I should indeed return." "Yes, you should have returned long ago." Chunma, with a large bump on his head, stood up and placed a hand on Jianxin's shoulder. "Those fellows must be going mad with worry over your disappearance from Earth." "I doubt it," Jianxin replied, slightly tilting his head. "They are typically quite independent. Besides, Asong might already be on Earth, considering that plan. Thus, it can be said that I might indeed find Hua Tuo on Earth. Perhaps I should cast her aside in Wuzhou. Such a casual method of disposal certainly aligns with your simplistic thinking." As he spoke, Chunma gazed at the approaching Earth, momentarily lost in silence. How many experiences had he truly undergone on this planet? From initial misunderstanding to the present moment. Wait a moment. Has anyone launched a satellite on Earth? Suddenly, Kenshin inquired of Chunma, who was beside him. "Is there? The shogunate lacks that capability, right?" As Chunma followed Kenshin's gaze, he noticed the twinkling object and, filled with surprise, pressed his face against the spaceship's window. "Indeed. How magnificent. Who launched this satellite?" "Well, based on my instincts, it probably won't be anything good." Kenshin felt a sense of unease, a flutter in his heart that he hadn't experienced since his last visit to Edo. This feeling had only surfaced during the tragic deaths of Akira and his master. As Kenshin pondered this, he grew increasingly anxious. The recent series of events had been unprecedented, far more intense than any prior occurrences, and usually, such heart palpitations were infrequent. only manifesting every few days. However, the culmination of recent happenings weighed heavily upon him. It seems your return to Earth was indeed a wise decision, Shinma murmured, slightly lowering his sunglasses, observing the satellite shimmering in the cosmos and noting the intense expression on Kenshin's face. Kenshin, can we accelerate? Kenshin stated without turning his head. All units, accelerate. Swiftly make our way to Earth. Within the time since Kenshin's departure, an overwhelming number of events had transpired, some humorous, others sorrowful, yet overall, they remained quite pleasant. Under the efforts of Gintoki and the Odd Jobs trio, these incidents unfolded one after another. Although they yearned to discover Kenshin's whereabouts, Gintoki remained tight-lipped, leaving no one with the means to ascertain his location. If one were to speak of danger, it would certainly be the last encounter with the moonlight fading in the west. It had been far too long. Gintoki walked down the street, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. That man had indeed stirred up memories long buried in the refuse of his mind. Oboro, having resurfaced after all these years as an adversary, despite his weakness compared to other foes, was merely agile and not truly formidable. However, his cunning intelligence was well known. Kenshin had mentioned that in a direct confrontation, he could send Oboro back to the realm of the dead with a single strike. Yet, the annoyance lay in the fact that victory was never achieved through straightforward battles. Nevertheless, the matters at hand appeared to be of greater significance. Staring at his reflection in the glass, which depicted a feminine form, Gintoki noted how his once tall stature seemed to have diminished, becoming petite. The proud bosom that outshone most women in Gintama now caused his eyes to twitch, complemented by his once curly white hair, now transformed into sleek, short straight locks. A visage of striking beauty, accompanied by the previously shrinking attire, Silvertime gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Goodness, how exquisite! I find myself utterly entranced, she exclaimed, overwhelmed by her own allure. Is it truly necessary to indulge in such fantasies? This is rather peculiar, she mused, acknowledging her robust physique and the masculine features reminiscent of Jubii. Yet, the true highlight remained her Italian canon, eliciting laughter. Enough. I can no longer confront my own image. Silvertime lamented, covering her face in despair. Nay, you have developed an undeniable femininity, Jubii remarked with a wave of his hand. I mean, you possess a certain gallantry. Although I cannot fathom why, I am constantly reminded by a voice in my mind that this is of your own making. Excuse me? Silvertime responded, astonished. Indeed, individuals such as ourselves were destined for the battlefield. Zhao Zilong, I shall not be outdone by you. This was a completely transformed scene, reminiscent of Kagura, akin to the character from the game, and the familiar figure of Chinshan, leading an advancing army. Why, pray tell, is Xiaoho done paired with Chidu? She exclaimed. Silver, perhaps it would be wise for you to depart, suggested her pink-glassed companion, observing the familiar figures approaching with their forces. Is that Tsukiyomi and the pursuing ninjas? Wait, and Miku, along with your sister? Silvertime squinted in disbelief, then joyfully raised her hand and shouted, Hey, have you all fallen victim as well? Has the Three Gorges Dam transformed into the Himalayas? Suddenly, a shuriken zipped through the air, embedding itself at her feet. No, I have come here with a singular purpose. Tsukiyomi must be the male counterpart. Tsukiyomi, she noted, as the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A nobleman declares, I shall take you to Yoshiwara as an oiran. Why? Why must I, Silver, become something akin to a plaything? I have always cherished my freedom. She retorted without a second thought. Though you may not recall your conversations with him, Miku, wearing a fractured smile, gazed at Silvertime. While I did not experience such a transformation when shopping with Amaya, I must confess, Miss Silver, that your significance in his heart is unparalleled. Huh. Silvertime scratched her head, perplexed. We once rejoiced at your lack of femininity, Amaya stated, her eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. We have celebrated this more than once. However, now you are a woman, and such an enchanting one at that. Goodness, the screen is engulfed in black mist. If you have forgotten, allow us to remind you. Tsukiyomi, Amaya, and Miku stepped forward, blocking her path. Silvertime, if you were a woman, I might very well find myself captivated by you, Miku remarked. Well, if I were a woman, I might even offer myself willingly, Tsukiyomi added. Whatever the case, you are far too perilous. I shall not allow you to approach Kenshin at any cost. The three individuals roared in unison, brandishing their long knives and shurikens as they charged forward. Hey, hey, hey. Before Yinling could finish her words, A dazzling flash of steel sliced through the air, startling her into retreating several steps. Yet, she found Jubiai. His long blade pointed ominously at her, stating nonchalantly, "I have the same thought." With that, he surged forward. "Goodness, this is absolutely outrageous. Kenshin, why is it that they adore you yet wish to slay me? Is it a crime to have a good relationship?" "Silence. We were merely comrades. And now even more so, you cannot meet them. Oh, the misfortune. It cannot be. I am a man now. Insan, come and embrace me." With a suspicious blush adorning his cheeks, the diminutive figure pondered how to address this newfound identity. Nevertheless, he transformed into a fearsome visage, exclaiming, "Come. Insan, accept my training. This atmosphere is entirely yours." Yinling shouted in exasperation. Chapter 354. Naturally transformed into Yinling. "Hey, are you home?" Kenshin knocked on the door of the odd jobs agency. One hand tucked into his cloak, gazing at the entrance. As if a flock of crows had passed overhead. Veins pulsed on his forehead before he decisively kicked the door open. "Hey, Jin, if you're not home, I shall set your agency ablaze." He approached the odd jobs agency. Glancing around, noting that the surroundings did not appear to have been abandoned for long. Everything seemed remarkably new. From the nearby dangling bell to the feather duster used for cleaning, and a plate of apples resting on the table. Apples in the odd jobs agency? How enlightening. Kenshin, munching on an apple, surveyed his surroundings until his gaze inadvertently fell upon a hidden, bloodied bandage tucked away at the foot of the door. Could it be? Kenshin regarded the bloodied bandage with a serious demeanor, biting down hard on his apple. That rascal Jin has dashed off to accomplish some chaotic task again. At that moment, Kenshin's keen ears caught the cacophony of shouting and furious roars from outside the odd jobs agency, alongside voices attempting to plead their case. Without hesitation, he leaped from the agency's balcony. Before he could utter another word, Kenshin was abruptly collided with by a white figure, the impact slamming him against the wall. Dazed, he looked down at the girl in his arms. Her short, white hair fluttered energetically, her face flushed, as if she had just sprinted, panting slightly. Her chest pressed closely against his, and with the slightest movement, he could feel the astonishing warmth radiating from her body. "Why are you chasing me?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock as she recognized the familiar crimson hue and the well-known sword at his side. "Excuse me, miss," Kenshin stammered, his body stiffening as he attempted to maintain a semblance of familiarity. "Could you please let me go?" Startled, the girl instinctively retreated a few steps. Pressing herself against the wall, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Kenshin. "What? Is something wrong with me?" Kenshin curiously scrutinized the woman before him, her attire strikingly reminiscent of a certain admirer of Jintoki. No, I'm just." The girl's eyes darted around in a state of panic, while internally, she was raging. Why, oh why? How could that troublemaker, the very one responsible for my being hunted, return so quietly? And of all times, why now? If those miscreants see me, I'll surely end up at the bottom of the river by tomorrow. And to think, I was actually feeling a bit shy just now? No, Sakata Jintoki. Remember, you are a man, and you must never descend into the realm of women. Found you. With that declaration, a flurry of shuriken came hurtling toward them. Kenshin's eyes glinted coldly as he swiftly drew his reverse blade sword, positioning himself protectively in front of the silver-haired woman. With a series of rapid strikes, he deflected all the shuriken, then thrust the sword into the ground and shouted, "Earth Dragon Flash." With a resounding crash, stones and dirt formed a barrier, repelling the assailants. Without a moment's hesitation, Kenshin seized the hand of the white-haired woman and leaped away. There, as everyone roared. They soon spotted Kenshin standing before the silver-haired woman, whom they recognized as Genzuki. "Kenshin, what are you all dressed up like this for?" Kenshin queried, puzzled by the peculiar attire of those present, aside from the glasses wearing Shinpachi and the others. "Who are the rest of you? Where have the originals gone?" Shinpachi's expression contorted as he glanced intermittently at the group, while Genzuki, hiding behind Kenshin, dared not meet the furious gazes of the onlookers. Internally, she was fuming, her frustration reaching a level that could obliterate worlds. Oh no, if Genzuki and Kenshin meet, will they fall in love? They surely will. Kenshin has no idea who Genzuki is. If this misunderstanding continues, they might end up perfectly wed. This scenario is as grand as Gundam battling the will of Gaia from the universe. And Gaia is Ultraman, for heaven's sake. "Hey, Kenshin." Mitsuba couldn't help but interject. "Wait a second, I can't even tell who you all are anymore. I'm a bit confused. Kenshin surveyed everyone with a stern expression. Are you all cross-dressing? Or is it the other way around? I had a bad feeling before, but seeing you all like this, I feel compelled to understand where Suki and the others have gone. Or have you captured them? Kenshin's eyes narrowed, a palpable killing intent radiating from him. And you, miss? He said, addressing the silent group, before pulling the girl forward. Observing her familiar attire, he inquired, who are you? Where's Jintoki? Ginzuki, feeling flustered and quite anxious, glanced around before murmuring, I don't know where my brother has gone. Huh. A group of astonished individuals, including the new arrivals, Amiao and others, stood in disbelief. Brother? Kenshin gazed suspiciously at Yinling. But Jintoki has lived with me at the Matsushita private school since childhood. How could he possibly have a sister? However, before he arrived at the Matsushita school, he wandered for quite some time. It was only upon meeting teacher Songyang that you all took him in, Yinling replied, seemingly aggrieved. At that time, my brother and I were separated. Kenshin, though doubtful of this girl, felt an undeniable instinct urging him to trust her. Hey, Kenshin, Amiao interjected, unable to contain herself. No, I cannot trust someone who bears such a striking resemblance to Amiao, Kenshin said, lowering his gaze as thoughts of the cursed organization that loomed over him resurfaced. He opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Amiao understood Kenshin well. Simply observing his expression revealed the trials he had endured during his half-month disappearance. He must be burdened with the task of finding a solution. Yet, it seemed the outcome was far from favorable. As for that girl claiming to be Jintoki's sister, Kenshin felt a cautious acceptance but maintained a vigilant wariness. If you don't mind, may I take you to the Shimio house? He inquired. Yinling's lips twitched at the mention of the Shimio house. So, I must align myself with this fellow for my own safety? She thought. Very well. With that, Yinling naturally grasped Kenshin's hand. In that moment of contact, both felt an involuntary tremor, and a flicker of panic crossed their eyes. Watching Kenshin and Yinling depart, the others could not help but seethe with jealousy. That guy had seamlessly stepped into the role of her protector. They lamented that they should have eliminated him while he was still a man, before he transformed into this. Her, Kenshin's, schemes must not succeed. Amiao Miyuki and Jubii voiced in unison. Meanwhile, the solitary figure of Kaku, lost in his fantasies about Yinling, remained oblivious. Simultaneously, a purple spaceship glided toward Earth from beyond the stars. The ever-watchful Haruma, who had returned Kenshin to Earth, had no intention of leaving just yet. Thus, for the first time in a decade, the legendary 5 from the Jui faction were destined to converge on Earth. Chapter 355, The Assassination of the General, Gender Swap Arc. Why are you looking at me with such eyes? Kenshin, seated at the cash register and gazing ahead, remarked upon feeling a gaze directed at him. Oh, it's nothing. I was just curious about what kind of person you are, Ni-san, Yinling replied, donning Jintoki's attire, her voice tinged with embarrassment. TCH, I'm not exactly the most likable person. You'd best keep your distance, Kenshin muttered, resting one hand on the counter. I was just a bit curious, that's all. Hee, Yinling said, her lips twitching as she hastily retreated. All events unfolding here are being closely observed by a few individuals lurking outside. Witnessing the fiery emotions in the eyes of those transformed or yet to be transformed, Exine Baji helplessly rubbed his forehead, exclaiming, Oh dear, these women are beyond salvation. If Yin Sang cannot revert back, she will surely be captured on some dark and stormy night and submerged in the great river outside. How outrageous. That fellow should have been dealt with long ago. A faint glimmer of menace flickered in Miao's eyes as she spoke, her grip tightening on the wall, which began to show signs of cracking. It seems I must take responsibility for escorting her to Yoshiwara. As she spoke, Tsukiyu exhaled a puff of smoke. A woman of her caliber would undoubtedly be highly sought after by the men of Yoshiwara. She must be lost. Indeed, for the sake of Kenshin Sang. You would go so far as to eliminate Yin Sang. However, before we proceed, we must devise a means to draw Kenshin away from her, otherwise, we stand no chance. Mitsuba spoke softly, but according to Kenshin, although he remains unaware, he is essentially a recluse. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never leave Shin Miao's abode. Wait, what is that? At that moment, a subtle detail within Shin Miao's dwelling captured the attention of those concealed nearby. Inside, Kenshin sat with his legs crossed, a copy of Jump resting atop his head. The familiar sounds emanating from the television filled the air, causing Mitsuba and her companions to perk up their ears, as if someone were playing the piano. Hasn't this fellow ever experienced that feeling? Kenshin's muffled voice drifted out beneath the jump. Is this piano piece your composition? Ling remarked, listening intently to the continuous piano melody from the television. Well, I can't claim it as my own. I merely brought it along. Kenshin removed the jump from his face, saying, the days of waiting for the wind cannot be played like this. It lacks any emotional depth. The days of waiting for the wind. Ling listened to the melody, imbued with a sense of longing for someone who would never arrive. Filled with both repression and anticipation, a type of music that stirs the heart, yet leaves one unable to weep, merely suffocating within. Hey, did you create this music just to frustrate people? It leaves one in a state of limbo. Ling remarked with her usual nonchalance. Well, you should know. Kenshin lifted the jump, examining the illustrations within. Perhaps you are unaware, but I once saw someone over there who was even more impressive. It's already March 27th. Your April is approaching. Miyaguchi Kaoru. What about April? Ling asked, her lifeless eyes fixed on Kenshin. I don't recall anyone waiting for you in April. Well, it might appear in the future, that kind of story, Kenshin replied, tossing the jump aside. My apologies. I instinctively treated you like Jin-san and conversed with you as usual. Ah, it is truly thanks to your trust, Kenshin, Silverbell thought, seething internally. You scoundrel. I was just as natural in conversing with you, you rascal. Observing the two individuals within the heartful house, their dialogue flowed effortlessly, reminiscent of an old married couple. While they turned their heads away, seemingly embarrassed. Outside, onlookers felt like a legion of wild horses trampling through their minds, leaving a trail of exclamations. How utterly absurd. Why do I suddenly find them so well matched? This was the collective outcry from the bystanders. Just then, a long-anticipated figure finally appeared. Is Kenshin Himura here? A man clad in a black kimono, wearing a conical hat, approached the heartful house. Noticing the sparsely populated establishment due to the chaos, he remarked, Ah, it seems he is not present. Is there something you need? Silverbell unexpectedly interjected, taking the words out of Kenshin's mouth. Ah, I see. Officer Matsumura has sent for you, the man murmured, delivering the message. No need for that. I shall convey it myself, Kenshin replied. A large hand resting gently on Silverbell's head as she was about to speak again, and he added with a smile, I am Kenshin Himura. Let us go, Uncle Matsumura, Kenshin thought, glancing awkwardly at the seemingly ordinary Matsumura, alongside a golden-haired woman of striking stature and a portly version of Hijikata Toshizo. Kenshin's eyelid twitched as he spoke. Well, you probably don't know where you've been, so there are some things you might be unaware of. Matsumura regarded the tightly shut door before turning to Kenshin and Silverbell, saying, Currently, the genders of individuals in Kabukicho have been switched. An investigation is underway, and it may take several days to resolve. What stands before you now, the golden-haired woman, is Kondo, and that over there is Toshi. While the person behind you should be the owner of the odd jobs, Sakata Jintoki, I presume. Matsumura rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Gender swap? Kenshin stiffened, staring at the golden-haired woman. That is Kondo. With that appearance? That physique? You cannot be serious. And as for Hijikata, has the long-accumulated mayonnaise within him finally erupted? It was about time. Does he not realize that someone like me, prone to gaining weight, must resist temptation when it comes to food? Has he truly become overweight? Oh, the heavens are watching. So, does this mean that the man I saw dressed in Tsukiyomi attire, along with the pink-bodied Nubaji and the red hair, Chu-chun and Kagura, were all due to these circumstances? Well, we shall discuss those matters later. Since you are here, and the odd jobs owner is present as well, I would like to entrust you with a few matters. With that, Uncle Matsumura placed the cigarette he had been holding in his mouth down and flicked off the ash. Can I place my trust in you, Kenshin Himura and Sakata Jintoki? Say what you will, Kenshin scoffed. After all, Uncle must have some significant task at hand. The golden-haired woman remarked in a somewhat submissive tone, waving her hand dismissively. I hope you can protect the young one as a friend. Matsudaira pondered for a moment, then instructed to send the young lord away from Edo. What? The current Edo is more perilous than ever. Too many are vying for the position of shogun. The young lord must depart. I have already contacted the Anawabanshu, and the Shinsengumi will also be involved. Yet, I still feel it is insufficient. Before Matsudaira could finish, he was interrupted by Kenshin. By the heavens! Kenshin's eyes gleamed with a knowing look, one that hinted at the involvement of the diminutive Sujisawa behind those aiming for the shogun's seat. As for this matter, I shall ensure the safety of the young lord. With this declaration, a faint glimmer of cold resolve flickered in Kenshin's gaze. I will remain by the side of the young lord. Hey, Jinrei, remarked the slightly furrowed brow of the silver bell, observing Kenshin. This fellow seemed altered in essence. What transpired during his sojourn in the cosmos? It is likely that this time, the reverse blade sword, Kenshin muttered to himself. Chapter 356, a fourfold escape? No, a fivefold one. The true young lord would traverse the air route to Kyoto, leaving one to remain in Edo to create diversions, while the Shinsengumi would stay here as protectors. Another group would embark by sea, though equally suited for land routes, all to capture attention. Matsudaira, is this your plan? Kenshin observed the antics of Jinrei and the others, a smirk involuntarily tugging at his lips. In the past, such banter was acceptable, but what of the present? Moreover, why were the young lord and Sumiya unchanged? Yet, what truly defied convention were Sumiya and Kagura, Xiaoho-chan, a tale of love between a scarred, muscular uncle and a little lowly? How absurd. What, is that not permissible? Matsudaira murmured. It is not that it is impermissible, but if I were the enemy, the swift aerial route would undoubtedly be the first target. Kenshin contemplated. Furthermore, those eyeing the shogun's throne are not confined to a single organization. While the Shinsengumi has gained considerable combat prowess, few are truly fit for this task. Matsudaira exhaled deeply. What do you propose we do? Are you familiar with disguise techniques? Is there anyone among the Anawabanshu skilled in such arts? Kenshin spoke slowly. I shall become the young lord, and the young lord shall become Kenshin. As he spoke, a cold glint radiated from Kenshin's eyes. Or, would you entrust the young lord to me? Is there truly no one among the shogun's ranks? It is indeed a clever notion, but Kenshin, you must understand that those watching you are no fewer than those watching the shogun. Matsudaira sighed. This means that at that juncture, even you would be in peril. Then there is but one solution. Kenshin mused for a moment. Thus, in this regard, you must place your trust in me. I have never trusted you. But the young lord likely does not share my sentiments. Matsudaira gazed at the playful Shigemori and Jinrei, a smile gracing his lips. That fellow seems akin to an old friend of mine. It is rare for the harbinger of chaos to reveal genuine affection. Indeed, he is the only light remaining in this dark shogunate. As he spoke, Kenshin's mind conjured the image of a figure. It seemed that as long as individuals like Sho were present in this nation, the likelihood of the Whig taking matters seriously remained exceedingly slim. Kenshin sighed, yet his ears caught an unknown voice shouting nearby. Heart juice Pusha. Hey, can you all behave normally, for heaven's sake? Who the heck uttered heart juice Pusha? Step forward, I assure you I won't harm you. Not me, but them. Everyone instinctively pointed at a certain individual beside them. Enough. Everyone, brace yourselves for my hand chop. Flying heaven sword style secret technique. Hand chop cut. I dodge. What? Then, was the true plan? Such matters seemed trivial now. There were only two pressing concerns. First, the movements of the short-seater, and second, the absurdity of this gender transformation. It was rumored that the mastermind had already been captured. Yet the so-called antidote for the gender transformation was produced in only minuscule amounts daily. Consequently, amidst the chaos of people clamoring and nearly coming to blows, the only ones with a genuine chance of reverting were Tsukiyomi and Kagura. Tsukiyomi was merely purchased, as she was the moon of Yoshiwara, while the antidote for Sho was a reward from a mission, being a ninja after all. As for Kagura, it was a tale of her swallowing the antidote after gleefully slaying Jintoki, who had procured it. For her, it was a stroke of good fortune. However, for Jintoki, months of savings vanished, and he had to continue acting as a silver bell. And as for Daichun, it remained Daichun, still the red hair. Among the Shinsengumi, aside from Sugo, who had not reverted, the others had, more or less, returned to their original forms through various connections. As for why Sugo remained unchanged, in his own words, he had never experienced the thrill of masquerading as a beautiful woman while evading lecherous old men. He had no desire to revert so soon. Well, he was indeed a true sadist. And now, beneath the setting sun, the sunlight transformed into a brilliant radiance, illuminating Kenshin's face. The already drawn reverse blade sword was embedded in the ground, leaning against its scabbard, casting a gleaming reflection in the golden hues of twilight. Kenshin closed his eyes, oblivious to everything around him, for this street was devoid of life. The atmosphere was chilling, coupled with the shuffling of the populace orchestrated by the shogunate, conveying a singular message: the shogun was here with me. Indeed, Within everyone's understanding, it was known that Batasai resided in Kabukicho, thus. How secure could the general be in hiding here? Well, those fellows were blissfully ignorant of such matters. Thus, within this street, where the sun had yet to fully sink. Though Kenshin kept his eyes closed, the fleeting glint of the blade and the piercing intent of murder brought a smile to the corner of his lips. Matsudaira, do not let me down. I have already plunged myself into a predicament from which I cannot escape. Kenshin jested as he sat at the table. If it is you, they have reason to believe the young lord is in your custody, especially after this rendezvous. Matsumoto gazed at Kenshin and asked, will you truly plunge yourself into an inescapable doom? Kenshin, reflecting on his predicament, murmured, if I must speak of it, it is due to my own issues. Aside from safeguarding the young one, there exists a deeper reason. I have someone I must save, a promise I have yet to fulfill. Kenshin chuckled with a hint of melancholy. 15 years have passed. I will ensure the young one reaches Kyoto safely, but do not perish, Batusai. Matsumoto lifted his gaze to meet Kenshin's, stating, I would not wish for the young one to harbor resentment towards me for losing a comrade. Before that, focus on your own well-being, Kenshin replied, waving his hand dismissively. This conversation shall remain unfinished. In the blink of an eye, Kenshin drew his sword, delivering a decisive strike that shattered the wall and sent a masked figure crashing against it. That fellow is for you to handle. He is not dead yet. I did not slay him. Not far from the heart of the conflict, those lurking in the shadows were drenched in cold sweat. What a persistent individual, one murmured, recognizing the unmistakable gleam of the reverse blade sword, which sent shivers coursing through them, a sensation of impending doom. Ah, so this is the place, said Kiki, speaking into the radio before swallowing hard, under the watch of Batusai. After a brief silence, a gruff voice responded, in that case, let us send them off together with a rocket, to reunite with their fallen comrades, and their longed-for target, the Shogun. Ha ha ha. Chapter 357. Instant kill ultimately. Dusk would arrive, and the sun would gradually relinquish its fiery brilliance. As darkness encroached, the savage beast's primal instincts awakened, eager to rend apart its prey. Here it comes. Kenshin observed as a warship suddenly materialized from the heavens, appearing as a mere speck, yet clearly visible to him. Narrowing his eyes, he thought, it seems you have gathered intelligence quite thoroughly, compelling me to utilize my solitary remote attack. What a pity. I have journeyed to the cosmos. And yet the tumult of dragon veins within me weakens with each passing moment. Lifting his head, Kenshin smiled broadly. Thus, your information is already outdated. Seizing the reverse blade sword embedded before him, he aimed it skyward at the approaching warship, his gaze sharp and focused. At that moment, the radio concealed within Kenshin's robes erupted with chaotic noise, accompanied by the sounds of cannon fire and battle cries reaching his ears. It appears things are far from tranquil on your end as well, he remarked with a faint smile. Those who are too busy making light of the situation should tend to their own affairs. Your circumstances are hardly superior to ours, Silver Bell interjected, her voice ringing clear as she felled an enemy with a fierce battle cry. After encountering numerous ambushes, Jianxin fell silent for a moment before speaking. The individuals concealed within our ranks intended to launch a surprise attack. However, their plans had already been uncovered by us. Yinling smiled faintly and remarked, the situation at other locations is currently unknown. As she spoke, Jianxin gazed at the video displayed on the suddenly appeared system interface, revealing the circumstances at various positions, all of which had been simultaneously attacked. Among them, the most devastating situation was indeed in the air, where Shenwei had also joined the fray. Had Ace Han personally gone to the sea? Yinling and her group were all ninjas. Had all the false generals been eliminated as per the plan? It seemed to be unfolding exactly as intended. What about that woman? Jianxin's lips twitched as he struggled to find an appropriate way to refer to his sole disciple. It appears we've truly encountered formidable opponents. Shenwei, my disciple. I hope you do not falter. With that, Jianxin swept his reverse blade sword, releasing a torrent of sword energy that he casually hurled into the air, cleaving a rapidly descending rocket in two, resulting in a thunderous explosion. At that moment, as if receiving a signal, all those concealed sprang forth. Shuriken, swords, and bullets rained down upon the man standing before Shimiao House. Swift as lightning, Jianxin murmured, and he instantly vanished from sight. The shurikens and bullets struck the suddenly elevated steel plates of Shimiao House, producing a sharp clattering sound as they fell to the ground. In a flash, Jianxin found himself before an adversary, swinging his reverse blade sword from below and sending the opponent soaring into the air. The ensuing chaos stirred up soil and debris, repelling those behind him. Stepping forward, he seized one assailant by the face and hurled him away. Jianxin ducked to evade a horizontal slash from a long knife above him, his reverse blade sword striking the opponent's knee, bringing him down to the ground. With a firm foot on the shoulder of the kneeling foe, Jianxin leaped high into the air, his gaze icy and piercing, dragon hammer flash. With a powerful strike of his reverse blade sword against the earth, the resulting splatter of dirt and shockwave sent nearby adversaries flying. Simultaneously, Jianxin sheathed his sword. Poised for action. Dragon Nest Flash. This iteration of the Dragon Nest Flash differed from the past. Jianxin wielded his reverse blade sword with remarkable speed, darting through the crowd with incredible agility. Before him, none of the foes could withstand his onslaught. In mere moments, the ground was littered with those who had succumbed to unconsciousness. With a final blow, the blunt reverse blade sword sent an enemy hurtling away, crashing against the protective barrier of Xin Miao House, leaving an imprint of a figure upon the steel surface before collapsing to the ground. Just then, Jianxin switched his grip on the reverse blade sword, angling it behind him. Boom! A tremendous force struck the reverse blade sword, causing Jianxin to taste blood in his throat. Yet he swallowed it down fiercely. He stepped forward, dissipating the force, and retaliated with a punch to the face of the assailant. Long had I sensed your murderous intent. After expressing this, Jiantai turned to regard the man who had been pushed back several steps. The white of his attire, now stained crimson with blood, contrasted starkly with the cross-shaped scar that bore a meaning fundamentally different from his own, yet also oppositional. I have heard that you have been making quite a ruckus in the universe under my name. I have recently been plagued by incessant troubles. Jiantai halted his backward retreat and squinted at Jianxin. You truly wish for death. If you seek to kill me, Jianxin raised his reverse blade. Aiming it at Jiantai, you may attempt it. While I can comprehend your perspective, it does not signify my endorsement. Nonsense, Jiantai roared, the blood-red glow of his honging blade swirling around him as he charged forward. Blood moon slash. Moon blade sky surge. Jianxin, no longer hesitating, propelled himself toward Jiantai, the reverse blade enveloped in a cerulean radiance. Boom! At the moment of collision between the crimson mist and azure light, a blinding luminescence erupted, followed by an overwhelming force that hurled everyone present away. It seems that after venturing into the cosmos, the power you had sealed is gradually being unleashed. Amidst the smoke, Jianxin's figure was suddenly sent flying, stumbling backward before he steadied himself with his sword plunged into the ground, gazing at the figure emerging from the haze. But with such power, how do you intend to confront me? Jiantai sneered. What about the void? Nanny? Jianxin's pupils constricted sharply. He finally recalled the detail he had neglected, the ship hovering in the sky. The mouse that piques my interest has returned after a long absence. Before Jianxin could turn, a deep, steady voice resonated from behind him. In his widening eyes, the sword that once belonged to Jianxin, the Tiansua Zhanyu, was violently cleaved from his shoulder and struck the ground. Blood erupted suddenly, splattering onto the mask of the man who had appeared behind him. I possess vast wings, capable of reaching places you could scarcely imagine. With these words, Jianxin's reverse blade slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Yinling, engaged in battle with the ninjas, and Asong, fighting against the shogunate forces at sea, both furrowed their brows simultaneously, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Could it be that Jianxin was in trouble? How could that be? With that fellow's strength, it would only be possible if the bald-headed star C intervened. Upon this realization, the two, now in disparate locations, exchanged self-deprecating smiles and turned their focus back to the matters at hand. Distraction in battle is an absolute truth. Chapter 358. The simultaneous appearance of the celestial cross. That voice I thought I would never hear again. Someone once said that in this world, no two voices are identical, for each individual is unique. So, could it be that I am mistaken in recognizing this voice, so familiar and ingrained within me? With vacant eyes gazing ahead, I beheld the masked man, his robust form, alongside the sneering Jiantai. It is indeed a pity, as I had anticipated more enjoyment. Who could have known that one would merely let out a hollow laugh, rise, and shake off the blood of the sword heart that had stained the heavenly lock? Mooncutter? In this world, is there anyone who could survive a sudden ambush without suffering grievous injury? As he spoke, Jiantai stepped forward, looking down disdainfully at Jianxin, declaring, You have become as feeble as a chicken. Has the once razor-sharp instinct, which rendered ambushes impossible, been dulled by this comfortable life? At that moment, a white figure descended from the heavens, delivering a fierce blow that forced both Su and Jiantai back. The newcomer swiftly aided the fallen Jianxin, attempting to escape amidst the chaos. However, while the intention was noble, the outcome was regrettably inevitable. A sudden gust of wind dispersed the smoke, revealing the heavenly lock. Moon Cutter poised at the stranger's neck, exposing the mockingly glimmering eyes beneath the conical hat. "Hi, your audacity has remarkably grown," remarked the enigmatic figure, who had appeared with the intent of whisking Jianxin away. Confronted by the lethal situation with the Moon Cutter against her throat, the newcomer maintained a stoic expression, yet glimmers of concealed emotions flickered across her face as she regarded Su. "I will take him away. Hi, you have not yet earned the right to negotiate with me." With that, Su's gaze darkened, and he thrust the Moon Cutter forward, seemingly intent on dispatching the newcomer in an instant. However, Jianxin, aided by the newcomer, suddenly opened his eyes, grasping Su's wrist and pushing the newcomer aside. With a fierce tremor, he unleashed the reversed blade, striking downward towards Su's chest, inflicting a grievous wound while simultaneously freeing his wrist, sending Su flying. "Now we are even," Jianxin declared, turning to block Jiantai's strike with his sword, though he was forced to retreat under Jiantai's relentless pressure. Nevertheless, he bellowed, "Newcomer, hold off those outsiders." Pausing at Jianxin's command, the newcomer instinctively turned to face the advancing samurai and ninjas. "You're still alive? Truly fortunate," Jiantai remarked with a malicious grin, observing Jianxin. "But you are still too inexperienced. Do not speak as if you were something remarkable." As Jianxin halted his retreat, he forcefully pushed Jiantai back, swiftly drawing his secondary sword from the reversed blade to counter the sudden advance of the heavenly lock, Moon Cutter. "Yeye Tian Chong," a deep, resonant voice echoed, causing Jianxin's gaze to narrow. Boom! The black crescent erupted before Jianxin, sending him hurtling backward and forcing him to spit blood midair before crashing onto the ground. "Are you also a clone?" Though he rolled several times on the ground, Kenshin remained acutely aware of his surroundings and did not dare to linger. Instead, he spun elegantly to evade the crimson sword energy that whizzed past him. Simultaneously, he crossed his dual swords above his head, successfully blocking the strikes from Akatsuki and Tensai Zangetsu. However, the immense force behind those blows pressed down on him, forcing Kenshin into a half-kneeling position, and he spat a mouthful of blood. "Who knows?" the elusive figure mused, increasing the pressure of Tensai Zangetsu in his grasp. "Truly pathetic, I assent it," Kenji scoffed coldly. "The assassination of the general was merely a facade, a distraction orchestrated by that rascal, Takasuji, to draw your attention while we ensured mutual destruction. We have long been aware that the true general resides with you. So, do you really believe you can leave here with any confidence? What an honor it is to be treated this way by you," Kenshin retorted with a chilling laugh. The burden on his shoulders grew heavier, and the wounds on his back, inflicted by the strikes, bled anew. "If that is the case, where is Oboro?" "Oh, Oboro," Kenji replied with a faint smile. "He is undoubtedly occupied with the necessary adversaries, such as that White Knight demon." Kenshin's eyes widened suddenly. He sidestepped and rolled away just as Tensai Zangetsu and Akatsuki struck the ground, creating a massive crater. In that moment, Kenshin sheathed his secondary sword into the reverse blade and lowered himself, a fierce expression on his face as he declared, "9 heads," before he could finish. A massive hand pressed down upon the hilt of his sword, rendering Kenshin unable to draw it forth. With a swift motion, Akatsuki grasped Kenji's wrist, disregarding the blood streaming from his own hand and the pain coursing through him. Kenshin looked up at this figure, now starkly visible to him, a smile gracing his lips even as he took lives. Wait, that smile. Something clicked in Kenshin's mind, but it was too late, for Kenji swung Tensai Zangetsu, piercing Kenshin's right chest. "Kenshin!" the priestess shouted in a panic, her stoic demeanor crumbling as she dispatched the enemy before rushing towards him. "Priestess, do not come here," Kenshin yelled, his eyes widening in alarm as he saw her approaching. "Oh, you truly do not understand the lessons of consequence," Kenji remarked with a sigh, striking the priestess's wrist as she raised her sword. He then disrupted her balance with a swift kick, seizing the sword that flew from her grasp. In one fluid motion, he turned and drove the blade into Kenshin's left shoulder. With both a sword embedded in his right chest and another in his left shoulder. Kenshin coughed blood, his grip tightening around the reverse blade as he thrust it into the ground. This adversary was no longer one that could be dealt with by a mere unarmed sword. If this continued, the priestess, held by Kenji, would soon find her life extinguished. The secondary sword, lighter than the reverse blade, was clutched firmly in Kenshin's hand as he decisively severed Kenji's arm. Yet, this action only deepened the satisfaction in Kenji's eyes. Once more, the crimson glow emanated from Akatsuki's blade. Blood moon slash. In an instant, apart from Kenji, Jianxin, and the three others who were sent flying by Kengson's assault, a voice of mild complaint echoed. Are you attempting to eliminate me as well? Shushu stood up, seemingly feeble. Yet, the wounds inflicted by Kenshin had vanished entirely, leaving only the tattered remains of his clothing as evidence of the previous injuries. I know you can't die easily, Kenji remarked, hoisting Honging onto his shoulder with a mocking laugh. With that terrifying regenerative ability. If it weren't for your non-white attire, I might have mistaken you for a ghostly specter. At that moment, the dust from Kenji's attack was extinguished by a tremendous pressure. Kenshin bent slightly, cradling Jianxin in one arm, while casting a profound gaze upon Shushu and Kenji. It has been a long time since I have felt a fight where one can truly perish, he reflected, fully aware that defeating both adversaries was an insurmountable task. Even without the reverse blade, the disparity in power was far too great. Celestial Cross, he declared, unleashing an ultimate technique that had long been sealed away. However, upon hearing the name of the technique, Kenji's wild smile grew even more unrestrained. Come on, use your Celestial Cross. Don't think you're the only one capable of such feats. As he spoke, a blood-red glow ignited upon Honging. Beside him, Shushu wore a cold smile. As the black flames ignited upon Tianxua Zhanyu. Witnessing this scene, Kenshin couldn't help but bitterly smile. Am I truly destined to meet my end here? How naive of me to think that only Aisha was responsible for this. I underestimated their collective vigilance. Yet, despite this realization, he understood he could not perish here. The person in his arms, if the information provided by Heizi was accurate, was not only a bond from his childhood, but also his junior disciple. Thus, in resolute silence, Kenshin refrained from igniting the usual blue flames upon his blade. Instead, he kicked the reverse blade into the air, merging it with his secondary sword, and then sheathed it. I can only employ that one move now. Was it the heavenly slash or unsheathing the sword? Chapter 359, Breaking Free from the Encirclement. However, it was neither the heavenly slash nor the unsheathing. In a more straightforward manner, Kenshin drew the long blade that had just been sheathed, running forward at great speed. Shushu and Kenji watched in surprise as Kenshin charged towards them, astonished that he had not chosen to forcefully break through. As the accompanying sheath was propelled and collided with Shushu's body, the latter, unable to move due to the buildup of power, staggered back with a muffled groan, the accumulated energy dissipating as a result. Meanwhile, Kenshin transformed into a swift gale, hurtling towards Kenji. The overly naive Kenji grasped Honging with one hand while throwing the sheathed blade with the other, sending it hurtling through the howling wind towards Kenshin. Kenshin's expression remained unchanged as he deftly evaded Kenji's blade sheath with agile movements of his feet. Simultaneously, Kenshin positioned his reverse blade sword across his chest, accelerating towards Kenji in a manner reminiscent of a dragon's fawn. Mutual destruction? Such a tactic does not intimidate me, Kenji sneered, the crimson glow emanating from his sword gradually dissipating. As Kenshin approached, Kenji spun Red Cherry and delivered a vicious strike into Kenshin's shoulder. Undeterred, Kenshin's reverse blade sword pierced through Kenji's shoulder as well, yet his forward momentum showed no signs of abating. Consequently, both warriors found their weapons embedded in each other's shoulders, narrowly passing each other by. Go! Kenshin bellowed, shifting the maiden in his arms into a princess carry. He leaped onto a fire hydrant by the roadside, propelling himself towards a nearby rooftop. However, a clash resounded as Kenji's black blade struck Kenshin's reverse blade sword, and in that fleeting moment, Kenshin caught a glimpse of the murderous intent in the man's eyes behind him. That look was certainly not that of a teacher. Even if the voice resembled his, it could not belong to him. Reacting swiftly, Kenji pivoted and swung Red Cherry, unleashing a torrent of crimson sword energy imbued with the scent of blood towards Kenshin. Simultaneously, Su let out a cold chuckle, forcefully propelling Kenshin forward through the air for a brief moment before unleashing a crescent moon strike. The blood-red and black sword energies converged, racing towards Kenshin with unimaginable speed. Even as he attempted to block with his reverse blade sword, he found himself forced back, the blade dangerously close to the maiden in his arms. Damn it! Kenshin roared in fury, realizing that the targets of these two men had always been the maiden. Did this mean they intended to pressure him into using the reverse blade sword against her? How treacherous they were! Maintaining his grip on the maiden, Kenshin spread his left hand to grasp the blade's tip, even as the sharp edge cut into his palm, drawing blood. His resolve remained steadfast as he faced the two streams of sword energy. Boom! An explosive sound erupted as the combined black and red sword energies reached their limit. Kenshin braced himself against the onslaught, secretly admiring the duo's coordination. Alone, he might have struggled to defeat either of them. Together, they posed a formidable challenge. Resisting the urge to succumb to unconsciousness, Kenshin couldn't help but smile bitterly at his tattered clothing. Just moments ago, he had been so full of bravado, and now he found himself in such a dire state. How ironic. Yet, I still emerged victorious. As Kenshin's figure receded into the distance, Kenji licked his lips, ready to pursue once more, only to be halted by Sue's outstretched arm. You had better provide me with an explanation. That single obstruction cost Kenji the optimal chance to intercept, and upon realizing the outcome, he fell silent. Standing side by side, Kenji and Sue faced each other, with red cherry pressed against Sue's temple. Our primary objective has never been him. The void seems to be speaking to himself, as if oblivious to his surroundings. It is merely because he guards that which we covet that we have engaged him. For now, it is not yet time to confront him. How much more terrifying it would be to destroy what he seeks to protect. Such an act would inflict greater anguish upon him than death itself. Jiantai let out a cold laugh, sheathing his sword. Void. It appears I have underestimated you all along. The void responded faintly, swinging the celestial lock blade behind him. The black sword energy sliced through the steel plates, shielding the heart of Meow House, revealing the small dwelling within. However, Void, you have seldom been outmaneuvered by him. Jiantai, sensing the winds of fate, smiled and proposed. Shall we wager? Oh, the Void raised an eyebrow slightly. I wager that the individual you seek is not even here, Jiantai remarked with a subtle smile. Coughing, Jianxin struggled to expel the congealed blood from his chest, the world around him spinning, forcing him to kneel with his reverse blade pressed against the ground. Meanwhile, the shrine maiden in his arms lacked the strength to hold on to him and collapsed to the earth. What an unfortunate sight. I never expected these two would make an appearance simultaneously. Jianxin, gasping for breath, leaned against a great tree, observing the wounds on his hands and body. And couldn't he help but let out a bitter smile. How I long to take a nap right here, yet it is not yet time. Reflecting on the recent appearance of both the Void and Jiantai, along with the fragments of their conversation, Jianxin realized that this assassination plot against the general was far from simple. It involved not only the minor general and the shogunate, but also the formidable powers of the shogunate, the anti-foreign forces, and the celestial beings. A slight misstep could lead to an irretrievable situation. Although he did not fear that Rome could harm Yinling, considering the relationship between Isai and Yinling, along with their teacher, a confrontation was inevitable. If Rome were to take advantage of that chaos, it would be too late. Yet, at this moment, his body, the shrine maiden, hazily regaining her composure from the ground, looked around, momentarily bewildered. However, as she turned her head and spotted Jianxin leaning against the tree trunk, her expression sharpened. She had rarely seen him in such a grievous state. Why did you come out to save me? Jianxin asked, gazing at the shrine maiden as she anxiously approached him. I didn't want you to die, she replied, shaking her head and slowly speaking. You didn't want me to die? Observing the blood trickling down her face, Jianxin managed a weak smile. That is not a trivial reason. Did you not once come to assassinate me? I aim to eliminate the Batusai, not Himura Kenshin. The shrine maiden lowered her gaze, helping Jianxin to stand as they moved forward. This phrase is often uttered by Jintoki. That fellow, Jianxin mused nostalgically. Where shall we go now? To the place you wish to reach, the shrine maiden replied, stepping forward with a pained expression yet resolute determination in her gaze. The place I yearn to visit seems to be well known to you, as you have already grasped the true whereabouts of the general within your heart. The devotee is aware of the general's location yet refrains from disclosing it to others, a testament to trust, particularly in light of her former identity. Thank you, murmured Kenshin softly, addressing his junior sister. The devotee was momentarily taken aback, yet she continued forward, seemingly unperturbed. But who could fathom the tumult within her heart? Chapter 360. The Ninja. The legendary village of ninjas boasts a history that stretches back to a time long past. However, both Kenshin and the author are woefully uneducated in historical matters, so we shall bypass that discussion. You need only to understand one thing. The existence of the ninja village is ancient. Interestingly, when I first arrived, I pondered why this village was not named Konoha. After all, such a name would undoubtedly be popular in every regard. Kenshin gazed at the gaping wounds on his shoulder and chest, where blood flowed incessantly. The devotee could not help but voice her concern. Accompanying him quietly to some destination was something she had longed for. As there were countless questions she wished to pose and answers she yearned to impart. It's fine. I mentioned earlier that as long as you apply pressure to the Tianshu and Tianqi acupoints, I 1T bleed, Kenshin remarked. Glancing at the stubbornly oozing blood from his chest, his expression tinged with resignation. It appears I need to apply more pressure. Stop deceiving yourself. Let us sit and allow the wound to scab over, the devotee suggested as she prepared to lean against a nearby surface. However, just then, Kenshin seized her hand, and feeling the warmth of his blood, she momentarily froze. We cannot halt. I fear that if I pause, I might awaken to a new day at dawn. My dear devotee. Kenshin's gaze was heavy with fatigue. The encroaching darkness rendered his vision a tapestry of black splotches, interspersed with indistinct shapes and an increasing sense of cold numbness enveloping his body, a reminder urging him to rest. I don't quite understand. Even if you weren't present, Silver Bell and the others would remain unharmed, the devotee replied, observing Kenshin, the man who stubbornly pressed forward despite the blood staining the ground beneath him. In this forest, she could almost hear the howls of wolves, drawn by the blood that dripped from Kenshin's body, captivating the creatures within the woods. She pressed her lips together, dismissing thoughts of stopping, and instead supported Kenshin as they continued onward. By the way, do you know where the ninja village is located? Kenshin asked, his head bowed, a weary smile gracing his lips. Please don't lead me astray to another place. I have been there. The devotee paused before continuing. It seems there are stories to be told. Will you share them with me? Kenshin's dulled gaze fixated on the ground as his body swayed with the devotee's movements. In the past, when confronting the ninjas, we once advanced into their territory aboard our warships, compelling them to make a choice of compromise. The priestess spoke slowly. That was a decade ago, during my tenure as a member of the undead, carrying out my mission. Indeed, it is remarkable that even a place as concealed as the village of ninjas could be discovered by you. Kenshin chuckled gently. Fortunately, they are not adept at techniques like the spiral sphere. Otherwise, I might not have the pleasure of seeing you today. There are matters I wish to inquire about. And there are answers I feel compelled to share with you, Kenshin continued. The priestess cast a glance at him, saying, those inquiries are of little consequence. Yet the intelligence I possess is something I believe you should be informed of at times. Intelligence? What do you mean? Upon hearing the priestess speak in a more serious tone, Kenshin raised his drooping head slightly. Go on, I am listening. Firstly, we have identified the birthplace of Unju. They are not orphans. Rather, they are children who escaped from the village of ninjas, the priestess revealed. These children fled amidst the chaos of battle between the ninjas and the heavenly path prior to our official offensive. In other words, both Unju and you are ninjas? Kenshin scoffed. Well, what does it matter? Do they still have family? Even if they do, it is of no concern to me. Watching Kenshin in silence, the priestess found it difficult to reveal the truth. Unju indeed had a brother who perished at the hands of Kenshin after he became renowned, thus becoming a legend whispered across the earth. This brother had insisted on participating in the war between the shogunate and the imperialists, only to be slain by an unknown sort of yours. This was one piece of information I could not share with you. Moreover, Kenshin, do not engage in battle with the Hollow. While it is not invincible, it is nonetheless far too cruel for you. Oh, I know that the Hollow is a clone of my master, Kenshin replied with a sardonic laugh, yet his tone was laden with anger and self-reproach. He scolded himself for not having retrieved his master's remains, which led to the emergence of such a being as the Hollow. The priestess opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps this was for the best, if Kenshin were truly to face a life-and-death struggle in the future. He could find solace in this rationale, preventing himself from succumbing to the Hollow, or even worse, losing his life. Your intelligence leaves much to be desired, Kenshin muttered quietly. The information is already outdated. His voice dwindled to a whisper, fading into silence. Let this misunderstanding persist, Kenshin, the priestess murmured softly. Let the truth remain obscured. If you cannot escape the clutches of the Hollow, rescuing Matsunari would be impossible. When the Hollow's mask falls, it will signify your demise. The truth is too cruel. Meanwhile, Silver Bell and her companions, having navigated the tumultuous events of the ninja rebellion and its aftermath, followed one of the three major ninjas of the IGA clan, Hyakuchi, into this secluded paradise, the village of ninjas. The true commander personally welcomed Silver Bell and her entourage, as he regarded them as friends. However, the young warrior occasionally glanced back, finding no trace of that person in the dark corridor leading to Edo. Was he worried about Kenshin? There is no need for concern, the young warrior reassured, as Silver Bell stood beside him, playfully patting his belly. Alas, I have indeed shrunk in height, yet among our group. He remained trapped in the quagmire of Edo. Even if he is the Batusai, the young warrior lamented, must he face the onslaught of the entire shogunate? Such a scenario is unlikely, my lord, Hijikata replied, exhaling a puff of smoke. As long as you are alive, those ruffians in Edo would not dare to act recklessly. If their excessive actions were to be discovered, it would hinder their aspirations for the shogunate. The young warrior responded with a hint of melancholy. I still feel uneasy. Rest assured, my lord. His presence in Edo brings us great comfort. There is truly no one in this world capable of ending his life. Kondo chuckled heartily, his jovial spirit uplifting most around him, who soon joined in laughter. Yet only Silver Bell, behind the facade of merriment, harbored profound unease. Kondo, you are mistaken. There indeed exists someone who could slay him. If it were merely the shogunate, it would be manageable, but if that organization were to intervene. Kenshin, how are you faring? Chapter 361. A daily routine before the brawl begins. This is the village of ninjas, once a gathering place for the Oneida bands in their youth. Most ninjas of this era have emerged from here. A striking woman clad in a maid's outfit, her face devoid of emotion, regarded Silver Bell and the others kneeling before her on the mat. Among the 5 generals among you, none are genuine. This is all a scheme devised in secret by that scoundrel Zenzu and a red-haired fellow. Red-haired? Could it be? Silver Bell, Hijikata, Kondo, and Kagura exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. Indeed, that rascal Zenzu once stated that ninjas and loyalty have no connection, yet he treats this matter as a friend would, even shouldering the notoriety of assassinating the shogun. Baiten turned to Silver Bell, who sat in the center, and continued, simultaneously, that red-haired individual goes by the name of Kenshin, Himura Kenshin. Silver Bell interjected. Himura Kenshin is aware that his position among the 5 generals is the most perilous, thus the shogun cannot remain with him. Accordingly, Zenzu has concealed the shogun in our midst. However, regrettably, although I belong to the shogun's faction, the Fujibayashi clan insists on rebelling. It remains uncertain whether they have leaked any information regarding the shogun's whereabouts. Kenshin has indeed hidden us well. I always presumed the shogun was with him, Kondo mused, stroking his chin. From this moment forth, we shall be responsible for the shogun's protection, so please hasten to depart from here, Baiten stated calmly, directing his gaze to their companion in the wheelchair, bound from head to toe in bandages. The ninjas will take care of the remaining matters. Hey, protecting the young ones is our voluntary duty, Aru. What do you mean by backing out? Kagura expressed her dissatisfaction. Can you bear the burden of being labeled as the assassin of the general, like Zenzo has done? Baidi inquired, gazing at Kagura. Just then, a figure clad in a complete black ninja outfit suddenly appeared in the hall, respectfully handing a piece of paper to Baidi before vanishing into thin air. Such is the nature of a ninja. They disappear so swiftly, Hijikata remarked in awe. You still have time to leave, Baidi said, his tone indifferent after reading the message on the paper. Zenzo's plan has succeeded, but the situation with Kenshin from Akatsuki village is rather grim. Kenshin-san. What has happened to Kenshin-san? Shinpachi hurriedly asked. The entire area surrounding the Shinmyu house has been reduced to ruins, Baidi stated while examining the paper. It is preliminarily determined that he encountered an attack by the army or possibly the Night Bunnies. Impossible. The army wouldn't show up. And even if it were the Night Bunnies, it would require the bald-headed Star Sea to be involved for it to escalate to this level. Jinru stood up abruptly, envisioning a cold figure observing everything, wielding a silver staff, as if embodying a divine messenger seated high in the heavens. Is it Oboro? Jinru couldn't help but ponder this terrifying possibility. Hey Jinru, what's wrong? Kondo and Hijikata asked in unison. I need to return for a moment. With the general here, I feel secure knowing you're protecting me, Jinru declared, turning to leave. Shinpachi and Kagura should stay here. Kenshin may be surrounded. I don't quite understand you. Who could possibly surround him? Hijikata questioned, perplexed. Listen, mayonnaise alien, I must tell you now. Jinru shot a glance at Hijikata. Do you remember the underground gladiatorial arena we destroyed? That was when the name Tendu first emerged. The opponent Kenshin is about to face. I believe you know who it is without me having to say. But unfortunately, you can't return now. As soon as Baidi finished speaking, a thunderous explosion echoed from the once serene ninja village outside, causing the buildings to tremble. What? What is happening here? Jinru and the others shouted, swaying unsteadily. It seems the true location of the general has been discovered, Baidi said, closing his eyes with a calm demeanor. I anticipated this. Upon rushing to the balcony, they beheld a fleet of warships soaring through the sky, their expressions turning grim. In that case, the ninjas need not hide any longer. After the humiliation of our last battle, this time we protect the general not just for safety, but to reclaim our honor. A hint of battle fervor mingled with Baidi's voice as numerous ninjas emerged from the surrounding structures, leaving Jinru and the others astonished. Hey, where were you all hiding? I didn't notice you at all. Silver Bell squinted her eyes as she regarded the figures standing at the forefront of the battleship, seemingly able to perceive one another. So he has indeed arrived. The adversaries extend beyond merely the Tokugawa faction's Ikabashi Kiki group. There are far too many individuals fixated on the shogun. Why was this plan not communicated to me beforehand? Such a scheme is destined for failure, she remarked coolly. That individual is truly a relentless demon, one who will not rest until achieving their goals. Even the shogun's demise will not deter her. A change in regime will not halt her either. She is that kind of person. The only way to make her cease is to stop her heart from beating. Silver Bell stated matter-of-factly, I have grasped the general outline of the plan. After a night of travel, Kenshin had slightly regained his strength. Gazing at the distant battleships scattered in the horizon, he could not help but voice, if the shogun were truly dead, it would be a relief. However, who shall bear the blame for the assassination of the shogun? It cannot merely be an insignificant organization. It must be a long-established and formidable one. This implies that the IGA ninjas are their primary target, aiming to frame the ninjas for this crime and subsequently elevate their chosen puppet regime to the shogun's throne to reap the rewards. At that juncture, the influence of the shogunate would be virtually eradicated, and the puppet regime, having gained such backing, would naturally secure their position. Kenshin comprehended the situation. Supporting him as they dashed through the woods, the priestess remarked, No, this is the plan of the Aizawa, not that of the Tendo. With a glint of cold resolve in his gaze, Kenshin replied, Though I am uncertain if Oboro has made it here, we must hasten our pace. Understood. The priestess softly acknowledged, and she quickened her pace once more, guiding Kenshin along. Kenshin, may I pose a question? Yes. Upon encountering Jinshu, what do you intend to do? You are aware of what kind of person she is. I know, Kenshin replied, his eyes fixed on the battleships dotting the sky, falling into silence. This question seems to have never crossed my mind. Chapter 362. The inescapable moment Kanzu, that rascal, is likely up there on that battleship fighting for his life. The sounds of battle were gradually becoming audible, the cacophony belonging to those who revel in bloodshed, their fervent roars and boiling malice serving as a beacon for Kenshin. Kanzu? The priestess asked, somewhat dazed. Just a ninja plagued by hemorrhoids, perpetually clutching a copy of Jump, hoping to learn techniques like Shadow Clone and Spiraling Sphere. Yet, as Kenshin gazed at her, one hand pressed against the wound on his chest, he mused, while he may be a scoundrel in the eyes of ninjas and a madman in the sight of the shogun's subordinates, as a comrade, he is quite adequate. I can somewhat comprehend the bonds forged since childhood. Indeed, such sentiments mirror our own, do they not? So, in summary, is he a remarkable person? The priestess inquired. No, there are no remarkable individuals, only those who strive diligently to excel in certain aspects. Kenshin shook his head, after being supported by the priestess. His body descended from the branches to the ground. Feeling the tremors of the earth and the distant cries of battle on the plains, Kenshin smiled faintly. Priestess, return now. Standing firm upon the earth, he squinted at the small ape and Tora, who were staggering and fleeing to one side. He spoke softly, Am I going to fight again? In the state? The priestess lowered Kenshin's arm and stepped back, observing the disheveled strands of hair and the bloodstains on his face. remnants of the chaos that seemed yet to be cleansed. The smudges of filth intertwined with blood and mud presented Kenshin as a beggar in his current state. Doesn't it look quite pitiful? Kenshin grasped his reverse blade sword and, noticing the reflection of himself in the priestess's eyes, chuckled softly. I've seen worse versions of myself. A hint of nostalgia flickered in the priestess's vacant gaze. Was it when you were surrounded by us? I recall you merely standing aside, watching without intervening. Kenshin, with a teasing smile, replied, You must have seen my pitiable appearance back then, right? The image of the Batusai. No, any form of survival is commendable, the priestess said, lowering her head, her voice subdued. Yet whatever the circumstances, do not allow yourself to be engulfed by regret, Kenshin said, with a serene smile as he gently patted her small head, feeling the astonishing silkiness of her hair. By then, everything will have been decided. The priestess, feeling the rough hand of Kenshin, calloused from years of wielding a sword, trembling on her head, understood that this man was indeed as he had stated. It was only upon the arrival of events that one realized their regret, but what use was that? One could only lament. Priestess, return now. Kenshin turned, taking a deep breath. Go back to those who care for you. With that, he strode forward, not looking back. Attachment was not an option. At the forefront of this path, there were those he held dear. I apologize, priestess. If there is a chance, if I can see you again, please allow me to say one thing. I am sorry. Unexpectedly, defeat loomed. Finally, the small ape assisted Tora as they traversed the open terrain. The injured and weary Tora could no longer bear the weight and knelt on the ground. This has caused him to die in vain, taking the place of the general. No, this is not your fault. It is we who failed to understand you. The small ape looked at Tora. You once said that ninjas are a group devoid of loyalty. How can you die here? How could you allow yourself to perish in this place? You fought with all your strength to protect the general, to safeguard our village. Yet you have not fulfilled your true responsibilities, have you? The small ape hoisted Tora up from the ground once more, urging him to run swiftly forward. Return with the general, return with us to Edo, together as companions. This is not merely the responsibility of a ninja or a general, but an obligation as friends. After the sound of incomprehensible laughter escaped from the lowered head of the full warehouse, blood began to trickle down the sides of his head, falling onto the advancing ground. At that moment, the little ape's body was suddenly seized by someone. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, causing the hand that grasped Kurazou to loosen abruptly, allowing a kunai to slip from his sleeve and be swung backward. The clang of the sword sheath intercepted the kunai, and the person behind looked at the little ape with a helpless expression. Hey, 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 is this how you treat acquaintances? Upon hearing the familiar voice, the little ape was taken aback and immediately turned around. Upon seeing Kenshin, his initial surprise was soon overshadowed by astonishment at Kenshin's injuries. For an ordinary person, such wounds would almost guarantee death. Had he rushed over in this condition? Had he arrived in time? Blood trickled into Kenshin's closed eye, forcing him to shut both eyes as he looked at the little ape, Kurazou. It's rare to see you in such a dire state. Likewise, replied Kurazou with a slight grimace. Aren't you in a similar predicament, Kenshin? With a scoff, he added. Stop it, you wounded ninja. Kenshin, with a smirk, pulled a pill from his pocket and placed it into Kurazou's mouth. It's a hemostatic, and it will help your wounds heal faster. No need to thank me. TSK, who gave you the confidence? When did I say I would thank you? Kurazou's spirits seemed to lift slightly as he waved his hand dismissively. However, this simple gesture brought immense joy to the little ape. Though this is your ninja homeland, we samurai are about to create quite a ruckus, Kenshin teased, swallowing a pill before stepping past the little ape. Yet, the little ape grasped Kenshin's shoulder firmly. Don't go. The little ape's eyes, peering from behind glasses, scrutinized Kenshin and his injuries. In your condition, if you go, you will surely die. Die? Kenshin raised an eyebrow, seemingly perplexed. Your opponent is the Night Rabbit, along with Takasugi and his crew. I may not understand why you are in such a state, but Lord Baidi was right. You are placing yourself in the most perilous situation, barely escaping. Kurazou interjected. What does the Night Rabbit do during the day? It seems a lesson is in order. Kenshin shrugged indifferently, prying the little ape's hand away and preparing to move forward. Do you not comprehend, you fool? Kurazou shouted, followed by a series of coughs. We are childhood companions of the general, his subordinates, fighting for a reason. But you? What reason do you have to participate in this battle? Is it merely your friendship with the young general? Or something else? Do not forget your own identity as a loyalist. And now you comically seek to protect the general? Quanzong's words, perhaps not persuasive enough as the friend of Shou, could not sway the little ape either. Yet, as Kenshin gazed at the war-torn ninja village, a fleeting look of confusion crossed his eyes. At this moment, I simply do not wish for this place to vanish. Huh. Quanzong and the little monkey paused for a moment, astonished by the statement. Did they truly not wish for this place to vanish? This was the village of ninjas. After all, what business did a mere warrior have here? Moreover, in the realm of Naruto, weren't warriors and ninjas sworn enemies? This was their sanctuary, and I would not allow it to be destroyed, especially not by the hand of the diminutive Shina. Turning his gaze skyward as the fallen warship descended, Kenshin could not help but chuckle. Thus, you are powerless to thwart me. Despite the formidable wounds adorning his body, he mused that a mere touch to the Tianshu and Tianchi acupoints would render him unscathed. With a smile, Kenshin tapped his chest, but suddenly his expression shifted, and he coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of crimson blood that stained the grass beneath his feet. Ah, this stagnant blood has been pent up for far too long. I'm relieved to have finally expelled it. From here on, I shall be fine. Grasping his reverse blade sword, he addressed the dazed Quanzong and the little monkey. Farewell. With a steady gait, Kenshin proceeded unsteadily towards the site where the warship had plummeted. Shina, I am coming for you. The one you loathe is on his way. Chapter 363. The Battle of Silver Bell. With a swift motion, Silver Bell drew the Toya Lake and struck the neck of a taciturn night rabbit, shattering its throat. She quickly ducked to evade an attack from a long umbrella, then stepped on the toes of the night rabbit lurking behind her, using her petite frame to collide against its chest and send it flying. Are there more of them? How troublesome, she thought, her expression growing grim as she observed the night rabbit cohort charging up the cliff. Though she harbored no fear of these creatures, the numbers were daunting. With a flick of her wrist, she sent the Toya Lake flying, striking a night rabbit that had jumped behind Shinbaji, sending it crashing against the rocks. In response, Shinbaji wielded the Toya Lake, delivering a decisive blow to the night rabbit's chest, once more sending it tumbling down the cliff. Do not lose focus in battle, Shinbaji exclaimed as he executed a bridge maneuver to evade a sweeping attack from the night rabbit. Silverbell then kicked the creature on the head and swiftly spun, landing a punch squarely on its nose, repelling another foe. Who would have imagined that we, the guardians of Edo, would meet our demise alongside you nameless wretches, only to be branded as rebels? Kondo pressed his sword against the night rabbit's umbrella tip, slicing through it while seizing the creature's collar and flinging it away. Huh, being with us is a privilege. Do not be ungrateful, Kagura shouted, leaping and crushing two night rabbits beneath her feet. Is it truly acceptable to treat your kin in such a manner? Hijikata blocked two night rabbit attacks, but could not resist commenting on Kagura's actions. Do not conflate me with these creatures. I am nothing like them. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Kagura's eyes, representing the singular aspect of her heart that refused to concede. Silver, we cannot continue like this. Even though the 5 individuals standing here could be deemed among the mightiest on earth, they find themselves feeling somewhat powerless against the seemingly endless onslaught of the Night Rabbit army. The generals, who are able to hold their ground amidst this chaos, may not reveal the strain of their efforts in the short term, but if this relentless battle continues to deplete their strength, it is only a matter of time before they can no longer withstand the pressure. If the leader were present, he would undoubtedly take delight in the sight of his companions, including the White Knight Demon, his sister, and the formidable members of the Shinsengumi. Meanwhile, Avalet, perched motionlessly atop a high mountain, gazes down at the unfolding battle with a faint smile, reminded of the whereabouts of Kimyi, who had vanished during his clash with Sugo. Wait, even if Avalet's imagination can conjure thoughts of Kimyi, has he truly forgotten about the new glasses right before his eyes? Though they are merely spectacles, their presence on the bustling street is still significant. The crisp sound of shattered glass when someone inadvertently steps on them would surely draw attention, prompting exclamations of surprise about the existence of these glasses. As the world's unparalleled warriors gather for this fierce battle, nothing could be more inspiring. Avalet, with an air of indifference, waves his hand, signaling the Night Rabbit army, previously held back, to surge forward in a relentless tide towards Jinpachi and his companions. Damn it! Is there more? Just as Jinpachi, having barely withstood the previous assault, allows himself a moment's respite, he is confronted with an even greater host of night rabbits, causing his expression to darken. It is futile to remain here in defense. Follow me. The usually stoic Baichu, wielding a massive shuriken, observes the once peaceful ninja village now engulfed in the flames of war. Even her emotionless facade betrays a flicker of sorrow as she turns to Jinpachi and the others. Among Jinpachi's group, aside from him, who had trained alongside Kenshin since childhood, the rest, including Hijikata and Kagura, bear visible wounds, highlighting the disparity in their fighting capabilities. Let us go. Kondo, without hesitation, channels his authority as the head of the Shinsengumi, gesturing for the group to retreat alongside Baichu's lead, fighting while withdrawing. Do you wish to escape? To break free from the night rabbit's keenly targeted prey and navigate through the encirclement, one must possess the necessary skills. Avalet declares this and leaps down to the precipice below. As they fight and retreat, Jinpachi and his party finally arrive before a wooden bridge, beneath which lies an unfathomable abyss. The white mist swirling below serves as a grim reminder that falling from such heights would lead to certain demise. You go first. Jinpachi instructs, leading Shinpachi, Hijikata, and the general swiftly across the swaying bridge. As their hearts momentarily ease, they prepare to speak when a thunderous roar abruptly breaks the moment. Gazing at the fractured bridge, Jinpachi's expression tightens. Baichu. The general gazed upon the figure of Baidi, who had severed the wooden bridge with a shuriken, and could not help but exclaim, "The duty of safeguarding the general has been passed down through the ages, and it will not wane in our time. That white-haired maiden over there, what is your name?" Baidi first regarded the general for a moment before turning to the silver-haired one and inquiring, "I am a man. My name is Sakata Jin. Well, you may call me Jinren instead." After instinctively retorting, it seemed as if Jinren recalled something, and with a weary gesture, he continued, "Can I truly place my trust in you? Will you be able to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the general?" Baidi spoke in a calm tone. Humph. The meaning of every word was encapsulated in that single scoff. "Hold on. The responsibility of safeguarding the general does not rest solely on your shoulders as ninjas," remarked Kondo and Hijikata, who had been aware of Baidi's intentions from the beginning, deliberately lagging behind. As Baidi severed the bridge, Kondo and Hijikata seized the ground beneath Baidi's feet, climbing up to address him. "This matter has little to do with you, samurai." Baidi was about to utter more, but Kondo raised a hand to interrupt. "As the captain and vice-captain of the Shinsengumi, we are equally bound by our principles to sacrifice ourselves for the general's well-being. We, who are prepared to fight for the preservation of Edo, have done all we can." Kondo spoke with a relieved smile. Baidi's body stiffened slightly, gazing at Kondo with a peculiar expression. "Hey, you from the odd jobs. We've known each other long enough, right?" Hijikata rose, brushed the dust from his clothing, and lit a cigarette, which he hung from his lips. Without glancing back at Jinren and the others, he continued, "We have always aspired to accomplish every task perfectly, never seeking anything in return. However, please, protect our general on our behalf." Hijikata and Kondo stood firmly together, their backs to Jinren and the others, now speaking with utmost seriousness. "Hey," Shige was about to say something, but Jinren seized him and dashed away into the distance. The others, moving in the opposite direction, shared a common understanding. "Do not look back." Jinren, her gaze fixed forward, began to exude an indomitable spirit. "Do not look back." Kondo and Hijikata maintained their stance, eyes trained ahead. "If you turn back, you'll have to pay the price," the two sides remarked. "I truly do not comprehend you, samurai. Yet it is too late to speak now. We have no retreat. The fact that we are prepared to fight to the death to protect the general is the utmost we can do." Baidi sighed, turning to face the distant shadows moving along the precipice, the night rabbit army descending in droves. "Ah, this is not necessarily a doomed mission. Although we are prepared for the worst, we will not perish, nor will the general." Kondo stepped forward to stand beside Baidi. "I can sense it, that familiar aura." It was a peculiar amalgamation of the despondent aura of the disheartened elder and the sanguinary essence of the bloodthirsty Azura, a scent rife with contradictions. Tohu mused softly, "Indeed. It pales in comparison to the charm of mayonnaise." Baidi observed the inexplicably confident duo, tilting his head in confusion. "Our strongest combatants have arrived on the battlefield." Tohu and Kondo grinned, raising their long blades towards the approaching night rabbits in the distance. At this moment, the outcome of the battle remains undetermined. Therefore, do not entertain thoughts of demise. One must strive to live on.